Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
He got into the man's car. Of course, he was careful not to get wet by the rain, closing the umbrella only after leaning his head into the passenger seat. After placing the rain-soaked umbrella on the floor of the passenger seat with hands as careful as if handling acid, Yin Wu immediately started the engine and stepped on the gas. The car accelerated rapidly, leaving the parking lot. Vroom. Let's just go to a place where it's not raining. Yin Wu looked at the blurry road ahead. The world was dyed gray, rain pouring down. The wipers moved busily, sweeping away the rainwater, and the displaced rainwater rolled along the wind. He didn't even think about finding a direction. Just straight ahead. Escaping the area of falling rain. Swoosh. As he passed through puddles filled with rainwater, the car splashed the water like waves. How long had he been driving on the narrow, winding mountain road? Suddenly, something like a wild animal jumped in front of the car. Yin Wu gritted his teeth and pressed the accelerator harder instead. Whether the animal died or not, whether the car was damaged or not, escaping this place was. Thud bang 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 dash, screech dash. He stepped on the brakes. He had no choice. It wasn't just one or two animals. Inside the stopped car on the mountain road, with the headlights broken, Yin Wu looked at the rearview mirror with trembling eyes. The road he had passed. The herd of animals he had hit and passed. Squeak squeak. Wild boars, deer, stray dogs, and wild cats, all boasting their rain-soaked fur, stood up. Their bodies were deeply dented, legs broken, headless. A headless animal dragged its broken leg as it approached the car. Yin Wu realized. The rain that makes heads fall. It's not just humans. Animals too. And also that he was surrounded. Taking his eyes off the rearview mirror, he looked around. The rainy mountain road. High-rising mountain peaks and dense trees on both sides. A herd of headless animals was gradually approaching him through the gaps. Large creatures like headless wild boars and deer were coming down the mountain path, while headless squirrels, headless chickens, and headless snakes were climbing up the road ahead. Click. Yin Wu grabbed a gun from his bag, but his heart pounded anxiously. They're hostile towards humans. What should I do? Advance as is? Retreat to the lodge? At that moment. Bang dash, with a loud noise, something black slammed into the windshield. The windshield cracked greatly. Startled, Yin Wu raised his gun, and beyond the cracked windshield, a headless crow flapped its broken wings. Biting his lip, Yin Wu looked at the sky beyond the crow. It wasn't just one. Under the rainy sky, crows, pigeons, and hawks were flapping their wings. Headless bodies, all heading straight for Yin Wu. *T. Cursing similarly to how the team leader did, Yin Wu shifted the gear to reverse. I have to go back to the lodge. The sky visible was all pouring rain. Running for a bit wouldn't escape the area of rain. Moreover, the birds were a big problem. If the windshield broke, he would get wet by the rain. That meant losing his head at novel bin at. Vroom dash. The car moved backward, running over the headless animals he had already hit once more. The car jolted as if hitting speed bumps. At the same time, as the car reversed over the road, thud, 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 headless birds plunged vertically. A fall close to bombing. Even as a narrowly missed bird shattered the side mirror, Yin Wu focused on driving, only looking at the rearview mirror. A mistake means death. He didn't keep to the center line. With the car straddling the center line, he swerved backward along the winding road. The birds occasionally tapped on the car roof, and the windshield, already nearly broken from multiple hits, held on barely. The messed-up car barely made it back to the lodge. Fortunately, as he got closer to the lodge, the birds stopped attacking. Bang dash. The car, which had made a U-turn midway, crashed straight into the entrance of the lodge. The car smashed through the lodge's wall and door, entering inside. After parking, Yin Wu pulled out a homemade pistol and got out of the car inside the lodge. Dash. Dash. On the first floor of the lodge, there were a man and a woman, Choi Hyun-sang wearing a raincoat, and the owner of the lodge. They stared wide-eyed at the completely demolished entrance and the damaged car. My car. The car. My lodge? Oh no, if you break everything dash. The people who had been mumbling to themselves with pale faces suddenly shut their mouths. It was because Yin Wu, with a fierce look on his face, had come out holding a gun. He glared at the suspicious people and suddenly asked a question. Where did researcher Co Ponho and the headless person go? They took them to the temporary lab for experiments. Dr. Co and Yuna are in the lab. Call them, please. I need to go out to collect rainwater. As he pressed down on his raincoat, the woman who had come with the man hurriedly ran up the stairs. Trembling in fear, the woman disappeared beyond the stairs. Choi Hyun-sang, shaking a bag containing a shovel and a plastic bottle, passed by Yin Wu and went outside through the broken wall. He's just strong, seems like an ordinary assistant researcher. Yin Wu spoke to him. That rain, it also pulls out the heads of animals. Be careful. The headless ones seem to intend harm to people. Thanks for the information. As expected, you're an investigator. Should I also take an animal while I'm out? Seems like a good test subject. There's a headless bird stuck in front of the car. Take that. Oh, thank you. I'll take it later. Choi Hyun-sang left with a brightened face. Meanwhile, the owner of the lodge sneaked away to the storage room, and only Yin Wu and the man remained on the first floor. Yin Wu calmly tossed the car key to the man. The man caught the key, tears welling up in his eyes. He was on the verge of crying. I still have a lot of payments left. I'm sorry about that. But before that, who are you? Where are you from? Why did you come here? Well, the man glanced at the gun and swallowed hard. He spoke with a voice mixed with tension, excitement, and sorrow. We're a team that produces videos tracking mysteries and urban legends. We came here after finding a document about rain that makes heads fall off. Then he suddenly looked up at Yin Wu. You're from a secret organization, right? Like that incident at the Blue House, you know something real that others don't, right? That Dr. CO person too, you're from the same organization. An interview? No, even just a conversation dash. That's not important right now. Prepare to deal with the danger first. Yin Wu looked away from the man. He was just a civilian. More important were Co Ponho and the lodge owner. The lodge owner had disappeared somewhere, and Co Ponho came down the stairs with a faint smile. Even when he saw the destroyed entrance and the car that had burst through, he didn't lose his smile. Mr. Lee Yin Wu, what's going on? I thought you were leaving. Escape was impossible, even though you had a car. Yin Wu sighed shortly and moved his body aside. He raised his gun and pointed at the car. Do you see that bird? It has no head. It seems animals are also affected. It's not just about losing their heads. The headless ones only targeted me. So, Co Ponho walked to the front of the car and poked at the still wriggling crow. His back was turned to Yin Wu. A glint flashed in Yin Wu's eyes. He moved his hand swiftly. Click. The gun touched the back of Co Ponho's head. His movements stopped immediately. Why are you doing this to a fellow employee? Tell me what you know. All the information you've been hiding from me. A civilian is watching right now dash. Don't you know the company has given up on secrecy? With his index finger ready on the trigger, he was prepared to pull it if necessary. Co Ponho remained silent for a moment, then slowly moved his hand to fumble with the writhing crow. Then the company is planning to dash. I know. Stop the bullsh** T and give me the information. What kind of anomaly is this, and how do we deal with it? There's no need to deal with it. This is hope for our humanity. Co Ponho raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and slowly turned around. With the shattered entrance and the car as a backdrop, and rain pouring outside, he looked straight at Yin Wu. An unknown fervor and sense of mission gleamed in his eyes. I haven't lied. The future of humanity truly depends on this research. Yin Wu stepped back slightly. The distance was too close, posing a risk of counterattack. Still aiming at his head, Yin Wu asked again. Don't beat around the. If we are to go extinct due to abnormal weather, then we must adapt to it. Co Ponho pulled one hand back and grabbed the crow. The headless crow twisted its body in his grasp. If this vitality could be given to humans, we could survive on Earth. It's entirely possible. Crack, the strong grip. The sound of air escaping and bones crushing came from the crow. Yet the crow did not die and continued to wriggle. Co Ponho felt the movement in his palm and smiled joyfully. And through the components left in the soil, the research has achieved some success. If we can just reduce the side effects like insomnia, hair loss, memory loss, increased aggression, mental disorder, and death, we can survive. So, Mr. Lee Yin Wu. Co Ponho glanced behind Yin Wu. Yin Wu felt his instinct sounding an alarm. Please cooperate with our research. If we inject you with the rainwater and you overcome the side effects, we can perfect the rainwater. Whoosh. He threw the crow at Yin Wu's face. Yin Wu did not back down. Instead, he lunged forward. Behind? The danger is behind me. / Something sharp grazed the back of his head. From the front, the crow swept across his face. With the momentum of his leap, Yin Wu tackled Co Ponho. At close range, he pulled the trigger against Co Ponho's stomach. Bang, bang, bang dash. 3 shots. Simultaneously, he grabbed Co Ponho's arm and spun around. Their positions reversed. Yin Wu used Co Ponho as a shield. A syringe, dripping a transparent liquid, stopped in place. Gong Yuna, who had descended silently, dropped the syringe. Doctor. Co Ponho clutched his abdomen with a pale face. Blood poured from the 3 holes in his belly. No, the research. Yin Wu wore a bitter expression. He was just a man struggling to survive the abnormal climate. But he was also someone who tried to inject me with dangerous drugs. Yin Wu wiped his face with the hem of his clothes, removing the rainwater left when the crow brushed by him. Co Ponho let out a shallow breath. He looked at Gong Yuna with clear eyes. She was his prized student, who he had taken an interest in since she was an undergraduate, led through graduate school, and finally brought into the Humanity Protection Company. And although she was the next person, after Choi Hyun-sang and the woman, to be a test subject for the rainwater, the situation had changed, leaving no other choice. Gong Yuna. Continue my research. And, Mr. Lee Yin Wu. Co Ponho turned his head to look at Yin Wu, who had positioned him in front. Yin Wu's face was expressionless, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Co Ponho gave a bitter smile. I'm sorry, but please spare my student. She won't trouble you. How do we stop this rain? Consistent as ever. Co Ponho recalled the rumors he had heard about Yin Wu, a human totem who attracted all sorts of incidents and accidents. Hadn't it started raining as soon as Yin Wu arrived? There must be a reason he survived. A survival specialist, the epitome of an investigator. Co Ponho spoke honestly. For that, you need to sacrifice 7 people. For the details, ask my student. Please, just save my student. With those words, Co Ponho closed his eyes. His legs gave out, and he collapsed. He wasn't dead yet, as his faint breathing continued. Yin Wu looked down at Co Ponho. Then, sensing someone approaching, he raised his gun. It was Gong Yuna. She had picked up the syringe she had dropped and was coming closer but then stopped. I have no intention of harming you. Gong Yuna stared at Co Ponho. Without a word, Yin Wu walked past Co Ponho and Gong Yuna, heading further into the lodge. He figured he would provide some first aid or move Co Ponho elsewhere since he wasn't dead yet. But in the next moment, Yin Wu's eyes widened. Stab. Gong Yuna had plunged the syringe into Co Ponho's neck. With her thumb, she pressed down, injecting the transparent liquid. The doctor would want this. It's something that helps the research before he dies. Her voice was emotionless. After fully injecting the liquid, Gong Yuna pulled out the syringe and rolled it in her hand. In fact, the doctor intended to test it on you. He said you would expedite the research. What the hell? If we injected you with the rainwater and you resisted the side effects, we could use your blood as a sample for further research. Yin Wu readjusted his homemade pistol. He couldn't let his guard down around these crazy people. Both the master and the disciple were the same. Gong Yuna pulled out her phone and turned on the camera. The smartphone's camera lens captured Co Ponho. Gong Yuna's voice continued. September 11th Rainwater 003 Clinical Trial. The subject is Co Ponho. Condition, 3 gunshot wounds to the abdomen. 1 minute after the rainwater injection. Gunshot wounds are healing. Yin Wu glanced at Co Ponho. The gunshot wounds were indeed healing. Underneath the blood-soaked clothes, the flesh was regenerating. Additionally, Co Ponho's hair was falling out in clumps, and he began to convulse, his eyes rolling back. Something felt dangerous. Hair loss progressing. Convulsions confirmed. Hey, first, tell me how to stop the rain. Gong Yuna didn't even turn her head. She recited the knowledge in a flat tone. It was recorded that if 7 people lose their heads to the rain stops. 7 people must be sacrificed. Yin Wu counted the number of people staying here, folding a finger for each one. The man who lost his head, 2 civilians, 3 research team members, and the lodge owner. Exactly 7, excluding Yin Wu. As he was about to get lost in thought, shaking his gun, Yin Wu suddenly raised his arm and aimed the gun. The gun barrel pointed at Co Ponho. Screech crack thud creak. Co Ponho twisted his limbs like a possessed person, his joints bending unnaturally, his fingernails scraping the floor as he struggled. Yin Wu licked his dry lips. That thing is dangerous. No, it will definitely be dangerous. He concluded before Gong Yuna could answer. Co Ponho had admitted it himself. Side effects included increased aggression and mental instability. If left alone, he'll definitely go berserk like a zombie. Yin Wu hooked his finger on the trigger, then put the gun back into his bag. Gunshots wouldn't be effective. A heavy blow or a sharp cut would be better. He called out to the man crouching in the corner. The guy with the broken car. Let's subdue that thing together. Why yes? Yes. The man grabbed a long broom that had fallen to the floor, and Yin Wu took out a tool from his bag. A mini electric saw, perfect for the current situation. The blade was slightly larger than the palm of his hand. Whir. As he pressed a button like a trigger, the RPM increased, and the saw blade spun furiously. The mini electric saw, designed to cut small branches, cut through the air as it moved toward Co Ponho. Gong Yuna stood in front, blocking for Co Ponho. Gong Yuna, step aside. I'll tie him up right away, so don't damage the specimen. Gong Yuna picked up a leftover rope she had used to tie the headless man. She then tied Co Ponho's ankles, hands, and body. Co Ponho, tightly bound with rope, struggled violently. His skin chafed and peeled off, but it regenerated continuously, leaving him writhing. Whir. Yin Wu kept the electric saw running. He didn't know what might happen next. Indeed, his caution was not excessive. Gong Yuna crouched and tied the knots tightly. Kaya. Co Ponho, his eyes rolled back, raised his upper body and bit into Gong Yuna's neck with his gaping mouth. Thud. Choi Hyun-sang, who had gone outside, returned headless, dragging his torn raincoat as he crossed the broken entrance. Thump, thump. The woman who had gone upstairs to call Co Ponho tumbled down the stairs. She had apparently been injected with the rainwater in the lab, as her hair was falling out and her eyes were rolling back. Kayak. The scene turned into chaos in an instant. Gong Yuna spewed blood from her torn neck. Even now, flesh was being ripped from her neck. Headless Choi Hyun-sang, with his rain-soaked shoes squelching, slowly approached them, while the woman crouched like a beast on all fours, ready to pounce. The guy with the broken car. Take this. Yin Wu took out a hammer from his bag and handed it over. He then said, let's go up the stairs. If we barricade ourselves on the stairs, we can hold out. Adat novel bin adat. The man grasped the hammer but let it hang limply. His eyes were fixed on the woman. His voice trembled endlessly, just like his eyes. Why, because of me. It's because I wanted to come. He was out of his mind. Gone. Yin Wu gave up on him. He took a determined step toward the stairs. The woman sprang up and charged on all fours. Yin Wu sidestepped and quickly ran up the stairs. A scream-like shout came from the man behind him. Snap out of it. It's me, Ak. It was too late. Yin Wu didn't slow down. He entered the lab, which had its door open, and grabbed the computer tower and monitor before heading back to the stairs. Thud, thud. Downstairs, the headless Choi Hyun-sang was climbing the stairs. One step at a time, steadily. Yin Wu lifted the monitor high and, after a quick calculation, threw it. The monitor flew through the air and struck Choi Hyun-sang in the chest. Choi Hyun-sang fell backward and tumbled down the stairs. Yin Wu's expression was grim. This isn't going to solve the problem. Coming up to the second floor might have been a mistake. I should have just gone outside with an umbrella. Even as he thought that, he threw the computer tower again, pushing both Choi Hyun-sang and the woman down simultaneously. Then he urgently rummaged through his pockets as he ran back to the lab. Calling the company? It's too late. They might not come. It would be better to call the police or an insurance company, or a tow truck, and use them as sacrifices. At that moment, Yin Wu, who had reached the lab, suddenly stopped. From the lab's window, which overlooked the parking lot and road, a police car and a tow truck had arrived at the lodge. Someone had thought similarly and acted first. The lodge owner was pacing frantically inside the storage room. He spun around the shelves, checked the tightly locked door, and grabbed a traditional straw rain cape and a bamboo hat that had been passed down through his family. He tore at his thinning hair. What on earth is happening? Rain that makes heads fall was not a big deal to him. He was from a family that had lived in the village for generations, descendants of a shaman who quelled the rain. Naturally, he knew about the rain that made heads fall and the need to offer 7 sacrifices. It was his duty. A while ago, he had a dream that foretold the rain, so he had made preparations. How did I attract new guests, puncture all the tires except for one, and even tear the researcher's raincoat? Then a gunman appeared, the front door was destroyed, and zombie-like humans showed up. With trembling hands, he turned on his phone and checked the CCTV on the first floor of the lodge. He counted the numbers, recalling the situation. 2 people rampaging, 2 people bitten and dead, 2 headless people. He tore at his hair again. We're short of heads. These unknown individuals had completely ruined the ritual. At this rate, he didn't know how long the rain would continue. He had to stop the rain quickly. The lodge owner tightly closed his eyes and then opened them. He looked at his phone. It should be outsiders that are sacrificed. There's no other choice. People got out of the tow truck and the police car parked at the entrance of the lodge. 1 young man from the tow truck, and 2 men from the police car. Despite the pouring rain and the scene being right in front of them, they stepped out bare, without umbrellas. They shook their heads at the completely shattered entrance of the lodge. This looks intentional. Why drive all the way here and crash the car when there's a perfectly good parking lot? Is the person who called here? The middle-aged policeman clicked his tongue as he looked around the entrance, while the young policeman raised his voice, shouting beyond the entrance. The young man from the tow truck started to attach a hook to the car, then stepped back when he saw beyond the entrance. He leaned forward, his eyes widening. Beyond the bloody entrance, someone tied with red rope was squirming. There were 2 corpses with bitten necks, a woman with crazed eyes as if drugged, and a headless man. The headless man, standing in front of the stairs, turned and approached the tow truck guy. Officer, that over there. Unable to take his eyes off the scene, the tow truck guy gestured frantically, but the policeman approached him instead. Both policemen stretched their necks out towards the tow truck guy, reaching out urgently. Are you okay? Your neck is. No, I'm not the problem right now. The tow truck guy finally turned his head. His neck, elongated like a turtle or snake, bent to the side. Cracked here. The sound of bones twisting and skin tearing. The young man instinctively touched his elongated neck, then fell backward at the sight of the 2 policemen. As he fell onto the rain-soaked pavement, the policemen with their elongated necks cast shadows over him. They dropped their heads and stamped their feet in front of him. Sizzle crack. Hey, is your neck ALRI? Then, their heads fell off. 1, 2, 3. 3 heads rolled across the entrance of the lodge. Hats fell off, rain-soaked hair mingled with gravel and leaves. Rainwater dripped from eyes that could no longer close. Swoosh. The headless bodies paused momentarily, reaching out with their hands, then slowly turned towards the inside of the lodge. Towards the humans with heads. Grr. The woman who had injected herself with rainwater growled, turning her crazed eyes towards the headless beings. Choi Hyun-sang, the 2 policemen, and the tow truck guy. Too many to handle alone. But the crazed woman didn't care. She didn't free Co Ponho, nor did she run away. She lunged at Choi Hyun-sang like a beast. Rayak. Her sharp claws swiped, and her fangs lunged like a hunting dog. But even as she scratched and bit, the headless Choi Hyun-sang calmly reached out and grabbed her. His strong grip held onto her shoulder, not letting go. Meanwhile, 3 headless beings slowly approached and surrounded the woman. They grabbed her limbs and slowly dragged her outside the lodge. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't move. In the end, under the dark clouds, soaked by the rain, her head fell off. The headless woman slowly stood up and joined the ranks of the headless beings. They dragged the bound Co Ponho outside the lodge and offered him as a sacrifice as well. Thus, 7 humans lost their heads. The rain began to weaken. The torrential downpour gradually lessened until it finally stopped. The dark clouds parted, and sunlight streamed through the gaps. The sunlight illuminated the ruined entrance of the lodge. At Novel bin at. The headless beings stood still like mannequins, then suddenly turned into water and splashed down. All that remained in their place were puddles of water. At that moment, the lodge owner appeared. He looked down at the puddles of water and saw his own reflection on the water's surface. It's over. Covered in cold sweat, his limbs trembling, he let out a deep sigh. Somehow, he had managed to stop the rain. I thought it was all over. The zombie-like humans, then the one with the gun. The relieved lodge owner shuddered. Only now did he think of another survivor. Right? That person with the gun? They're still here. Click. A cold sensation touched the back of his head. He didn't need to look to know. It must be a gun. The lodge owner laughed awkwardly, his hands trembling. That. Aye. As he struggled to speak, something rolled in front of him. He glanced down with his eyes and saw a red rope. The rope, kicked by his foot, stopped in front of him. Yin Wu spoke. Tie yourself up with that. To the tow truck hook and your arm. Yes. After restraining the lodge owner, Yin Wu contacted the company, informing his contacts in the intelligence department that a cleanup was necessary. Yin Wu sat on the first floor of the lodge, watching as the company handled the scene. 2 cleanup specialists made calls, said something, and physically confiscated the CCTV footage, putting it in a box. They then collected all the lab's computers and equipment, loading them into a porter truck. Gentlemen, please listen to me. It's all my fault. The handcuffed lodge owner, loaded onto the porter, begged the cleanup specialists, but they ignored him. They injected him with what seemed to be a sedative, putting him to sleep and covering him with a black tarp. One of the specialists approached Yin Wu after finishing the job. Investigator Yin Wu, everything has been taken care of. It's like nothing happened here. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, no, you're the one who's had it tough. What in the world, worshipping anomalies these days? I mean, worship is one thing, but sacrifices. Having extracted information from the lodge owner through a simple interrogation, they shuddered. What can we do about anomalies? Isn't that what our company is for? There must be a way to stop it without sacrificing people. He glanced at the lodge owner sleeping under the black tarp, shook his head a few times, and bowed to Yin Wu. Well then, we'll be off. Yes. The black porter truck rumbled away. Yin Wu watched it leave, then fiddled with his bag. Among the various tools were 2 small glass bottles. One was a memory eraser, and the other was rainwater. He had stolen the rainwater before the cleanup specialists arrived. It's better to have at least one. Yin Wu pondered with a somber gaze. Despite the severe side effects, it was like a roll of the dice. If he were mortally wounded, it would be worth trying the potion once. It was better than quietly dying. He could drink the rainwater and resist the side effects with a roll of the dice. Moreover, couldn't the rainwater be used as a weapon too? Yin Wu's eyes turned to the puddles of rainwater outside the lodge. Co Ponho said he made the rainwater from the elements left in the soil. So, the rainwater itself. Suddenly, Yin Wu stood up. He carefully filled a tumbler with the rainwater, wrapped it in a plastic bag, and put it in his bag. I can throw it at enemies or put it in a water gun and shoot it. Having roughly finished his work, Yin Wu took one last look around the now empty lodge. Was there anything else to take? No. Just as she was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. With the Chuseok holiday starting, would the way back be congested? Let's rest a bit and leave when the traffic clears. Since the business trip lasted until the end of the Chuseok holiday, there was no problem in taking his time to return. Yin Wu, who had grabbed a cup of instant noodles from the convenience store barely the size of a hole-in-the-wall shop, returned to his room on the 2nd floor. A few days passed. At the office of the Anomaly investigation team, Yin Wu was writing a report about what he had experienced at the deserted mountain lodge. He suddenly stopped, describing the moment he retaliated against Co Ponho. Yin Wu stared at the monitor with a dark expression. This is when I got hit by the rainwater. It had been a little, and he wiped it off quickly, so he didn't think much of it. But the after effects were serious. Swish. Yin Wu lightly grasped his hair and then brought his hand in front of his eyes. A considerable amount of hair was stuck to his hand. Hair loss had begun, albeit mildly. A sigh. The sigh, along with the hair, landed heavily on the keyboard. Yu, watching Yin Wu anxiously, bit her lip. She had a suppressed smile. Are you okay? Yes. It's fortunate if this is the extent of it. It was better than having his neck extend and ultimately losing his head. There were no issues with insomnia or mental instability, and it was better than dying. When Yin Wu sighed, not for the first time, the team leader raised his head slightly. Rookie, think of it as a badge of honor. You see, when you work. Team leader, I brought some rainwater back. Pain lessens when shared. If everyone's hair fell out, wouldn't it bring some peace of mind? It wasn't hard. Just put the rainwater in a spray bottle and spray it once. As a strange glint appeared in Yin Wu's eyes, Gu and the team leader recoiled in horror, pushing their chairs back and ducking behind their desks. No, what are you trying to do? Rookie, you can't do that. Hey, be careful. Yin Wu bowed his head slightly, then, correcting his posture, pulled his chin back and finished the report. Just past midnight, as he was about to prepare for bed, a mission came down from the clock repairman. Yin Wu lay in bed, carefully reading the chat. TPL, we've found one of the causes accelerating the abnormal weather. Since the cause is in Korea, CHS, please investigate. Excited by the good news, the message was a bit disjointed. However, Yin Wu calmly tapped the screen. CHS, please explain in detail. What is the cause, and what do I need to investigate? TPL, with the help of an artist, we raided a company's server and stole data. Among the confidential documents was an anomaly called the North Wind and the Sunday. His fingers paused on the phone screen. Yin Wu blinked, reading the words again, and then slightly opened his mouth. No way. An artist? A raid? What did I just read? Are we this aggressive? The confusion quickly subsided. Yin Wu let out a shallow sigh. Compared to the extermination company or the management company, this was quite moderate. This is fine, I guess. Yin Wu stopped the unnecessary thoughts and focused on the chat. TPL, the North Wind and the Sun is a fairy tale written on parchment. Anyone who touches the parchment enters the story and becomes a character in the tale. CHS, do they become the traveler with the cloak? TPL, exactly. Yin Wu, stroking the edge of his phone, fell into thought. The North Wind and the Sun was a story where two made a bet on who could make the traveler take off his cloak. CHS, how is this related to the abnormal climate? TPL, it can accelerate abnormal weather. TPL, depending on the outcome of the bet, the real-world temperature changes. If the Sun wins, the temperature rises, and if the North Wind wins, the temperature drops. In the dark room, the light from the phone reflected in his wide-open eyes. Yin Wu urgently tapped the phone. CHS, then we can use this to solve the abnormal weather? TPL, the company thought so too. That's why there was an accident. TPL slowly recounted the experimental records read from the confidential document. Realizing the abnormal weather, the company decided to manipulate the results of the North Wind and the Sun's bet to prevent it. They forced the North Wind to keep winning, intending to lower the temperature. But the result was, TPL, it worked well at first. But then, the North Wind and the Sun noticed. They realized they were being tricked and used. TPL, after that, in their anger, the temperature kept rising. They don't even make bets anymore. The company was contributing to the abnormal weather. Yin Wu slapped his forehead. That was it. Despite the poor outcome, it was still an attempt to prevent abnormal weather. TPL, anyway, the North Wind and the Sun are kept by the Korean Anomaly Research Society. Go investigate it. CHS, what exactly should I investigate? TPL, well, the chat stopped. Yin Wu waited, staring at the screen. TPL, choosing his words carefully, slowly gave the instructions. TPL, investigate the structure of the Anomaly Research Society's building, the location of the North Wind and the Sun, and the security status. CHS, why is that? TPL, we need to deploy someone, whether a doomsday cultist or an artist, to steal it. It's an anomaly that can delay the abnormal weather. Whether to destroy it to stop the acceleration towards destruction or to persuade it to lower the temperature, it was an anomaly the clock repairman could not miss. Agreeing with this intention, Yin Wu's eyes sparkled. He found a faint hope. It's not a difficult task. Just simple reconnaissance. Resolutely, Yin Wu moved his fingers and sent a brief message. CHS, yes, I will do it. Dash. Although he answered confidently, he couldn't act immediately. If he went there recklessly, he would definitely be caught by the security team. Because of this, Yin Wu stayed up all night preparing a plan. When morning came, he went to work at the investigation team, still exhausted. The office, which he arrived at much earlier than usual. The team leader was already there, drinking coffee mix. He looked up at Yin Wu. Oh, you're early. Good timing. Take out the trash, it's full. The team leader gestured toward the overflowing trash can. Ignoring him, Yin Wu looked around the office. Yu hadn't arrived yet. Considering her usual arrival time, she would be another 30 minutes. Being alone with him was the perfect opportunity to speak. Yin Wu swallowed hard and spoke in a low, serious voice. Team leader. His tone suggested he had something important to say. The team leader stiffened, then sighed deeply, as if expecting the worst, and put down his paper cup. You're going to resign. Given the serious incidents he had experienced and his hair loss, it wasn't unreasonable to think he might be considering resignation. Despite the sweet coffee mix, a bitter taste lingered on his tongue. As the team leader was about to accept his request without much protest, Yin Wu's eyes widened. What? No. Why would I quit the company? Since learning about the abnormal weather, he had never once thought of resigning. Losing his status, connections, information, and memories as a company employee would make survival difficult. Quit now? Yin Wu and the team leader exchanged confused looks before the team leader cleared his throat and averted his eyes. You're not? Okay, then. No, I'm not. I wanted to ask if you knew about the abnormal climate and the preservation plan. Yin Wu went straight to the point, aiming to bring the team leader into the clock repairman. Never heard of it. Sounds like a company project, though. The team leader, puzzledly, shook his head, and Yin Wu summarized the story. Time stop, abnormal weather, preservation plan, clock repairman, the factions and employees split by their different approaches to saving Earth. As the story progressed, the team leader's expression grew darker. His mouth dried up, and he drank several cups of water after finishing his coffee mix, silently listening to the story. When the story concluded, the team leader stared blankly into space, his eyes unfocused as if tracing past and future. So, that's why the companies. His voice mixed with various complex emotions. Yin Wu stood quietly, waiting for the team leader to accept reality. After a brief silence, the team leader lowered his head to look at Yin Wu. So, you want me to join your faction? Yes. I can hardly do anything alone. The team leader looked at Yin Wu with focused eyes and shook his head. No, team leader. Listen, rookie. I'm an investigator for the company. Always have been, always will be. The team leader leaned back in his chair, gazing at the old ceiling of the Anomaly investigation team's office. The ceiling, thick with dust and cobwebs. Even if abnormal weather came, this reinforced concrete building would easily endure for decades. Even if abnormal weather comes, humanity won't go extinct. It will be very different, but we'll survive somehow. The team leader envisioned a future overwhelmed by abnormal weather. Survival would undoubtedly be challenging. Modern civilization would certainly collapse. However, even if civilization collapsed and the Earth was ruined, humanity wouldn't go extinct. They would revert to a primitive society, spread out in small groups, but they would survive. And if humanity didn't go extinct, neither would the Humanity Protection Company. As long as there are people, there will be the company. What is the company anyway? Protecting people from anomalies, that's the company. I will continue living as an employee, an investigator at Novel Bin at. I don't know about anything else. The team leader had accepted the impending doom and decided to remain an employee of the Humanity Protection Company, even in a broken world. The team leader gave a faint smile. Maybe it's because I'm getting old, but it's hard to try something new. I just want to live as I always have. Although, my hair is younger than yours. He ended with a joke, looking at Yin Wu, who had a troubled expression. Yin Wu's lips twitched, and he let his shoulders slump. Understood. The team leader stood up and patted Yin Wu's shoulder. Then, he gripped it tightly, leaving deep wrinkles in the suit with his thick fingers. I won't say anything more to you. When you're young, you should challenge yourself and try new things. And, as your team leader, I'll help you in any way I can. Yin Wu, who had been frowning in pain from the grip, brightened up. Then please help me with one thing. What, now? Yes. I need to go to the Anomaly Research Society, but it's hard to go alone. The team leader, a bit flustered, stepped back. He meant he would overlook things and cover for him when needed. Yin Wu quickly laid out the plan he had thought of all night. Can we go together under the pretext of an anomaly inspection? The team leader, with a reluctant expression, finally nodded. It would be unsightly to back out after just saying he'd help. Just as they were preparing to leave the office, the door burst open, and Ji-yu arrived. She tilted her head as soon as she entered. Where are you going? Oh, I'm going on a business trip with Yin Wu. Then I'll have to watch the office alone. She sounded somewhat happy. The team leader waved dismissively. Yeah, leave when you're done, tell them we went for an inspection if anyone calls, and clean up. Take out the trash and clear those cobwebs from the ceiling. Why the cobwebs? Spiders catch bugs for us. Oh, whatever. Do as you please. The team leader grabbed his car keys and left the office. Yin Wu, carrying a heavy bag on his shoulder, gave a short nod to Ji-yu before following him out. Their destination was the Anomaly Research Society. The Anomaly Research Society was located in a natural reserve on a plain, which meant driving for several hours. Vroom. The team leader's car sped down the highway. The team leader glanced at Yin Wu through the rearview mirror. Yin Wu was stroking his chin while looking at his phone, but whenever his hand moved to his head, he'd jerk it back down in surprise. Is your hair loss that bad? When the team leader asked, Yin Wu carefully touched his head. It's not bad right now. A lot has fallen out. It looks fine now, but I don't know what will happen. Yin Wu pushed his bangs up with his palm. His once thick hair seemed to have thinned. His forehead seemed to have receded a bit in an M shape. He turned on the phone camera in selfie mode and angled his head slightly. The team leader, wanting to make small talk during the long drive, continued the conversation. You haven't tried the dice. It's not obvious right now, and the risk scares me. Should I try it? Why are you asking me? You should decide for yourself. The team leader was taken aback. He didn't mean for Yin Wu to actually roll the dice. Who knows what could happen if it was a critical failure. Click. But Yin Wu took a selfie with his bangs pushed back and, after examining the photo closely, made up his mind. I need to roll it. What? If I leave it as it is, I'll eventually go bald anyway. It's the same whether I roll it now or later. Before the team leader could stop him, Yin Wu spoke to the dice in a determined voice. Dice. Resist hair loss. Roll. The team leader swallowed nervously, glancing at Yin Wu through the rearview mirror. Yin Wu waited for the result with determined eyes. Seconds felt like minutes, and the dice showed the result. Failure? Bang! A sound like a firecracker burst out. Yin Wu's hair exploded and scattered. He stared at the air with wide eyes. His hair was falling like petals. Oh, at Novel Bin at. What? Yin Wu and the team leader's lips trembled. They could barely form words. The team leader almost veered off his lane but managed to hold on to the steering wheel just in time. Yin Wu, your hair. Yin Wu's hands shook as he touched his thinning hair with one hand and looked at his phone camera with the other. His hair loss had rapidly advanced. White patches showed through his thinning hair. Dice. Yin Wu. Wait, calm down dash. Resist hair loss. Roll. Failure. Bang. His hair scattered like firecrackers again. Now, more scalp was visible than hair. Yin Wu's eyes rolled wildly. He had nothing left to lose. Dice. Resist hair loss. Until I succeed, keep going. His voice filled with madness, the dice seemed to tremble as it rolled. Roll. Success. Shoop dash. Black hair sprouted smoothly on his shiny scalp. The white patches filled in with black. It wasn't just that. His body felt lighter. The exhaustion from lack of sleep disappeared, and energy flowed through him. Yin Wu instinctively realized. The rainwater became a remedy. It wasn't hair loss he was resisting. It was the rainwater. As a result, the rainwater that caused hair loss worked oppositely, enhancing his stamina. And possibly, a slight increase in regenerative abilities. Yin Wu clenched and unclenched his fists. The feeling was different. What to call it? Vitality? Energy? A faint sense of power settled in his body. Haha. Yin Wu smiled, and the team leader sighed in relief. He focused on driving with a relaxed mind, turning the wheel as they exited the highway. Yin Wu, be careful with the dice, what if it was a critical failure? I'll be more careful next time. Yin Wu scratched his head confidently, looking at his knees, the car seat, and the floor. His hair was piled up as if it had been cut. I'll clean up the hair right away. You'd better. There's a box with bags and tissues, use those. As they cleaned up, they arrived at the plane. Yin Wu and the team leader took the employee-only road of the natural reserve and arrived at the building where the Anomaly Research Society was located. The Anomaly Research Society looked like a temporary military outpost. Inside the barbed wire fence were two elongated watchtower-like structures and a small concrete building. Buzz. A sound came from the speaker attached to the watchtower. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Please turn back. We're authorized personnel, idiot. The team leader, with a disdainful expression, approached the barbed wire gate and pressed the bell. The red light on the yellowed intercom lit up. Who is it? This is the team leader of the Anomaly investigation team. We're here for an inspection. Open the gate. What? The team leader rummaged through his pocket and pulled out an ID. He held the ID up to the intercom camera. The camera scanned the ID. He didn't wait for those few seconds. What are you hiding? Why are you so slow? Is this an anomaly? Are you being controlled by an anomaly? No, sir. We'll open it right away. Beep. Click. The barbed wire gate opened. The team leader strode in confidently, and Yin Wu followed naturally, nodding his head. If I had come alone, I wouldn't have gotten in. Without the team leader's authority for anomaly inspections, they wouldn't have been able to enter so easily. Inside the small concrete building, the employee who had spoken through the intercom came running. Sir, you've arrived. Where's the society president? Well, the employee wiped the sweat from his forehead. As soon as he informed the president about the visit, the president had said, "Why is that person here? What's he going to overturn this time? I don't even want to see his face. If he asks for me, say I'm not here." Words he couldn't directly relay. He's sick and on sick leave, resting at home. Are you sure? Are you lying because he doesn't want to see me? No. Go down and see for yourself. He's really not here. The employee moved quickly, guiding the team leader and Yin Wu to the elevator. He inserted his ID card like a key, and the elevator doors opened. Where would you like to start? The buttons went down to the third basement level. Without looking at Yin Wu, the team leader spoke as if in passing. Let's check out all the floors from the first basement level. Yin Wu needed to see the north wind and sun, but there was no need to reveal that. Ding dash. The elevator doors opened on the first basement level. Beyond the doors was a large space lined with insulation, where blue snakes roamed freely. They climbed steel bars, coiled themselves up, or slithered around. The employee spoke. This is the first basement level, the blue lightning snake breeding ground. All the snakes used in the taser guns by the Korean branch are raised and trained here. Just then, an employee in black appeared and rang a bell. Time to eat dash. At his shout, the lightning snakes surged like a blue wave toward one wall. Each snake placed its head on the numerous hanging electric wires, feeding on the electricity matched to the taser gun's output. The team leader waved his hand dismissively. There was no need to see more. Second floor. Yes. The elevator doors closed and then opened a moment later. Yin Wu's mouth fell open in awe. Wow. It was a world like a scene from a fairy tale. Whatever technology they used, it felt like they had moved to another dimension. High sky and clouds. Green grass swaying in the wind. On the ground, cloud-like cats lazily wagged their tails, and various strange creatures roamed the fields. Most overwhelming of all was the gold dragon sitting in the center of the field. With an elegant posture and a raised head, the gold dragon conversed with one of the employees, its voice resonating powerfully. The gold dragon is the finest of all dragons, the wisest among dragons in the entire universe. As Yin Wu and the team leader blinked in surprise, the employee guiding them sighed. There he goes again. This is the second basement level, the anomalous entity's containment zone. Oh, let's take a look. The team leader's eyes sparkled as he stepped out of the elevator. The employee and Yin Wu followed him into the field. Meanwhile, the dragon continued to shout loudly. The red dragon is trash, no better than a beast that can't even control its instincts. The green dragon isn't worthy of being called a dragon. The black dragon. The dragon stopped speaking. It turned its golden head slightly, looking at the new visitors. Its eyes, filled with unfathomable wisdom, looked down on the humans. Ah, foolish mortals. Have you come to seek my wisdom? One was an employee here, the older man was also a proper employee, and the other was. Arg. The dragon closed its eyes and bit its tongue. It frantically wiped its eyes with its short forelimbs. Dreadful, get him out of here. He's wrapped in disaster. And he's come with ill intentions? Quickly, get him out. Silence. The guiding employee slowly moved back, his hand inching towards the emergency button, and the team leader closed his eyes. Yin Wu looked embarrassed. He spoke to the employee. It's probably because of my constitution dash. But before Yin Wu could finish speaking, the gold dragon spread its wings wide, creating a gust of wind as it took off. If you don't leave, I will. Where the whirlwind passed. The employee pressed the emergency button. Tip where the dragon had flown off. Amidst the strong wind that ruffled their hair and clothes, the employee thought. That dragon may be a bit off in the head, but it never lies. Despite discriminating by scale color, it was an anomaly that only hated other dragons. It liked to teach humans, calling them the burden of dragons, and was thus friendly to the company. Therefore, the employee believed the dragon's words. A disaster that had come with ill intentions. Without hesitation, he pressed the red emergency button firmly with his thumb. Investigation team leader. Investigator. I've sent an emergency signal. Stay still if you don't want to be shot by the security team. We'll release you after the investigation. His eyes were sharp, a stark contrast to his previously subservient demeanor. Yin Wu let out a bitter laugh. The energy he gained from the rainwater seemed to drain away. How did things go so wrong? They had managed to get this far inside, only to be exposed by a racist dragon. He hadn't seen it coming at all. This company's security measures were truly strange. Eventually, Yin Wu gave up and squatted down in place. Somehow, I'll manage the aftermath. I haven't actually caused any trouble. I have connections in the intelligence department. Yin Wu gestured towards a cloud cat that had approached. The cat, made of pitch-black storm clouds, slowly wagged its tail and came closer. When Yin Wu petted the fluffy body, the cloud cat let out a small thunderous purr. Rumble. His hand, stroking the moist body, became damp. As Yin Wu carefully squeezed the cloud cat, water flowed down like rain. The cloud, having shed its water, turned gray. While Yin Wu was playing with the cat, the team leader quietly stared at the spot where the dragon had been, then slowly turned his head to glare at the employee. Are you out of your mind? His eyes were steely, his voice heavy. The employee was about to speak, showing the emergency button, but the team leader reached out, grabbed the employee by the collar, and yanked him forward. Because the team leader was a bit short, the employee's head was pulled down. Frightened by the menacing atmosphere, the cat ran away. Yin Wu stood up and hurried over to the team leader. Team leader. His steps stopped. He wanted to say it was okay, that there was no need to go this far, but the look in the team leader's eyes was alarming. The team leader shook the confused employee's collar back and forth. The employee's head bobbed weakly. What the hell are you doing? Who are you? A lackey? You pressed the emergency button just because an anomaly said something? If it tells you to die, will you die? If it tells you to release someone, will you do it? If it tells you to kill someone, will you? That's not . The employee, flustered, stubbornly shut his mouth. Then, he swatted away the team leader's hand and said, that dragon is classified as green. It's a friendly entity. There's no reason not to trust it. *T. You trust anomalies. You've got anomalies under you, too. Parent detector. My guys are human. And I'm the leader of the investigation team. The team leader snorted and pulled a button from his pocket. The employee's eyes widened in shock when he saw it. It was the button to call the extermination team. During an anomaly inspection, if the department was deemed to be under anomaly control, it was used to request suppression or destruction of the department, a notoriously dreaded button. Click. The button was pressed. The team leader grinned fiercely. Let's see how this turns out. Yin Wu's business was now secondary. The team leader decided to thoroughly inspect the Anomaly Research Society, remaining true to his original job. A society that lived with cute, beautiful, and grand anomalies, but had become mentally lax. The employee gaped, then clenched his teeth. Go ahead. Let's see who's at fault. Ahem. At that point, Yin Wu intervened. His eyes sparkled as he subtly suggested to the team leader. Let's continue the inspection. We don't know what else might be hidden. A suggestion to move in search of the north wind and sun. The team leader wore a momentarily ambiguous expression, glanced at Yin Wu, and then turned to speak. Now, with the emergency button pressed, everything is probably contained. The elevator must be shut down too. We should wait until the extermination team arrives and then thoroughly search every corner. It would be impossible for 2 investigators to search the department without the extermination team. They couldn't fight the armed security team. But Yin Wu calmly shook his head. The justification is on our side. And as for the containment, Yin Wu dug through his heavy bag while looking at the employee. The bag bulged and squirmed with his movements. Not the mini chainsaw, not the hammer, not the drill, not the cutter, not the blowtorch, not the stun gun, not the handgun. Found it. Out of the bag emerged a hand holding a water gun. Yin Wu pointed the water gun at the employee's head. The employee wore a confused expression, as if wondering what Yin Wu intended to do with a water gun. Yin Wu explained. It's filled with a hair loss drug. Medication for treating hair loss? I don't have hair loss. It causes hair loss. Cooperate if you don't want to go bald. Why would that be a medication? The water gun moved closer. The employee's face turned pale. He looked at the bag with trembling eyes. What are you carrying around? Will you cooperate or not? The water gun grazed his forehead and pressed against his crown. The employee closed his eyes tightly, his face changing expressions rapidly as he thought. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. I'll cooperate? At novel bin at. The employee changed his attitude and guided them to a place in the field. The second basement level is a sort of pocket dimension created with the company's core technology. Naturally, both the elevator and the emergency exit are spatial transport device. The team leader stumped along, barely listening, while Yin Wu tilted his head in curiosity. Is this technology used in the Ark or the last shelters? With such thoughts, they arrived at a door standing alone in the middle of the field. The dark wooden door was firmly in place, covered in dust. The employee stood in front of the door. This door leads to the third basement level. What's on the third basement level? Yin Wu reached out for the rusty doorknob but stopped to ask. The employee answered nonchalantly. There are unrealistic creatures. Are they dangerous? Is there any anomaly that isn't dangerous? Electric snakes, blue flames, cloud cats. They all look cute, but actually dash. Instead of answering directly, the employee circled around. Swish. Yin Wu frowned and aimed the water gun. He lightly pulled the trigger. Rainwater dripped from the tip. Yin Wu silently pressured the employee with his gaze. The employee looked at Yin Wu with a stiff face and then spoke. Third basement level. Red zone. It's where we contain unrealistic creatures with a hostility rating of red or orange. Of course, it's dangerous. With that, Yin Wu gave a brief nod. You open the door and go in first dash. Enough, why are you so scared? The team leader stepped forward, grabbed the doorknob, and turned it. The rusty latch screamed as the door opened. The three of them looked through the widening gap. The door opened. Beyond the door was another world. A gloomy corridor lit by red lights. A hallway made of black painted steel. Countless doors densely packed along the long corridor, resembling a research facility. He didn't want to take a step inside, but the team leader crossed the threshold without hesitation. Emergency containment's been activated anyway. Yin Wu hesitated, then prodded the employee with the water gun. The employee cautiously followed the team leader, and Yin Wu was the last to cross the door. Thus, they arrived at the third basement level, the red zone. Yin Wu rolled his eyes, taking in his surroundings. A long, wide hallway with steel doors lined up on either side. On each steel door, there were unrecognizable characters. They looked like passwords, QJF20, SCN20 Alpha21. The font and size were all the same, with no distinguishing marks. There was no way to predict what lay beyond each door. The employee spoke. I don't know what's in here. I don't know how to open the emergency containment either. While Yin Wu squinted, deep in thought. Creak. The sound of a door opening echoed. Both the employee and Yin Wu quickly turned their heads. At the end of their gaze was the team leader. Frowning, the team leader had opened one of the doors. These bastards. They didn't even do the emergency containment? No, this wasn't even contained in the first place. A room supposedly containing a red or orange level anomaly opened just by turning the doorknob. The team leader muttered softly. Maybe they are being controlled by an anomaly. That can't be. The employee frantically pulled out the emergency button, pressing it repeatedly. Nothing changed. It was unclear whether the emergency containment had already ended or if the containment protocol had been ignored entirely. Even under the red lighting, the employee's face turned pale. I thought it was fine to guide them because the emergency containment was over. But thinking about it, if the emergency containment had ended, they should have been able to use the emergency exit. Something was seriously wrong. The same thought flashed through all three of their minds. A chill ran down their spines. Goosebumps rose on their skin. In the blood-red light, they fell silent. Forget the north wind and Sunday. Yin Wu made a snap decision. To hell with the mission in this situation. Survival comes first. His heart pounded, rapidly circulating blood to deliver oxygen to his brain and muscles. A faint surge of vitality brought Yin Wu to peak condition. Team leader. Should we escape to the second floor? No, let's get out of here entirely. Wait. There's something over there. The team leader peered through the gap of the door Yin Wu had opened. Inside the room labeled SCN20 stood a single tree. A conifer trimmed into a conical shape, like a Christmas tree. Behind the densely packed, pointed leaves, something lurked. He couldn't make it out clearly, but through gaps in the foliage, he glimpsed something. The longer he stared, the more captivating it became, writhing behind the tree. The team leader leaned in closer, pressing his face to the door gap for a better look. As his forehead pushed against the cold steel, his head about to enter the containment room. Team leader. Yin Wu grabbed the team leader's collar and yanked him back. His shirt rode up, choking him as he fell. Gak. The team leader let out a strangled cry as he toppled over. He looked up at Yin Wu, dazed. Yin Wu squeezed his eyes shut and felt around for the doorknob. The team leader's reaction suggested visual contact might be dangerous. Slam. He shut the containment room door. After counting 10 more seconds, Yin Wu opened his eyes. Team leader, you okay? Yeah. The team leader mumbled weakly. The image wouldn't leave his mind. The conical conifer. Something lurking beyond it. He had to see what it was, quickly. Slap. The sound of a hard slap rang out. He'd hit himself with full force. The team leader licked blood from his split lip, then sprang to his feet. *T. I'm AF*ing idiot. He'd let his guard down. Thought the emergency containment procedure was over, tried opening it as a test, but that itself was a mistake. He needed to act like an investigator. This place was a danger zone crawling with anomalies. The team leader and Yin Wu locked eyes, recognizing they'd both heightened their vigilance. They nodded briefly without speaking. Survival instincts on high alert, the two investigators turned their heads in unison towards the escape route. Rattle rattle. Why won't this? The employee clutched the wooden door, shaking it. It must have locked in the meantime, the emergency exit no longer worked. Trapped in the red zone on B3? Yeah, we're F***ed. The team leader took out his phone to call the extermination team, while Yin Wu put away his water gun and drew his pistol. The team leader shook his head as he pocketed his phone. Communications are down. Not sure if it's because we're underground or if there's a problem here. Did the extermination team alert button work? That should be fine. It may seem like a simple button, but it's a complex mechanism. It'll send a signal no matter what. How long until they get here? As Yin Wu checked his gun, the team leader pulled out the pistol Yin Wu had gifted him earlier and flicked off the safety. First response team within 30 minutes. If they die or lose contact, 2 hours for the specialized response team to gear up and deploy. So we're looking at 2 hours. That's right. They openly prepared for this. They were ready to fight with or without the extermination team. The investigators were willing to do whatever it took to survive. The two, armed with pistols, walked towards the employee slumped in front of the door. Their shadows fell over him as he clung to the doorknob. Backlit by the red lights, the team leader spoke. If you don't want to die pathetically here, tell us everything you know. I don't know anything. The employee sniffled, his hands trembling. Yin Wu nudged him aside with his foot and placed his palm on the door. What you know about this society, anything suspicious you've noticed, any strange occurrences. Spill it all. I'm just a low-level employee. I really don't know anything. While listening to the team leader and employee's conversation, Yin Wu closed his eyes and summoned his dice. The first thing to test in this situation. I want to use this door. Is it possible? The die leapt up. And then, failure? Crack screech. The rusted hinges suddenly shattered, and the door fell backwards. It crumbled to dust with a puff. The spatial transport device was now junk. The employee and team leader stopped mid-conversation, looking bewildered between the broken door and Yin Wu. Yin Wu scratched his head. I failed. It's fine. We couldn't use that door anyway. The two investigators assessed the situation coolly. The door was locked and unusable. Success would have been nice, but failure changed nothing. The employee dazedly fingered the broken door before speaking again, his voice gloomy. I'm not sure about anything suspicious, but the higher UPS have been acting strange lately. I'm in charge of the main entrance, you see. Even small clues were important. Yin Wu and the team leader listened intently. For some reason, the executives have been coming in early and leaving late recently. Sometimes they even stay overnight. And they seemed really happy about it. That's not normal when you're working so much, is it? The team leader frowned. Were they really under some kind of mind control? How do you resist anomalies that mess with your mind? When Yin Wu asked, the team leader answered with actions. He bit down on his split lip. Crunch, his canine tore into the flesh. A chunk came off, and blood welled up. The taste of iron filled his mouth. Weak ones can be resisted with strong willpower and pain. You have your dice too. What if it's too strong to block? How can we block it without specialized response equipment? Avoiding it entirely is the best option. The team leader nudged the employee with his toe. Let's find the elevator first. And the emergency exit. Is this the only one? There should be at least 2 or 3 more. This is the only one I know of. I don't know where the elevator is either. The team leader shook his head and started walking down one side of the corridor. The employee scrambled to his feet and hurried after him. Yin Wu sharpened his senses before following at the rear. Dash. Dash. They walked down the steel corridor under red lights. Containment rooms densely lined both sides. Each door as dangerous as an explosive, they moved forward cautiously, unable to let their guard down. After passing several doors like this, the team leader adjusted his grip on his gun. I can't see the end. Did we go the wrong way? At least we're not going in circles. These are all different containment rooms. Yin Wu spoke while looking at the cryptic letters written on each room. He'd memorized a few as they passed, and none were repeats. New containment rooms, unfamiliar identification numbers each time. Proof they were moving forward. Which made it all the more strange. Is it normal for things to be this quiet when containment's been breached? Anomalies wouldn't stay docile with the doors open. An eerie calm, like standing in the eye of a typhoon. The team leader hesitated, then stopped walking. If some powerful anomaly were controlling all the others, it could be like this. What danger level would that be? At least 5. Probably 6. Terrifying to even imagine. Yin Wu shuddered silently. A hostile anomaly on PAR with the extinction defense device. Broken clock? He didn't want to encounter it, let alone exist in the same world at novel bin at. As he rubbed his goosebump-covered skin, the employee beside him shook his head rapidly. We don't contain anomalies like that here. You don't store sparks next to a powder keg. Do you know how many anomalous entities are here? That's impossible to say. The team leader spoke as he quickened his pace. As the footsteps of the 3 echoed through the silent corridor, his voice continued. Anyway, our top priority is getting out of here. His voice cut off. The 3 pairs of feet stopped. They stood side by side, staring at the end of the corridor. Creak. A golden door opened as if on cue, like it had been waiting for their arrival. Brilliant white light poured out from beyond. A dark human silhouette was visible in the white glow. A person emerged from the door. The employee's eyes widened as he muttered, "Director." As the man, who looked about the same age as the team leader, opened his mouth with an uncomfortable expression. Click. 2 gun barrels pointed at the director. They shouted simultaneously, "Don't move. We'll shoot." Such tempers. Can't you do something about that fiery disposition? How could you call the extermination team right away just because you're pissed off? The director clicked his tongue nonchalantly, even with guns aimed at him. Then he turned, fully exposing his back. "Come in. He is waiting." They couldn't bring themselves to pull the triggers. As the 2 investigators stood rigid, gripped by an ominous instinct, The employee's face lit up with hope as he rushed towards the wide-open golden door. Director. Seeing his workplace superior at ease must have made him think he was saved. He vanished into the brilliant white light without hesitation. But the two investigators only gripped their guns tighter. I don't see a way to escape. And I've no idea what's enthralled that guy. Let's confront it head-on. If all else fails, I'll roll the dice. What will you roll for? A cold light gleamed in Yin Wu's eyes. He recalled the accidents he'd experienced. And the idea he just had. Accident occurrence, dimensional travel, time stop, anomaly control. Control isn't as grand as it sounds. In fact, it was simpler and easier than the others. If he succeeded at a lie detection roll, the target would believe him. If he succeeded at a persuasion roll, the target would change their mind. The team leader was aghast. His tension suddenly gone, he gaped at Yin Wu. That works. The risks are high, but I think it's possible. Better than dying or being controlled, isn't it? You're right about that? They fell silent for a moment, then slowly moved into the light. Beyond the light was a temple. An altar enshrining the Anomaly Research Society's anomalies, with the society's high-ranking staff lined up reverently before it. They parted to open a path to the altar. Atop the altar were 5 anomalies. Their breath caught in their throats. Rai, hey guys. So, I've decided to slowly go back through all the chapters to retranslate some names and terms to make it more obvious plus add some kind of naming structure. Not really important, but it'll help for the future chapters to have a better system. So for this chapter, unrealistic creatures - anomalous entities. Unrealistic creatures is actually correct, but it sounds a little different in English. I've changed to anomalous entities to make it easier / obvious as a reader. Topological transport device - spatial transport device. Toggle new ads. 1/5 enjoy the chappy? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-Fi. Click here. Yin Wu stumbled, his heart racing as if he'd just sprinted a marathon. A dizzying sense of danger overwhelmed him. Even in this pristine white sanctuary, the world seemed to bleed red with peril. A voice echoed in his mind. Come forward. He took a step without thinking, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Then, in an instant, ugh! Yin Wu bit his tongue hard. Blood gushed out, staining his throat crimson. The searing pain blurred the line between life and death. He spat out the severed flesh and crushed it underfoot, then slowly raised his head. His eyes, distorted by the pain in his brain and some strange compelling force, looked ahead. The employee and team leader were already several steps away, their backs to Yin Wu. He wiped the blood from his mouth with his gun hand, then raised it toward the ceiling. His hand shook violently from the pain. But he had no trouble pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots echoed in quick succession. The employee seemed not to hear, stumbling forward, but the team leader suddenly shuddered. FFF*CK, he stammered. Whack. He struck his face hard with his fist. Once, twice, 3 times. His face swollen, the team leader spat out a tooth and muttered, damn it all. Do you know how much teeth cost? He looked around with bloodshot eyes. The high-ranking employees lined up in the sanctuary stood silently watching the altar, as if they hadn't heard a thing. Yin Wu was in bad shape. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth was still bleeding. In this state, he turned his gaze to the altar. 5 anomalies stood atop the high altar, arranged in a shape. At the outer edges were a primitive-looking being, as if a monkey and human had been merged then split, and a large cockroach waving its antennae. Inside them were the gold dragon he'd seen on the second basement floor and a floating parchment. The north wind and sun. Finally, Yin Wu looked at the anomaly standing in the center. A tree person. It was a large tree, ancient-looking. Its arms were made of branches, its legs of roots. A kind old man's face was set into the trunk. It smiled benevolently. Excellent, it said. Yin Wu felt a surge of joy at the praise. An indescribable happiness. As his face began to relax into a smile, he coughed up blood and snapped back to reality. F***ck this, he slurred, his severed tongue making speech difficult. But he ignored it. Action was what mattered now. He moved the gun, ready to fire and empty the entire magazine. But something sensed his intentions and moved first. Foolish mortal, a voice said. Ting, ting. The gold dragon's tail lashed out. Bullets ricocheted off its golden scales, leaving scratches on the sanctuary floor, pillars, and ceiling. Click, click. The magazine was empty. Yin Wu tossed the gun aside and reached into his bag. His fingers brushed past various tools before stopping on the water gun. He hesitated, then pulled it out, muttering a curse. Damn it. Nothing useful. Too many anomalies, and even more people. He considered using the torch to set a fire, but the sanctuary was made of marble. The chainsaw or hammer would be useless against the society employees. In the end, he had only 2 options. Either spray myself with the rainwater to try for an enhancement, or keep rolling the dice. He pointed the water gun at his head. After a moment's thought, he rubbed his bloodied tongue against the roof of his mouth. Pain shot from the root of his tongue to his brain. I'll try everything I can. He decided to start with the dice, attempting persuasion. Stop, the tree person said. We mean you no harm. Yin Wu's thoughts froze. His eyes glazed over until the pain jolted him back to his senses. He twisted his lips into a grimace. Oh yeah? Then how about you stop this mind control crap first? We can't exactly talk like this, can we? The dice clattered. Failure? The tree person rustled its leaves. The sound rolled in like waves, and a gentle mental pressure enveloped Yin Wu's mind. That won't do, it said. You're far too dangerous. Besides, my control is weak. You can resist it with pain alone. Yin Wu laughed bitterly. Weak? While controlling an entire department and commanding other anomalies. What nonsense. The tree person seemed to read his thoughts. I'm not controlling them, it said. I merely showed them the future and promised them salvation. Future and salvation. Yin Wu could guess what that meant. He felt a twinge of boredom. Wasn't this just another rehash of the same old story? Some vague talk about climate anomalies threatening Earth, the need to defeat them, and preparing to survive. I know all that, he said. But I'm not about to become your slave when there are other No, the tree person interrupted. You don't know. You must join us. Just then, the society director stepped forward. He turned to face Yin Wu, his back to the altar and the anomalies. You don't know the future, he said grimly. Boolsh *T. I know plenty, the team leader retorted. He strode up to the director and grabbed his collar, glaring at him nose to nose. Climate anomalies, preservation plans. But that doesn't mean we bow down to these freaks, does it? You crazy bastard. You call yourself a company man. A company, the director murmured. He stared at the team leader with dark eyes, then turned slightly to look at Yin Wu. Their eyes met despite the distance. The company will fail, he said quietly. What? The team leader's voice was filled with disbelief. The director shook off his hand, then bowed to the tree person on the altar. Oh prophet, he said. Show them the future. The future after climate anomalies strike and the company abandons Earth. It shall be done, the tree person replied. A strange hissing filled the air, though not a breath of wind stirred in the sanctuary. As the tree person shook its branches, Yin Wu heard the sound of rushing water. A wave of mental energy washed over him. Behold the future, the tree person intoned. Everything went black. The world had changed. Yin Wu found himself standing atop the rubble of a collapsed building. He instinctively reached for a weapon, but he was wearing only a suit with no equipment. A voice rang out. Look to the sky. Yin Wu tilted his head back. His mouth fell open in shock. That's. The Milky Way stretched across the daytime sky. A swarm of twinkling stars streaked rapidly overhead, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The tree person's voice continued. The graveyard of humanity's fallen hopes. What do you mean? Yin Wu asked. It's space debris, the voice explained. When climate anomalies struck, governments launched refugee ships into space. One ship collided with debris, triggering a chain reaction. All satellites, space stations, and refugee ships were destroyed. The sky is now sealed off. Suddenly, the sky turned blood red. A massive chunk of steel hurtled towards Yin Wu, its long tail blazing. The wreckage of a spaceship filled the sky. Through the flames, he caught a glimpse of the word hope on its side. There was no time to dodge, no way to escape. A massive shockwave erupted, and the ground beneath him buckled. As Yin Wu instinctively curled up, the world shifted again. He slowly lowered his arms from his face. He had regained his composure now. It's just an illusion, he reminded himself. Yin Wu calmly surveyed his new surroundings. Where am I now? He wondered aloud. He was floating high above an unfamiliar mountain range. Looking down, he saw a strange sight. A perfectly rectangular cliff cut across the mountains. It was so deep that darkness pooled at its bottom, impossible to see. It looked as if a giant eraser had made a single stroke across the landscape. Earth's final shelter, the voice said. Yin Wu's eyebrows twitched. This is supposed to be our last hope. A powerful doomsday cultist erased it, the voice explained. Claiming humanity must go extinct. Yin Wu examined the scarred mountains with a hollow expression. In this world, humans no longer existed. Instead, the primitive beings and giant cockroaches he'd seen at the altar now swarmed the mountains. The next intelligent species after humanity, the voice said. But sadly, they won't become Earth's dominant species. The sky is sealed, and the planet's resources are depleted. And the scene changed once more. This time, Yin Wu found himself on a vast plain. Two enormous blue portals soared into the sky, seeming to pierce the heavens themselves. What is this? He asked. One-way portals connected to two migration sites, the voice replied. Or more accurately, lids for trash cans. The portals rippled. Massive, grotesque monsters poured out, raising their heads to roar at the sky before hurling themselves back at the portals. But they simply passed through like ghosts, unable to return. The company can't maintain migration sites with just 1 million people, the voice continued. They can't handle the anomalies. So these portals are lids for trash cans. They dump unmanageable anomalies here, using Earth as their dumping ground. With each shift of the world, another hope was extinguished. Yin Wu felt as if reality itself was crumbling around him. His heart sank. His hands trembled as he asked urgently, what about the Mars base? The Ark. The Mars base was destroyed by resource depletion and civil war, the voice answered. With the sky sealed, they lost hope of returning to Earth. Unable to receive enough supplies, they fought amongst themselves until all perished. And the Ark? It's in hibernation, waiting for Earth to recover. But will Earth ever recover? Suddenly, Yin Wu's view shot upwards. He rocketed high into the sky. The portals shrank to pinpricks, then the plains, then Earth itself. Space debris orbited the planet like Saturn's rings. A frozen corpse drifted by in the cold vacuum. Yin Wu looked at the body, then down at Earth. It was as clear as if seen through a telescope. Blue oceans and green continents, all covered by countless anomalies. This future Earth was no longer the planet of humans. It had become the domain of anomalies. What about me? Yin Wu asked quietly. What happened to me in all this? The tree person paused, momentarily flustered, before slowly projecting a mental wave. You rejected us and left. And since the world's come to this, you must be dead. Show me the body then. I needed to find out where and how he died while I had the chance. At Yin Wu's firm voice, the tree person slowly changed the world. Then it spoke, sounding confused. He's alive. The world changed in an instant. A secluded mountain cabin somewhere. Warm sunlight shone down, birds chirping in the gentle breeze. Future Yin Wu, dozing in a rocking chair in front of the cabin, slowly opened his eyes, sensing something strange. Ugh. Wearing fluffy pajamas, he rubbed his eyes. His hair was messy and his beard neatly trimmed. The pupils clearly reflecting dye suddenly fixed on present Yin Wu, then lazily gazed into space. This is Dash. The tree person spoke urgently. You've seen enough, now go back Dash. What the hell are you doing? A low voice. Somewhat slurred pronunciation. Future Yin Wu stretched out his hand. A gesture as if measuring countless threads. Simultaneously, the dice in his pupils rolled. As he clenched his fist, the dice stopped abruptly. Success? No. With the tree person's cry came the sensation of a string snapping. Just as Yin Wu, swallowing hard, began to fade away. Future Yin Wu opened his hand again, then made a fist. The dice in his pupils rolled. Success? Yin Wu, who had been fading, returned. He was transported in front of future Yin Wu. Captured in the future, breaking through low odds. Yin Wu stepped back cautiously, wary of his future self. He couldn't let his guard down just because it was the same person. Hadn't he seen the demon of sloth? If it posed a threat to survival, he'd kill even another version of himself without hesitation. His mouth went dry. His body tensed. Future Yin Wu glanced at him, then slowly rose. He turned and opened the cabin door, disappearing inside. A voice came from beyond the door. Come in. Yes. Yin Wu entered the cabin politely. His legs trembled as they stepped on the wooden floor. What the hell is this? He was clearly a superior version of his current self. Whatever he did with the dice was visible in his eyes, and he seemed to control the results too. If he decided to kill him, he'd be dead in an instant. Yin Wu carefully closed the cabin door with both hands, then reluctantly made his way to the living room table. Future Yin Wu sat in a chair and gestured to the chair across the table. Sit. Yes. Yin Wu sat down, placing both hands on his knees. As he looked at Future Yin Wu with trembling eyes, Future Yin Wu poured water from the kettle on the table and took a sip. I don't know how long it's been since I've had a conversation. So, where are you from? The past? A parallel world. The past, I think. The tree person in the Anomaly Research Society said it would show the future, and here I am. That time. Good. Future Yin Wu nodded slightly. He stared at the water in the wooden cup for a moment, looking at his reflection. An uncomfortable silence fell. Yin Wu fidgeted, moving his hands from his knees to the table, then spoke. I was wondering why you kept me here. Listen. Yes. Future Yin Wu spoke slowly. At that point, you were probably focused on survival. The company too. Yes. That's not right. Pardon. Yin Wu raised his head. Despite his fear of the other, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. He doubted if this was really himself. Future Yin Wu leaned back in his chair, looking at the cabin ceiling. Shadows fell across his face. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. His past self, the journey he'd been through, the accidents he'd experienced, and consequently, the things he'd lost. Future Yin Wu muttered as if to himself. I experienced it all firsthand. The extreme weather, the company's failure, the evacuation ships, the final shelter, the migration site. Scenes that still come to mind when he closes his eyes. Moments that occasionally appear in nightmares. The evacuation ship he boarded. The dice he rolled to prevent a collision resulted in a critical failure, entangling nearby satellites and other ships. The dominoes fell. He made them fall. All the evacuation ships exploded simultaneously, becoming space debris. The day he infiltrated the final shelter, half his body vanished at the gesture of a doomsday cultist. The day he reached the migration site, he fled immediately in the face of the anomalous army scaling the walls. Well, you survived anyway, didn't you? At this clumsy attempt at consolation, Future Yin Wu opened his eyes and looked at present Yin Wu. I survived. By becoming one with the dice, digesting all the rainwater, collecting and controlling countless other anomalies, incorporating them into my body. I've reached about danger level 6 or 7. Goosebumps rose on Yin Wu's skin. Half from fear of such a dangerous being before him, half from amazement that he could reach that level. But there was no joy on Future Yin Wu's face, despite having the power to survive any situation. But that's all. I'm just alive. Future Yin Wu met Yin Wu's eyes. His eyes sank wetly. Eyes closer to an anomaly than a human. Yin Wu lowered his gaze, cowed, waiting for Future Yin Wu to speak. Future Yin Wu said with a hint of mockery. Everyone else is dead. He spread his fingers wide, then folded them one by one. With each finger, a memory was folded away. Family, the investigation team leader, Senior GU, the kid, my company friends, the clock repairman, the allies I personally recruited, other friends. While I sought only my own survival, they all died. A stone settled in Yin Wu's heart. His chest tightened, and he couldn't bring himself to speak. Future Yin Wu said. The reason I didn't cooperate with the tree person was because I didn't want to live as a slave with my mind controlled. But, am I living like a human now? Future Yin Wu, who had become a top-tier anomaly living alone in a world where humanity was extinct, sneered at novel bin at. Survival alone isn't the issue. I should have thought about the world after survival. There's no meaning in a world where only I survive. So, Future Yin Wu looked at Yin Wu. Over the pupils reflecting dice, Yin Wu's image overlapped. Go back and change the future. Don't focus solely on survival, think about defeating the extreme weather. That's how you can live like a human. Yin Wu closed his mouth. He felt some sympathy, but also a lot of resistance. Finally, in a small voice, he said, but I don't know how to stop the extreme weather. And I can't just roll the dice recklessly, can I? Seeing Yin Wu like this, Future Yin Wu nodded. This was indeed his past self. He knew those thoughts well. You were planning to roll when the risk became too great, when the point of no return came, right? Yes. This is the result of that postponement. The world's going to end anyway. Just roll it. No. Yin Wu opened his mouth. Are you saying to gamble with the fate of the Earth? Sure, it's not wrong, but why not just tell me the cause and solution to the extreme weather? Future Yin Wu smirked. More precisely, try various things, but definitely roll before the extreme weather hits. Once it starts, it's over. Could you explain those various things in more detail? I've only found the north wind and sun so far. The conversational atmosphere wasn't bad, so Yin Wu asked casually. Future Yin Wu tapped his fingers on the table. With each tap, thoughts long buried bubbled up like spring water. I have some ideas. Methods to defeat the extreme weather that he once pondered every night before sleep. The north wind and sun, demon of Malthus, Surtur's sword, the butterfly effect, biblical plagues. Countless anomalies flowed endlessly from Future Yin Wu's mouth. Entities contributing to the extreme weather, entities that could prevent it, entities known to the company, entities unknown to the company. Yin Wu etched each word into his mind, his face turning pale. The number was excessive. Moreover, their locations were spread across the world. Just handle these. Use them, persuade them, or destroy them. Judge based on the situation. After a long while, Future Yin Wu finished speaking, and Yin Wu said, isn't that too much? Almost all of them are overseas. How am I supposed to do this? So you won't do it. Future Yin Wu stretched out his finger, pointing at the cabin window, then at himself. If you're going to survive anyway, you should live well in the city. Eat hamburgers, drink coffee, use smartphones, use computers. I understand. There must be a way. Yin Wu silently mouthed, etching the list of anomalies his future self had mentioned into his brain. Future Yin Wu added some advice. By that time, you'll be more than capable. I had greater abilities than I thought, but I didn't use them well. For example, Yin Wu let down his guard and openly asked for guidance. You yourself are a small company. Use the extermination company as a strike force. Use the management company as an intelligence department, and use the clock repairman or hostile groups as informants or subcontractors. The alliances Yin Wu had formed were more powerful than he realized. In the end, they're all people who couldn't abandon Earth. With the same ultimate goal, they won't refuse the answer I've given. Only then did Yin Wu raise his head straight. A light of realization shone in his eyes. He now understood the value of this information. His voice thundered out. With this, I can unite not just the company factions, but even the hostile groups. I hadn't thought that far. Future Yin Wu hesitated. Having lived alone in a desolate world for so long, he couldn't see the bigger picture. He had just thought of telling his past self to use other people. But the current Yin Wu, who was actively meeting people and forming alliances, was different. It's possible? This is more than enough. This wasn't just information or a goal. It was a flag, a lighthouse, a clear path to an ideal future. A light to draw in all humans searching for a way in the darkness. A faint hope became vividly real. Terms I've changed. Great failure - critical failure. This one is thanks to a D&D YouTube short. Realized it was meant to be critical, not great. Strike Force - Strike Company. This is from C22 and C23. No idea if they will show up again. This is different from the Strike Force mentioned in this chapter. Toggle new ads. 3/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-Fi. Click here. Li Yin Wu could barely contain his excitement. His face flushed red as he sprang up, pacing restlessly. A vivid plan materialized in his mind. The best way is, no, another, better, safer for me - Future Yin Wu watched his past self mutter. Then he slowly opened his hand. The dice in his eyes began to roll. Clatter. Time for you to go now. Success? Huh? Oh, thanks for telling me, but, Yin Wu's body began to fade. Translucent like a ghost, he desperately reached out and shouted before vanishing completely. How do I control the dice results - Die once. Roll for resurrection just before your last breath. If you get a critical success then, you'll become one with the dice. What? No, then at least some other tip - The other was his future self, surely full of hard-earned wisdom from countless experiences. And if he went back now, he'd have to face the tree person. He desperately needed even the smallest hint. As Yin Wu begged earnestly, casting aside all pride, future Yin Wu looked somewhat bewildered, then gestured casually as if annoyed. Ugh. Fine, go. Following his gesture, probabilities shifted, and something formed in Yin Wu's mind. Before he could identify it, his world changed. He returned to reality, to the underground shrine of the Anomaly Research Society. His head spun and his vision blurred. He vaguely sensed a mental wave mixed with fear and anger. Kill that bastard? Danger. His vision cleared. The tree person, now shedding leaves, stretched its gaunt branches with a twisted face, while the society staff surrounded Yin Wu with uncertain expressions. Staff densely encircled him. One by one, they drew weapons. Taser guns, knives, pistols, batons, and more. Faced with numerous weapons aimed at him, Yin Wu took deep breaths and checked what he'd received from future Yin Wu. A small ticket appeared in his mind, far from the dice. It read, Guaranteed Persuasion Success Ticket, one-time use. Oh, even surrounded, Yin Wu couldn't help but marvel. Then he slowly looked at the people around him. Staff reluctantly surrounded Yin Wu. Countless weapons seemed ready to rain down on him at any moment. Someone adjusted their weapon and said, I'm sorry. We don't have a choice. Yin Wu calmly regarded them and took a deep breath. I should save the guaranteed ticket. Such a trump card should be saved for a truly desperate crisis. So, how to break through this crisis? Yin Wu exhaled all at once. Listen to me for a moment. If you have last words, speak them. The staff hesitated, lowering their weapons slightly. Yin Wu recited the list of anomalies he'd heard from future Yin Wu like a prayer. The North Wind and Sun, Demon of Malthus, Surtur's Sword, Butterfly Effect, Biblical Plague Stash. The staff's expressions gradually changed. They were office workers too. Office workers who knew the future. They couldn't fail to understand what this list meant. From the center of the marble shrine, they focused solely on Yin Wu, listening intently. Hope gradually filled their shadowed faces, completely erasing the darkness. Yin Wu said, These are the methods I got from the future to defeat the anomalous climate. In the silence, they slowly turned. The formation that had surrounded Yin Wu transformed in an instant to one that protected him. Before their eerily shining eyes, the tree person emitted a mental wave like a scream. You believe that? You doubt the salvation I promised, the earthly paradise I promised? I believe him more than you. Because. The director, who had been bickering with the team leader, said as he loosened his tie, I never believed you in the first place. They weren't fools. They had merely sought survival by relying on anomalies because the future seemed too bleak. If you can see the future, of course you can find its cause and solution. But you never even tried to find the cause. We just compromised, so we didn't demand that. The director glanced at Yin Wu once, then slowly raised his head to glare at the tree person. If they could defeat the anomalous climate, there was no need to compromise with anomalies. He gave a brief order. Contain it. Yes, sir. The staff rushed forward en masse. The cockroach and monkey person were docilely restrained, and the North Wind and Sun were just parchment to begin with. The dragon was a problem, but the gold dragon didn't resist. It could judge the situation. Rather, it helped the staff pounce on the tree person. Foolish mortal. Submit quietly. How dare a mere lizard? As the tree person tumbled beneath the altar, emitting a harsh mental wave, the dragon didn't flinch. Flashing its emotionless golden pupils, it simply threw itself down to pin the tree person. Crunch dash. The dragon's claws dug from bark to core. Raising its head haughtily, the dragon muttered. Mortal. I never liked you from the start. You remind me of green dragons. Crazy lizard? Simultaneously, staff who had overcome the tree person's mind control approached, pulling syringes from their pockets at novel bin at. More like stakes than syringes. They plunged them into the tree person's trunk. Injecting sedative. Humans destined for extinction. The fading mental wave. The tree person's eyes closed. The incessant mental waves subsided into stillness. The director ordered. Implement proper emergency containment. Send that tree thing to the lab, properly contain the rest too. Yes, sir. The staff moved in perfect unison. Suddenly, one staff member asked the director, What should we do with the dragon? Leave it be. It won't do anything foolish. The gold dragon was carrying the tree person in its mouth, following staff guidance to the lab. As the scene settled somewhat, the director approached Yin Wu. Yin Wu had been talking with the team leader, but stopped and looked at the director. The director bowed politely. Thank you. Thanks to you, we have hope. It was just a lucky break. It really was pure chance. That his future self was alive, and that self gave him information. The director marveled, gesturing somewhere. Please, tell us more inside. We need to discuss how to proceed from here. Understood. The team leader, nursing his swollen face, muttered. Damn. It worked out well, but. My teeth. Dash. Dash. The conference room inside the shrine. Only Yin Wu was there. The extermination team's first response team had entered, thoroughly grilling the society for failing to follow containment procedures. The team leader had gone to get his teeth treated. There was quite some time before they could talk. In the silence, Yin Wu gently tapped the table. The water gun on the table and the guaranteed ticket in a corner of his mind. An idea that occurred to him after seeing future Yin Wu. After thinking for a while, Yin Wu carefully grasped the water gun. It said I digested all the rainwater. Come to think of it, since he'd resisted the rain's toxicity, didn't his body have some kind of antibodies? Couldn't he absorb rainwater within the limits of what the antibodies could handle? he decided. Yin Wu dabbed a drop of rainwater with his finger and rubbed it on his head. He wasn't sure. Nothing seemed to have changed. His hair was fine, and he didn't feel more energized. Maybe because it was just one drop. I'll have to keep absorbing it steadily. Next, Yin Wu closed his eyes. Guaranteed persuasion success ticket. Somehow the distance between the dice and the ticket seemed greater than before, but Yin Wu examined the ticket. A new way to use the dice. A way to control the dice's risks. I should be able to make these too, right? Yin Wu called the dice. Create a guaranteed search success ticket. A light experiment. Clatter. Failure? A new ticket was created. Yin Wu nodded at its name. Guaranteed search failure ticket. Dice. Search for a receipt. Declaring he would search for a receipt put somewhere in a bag, wallet, pocket, or somewhere, the dice rolled and failed. Looking at the space where the failure ticket had vanished, Yin Wu thought. What was I trying to find? He was trying to find something. Yin Wu shook his head, shaking off the thought. The important thing was the ticket experiment. He roughly understood the results. A bright light dawned on Yin Wu's face. With this, I can control the risks to some extent. He just needed to make tickets in advance. Use failure tickets on relatively safe rolls, and save up success tickets. Yin Wu rapidly moved his lips. Create guaranteed search success ticket. 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 How much time passed like that? The conference room door opened. The director, who entered cautiously, stopped abruptly. Are you all right? You don't look well. Yin Wu slowly turned his head to look at the director. The director stepped back. Disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. And a pile of failure tickets in a corner of his mind. Not a single success ticket. I'm fine, really fine. If you say so. The director sat across from Yin Wu and opened his mouth. Then let's discuss the future. Ray, sorry for the no chappy yesterday, was super confused about something in chap 48. I'm releasing a bunch today, as well as advanced chappies. I'll post it on the last chap of the bunch. Also, C31, Chief Lee of the Cleanup Specialists Team Leader Lee. C48, Chief of the First Response Unit Manager of the First Response Division. There is also a reference to a first response team and a specialized response team in C62, but just the names of the teams themselves, not including who they belong to. Most likely the same team associated with the extermination team revealed in this chap, and maybe the same with the specialized team. C62, President-Director. Anyway, I'll still be going through all the terms we've come across so far. But I realized very few have ever appeared again past the event they first showed in. Toggle new ads. 4/5 enjoy the chappy? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-Fi. Click here. Lee Yin Wu stroked his chin for a moment, gathering his thoughts, then spoke slowly. I've found a way. Now the question is how to act on it. Indeed. In my view, we need to gather as many people as possible. Not just domestically, but internationally too. Tap tap tap. Yin Wu tapped the desk with his fingernail. Countless options swirled in his mind, from directly commanding through his connections to forming an alliance under his own name. The safest path among them. Tap dash? His hand stopped. Yin Wu's eyes gleamed as he looked at the director. Let's spread it worldwide under the Humanity Protection Company's name. Spread it? Using our company's name. The director faced Yin Wu with a bewildered expression. He looked like he couldn't understand Yin Wu's thinking. In more ways than one. It doesn't seem like a good idea. Your reputation would be at stake, and I doubt people would follow even if we publicize the solution. There will definitely be those who act. People with excessive drive and decisiveness, like those in the extermination company or management company. Even if they're skeptical, they'll at least move to verify. If they act, doubts will vanish, and they'll do everything to secure and destroy the anomaly list. And as for the fame of being the one who found the solution to the climate crisis, I don't need honor, glory, or rewards. Living on a normal Earth is enough. So please keep my name a secret. The director gazed at Yin Wu with sunken eyes. Yin Wu met that gaze, conveying sincere emotion with desperation. It's dangerous. If I gain that kind of fame, I'll become the top target for doomsday cultists. Restoring a doomed Earth? Would the doomsday cultists just stand by and watch? The future shown by the tree person was vivid. The doomsday cultists' attack that wiped out the final shelter. Yin Wu didn't want to become the target of such monsters. Yin Wu intended to show the way without anyone knowing, and make others walk that path. The director let out a sigh that could have been either admiration or resignation. He bowed his head politely. I'll do as you say. I'll give you a contact. He's the manager of the First Response Division from the management company faction. Ask him to release the information. A business card emerged from the bag. A card received directly from the First Response Division manager during the previous terrorist incident. The card slid across the desk, arriving in front of the director. He carefully tucked it into his wallet. Then I'll contact him right away. We'll try to persuade Boreas and Helios, or rather, the North Wind and Sunday. And that day, the information was released. To everyone living in this strange world. The solution, spread with all the might of the intelligence department. Coupled with details on the climate anomalies and preservation plans, it was emailed to every company employee through the company intranet. Through the company's official and unofficial networks, contact was made with every group and various members within those groups, continuously spreading the information. Could this be real? A scrawny demon worshipper muttered, looking at his phone as he roamed the city shadows, seeking potential converts before the apocalypse. Beside him, the demon of absurdity clutched its stomach, laughing until tears came. That bastard. I've got to hand it to him? To think the predetermined apocalypse would be stopped so absurdly. Lord Demon. It's real. That's not it. Demon of Malthus 1. Didn't this demon change its name too? The demon worshipper stared at his phone, trying to remember. A demon presiding over inevitable limits and the resulting end. In the past, when theories emerged that land and food production couldn't keep up with population growth, it used the name Demon of Malthus, but now with climate anomalies approaching, he seemed to recall it changed its name to the Demon of Global Warming, or was it the Demon of Climate Anomalies? The Demon of Absurdity cackled. Who cares? Let's catch it and turn it over to the company. But it's still a fellow demon. I never liked that bastard anyway. Ignoring the demon worshipper's somewhat uneasy expression, the Demon of Absurdity snapped its fingers in succession. Snap, snap, snap. Summon the boring bastard. Knock him out. Tie him up. Absurd reality engulfs Demon of Malthus. A gloomy scholarly demon was suddenly summoned, immediately lost consciousness, and was promptly bound with severed electrical wires, sprawled out on the asphalt road. The Demon of Absurdity placed its foot on top of it. Keek keek. With that frivolous laughter in the background, the demon worshipper reluctantly dialed a number on his phone. Hello? Is this the company? I want to report a demon. Our location is. Similar incidents occurred all over the world. In a meeting room in the Vatican, the saints gathered there discussed the company's message, then sighed. One saint spoke. We must have misunderstood the revelation. Perhaps Satan used God's voice to tempt us. Anyway, things are returning to normal, so this must also be part of his plan. One day, while praying, they simultaneously received a revelation. Human depravity has reached the heavens and turned the world into hell, so cleanse the earth with a flood and establish a millennial kingdom with a new humanity as the sacrificial lamb. But taking pity on you, I open the door of salvation. On the day when 13 plagues befall the world, find my son and pierce him with a spear. Then the dead shall live in my kingdom, and the living shall ascend to meet me in heaven. Come to think of it, it was a theologically nonsensical revelation. Then we'll consider the salvation plan null and void. I'll return the spear of Longinus to the Holy Relic Repository. The biblical plague that would trigger the Great Flood and turn countless Christians into non-humans disappeared at the planning stage. And so, one by one, the anomalies were dealt with. A wizard in a cabin. Master, look at this. Adat novel bin adat. What is it? The young disciple held out his phone screen and explained, gesturing excitedly. Climate anomalies and the anomaly list. Among them, Surtur's sword that the master possessed. The white-haired wizard quietly looked at the anomaly list, then shifted his gaze. So that's the problem. A red sword gathering dust in some corner. Surtur's sword, once obtained while exploring Muspelheim. Yes. So, master, it's not an important item to you, right? What if we move it to another dimension? Very well. The old wizard fumbled with his hands. He drew a magic circle with various powders and dyes. Magic. A method of interacting with other dimensions. The old wizard carelessly picked up Surtur's sword and tossed it into the magic circle. The circle glowed, and Surtur's sword vanished. The disciple asked curiously, where did you send it? Tossed it in Asgard. Let's use this chance to clean up some trash. The old wizard, seemingly uninterested, had his disciple throw useless odds and ends and garbage into the magic circle. The Goldberg Club also took action. On the top floor of a downtown skyscraper, in front of a massive golden face sculpture, a man draped in custom-made luxury clothes from head to toe lifted a gold bar. The gold bar entered the sculpture's mouth. It disappeared with a gulping sound. The man spoke. Is this solution true? Yes. Will the climate anomalies disappear? Yes. 1 gold bar for each question. After finishing his inquiries, the man nodded. Then he called his secretary and ordered, bring all the gold they had stockpiled. Also, compile a list of anomalies from the anomaly list that the Goldberg Club could use to curry favor with the company. He fiddled with his expensive watch. To make money and live well, the climate anomalies must go. In the past, as soon as they noticed the climate anomalies and asked questions, they were told that it was beyond the Goldberg Club's capabilities to resolve. So they focused all their efforts on building underground cities, but with the situation changing like this, their actions change as well. Rattle. Gold poured in endlessly. The man put all the gold into the sculpture's mouth while reading through the compiled list one by one. A butterfly that causes typhoons with its wings. An anomaly difficult to locate. Please kill the butterfly effect. It's dead. Good. Next. The golden omnipotence, granting wishes in exchange for gold, dealt with the anomalies one by one. The company's activities also reached their peak. Regardless of faction, night or day, land or sea, numerous special forces, intelligence agents, and investigators cooperated to secure, utilize, and destroy anomalies. Each time, the climate anomalies receded a bit. The rapid rise in temperature stopped. The weather that had been heading to extremes gradually returned, and severe natural disasters slowly disappeared. Dash. Dash. and on an island surrounded by blue sea. The storm that started at Yin Wu's fingertips engulfed the earth, and this island was no exception. A bald man with a sturdy build stood on a cliff, gazing at the sea. A sea clearly visible. It shouldn't be this clear. It should look hazy and blurry, like a drawing about to disappear at any moment, or a sketch that's been erased once. The man twisted his face in anguish as he rolled the eraser in his grip back and forth. The apocalypse is disappearing. A higher-up doomsday cultist. A wanted man who possessed the eraser and caused numerous terrorist attacks with it. Having spent so much time with the eraser that he had half-merged with it, thus gaining a sense of apocalypse, he instinctively realized that the climate anomalies were disappearing. This won't do. This can't happen. He whirled around to glare at the small mansion where he was staying, then lightly swept his hand. The eraser passed through the air. The mansion in its path vanished as if it were a lie. The doomsday cultist strode forward to find the cause of the disappearing climate anomalies, and to erase that cause. One Rai, Malthus Demon changed to Demon of Malthus for naming consistency. Malthus BTW was an English economist and demographer best known for his theory on population growth. He argued that population growth tends to outpace the production of food and resources, leading to inevitable shortages and societal problems. A secret room in the intelligence department. Yin Wu was sipping coffee in a leather chair when the door burst open. The first response team manager stormed in, shouting, "Yin Wu!" Looking haggard but with bright eyes, he grabbed Yin Wu's hand enthusiastically. "Your method worked? We've resolved over half the climate anomalies, and the rest will be dealt with soon." He shook Yin Wu's hand so vigorously it almost hurt. Yin Wu stood awkwardly and guided the manager to a chair. The man was barely coherent, overexcited despite his obvious exhaustion. Yin Wu poured water, handed it over, and asked, "Is the processing going well?" "Extremely. We couldn't do anything before because we didn't know the cause." No wonder, with so many anomalous entities intertwined. The climate anomalies were like a massive machine, a device of anomalous entities meshed with human activities, driving Earth towards destruction. People had been fleeing from it all, but now things had changed. Yin Wu had revealed the blueprint of the climate anomalies, every component broken down in detail. "We don't need to confront the climate anomalies head-on anymore. They've been dismantled. We just need to deal with each component separately. It's really easy now." The manager coughed roughly, his throat sore. After a few sips of water, he continued. "One special forces unit can handle one anomaly. It's similar for us, and other groups too." Yin Wu listened quietly, nodding. No one had dared face the climate anomalies before, a tangle of countless anomalous phenomena. But a few anomalous entities? You could investigate them cautiously, overpower them, or banish them to another world. Each of these minor actions, when combined, would destroy the climate anomalies. "That's fortunate," Yin Wu said. "Fortunate? It's more than that. This is Yin Wu stepped back from the manager's enthusiastic advance. Then he explained why he'd come to the intelligence department, why he couldn't simply rejoice at the anomaly's disappearance. "What about the doomsday cultists? I don't think they'll just sit quietly. Those bastards." The manager's expression hardened. He stared into space with murderous eyes, then slowly pulled out some documents. "These are satellite photos from an hour ago. The hardcore cultists have gathered." Yin Wu examined the documents. They showed an island packed with people, each one a formidable wanted criminal. The word eraser caught his eye. Yin Wu asked nervously, "I'm not the target, am I?" The manager's silence was telling. Yin Wu looked at him with trembling eyes. The manager slowly shook his head. "They found out you revealed the solution." "No. Didn't you promise to keep it secret?" Anticipating this, he'd told the manager he'd found the solution, asking for security measures. But they'd already found out? The manager averted his eyes and pushed another document forward. "We were extremely careful. The head office took various measures, but..." The document listed security measures. Yin Wu read through them. The Anomaly Research Society members drank memory erasers. The intelligence department manipulated communications to delete information about Yin Wu and spread false information. They even used anomalous entities for security, but... Yin Wu crumpled the document's corner, dampening it with cold sweat. "So they broke through everything." "That's right." The manager pointed at the word eraser and a few wanted criminals, looking apologetic. These fugitives had survived despite the company's best efforts. Their abilities couldn't be denied. The anomalous security was erased, and our other measures were breached too. "So what do I do now? Will I get protection?" Though I doubt an ordinary detail would be enough. As Yin Wu asked, scratching the table nervously, the manager looked around the sealed room. He lowered his voice. "The company's decided to protect you." "How?" Meeting Yin Wu's worried eyes, the manager spoke of the safest place in the world. "The final shelter. They've decided to invite you to the shelter that can even withstand climate anomalies. You've got to be kidding me." Yin Wu smacked his forehead and slumped in his chair, drained. "The final shelter? The one erased in the future? How can you even suggest that?" "But it's really safe. The final shelter. The manager tried explaining the shelter's safety, but Yin Wu wasn't listening. How could he, when he'd seen its destruction? Yin Wu sighed and spoke briefly. In the future he saw, that place was erased. The manager fell silent. Then, blinking his bloodshot eyes, he asked slowly, "Then, what do we do? There's no safer place." Yin Wu tapped the satellite photo. "These people, can't we bomb or missile them if we know their location?" "We've tried that. It doesn't work." What about assassination after stopping time, or using anomalous entities? We've tried all that too. Then maybe I could go to the migration site. No, never mind. He couldn't flee to a barren site after saving Earth. Silence fell. The manager racked his tired brain for a solution, while Yin Wu also thought of ways to survive. Finally, Yin Wu spoke. Let's go to the final shelter. Let's have a proper fight there. At novel bin at. An all-out war, huh? We'll bring all the company's forces, and ally with groups that hate the cultists. Since we revealed the solution under the company's name, they should grant us this much dash. He couldn't continue. Suddenly, the door burst open, and an agent shouted. Manager, the eraser is attacking. They jumped to their feet. Request backup first. Impossible? They're attacking multiple departments and groups, not just here. At that moment, the ceiling disappeared. Sunlight shone down on the underground department. Cool autumn air blew in. Dash. Earlier, on the cultists' island, they grumbled while looking at the company's climate anomaly solution. The company, didn't they give up on Earth? When did they investigate all this? Oh, one person figured it out? What kind of person is that? That's not the point. The problem is our awaited doom has been postponed. Tisk. Those company bastards. They'll do anything to save themselves. The cultists sat casually, cursing. Someone gulped vodka and said with a flushed face. So what are we gonna do? Kill the one who figured this out first. Seems right for now. Just then, a bespectacled cultist examining the list spoke up. There's something we need to do before that. What? He held up the list of anomalies. The scattered cultists turned to look. This. Let's take it. If we secure these, the climate anomalies should return. At least we can use them as weather weapons. The mood changed. Some stroked their chins, some eyes lit up, some stood, brushing themselves off. A hijacker among them gripped a toy gun that created blue doors. Let's go. Open the door. Understood. The hijacker pulled the trigger, changing locations each time. Blue doors to various capitals opened. The cultists chose countries randomly and stepped through. The terrorists, gripping their anomalies like weapons, disappeared. The man with the eraser walked towards the Korea portal. I'll handle the Korean intelligence department. If I have time, I'll deal with the solution finder too. We'll handle the other departments. He and a few others disappeared through the portal. Left alone, the hijacker fiddled with his toy gun and looked skyward. Dash. And so, to the present. A mountain in Seoul. The intelligence department headquarters on a secluded mountainside. The eraser passed by, leaving a deep, circular hole. Sunlight shone down on the department below. Stale underground air mixed with fresh mountain air. Clear and cool. Yin Wu gripped his trembling hands. Cold hands, drained of warmth. He couldn't stop shaking. The eraser. He swallowed hard and hastily covered his face with documents. His first thought was hiding his identity. Meanwhile, the cultist stood near the hole's edge and gestured lightly. Earth erased diagonally, forming a steep slope. He descended and shouted loudly. Tell me where the anomalous entities are. If you do, I won't erase you. His words stopped. From the slope, he saw all the agents below. While they frantically drew weapons, one person covered their face with paper. The cultist's eyes were drawn to this conspicuous person. He flicked his finger slightly. Swish. The document covering Yin Wu's face erased diagonally. Yin Wu crumpled the remaining scrap tightly and looked up the slope. Crisis at its peak. Yin Wu's mind raced as his concentration peaked. Time stretched, each moment feeling eternal. He watched specks of dust fall in slow motion and blood vessels bulge on the cultist's smooth scalp. His thoughts exploded like fireworks. Eraser. Dice. Strike first. Persuasion ticket. Persuade. He had to turn this around. But how? Beg for his life? Ask him to leave? Request help with other cultists? No good. That'd only delay the inevitable. After sparing him, after he left, after killing other cultists, he'd just come back to finish Yin Wu off. So, I have to kill him here. No time to breathe. The cultist's hand moved, the eraser starting to wipe away the room's walls. Deletion crept closer in the stretched moment. Yin Wu squeezed every last bit of air from his lungs and shouted desperately. Sir, I've got hair growth medicine. I'll give it to you as a gift. Why don't you try it? Your hair will grow like crazy. Persuasion check, critical success. The cultist's hand stopped, veins bulging. The eraser froze right next to Yin Wu. Hair growth medicine. The cultist muttered, rubbing his scalp with his free hand. Yin Wu quickly pulled a water gun from his bag. He stepped confidently towards the slope and handed it over. I used to have hair loss too, but this stuff made it grow back. You should try it, sir. The cultist stared at the water gun before taking it. I just spray it on my head. Yeah, use plenty. It's good for you. The cultist aimed at his own head. Yin Wu watched, hiding his shaking hands in his pockets. Under Yin Wu's expectant gaze, the cultist pulled the trigger repeatedly. Water sprayed out, soaking his head and flowing down to his neck. The cultist closed his eyes, savoring the water before smirking. Interesting. Grrrk. His neck stretched slightly, just as hope filled Yin Wu's eyes. The cultist calmly raised the eraser. Its sharp edge carefully drew a straight line from the top of his head downward. A meticulous touch. The water that had soaked the cultist, absorbed into his body, was erased. This doesn't work. Yin Wu realized instantly. He couldn't stop. He immediately called for dice to gamble. Dice? Heart attack. Roll. The dice rolled. 5 strands of possibility wavered chaotically around the cultist. The cultist glared at Yin Wu and flicked the eraser. Dice? Possibility? Probability? Some anomaly that manipulates those things? Then I'll just erase the changing possibilities and probabilities. A familiar sensation from being persuaded earlier. He could respond better now. Stop. The dice stopped. No result. All probabilities erased. They faced each other in silence. The cultist focused, ready to respond if Yin Wu rolled dice again. The dice was as dangerous as the eraser. They were both holding bombs, essentially. If they couldn't kill the other decisively, the bomb would explode and they'd die together. Yin Wu thought differently. Hand to hand is the only way. I can't give him anything for the eraser to catch. The dice had lost its power. He'd use other means. It felt like being doused in ice water. His mind and eyes cooled. He estimated the distance close to hand over the water gun. Swish. He stepped closer, naturally extending his hand. The cultist, focused on his metaphysical senses, didn't react immediately. Grab. He seized the wrist holding the eraser. Yin Wu twisted the hand upward, pressing close to the cultist, staying out of the eraser's path. What? Hand-to-hand combat. The cultist was shocked. Why get close with anomalous entities like dice? Why? Still, he tried to push Yin Wu away, straining against the grip on his wrist. But Yin Wu gritted his teeth and held on with all his might. One trying to shake free, the other desperately clinging. They spun and staggered like dancers. The world erased along the eraser's random path. As it crossed the sky, clouds vanished to reveal blue. Brushing the mountaintop sheared off its peak. The slope disappeared with a circular stroke. Only the two at the center were safe, like the eye of a destructive storm. Yin Wu dripped cold sweat. Strength, stamina, I'm lacking. He was gradually being overpowered. Though he kept his grip on the wrist, he was losing in punches and kicks. Wham dash! Taking a hit to the gut, Yin Wu sharply raised his hands. The eraser shot straight up, cleaving the intelligence department and mountain in half. The moment the eraser was used elsewhere, this was his chance. He called for dice. He called for a future Yin Wu to counter the eraser. Summon my future self. If he could go from past to future, surely he could come from future to past. It had to be possible. If successful, it would be the surest way out. Roll. The cultist gnashed his teeth and gestured towards probability, but too late. The result came. Critical success. An extremely low probability manifested dramatically. Several people suddenly appeared around them. 4 Yin Wus from parallel worlds, diverged at points he'd passed. Special Forces, Devil Worshipper, Doomsday Cultist, and Goldberg Club Yin Wus. What's going on dash? Who summoned me dash? The Yin Wus with different appearances first assessed the situation, then looked at each other, this world's Yin Wu, and the cultist with the eraser. The 4 Yin Wus made their judgment simultaneously. Return? Go back? Quickly. Move? Dimensional shift? No, return. The eraser? Such a dangerous person right there? Multiple versions of me for some reason? This accident was huge. They had to escape fast. 4 dice rolled at once. The cultist reflexively flicked the eraser frantically. Erased possibilities. As the parallel world Yin Wus lost their words and as the cultist desperately tried to take down Yin Wu painfully opened his mouth and shouted, "Do you know how to solve the climate anomalies? If not, I'll tell you, so let's kill this bastard together." The future Yin Wu didn't appear for some reason, but with this many of him, they could surely survive. Dash. Dash. Those from parallel worlds weren't clock repairmen. They didn't know the solution. When time stopped, they hadn't attended the lecture on anomalous chronology, so they spent time elsewhere until time naturally resumed. Not being clock repairmen, they hadn't visited the Anomaly Research Society either. Still, being Yin Wu, they'd learned about the climate anomalies through other routes, but they were desperate to find a way to survive. The Special Forces Yin Wu moved immediately. He joined the physical struggle. Move. As if switching places, he grabbed the wrist, trading blows back and forth. Die. The cultist, lips split, sat down hard and threw his weight downward. His hand and the eraser dropped with him. As the trembling eraser moved towards the Special Forces Yin Wu's torso, the Devil Worshipper Yin Wu and this world's Yin Wu rolled their dice. Eraser lost? Eraser moved? You damn bastards. Roll. 2 dice rolled simultaneously, 10 strands of possibility tangling chaotically. The eraser's target changed. Busy flicking his hand to erase probabilities. In the end, the eraser that barely grazed the Special Forces Yin Wu's body was used futilely to erase probabilities. At that moment, the Goldberg Club Yin Wu silently approached from behind the cultist and shoved a gold bar into his pocket. You've received gold, so you have to work, right? Get lost. As he violently shook his trapped wrist to erase the gold bar's compulsion, the dice's probability manipulation struck again. Not just 1. 4 dice rolled, 20 strands of possibility writhing chaotically. The cultist was now desperate just to erase probabilities. The hand with the eraser was used to defend against the dice, while the other tried to fight the Special Forces Yin Wu, but the tide gradually turned. Fracture, brain bleed, organ rupture dash. Blood clot, shorter life, memory loss dash. Take eraser, control humans, seal eraser dash. Endlessly rolling dice. Methods learned by parallel world Yin Wus through different experiences. The cultist took a beating, unable to use the eraser as a weapon. At this point, the Doomsday cultist Yin Wu stepped back and spoke quietly. Is this world's dandelion one still alive? I'm not sure. Didn't you escape together? No, I stayed in that house and escaped using dice later. She might be alive then. The doomsday cultist Yin Wu briefly observed the chaos, then slowly raised his hand. The anomalous entities hanging from his clothes were dazzling. From a toy gun that opened blue doors to a game controller that operated cars, and various unidentifiable odds and ends. He gripped one of the guns. He spoke. I'll help. Bullet hit Chak. Bang dash. A gunshot rang out, the bullet hitting the floor. Though probability was erased by the eraser, there was no chance to stop the bullet. The cultist looked at the gun with crazed eyes and screamed. Let's die together. There was no answer. This was where he'd die. One eraser couldn't handle 5 dice. Without the eraser, he was just another person. The moment he decided to make the eraser go berserk to completely wipe out himself and the area, the instant his attention turned elsewhere. Wham dash! The Special Forces Yin Wu's fist struck his jaw hard. The cultist lost consciousness and went limp. The Special Forces Yin Wu moved smoothly, snapping the cultist's neck in one motion at novel bin at. Crack. Thud. After tossing aside the corpse, he kicked the eraser far away and said, the solution to the climate anomalies. Tell me. Yes. The parallel world versions of Li Yin Wu stared at each other with piercing gazes, uncertain when they'd return to their own realities. Without wasting time, Yin Wu began reciting the list of anomalies. He also explained why he had to fight the eraser. The doomsday cultists attacked as soon as this list was revealed. Keep that in mind. The 4 Yin Wus committed the anomaly list to memory, then slowly backed away. Their eyes darted between each other. Versions of themselves, uncomfortable in the same place. A subtle tension settled over the ruins. As the awkward silence lingered, the Goldberg Club Yin Wu casually waved his hand. The watch on his wrist rattled. You rolled to summon a parallel world version of me, right? Let's not do this. There's an unspoken rule, we shouldn't call people to dangerous places. That's right. They all nodded in agreement. At the same time, they narrowed their eyes and glared at this world's Yin Wu. They must have been shocked when suddenly summoned before the eraser, especially when the dice roll was cancelled. Sure, they got the solution to the climate anomalies in return, but such unexpected danger. It's truly unpleasant to think that Yin Wu had been taken advantage of. He hastily waved his hands and tried to explain. It was an accident. I didn't even roll for a parallel world. Then what did you roll for? I called for my future self, but suddenly a critical success came up. They tilted their heads quizzically. There's no one from the future here though. I think they must have refused from their end. Refusal. All the Yin Wus fell into thought for a moment. Such one-sided summoning was truly dangerous. They needed to come up with countermeasures. As they each pondered defensive methods, whether using golden omnipotence or borrowing demonic powers, Yin Wu casually spoke up. More importantly, let's share our dice techniques. Since we're all here anyway. Good idea. I noticed earlier you were rolling different judgments dash. The voice disappeared. More precisely, the person vanished. Just as suddenly as they had appeared, they returned without warning. Left alone, Yin Wu stared blankly at where they had been. He was about to start a productive conversation. They were gone, leaving only ruins behind. The mountainside, haphazardly swept through by the eraser. The artificially split clouds dispersed naturally, and the mountain cleaved in two crumbled, filling the valley with mounds of earth. And the intelligence department. Traces of deletion passing vertically through the center of the underground headquarters. The surviving agents moved busily, each focused on their tasks. Creating escape routes out of the pit, contacting other departments, gathering and relaying information. Suddenly, Yin Wu felt drained. The tension dissipated, his limbs going slack. Only then did it truly sink in. It's over. The climate anomalies were resolved. They had also thwarted the attack of the most dangerous doomsday cultists. A new world was about to begin. Earth, free from climate anomalies. Companies returning to normal. Groups abandoning survival preparations to focus on power struggles. And anomalies that would continue to appear without fail. Seeing an intelligence department agent approaching to greet him, Yin Wu smiled. Time passes. The battle with the doomsday cultists concluded. They lost a few anomalous objects, but the climate anomalies disappeared completely. The company cancelled its preservation plan. Resources invested elsewhere began returning to Earth one by one, and company operations started normalizing. Other groups were the same. They came back to Earth, to society. And Yin Wu sat on the floor of his studio apartment, looking at one person. A man who suddenly visited the apartment, dressed in a black suit. He looked around the studio, then slowly sat down across from Yin Wu. Mr. Yin Wu, I'm Mark Young from headquarters. Why from headquarters? Yin Wu subtly pulled his bag closer to his knee. One hand slipped into the bag. The mere mention of headquarters filled him with a vague sense of dread. It brought to mind the clock repairmen's work, and the inhuman way they carried out the preservation plan without hesitation. The image of those who would stop at nothing to protect humanity, quite literally. Mark Young smiled. I'm here to commend your achievements, Mr. Lee. Yin Wu relaxed, letting his arms fall limp. Then he looked at Mark Young expectantly. You found and revealed the solution to the climate anomalies, and even eliminated that wanted person to recover the eraser. These are accomplishments the company can't ignore. Headquarters has decided to reward you. What kind of reward? Asked in a much gentler tone, Mark Young opened his briefcase and took out a blank sheet of paper. A single blank sheet placed on the table between them. Yin Wu looked at the blank paper, then slowly raised his head. What was he supposed to do with a blank sheet? Mark Yung said. Write down anything you want. There are no restrictions. The company will fulfill everything within its power. Oh. Yin Wu let out a gasp and his hands trembled. He couldn't even bring himself to touch the paper. He swallowed hard, staring at the sheet. It may be a simple piece of paper, but it was no ordinary paper. An unlimited wish from the company. This was practically an anomaly in itself. What should I write? With no limits, it was actually harder to come up with requests. Yin Wu's mind raced. Mark Yung spoke casually from beside him. Anything at all is possible. You could retire with no strings attached and receive a few buildings. You could request a security team. I'm not retiring. Excellent. Yin Wu hesitated, then grasped a pen. He moved the sweat-dampened pen, slowly writing out words. Improved investigator treatment, provision of firearms and anomalous equipment, plus other support to enhance work efficiency. He had never considered quitting. He would continue working as a company employee, as an investigator. So improving investigator conditions was essential. Mark Yung nodded. Firearms will take time as we need to coordinate with the government, but we'll make the effort. Please write down your other requests. Next, he wrote down reasons why he needed to keep working as a company employee. Priority information provision, preferential access to crisis information like preservation plans or climate anomalies. Through this incident, Yin Wu had clearly realized, information is power. If he hadn't known about the climate anomalies, he would have wandered a ruined world, oblivious to everything. To access such information, he needed to stay with the company. It seemed like a bit much to ask. Yin Wu paused his pen and looked up. Is this possible? We would have informed you of this even without you requesting it. Mark Yung explained slowly. After this incident, headquarters highly values your abilities. There are many doomsday scenarios, and while none are currently in progress, they may one day become reality. He then took an ID card from his breast pocket and placed it next to the blank paper. Yin Wu saw it was his own ID. Special Investigator Yin Wu. You are now an investigator affiliated with headquarters. Normally, you'll carry out investigator duties at the Korean branch, but when we provide you with a doomsday scenario, investigate it freely. Yin Wu looked at the ID card with a dejected expression. The thought of quitting suddenly surged. There was a different feeling between investigating to save his own life and being ordered to investigate from above. Oblivious to these thoughts, Mark Yung continued explaining about special investigators. You have the authority to ignore orders from the Korean branch, and the authority to call in the extermination team. You can also request information from the intelligence department. Yes, please inform me of that later in writing. His excitement settled, Yin Wu freely moved his pen. The pen glided across the blank sheet. Requests to fulfill his personal desires. Get a house and move, receive ample compensation. What else is there to ask for? More than half the paper remained blank. Yin Wu slowly pushed the paper away. Mark Yung picked up the sheet and read through the requests. They were more modest than expected. He asked casually, You don't want the eraser? If you wish, we could give it to you, Mr. Lee. I don't need the eraser. Yin Wu truly had no lingering attachment. He believed in the dice. Hadn't his future self shown the limits of what could be achieved with the dice? Probability manipulation. He just needed to use the dice well. In the end, even annihilation or deletion could be done with the dice. Mark Yung stood up. He bowed his head to Yin Wu. Then I'll be going now. I'll relay your requests exactly as written, Mr. Lee. Take care on your way back. In the space Mark Yung had vacated, Yin Wu couldn't shake a sense of regret. I feel like I could have asked for more. Perhaps because his life wasn't in danger. His mind just wouldn't work properly. As soon as he left Yin Wu's home, Mark Yung called his superior to report Yin Wu's requests. These are all of Yin Wu's demands, Director. Very, modest. Yes, but... Mark Yung hesitated before asking a question. What would you have done if he had quit? Isn't he a necessary human resource for the company? Haha. Laughter flowed from the other end of the phone. It wouldn't matter if he quit. He's a survivalist. The voice continued, tinged with amusement, saying that even if they just leaked a bit of information about a crisis, he would take action. And in some situations, an individual's survival becomes everyone's survival. Whether in the company or not, Yin Wu would benefit the company. And that ends Volume 1? There are 5 volumes BTW. I'll be updating the novel's image on the website to Volume 2 this weekend, but I'll also post the images for all 5 volumes on Discord as well. Up to 15 advanced chaps are now up on KO5 for anyone interested in supporting the translations or in reading ahead. 5 more will be added later today after a bit of proofreading. Click here for Ko-fi. And someone in the Discord said there's actually a brand new webtoon adaptation, maybe 2 months in? Anyways, I hope you're enjoying the story so far and back to 5/week. Early morning. Lee Yin Wu was mechanically brushing his teeth when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He picked it up. Team leader, hey everyone. Our office is getting renovated. Work from home until it's done. I'll let you know if any fieldwork comes up. It was a message in the Anomaly investigation team's group chat. Yin Wu blinked, rinsed his mouth, and went back to bed. He sat on the edge, eyes glued to his phone. What's with the sudden renovation? Team leader, they're bringing in new equipment. Apparently replacing all the storage units and computers. Improved working conditions for investigators. It seemed Yin Wu's demands to Mark Young were being implemented right away. Senior GU, why now? How much are they spending to warrant construction? Team leader, guns, drones, small observation devices, fluorescent vests, memory erasers, tasers, you name it. Team leader, so when it's done, you'll need to get drone licenses and go for equipment training. The chat went quiet after a final message to rest up during construction, as they'd be busy afterward. No longer needing to go to work, Yin Wu put his phone down and scratched his head. His gaze fell on his messy room. I didn't clean up last night. Beer cans littered the floor around his bed. He nudged them aside with his foot and shuffled around, picking up trash. As he put the cans in a bag, Yin Wu vaguely recalled last night's chat with the clock repairman over drinks. Did we decide to keep it social from now on? And only team up for anomalies like climate issues? He'd decided to stay in touch with both the clock repairman and other factions. Just enough to keep lines of communication open. Lost in thought, he finished cleaning. Yin Wu yawned widely and looked around his studio. Nothing left to throw out, nothing to eat for breakfast. Guess I'll hit the convenience store. Arms full of garbage, Yin Wu shuffled out of his apartment. The convenience store was across from the recycling area. Yin Wu approached but stopped short. He stared at the glass door and the man standing in front of it. What's this? A man stood motionless in front of the glass door. Not entering, just leaning his forehead against the glass. Ahem. Frowning, Yin Wu cleared his throat and entered through the door next to the man. A chime sounded as the glass door opened. Ding-a-ling. As they brushed past, Yin Wu glanced sideways at the man. He leaned against the door like a mannequin, staring straight ahead. Why is he doing this? An uneasy feeling crept over him. Yin Wu hurriedly grabbed a lunchbox and a drink. When he finished paying and left, the man had vanished. Yin Wu looked around the street, his expression suddenly hardening. The man now stood at the entrance of Yin Wu's apartment building across the street. Just like before, he was motionless with his forehead against the glass door. Instinctively, Yin Wu reached for his bag, but his hand grasped air. He'd left it behind, thinking he'd be out briefly. Weapon. I need a weapon. Yin Wu gripped the store bag tighter with his sweaty hand. The lunchbox and 2-liter water bottle inside made it quite heavy. A solid hit would hurt. After testing its weight, Yin Wu strode forward purposefully. I don't know if this is an anomaly or just a person, if he's part of a group or just a civilian. He steeled himself for a fight if necessary. At the apartment building entrance, Yin Wu kept his distance, ready to swing the bag. Their reflections appeared side by side in the glass door. Yin Wu spoke. Excuse me, what are you doing? No response. The man didn't answer or move. Even his face, briefly visible in the reflection, remained unchanged. His eyes didn't even blink. Yin Wu cautiously poked the man's shoulder. He felt like an ordinary person through the clothing. Are you okay? Do you need help? Yin Wu hesitated, then approached the glass door beside the man. Whatever this person's deal was, he decided to grab his gun first. As the door opened and they crossed paths, their eyes met. Yin Wu glanced at the man, who only rolled his eyes to look back, maintaining his posture. The moment passed where Yin Wu tensed, ready to swing the bag if needed. He entered the building. Yin Wu whirled around to look at the man. They stood with the closed glass door between them. The man had resumed leaning his head against the glass, staring at it. Frowning, Yin Wu took the elevator to his studio on the 7th floor. Bang! Slamming the door shut, Yin Wu tossed the store bag on the floor and grabbed his bag. He pulled out the gun and set it on top. I don't know who this guy is, but... He sensed danger. As a company employee, it warranted an active response. Yin Wu shouldered the bag, put on his sneakers, and went back out. And there he was. The man stood in front of the elevator on the 7th floor. Yin Wu's expression hardened. His heart raced as he swiftly grasped the gun, striding purposefully toward the man. He thrust the gun forward, pressing it against the back of the man's head. This is a gun. Move and I'll shoot. Who are you? Why are you following me? Answer me. Squeeze. The gun barrel dug into the man's skull. Yet, he showed no reaction. No words, no movement. Yin Wu's frustration mounted. His throat and chest tightened, as if he'd swallowed a sweet potato whole. Is he just a civilian? I can't shoot him for no reason. If only I knew if he was hostile or an anomaly. If the man had shown even a hint of aggression, Yin Wu wouldn't have hesitated. But this was perfect non-resistance at novel bin at. Yin Wu slowly backed away. One hand still aiming the gun, he used the other to call the team leader. Yeah, what's up? Team leader. I've run into a strange person. Can you confirm if it's an anomaly? Tell me what they're like. A voice tinged with confusion. Yin Wu glared at the man as he spoke, still blocking the elevator. After a brief silence, the team leader spoke reluctantly. I've checked, but there's nothing in our data. Seems like just a weirdo. Call the cops. Got it. The call ended. Yin Wu hesitated, then approached the man and reached out. He checked for a pulse and breath. Seems human. Is he really just a civilian? Both pulse and breathing were steady. If he's human, he must be a civilian. A hostile group wouldn't do this for no reason. They'd attack right away with an anomaly. He couldn't just shoot a civilian without cause. Yin Wu sighed and called the police. Yes, here dash. The police arrived quickly. The elevator came back up to the 7th floor, and the doors opened. Two familiar officers appeared across from the man. One recognized Yin Wu and spoke. The guy who fired a gun before. The same cops who'd responded when Yin Wu had shot at the demon of sloth in his apartment. Their expressions seemed to ask what kind of trouble it was this time. Yin Wu smiled awkwardly and pointed at the man still standing in front of the open elevator. I called because of him. He keeps following me and standing in front of doors I'm about to use. I see. One officer held the door open while the other looked the man up and down before grabbing his shoulder and pulling. The man was dragged along lifelessly. The officer spoke. He might be ill. We'll take care of it. Thanks, I appreciate it. The moment the officer's hand left the open button, the doors began to close. For a split second, the back of the man's head was visible through the narrowing gap. Yin Wu watched the fully closed doors, then looked up. The elevator descended to the first floor. Was I overreacting? He felt he might have been too sensitive after seeing so many anomalies. Scratching his head, Yin Wu put the gun back in his bag and slowly returned to his apartment. The front door opened, and Yin Wu froze mid-step. There were people in his supposedly empty studio. The bathroom right by the entrance. In front of the tightly closed bathroom door stood the man. And not just him, but the 2 police officers from the elevator as well, all leaning their heads against the wooden door, completely still. An impossible situation. Yin Wu let out a sigh of relief. So it is an anomaly. If it was an anomalous entity, there was no need for hesitation. He could respond by any means necessary. Yin Wu drew his gun. Bang 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 dash. Click click. The gunfire continued until the magazine was empty. The man and the 2 officers, riddled with bullet holes, continued to stand in the same posture, blood streaming down their bodies. The gun might not work. Yin Wu replaced the magazine, then took out his phone. His mind raced. Danger. Safety. Survival. Seeing what happened to the police, it seemed dangerous if the man crossed the threshold. He also showed the ability to teleport. Hadn't he moved from the elevator to the apartment? The response wasn't difficult. Team leader. It's definitely an anomaly. I'll describe its characteristics, so please contact an appropriate special forces unit or department. Finishing the call, Yin Wu turned his head, and he was startled. The man had moved. One stood in front of the bathroom door, another in front of the closed front door, and the third was nowhere to be seen. A man stood at the bathroom door, and a police officer guarded the front entrance. The other officer was not in sight. Yin Wu's head swiveled rapidly. He spun in place, scanning the entire studio apartment, climbed the stairs to check the loft, and peered out the window to survey the surrounding streets. But the missing man was nowhere to be found inside the apartment. Yin Wu tightened his grip on his gun as he pondered. A faint smell of blood hung in the air. If he wasn't inside, whatever. The location of the unknown anomaly didn't matter. It was better to escape this enclosed space with few exits. Conveniently, the window was open. Yin Wu made a beeline for the fire escape by the window. The fire escape had been hastily installed after the fight with the demon of sloth. No need for additional setup. After securing the belt around his chest, Yin Wu flung open the window and tossed the rope outside. The rope unfurled with a whoosh. 7 floors. A dizzying height. People and streets looked tiny below. Taking several deep breaths, Yin Wu checked the support firmly before throwing himself out the window. The support and speed regulator bore his weight as he pushed against the window and wall with both hands to descend. 7th floor, 6th floor, 5th floor, 1st floor. Having safely reached the ground, Yin Wu first unfastened and tossed aside the belt, then went to sit on a plastic chair at the convenience store across the street at Novel Bin At. I'll wait it out here until the company arrives. Yin Wu's legs trembled as he ignored the strange looks from passers-by, while Yin Wu was descending via the fire escape. Ding! The apartment building's elevator arrived at the 7th floor, and Yin Wu's neighbor stepped out. The neighbor, humming with earphones in, suddenly stopped in his tracks. A police officer stood in front of the neighboring door, bleeding as he leaned his forehead against it. The neighbor removed one earphone and cautiously took a step forward. Excuse me, are you all right? You're bleeding. Hello, sir. The distance closed with each repeated question. The acrid smell of blood penetrated the mask. The neighbor gulped. Crouching down, he reached out to tap the officer's shoulder when suddenly, snap, the officer abruptly stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the neighbor's wrist. Ack. The grip was like a vice. The officer opened the door and shoved the neighbor inside. The neighbor lost his balance and tumbled past the entryway. Crash. What are you? The neighbor's mouth clamped shut between sneakers and slippers. He looked up at the officer standing in the doorway, eyes peering down at the neighbor from a slightly bowed head that had been leaning against the door. Lifeless eyes like those of a dead fish. Thud. The officer from outside took a step forward, and the 2 officers' bowed heads filled the neighbor's vision. Why are you doing this to me? A voice tinged with tears. The neighbor frantically reached out to brace himself against the shoes and entryway floor, raising his upper body, but it was too late. The officer grasped the doorknob. Slam. The door closed. Dash. Dash. Yes, team leader. I've come outside now. When will backup arrive? I've sent out the call, and they're gathering the spatial containment equipment before departing. Should be here in 20 minutes. 20 minutes. The time it would take for the special forces to mobilize and arrive. Not exactly a short wait, but an eternity for someone caught up in an anomalous phenomenon. Yin Wu was about to speak when his mouth snapped shut again. Across from the convenience store, in front of the apartment building's glass doors, stood a man. He came down. A chill ran down Yin Wu's spine. He jumped to his feet and scanned his surroundings. After checking front and sides, he turned around. Ugh! His neighbor, standing uncomfortably close behind him, filled his vision. Beyond the neighbor, Yin Wu saw police officers leaning against both doors of the convenience store. Thud! Startled, he stumbled backwards and slammed into a convenience store table. The table screeched as it was forcefully shoved. The trash on top of it rattled. Hua! Yin Wu, suppressing his pounding heart, examined his neighbor closely and realized he too had fallen victim to the anomaly. Emotionless eyes, slightly bowed head. And this feeling, that anomalous entity got to him. But why isn't he by the door? There was no time for detailed analysis. The situation wasn't waiting for Yin Wu or company backup. Lunchtime, with the sun climbing towards its zenith. People passing on the street. Yin Wu's pupils constricted. Lunch? Just grab a quick boxed meal. Excuse me, coming through. I'll feed the dog and be right down. I'll come with you? I want to see the puppy too. People entering the convenience store while focused on video calls, college students chatting as they entered the apartment building. The anomalous entity advancing towards the wide-open doors. Before he could even warn them, the doors closed. The anomaly would multiply. Simultaneously, the neighbor in front of Yin Wu suddenly reached out. Fingers splayed to grab his hair. The reaction was instantaneous. Yin Wu let out a cry as he swung his bag vertically upwards. Not just his arm, but his wrist too bent for the swing. The heavy, solid bag struck the neighbor's chin. Whack! A solid hit. The neighbor fell backwards. Yin Wu hurriedly fled to the street and rummaged frantically through his bag. Something I can use now. The gun was useless. Physical removal was nearly impossible. So then, swish. A red cord emerged from the bag. Yin Wu unraveled it and gripped it in both hands. His hands tensed with determination. Let's tie them up. Whether doors open or not, they can't pass through if they can't move, right? Eyes gleaming, Yin Wu approached his neighbor lying motionless on the ground. A few steps away, he muttered softly. I don't know what kind of anomaly you are, but stay put. If you resist now, next comes the chainsaw. You know what'll happen to your arms and legs, right? And if you resist that, I'll use even harsher methods. The anomalous entity remained motionless. It simply lay there in silence, head slightly bowed. It might move. Tense, Yin Wu began by binding its ankles, then its wrists, and finally secured the end to a utility pole like a dog leash, pulled taut. Fortunately, there was no resistance or movement, so the rest was just a repetition of the same process. Binding everyone standing by the doors. The unfamiliar man, the two police officers, the neighbor, the people in the convenience store, even the two college students, all of them. Done. After tying the final knot tight, Yin Wu surveyed the street. The anomalous entities were firmly restrained not just at their joints, but also tied to trees, utility poles, and street lamps. And at a distance, people warily eyeing Yin Wu. Some pretending not to notice while filming with their cameras, others calling the police. What's he doing? Filming something. No idea. Better call the police just in case. Isn't it some kind of filming? Those people are staying so still. Yin Wu hesitated before drawing his gun. I tied them up, but it's not foolproof. He had to prevent further multiplication here. If their numbers grew uncontrollably after they'd already moved to attack directly, the dice are my only option. Better not to take such a dangerous gamble. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The onlookers gasped in admiration, but when a second shot shattered a street light, they finally screamed and fled. The street emptied in an instant. Yin Wu sat in a convenience store chair and checked his phone. The 20 minutes the team leader mentioned were nearly up. When's that backup coming? Just then, whoosh, a sound like tearing air echoed from the sky. Yin Wu looked up. A massive transport plane was flying low. It dropped something rectangular. The object cast a growing shadow as it plummeted towards them. What the? Who drops things without warning? Yin Wu scrambled to press himself against a building wall. He felt the black container crash into the center of the road with his entire body. Boom! The container smashed into the asphalt road. The shockwave hit him full force. His ears rang, the vibrations reverberating through his organs. Flying debris grazed and scratched his cheeks. Clang! The container doors burst open, sending up clouds of dust. Combat troops in black battlesuits poured out. Their squad leader at the front shouted, "Move out! Target is an unidentified anomalous entity." The squad leader's confident shout trailed off. The charging troops stopped in their tracks, looking around in bewilderment. People tied up with cords. Yin Wu approached them with relief. The troops instinctively aimed their weapons, strange-looking guns at him. Yin Wu raised his hands and said, "I'm Investigator Yin Wu. I made the report. I've restrained them with cords for now, please handle it properly." You've already responded. Those things were teleporting, so I'm not sure if I've properly restrained them. After a moment of silence, the squad leader gestured. "Throw them in the container." "Yes, sir." The troops bustled about, roughly tossing the anomalous entities into the container. They handled them like objects, not people. The squad leader in the black helmet stood by the container watching his troops. Once all the anomalies were loaded, he turned to Yin Wu. "Good work. Thanks to you, the operation proceeded smoothly. Are you sure they're properly contained?" It seemed like they'd just thrown them into a container. Yin Wu shifted nervously as he asked. The squad leader answered matter-of-factly. "It's a spatial containment container. They can't escape from inside." Yin Wu relaxed, letting his arms fall to his sides. The squad leader confidently rapped on the black container door, the sound of armored gloves striking metal echoing in the air. He slightly raised the unique gun he was holding. This weapon also has spatial containment properties, so we can respond adequately. That's a relief, Yin Wu said, visibly relaxing. He glanced around the area, taking in the scene. His eyes lingered on the shattered street light he'd shot, the CCTVs and phone cameras mounted here and there. He thought about his image captured on them. A slight uneasiness remained. Yin Wu hesitated before speaking. About all that shooting I did. How will the aftermath be handled? The intelligence department will take care of it. Any police reports will have been suppressed. When we deploy, relevant government agencies are already notified. A seemingly perfectly resolved anomaly, with even the aftermath taken care of. Nothing left to worry about. Yin Wu slung his bag over his shoulder. Well then, I'll be going now. Yes. The squad leader watched as Yin Wu crossed the street towards the studio apartment building. Yin Wu calmly opened the glass door and disappeared inside. One of the soldiers, watching Yin Wu's retreating figure, approached the squad leader and made small talk. Squad leader, isn't that guy the investigator? The one who deals with anomalies? Probably is. Then shouldn't he be living somewhere remote instead of in the city? Stop talking nonsense and get ready to head back. Look, the transport unit's arriving. The squad leader nodded towards the far end of the street. A convoy of vehicles rolled down the street, heavy machinery to lift the container, trucks to load it on, and SUVs to transport the combat personnel. We're returning. The combat personnel lined up and boarded the vehicles. The container was quickly loaded, and they vanished in an instant as if they'd never been there. Only the shattered road and empty spaces where people had been remained. Dash. After roughly packing away the used rope ladder, Yin Wu called his team leader. So, it's been resolved? The team leader asked. Yes, team leader. It's over. Yin Wu frowned, looking at the convenience store lunchbox. Roughly shaken, the kimchi juice and side dishes had spilled all over. The unappetizing sight made him not want to eat, but hunger won out. He struggled to tear open the plastic wrap with one hand, put the lunchbox in the microwave, and continued the call. Do I just need to write the report now? Let's do two. One overall situation report, and one on the anomalous entity characteristics you observed. Write up the characteristics report first and submit it. Yes, I'll eat lunch and write it right away. All right, good work. As the call ended, the microwave dinged. Yin Wu sat at the table and wolfed down the lunch, lost in thought. So what kind of anomaly was it? It was entirely possible for there to be anomalies the company hadn't identified yet. The fog monster he saw on his first investigation was also a newly discovered entity. Having finished off the lunchbox, Yin Wu pushed it aside, turned on his laptop, and logged into the company's information network. A blank document page with a white background stared back at him. Spatial movement is certain. It started moving. Door? It stands in front of doors, then enters with someone when they open it and does something. Multiplication? Infection. Tap tap tap. Yin Wu, who had been slowly writing the report, suddenly paused and pondered before haphazardly pressing the completion button. The researchers will figure out the details. The remaining report was just describing the situation. Recalling his memories, he began writing from when he first encountered the man in front of the door. He was in the middle of writing when suddenly, ring 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 dash, a call came in from an unfamiliar number. The phone rang incessantly, buzzing and vibrating. Feeling an inexplicable unease, Yin Wu immediately picked up. Hello dash. Is this investigator Li Yin Wu? A high, rapid voice urgently asked. Yin Wu instinctively lowered the call volume. Yes, it is. Who dash? This is the team that received the anomalous entity you just reported. An incident has occurred. An incident? What dash? Those anomalous entities, they've devoured a bunch of our people and disappeared. There's a high chance they've gone to your location, so be careful. A chilling sensation washed over Yin Wu, as if doused with ice water. He gulped and first looked for his bag, slinging it over his shoulder. Hello? Are you listening? Yes, I'm listening. But I need more details. What exactly happened dash? They opened and closed doors on their own? I'll send you the data. If they really did go there, contact us immediately. Click. The call ended. Yin Wu stared blankly at his phone before jolting up. He could check the data while walking. More importantly, he needed to get outside. Ding dash. Opening the video file that had just arrived, Yin Wu rushed to the entrance. His slightly trembling fingers fast-forwarded through the CCTV footage as he hurriedly crammed his feet into his sneakers and stepped outside. The front door flung open. Yin Wu stopped mid-step as he was about to exit. The hallway of the studio apartment building stretched before him. A not-so-short corridor, with several front doors lined up on both sides. And in front of each door stood people. From the person Yin Wu had tied up earlier, to combat personnel in battle suits or combat uniforms, all leaning their foreheads against the doors. Grip. Yin Wu grabbed the doorknob so hard it might break, and slowly poked his head out. One eye peeking out from the edge of the doorway. Even the distant elevator and emergency exit had people standing with their backs turned. Is the floor sealed off? His mind went cold. His heart raced, pumping vigor through his entire body. Rope ladder. If he could get down using the rope ladder by the window. When, turning back to the entrance, Yin Wu looked at the window with a sinking expression. 3 people in researcher uniforms were densely packed against the window, having moved there at some point. They were pressed against the glass as if looking down at the street below. At this rate, he'd be caught for sure. He had to find a way out. The person in front of the door. The door. Right, the door first. Yin Wu turned back again. The front door was slightly ajar. He pushed it open wider and lowered the door stopper to hold it in place. Then he took out the drill from his bag. If the door doesn't close, I can avoid the anomaly for now. Amidst his racing thoughts, he clearly recalled fragments of memory, people entering the studio apartment building and convenience store, incidents occurring after doors closed. Whir. The drill spun ferociously. The drill bit aimed for the hinge part that remained fixed to the door frame even when the door was open. Screech dash. With no intention of carefully removing screws or parts, he drilled multiple holes to sever the joint. Sparks flew wildly as holes were punched into the corner of the front door. Bang! Finally kicking the door, Yin Wu toppled the door panel into the hallway. Gripping the drill like a gun, he looked around in all directions. People lined up at every front door. They haven't moved yet, but they could move at any moment. He remembered when his neighbor had reached out. Not just the combat personnel, but civilians and researchers were dangerous too. Stairs. To face multiple opponents alone, it was better to funnel them through a narrow passage. Yin Wu swiftly moved, climbing the stairs to position himself on the mezzanine. After moving the box with his belongings near the stairs, Yin Wu made a phone call to the person he had just spoken with. This is Investigator Yin Wu. They've come here. The combat personnel and researchers have all become anomalous entities. Understood? People from the company will be dispatched. You, quickly contact them, tell them to deploy here. The sound of someone giving orders to others could be heard in the background. Keeping his attention on the bottom of the stairs, Yin Wu asked, how long will it take? And who's coming? I don't think ordinary countermeasures will work. We'll use the eraser. For entities difficult to contain, with little research or practical value, they didn't hesitate to destroy them. At novel bin at. Yin Wu sighed in slight relief as he wrapped up the call. The eraser would be definitive. He knew well, having experienced it up close. I understand. Just hold out a little longer. The call ended. An eerie silence settled over the studio apartment. If he listened closely, he could hear the breathing of the people. His own breathing and heartbeat. Yin Wu clenched his fist tightly and looked at the anomalous entities by the window. I'm ready to face them. Now I need to analyze them as much as possible. Maintaining just the right level of tension, Yin Wu checked the video file sent from the other side. A silent CCTV recording. Some kind of warehouse. A truck carrying a black container entered what looked like an aircraft hangar, and several researchers holding papers greeted the driver. As they spoke to the driver, alternately looking at the container and driver while waving papers. Slide, the container door opened. The sound must not have been small, as the researchers and driver turned around in shock, but it was too late. The anomalous entities had found freedom. One walked out of the container, one stood in front of the hangar door which then closed on its own, and the rest teleported away. Probably scattered somewhere in the department. And that was the end. As soon as the hangar door closed, the CCTV malfunctioned. Yin Wu muttered anxiously, they directly open and close doors. No, that's not important. The crucial point was that being in an enclosed space with them causes one to mutate into an anomalous entity. Yin Wu put down the drill and picked up his gun. He aimed at the window. Isn't a building also an enclosed space in a broader sense? If all the windows closed and all the entrances sealed, wouldn't a building be no different from an enclosed room? Of course, he didn't know if the anomalous entity's influence extended that far, but Yin Wu didn't ignore even the slightest possibility. Bang dash, crash, the window shattered and a gust of wind blew in. Glass shards glittered in the sunlight as they rained down on the heads of the people standing by the window. Rustle. The three people by the window turned around simultaneously. Glass fragments crunched under their shoes. They kept their heads lowered, rolling only their eyeballs upward. Their gazes met. Yin Wu prepared to throw the box down the stairs. Yin Wu took a stance to throw the box, glaring down at the anomalous entities as he spoke. I don't know if you can understand me, but let's stop here. If you push any further, I might do something drastic. A threat laced with sincerity. If cornered before the eraser arrived, Yin Wu would roll the dice without hesitation. Simple damage won't cut it. Spatial displacement is pointless too. His eyes flashed as he anticipated potential outcomes. Whether they understood the threat was unclear. The three anomalous entities by the window remained motionless, staring at Yin Wu. Their mechanical eyes betrayed no emotion or thought. As he locked eyes with the unblinking anomalies, heavy footsteps approached. Thud thud. The sound came from the entrance. The footsteps didn't stop, but slowly drew closer, one step at a time. Thud thud. Yin Wu craned his neck to look over the railing. Below stood a combatant in full battle gear. The helmet and combat suit were clearly visible from above. The armor looked impenetrable at a glance. Yin Wu tossed his heavy bag aside. The gun would have been useless anyway. What good would a pistol do against a fully armored combatant? Unless he had the skill of a movie assassin to target weak spots. Throw the box to block their ascent, then roll the dice. As Yin Wu turned back to check on the anomalous entities by the window, he let out a small sigh. The three entities that had been standing in front of the window had moved. They were now lined up on the first 3 steps of the staircase, heads slightly bowed, eyes still fixed on Yin Wu. Yin Wu released his grip on the box. Right, what's the point in threatening anomalies? Actions spoke louder than words. Yin Wu summoned the dice, instantly recalling the judgments he'd been contemplating since seeing his parallel world self. starting with the least risky. First, slipping. Then, leg fracture. Next, loss of sensation. Finally, loss of muscle strength. Judgments that wouldn't invite major danger even if they failed or critically failed. At least one should succeed. Excited by the successive requests, the dice leapt up and began to roll merrily. Clatter. Success. Crash. Failure. Crash. Bang. Suddenly, people's feet slipped, and they tumbled forward and backward. The combatant's helmet slammed into the floor, while those on the stairs tumbled down, ending up in a tangled heap. Smiling, Yin Wu immediately threw the box at them. It hit the stairs with a bang, bounced, and struck a researcher in the solar plexus. Then, silence. The anomalous entities, some face down on the floor, others pinned under bodies, and some fallen backward, moved only their eyes to look at Yin Wu. Yin Wu didn't avert his gaze. His hand fumbled for another box. I'll hold out with this, and if I'm pushed back, I'll roll. Of course, there were many entities. Yin Wu stepped back to widen his field of view. He kept the entire first floor of the studio apartment in sight, ready to react instantly no matter where they might appear. How long did that tension last? Blink. In the instant his eyelids closed and reopened. The living room was packed with people. All the anomalous entities that had been outside were now crowded below the railing, their gazes fixed on Yin Wu. Even those he had tied up with rope rolled their eyes to look at him. The stares, piercing even through helmets. Eerie gazes like camera lenses, all directed at Yin Wu. If they all rushed him at once. Yin Wu calmly clenched his fist. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins. He consciously slowed his rapid breathing. Don't get excited. Don't tense up too much. Staying calm was key to survival. To avoid mistakes. To respond appropriately. For now, whoosh. Yin Wu leaned against the wall near the stairs, keeping his field of view as wide as possible. They might come up to the loft at any moment. Keeping both the loft and first floor in sight, he fumbled for his phone and made a call. The other party answered immediately. Yes, Investigator Yin Wu. When are you coming? When will the eraser arrive? I'm not sure. What? Unable to glare at the phone while maintaining his view, Yin Wu's eyes narrowed dangerously. His voice rose. What kind of answer is that dash? We've contacted them, and I heard they've deployed immediately. But since the eraser isn't from our department, I don't know the exact time. I'll give you their contact info, so you should call them directly, at novel bin at. Essentially telling him to contact the responsible department since it wasn't their jurisdiction. Yin Wu abruptly ended the call and raised the phone high. He hurled it forcefully over the railing. Smack dash. The phone struck the forehead of the original male entity watching Yin Wu. It hit squarely with its edge. The head tilted back slightly, then returned to its original position. A trickle of blood ran down from the split forehead, but the eyes remained fixed on Yin Wu. Yin Wu stared back, his eyes filled with irritation. If you escaped the container, why come here and cause trouble? Why not go somewhere else? The frustration that began with the phone call spread like wildfire through his mind. He couldn't even count how many times this had happened, nor did he want to. I should just roll for deletion. Slapdash. A crisp impact. Yin Wu had slapped his own cheek. Rubbing his reddening, swollen cheek, he muttered. Calm down, you need to survive. Getting angry won't help. It's not beneficial. If he rolled for deletion and critically failed, he might receive something unmanageable. I'm not cornered enough to roll that. Yin Wu continued muttering, calming himself. The stinging pain quickly dissipated his anger and irritation. Survival instinct alone filled the void left by emotion. Looking down at the anomalous entities, Yin Wu had a thought. The densely packed anomalies. They're all here? If I could knock them all down at once, I could escape. Dice. Focusing on the dice in a corner of his mind, Yin Wu opened his hand, mimicking his future self. He spoke earnestly. Let's succeed just this once. Just this. I'm not even hoping for a critical success. Just a success. So, slipping. Clatter. The dice rolled. Before the result appeared, Yin Wu clenched his fist tightly. The dice continued to roll. Unlike his future self, he couldn't stop it at the desired result. But in the instant before the result appeared, less than a second, Yin Wu felt a strange sensation. A peculiar certainty, as if he knew the outcome without seeing it. It succeeded. Success. Bang crash dash. The tightly packed people fell simultaneously, entangling chaotically. Helmets collided with sharp impacts, and protective gear clashed noisily. There was no time to focus on that strange sensation. Yin Wu's eyes gleamed as he immediately descended the stairs. Taking 2 steps at a time, he leapt down. Stepping on the solar plexus of fallen anomalies, he bounded forward. Amidst the motionless gazes, he stopped in front of the descent device. The corridor, elevator, and emergency stairs are too dangerous. Hurriedly throwing the rope outside, loosely fastening the belt around his chest, he climbed over the windowsill still bearing bullet holes and glass shards. SSSSK. Being barefoot, glass shards cut into his solace. Red blood spread. Yin Wu gritted his teeth but didn't stop moving. With the loose chest belt, he gripped the rope with both hands and slowly descended. The device lowered him. From the 7th floor to the 6th. Yin Wu inhaled the fresh outside air, then set his expression firmly. His hands gripped the rope tightly enough to abrade his skin. At the window of the apartment below Yin Wu's, 3 anomalous entities leaned their foreheads against the window, watching him. Their eyes followed Yin Wu, moving in sync with the device's speed. From the 6th floor to the 5th, from the 5th to the 4th. Anomalous entities watched Yin Wu from windows on every floor, from empty apartments, after turning the occupants into anomalies. Finally reaching the ground, Yin Wu staggered as his injured bare feet touched the road. Sharp pain shot from his soles to his scalp. Even so, his vigilant gaze caught the people at the entrance. People lined up behind the glass of the studio apartment's first floor, and he also saw the company's support. Vroom dash, screech dash, a black motorcycle cut across the road, stopping beside Yin Wu. Leather boots stepped onto the skid mark left behind. The person in a helmet and rider jacket pulled out an eraser from their chest, making a horizontal hand motion. The gesture didn't stop. The eraser moved vertically in succession. The studio apartment building completely vanished. As Yin Wu stared blankly at where the building had been, a muffled voice came from behind the helmet. Core building erased. Please confirm if there are any surviving entities. Only then did Yin Wu turn to look at the company employee. The black helmet, likely an enhanced reality device, had blue and red lights on its dark face. A system linked to hacked CCTVs and home cameras, observing the area. Suddenly unsure of even their gender, the person looked at Yin Wu and nodded slightly. Investigator Yin Wu, I'll need your cooperation. It seems that anomalous entity targeted you specifically. No, my home. No, why target me? The eraser-wielding company employee was silent for a moment before answering. There's a certain group creating anomalous entities. It appears they've taken an interest in you, Investigator Yin Wu. No, Yin Wu forgot his pain and rubbed his face. His head was spinning. A house vanished in an instant, along with everyone inside. Worst of all, the unsettling news that some group had taken an interest in him. No way. Yin Wu rubbed his face as if washing it. His palms, raw from the fire escape rope, left smears of blood on his cheeks. That stinging pain and unpleasant sensation. Yin Wu asked calmly, what group pulled this stunt? And why target me specifically? The Creating a Better World Association, a small outfit under the Korean branch's management. They said they were looking for the dice and bit off more than they could chew. The dice? My dice. An unexpected reason. The agent nodded slightly at Yin Wu's bewildered tone. Glancing at the enhanced reality display in his helmet, he spoke casually. After causing major damage to the spatial containment department, they turned themselves in. Confessed everything. I'll fill you in on the details once this wraps up. This anomaly's dangerous, isn't it? No time for small talk. The target was a dangerous anomaly capable of teleportation and reproduction. It had uncontrollable infectiousness. The priority was to stay alert for any surviving entities and finish the operation. Yin Wu took a deep breath. Struggling to control his irritation, confusion, frustration, and anger, he sat down on the street and looked at his feet, glass shards embedded in the soles. I need medical attention first. My feet are a mess. Can I call an ambulance? Well, about that? The agent fidgeted, considering briefly. With anomalous entities potentially still around, was it safe to call emergency services to this danger zone? Especially since ambulances are in closed spaces. What if an anomaly walked out when the ambulance doors opened? Noticing his hesitation, Yin Wu sighed deeply. Then go buy some wet wipes and disinfectant from that convenience store. I'll patch myself up. I didn't bring my wallet since we're on a mission. Wordlessly, Yin Wu pulled out a card from his bag and handed it over. The agent awkwardly reached out to take it. I'll be right back. Yell if any anomalies show up. And grab some slippers too. The agent crossed the street and disappeared into the convenience store. Left alone, Yin Wu curled up and stared at his palms. Then he shifted his gaze to his feet, glass shards embedded in the soles. A quiet murmur escaped his lips. Rainwater. Rainwater absorbed 1 drop a day. Perhaps due to its effects, the bleeding had already stopped. If he absorbed all the remaining rainwater. If he gradually absorbed the components left in the mountain pension. Here you go. Didn't use the card. Suddenly, a pile of odds and ends spilled out before him. Lost in thought, he hadn't even noticed the approach. Slowly looking at the items scattered beside his legs, he saw wet wipes, ointment, bandages, slippers, and such. As Yin Wu began pulling out glass shards with the wet wipes, he spoke. A groan of pain slipped out. Why didn't you use the card? No one was inside, so I just took them. Come to think of it, the convenience store had fallen victim to the anomaly too. By the time Yin Wu finished basic first aid and put on the slippers, the agent tilted his head and spoke precisely. Anomalous entity elimination confirmed. Operation concluded as of now. Proceeding with Yin Wu to the designated point. Splat. Yin Wu stood up. His bandaged feet, slathered with excess ointment, squelched unpleasantly in the slippers. He looked at the agent. Where are we going? We're heading to negotiate with that group, the Creating a Better World Association. They wanted to see you and me. Fine. Let's go. Going to see those responsible for sending the anomaly after him. Yin Wu's eyes flashed as he climbed onto the back of the agent's motorcycle. Vroom dash. The motorcycle sped down the road without hesitation. Dash. Dash. After a considerable ride, the two arrived at a small factory. Screech. As Yin Wu dismounted the abruptly stopped motorcycle, he surveyed the surroundings. A large building about 3 stories tall, with what looked like company personnel and equipment gathered in droves. From armed special forces to excited-looking researchers and trucks loaded with containers. A busy, tense atmosphere at Novel Bin at. Is this the place? Lots of people here. Yes. We're seizing some anomalies from the Creating a Better World Association. These people are here to move them. The agent started walking ahead, glancing at the enhanced reality UI in his helmet. A map lit up, guiding them to their destination like a navigation system. Yin Wu followed, dragging his stiff slippers. Creating a Better World? Never heard of them. Fill me in. They're a tiny group. True to their name, they aim to create beneficial anomalies to make a better world. Passing the factory entrance, heading to a conference room inside, the agent continued explaining. They lack the specialized skills to produce anomalous equipment like the major groups. Not the technology to create fluorescent vests, memory erasers, or taser guns like the company, or mass-produce gold bars like the Goldberg Club. However, they use their anomalies to create other anomalies. Those people by the door were probably made that way too. Anomalies that create anomalies. Yin Wu narrowed his eyes in thought, then realized it wasn't so special. Even he could achieve similar effects with his dice, and the fog monster creates fog, doesn't it? The two suddenly stopped walking. A conference room inside the factory. Armed combat troops from the security battalion stood guard at the door, checking entry permissions via their helmets' enhanced reality. Confirmed. Enter. The Korean branch vice director and key members of the Creating a Better World Association are waiting inside. Yin Wu didn't move. He glanced down at his attire. Hastily thrown on clothes and a body in disarray from the recent chaos. Using his phone as a mirror, he saw dried blood faintly staining his face. A wry smile twisted his lips. Haha. So the bastards who sent that anomaly after me are inside, huh? Tap tap. He walked, slapping the floor with his slippers. The guards didn't bother with a body search or confiscating possessions, just stepping slightly aside. Slam. The door opened roughly. Inside the conference room was a large table surrounded by people. An elderly woman with snow-white hair sat at the head of the table, a guard at her back. Opposite her sat people with bowed heads, like criminals. They turned at the sound of the door. A middle-aged man began to speak, but Yin Wu cut him off. Which one of you sent that anomaly after me? Investigator Yin Wu. You have every right to be angry, but please calm down. The vice director, an old woman with wrinkled yet sharp eyes, stopped mid-sentence. Her gaze fixed on the ID Yin Wu abruptly produced. A special investigator's badge. You're the vice director, right? But you don't have the authority to order me around. Vice director or not, it meant nothing before those who threatened his life. Rather, if they threatened his life, he wouldn't hesitate to respond in kind. An eerie light gleamed in Yin Wu's eyes. Something inhuman, the alien gaze of one who swallowed rainwater and possessed the dice. Click click. The guards tensed, raising their weapons. Fingers on triggers. Muzzles pointed at Yin Wu. Yin Wu let out a mirthless laugh. Going to shoot? Wouldn't evacuating be smarter? Investigator Lee, don't do anything rash. The guard beside the vice director, wearing some kind of medal or rank insignia, spoke through his helmet. Yin Wu shook his head. I'm not doing anything rash. Danger comes looking for me. Haven't you heard the rumors about me? A factory full of anomalies, a place crawling with company and group personnel, perfect conditions for an incident, don't you think? The guard fell silent, then turned to look at the vice director. A gesture asking for her decision. The vice director spoke leisurely. Investigator Yin Wu, we'll finish our negotiations first. It won't take long. After that, do as you please. Fine. Scrape. Yin Wu pulled out a chair nearby and sat down. The agent with the eraser took a seat beside him. The vice director spoke calmly. Well, Association President, we've granted your request. Both the eraser and dice you so wanted to meet are here. Yes, yes. We're truly sorry. Take our anomalies. I apologize again. We had no idea it was such a dangerous anomaly. Though groveling, the Association President snuck glances at Yin Wu and the agent. He'd flinch whenever he caught Yin Wu's gaze. Gulping, he said. We'll hand over the plastic surgery machine, the oak barrel, and the bed. A plastic surgery machine that changes people strangely, an oak barrel that alters the liquid inside, and a bed that brings part of dreams into reality. The vice director looked at the association president. What about the computer? Without it, we'd have no way to control our entities. We can't give up that one. Then we'll take just the 3. The vice director nodded slightly. The guard activated the mic on his helmet. We only need to move 3 entities. Simultaneously, the sounds of hurried footsteps and chatter filtered in from outside the conference room. The commotion of moving anomalies. The negotiation concluded swiftly. The vice director grasped the cane leaning against the table and slowly stood. She paused briefly before Yin Wu as she left the conference room. Investigator Yin Wu, what do you intend to do? These people are a friendly group to us. I'd prefer you refrain from harming them. I'll hear them out first. At that response, the vice director nodded slowly and resumed walking. The guards surrounded her as she disappeared beyond the door. The door closed quietly. Well then, time for us to have a chat. Yin Wu rose, dragging his chair to the doorway. A position for quick escape if needed, and to block these people from fleeing. As the Creating a Better World Association members uncomfortably turned to face him, Yin Wu spoke. You were looking for me? Even unleashing an anomaly? Yes, yes. We truly regret inadvertently threatening you. We've prepared compensation. But sir, please hear me out. The man's eyes sparkled as he addressed Yin Wu. Using the dice and eraser, we can safely create any number of anomalies. And by creating anomalies this way, we can change the world. Yin Wu stared at the man, his expression devoid of emotion. The association president gesticulated wildly as he raised his voice. If we create just a few proper anomalies, there'll be no limits. Infinite energy, food, space, lifespans dash. Hey. The agent rolled the eraser in his palm before clenching his fist. His slightly tilted helmet faced the association president directly. Because of you, we erased an entire building. There were countless victims inside. And now you're saying this. Though muffled by the helmet, the anger in his voice came through clearly. The association president looked away. That was an accident. It wasn't intentional. I thought it would only cause spatial displacement. If I'd known it was that dangerous dash. Ha. The agent's voice lowered. The eraser rolling in his palm was caught between his fingers. As his hand twitched, about to move, Yin Wu grabbed it firmly. He tilted the eraser slightly away from himself, as if moving a gun barrel. Calm down. Let's hear him out first. The agent remained still, then leaned back in his chair. As if leaving it to Yin Wu, he turned his head away. Yin Wu quietly observed the association president. His eyes and voice seemed calm on the surface. So why did you call us here? To create anomalies with dice and erase dangerous failures with an eraser. Exactly? What safer method is there? Compared to our current haphazard creation process, isn't this revolutionary? The association president clapped excitedly. Yin Wu leaned forward, resting his hands on the table. I get your intentions. But I have 2 questions. Answer them first. Go ahead. How do you control the anomalous entities? At that question, the association president wiggled his 10 fingers. The gesture resembled playing a piano or typing on a keyboard. There's a computer-like anomaly. It can give one command to a specific entity. For example, don't harm humans, find the dice, and so on. Yin Wu stared at the association president without blinking. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. If I could control the dice with that computer. He sensed the dice at the edge of his consciousness. Yin Wu quietly looked at the dice, then shook his head slightly with a sigh. I don't want to resort to that. The dice wasn't hostile towards him. It rolled resistance on its own when time stopped, and they had overcome numerous trials together. Despite it being less than half a year, he'd grown attached to it. Moreover, there was the path shown by his future self, and that strange feeling he had while confronting the people at the door. The sense that, given time, they could become one without the need for control. Yin Wu opened his mouth to ask his final question. How did you know about the dice? It's an anomaly we've been searching for a long time. The dice. The association president smiled. That dice is probably one of the closest things to omnipotence among anomalies. Most people couldn't handle it, but you're using it just fine. The power of probability manipulation. Yin Wu neither denied nor confirmed. He thought that if he reached the level of his future self, it would indeed be close to omnipotence. And yet, the Earth was still ruined in that future. There are many anomalies comparable to the dice. The eraser alone is terrifying. Not to mention the numerous doomsday scenarios the company anticipates. He had no more questions. The man before him wasn't worth dealing with in many ways. Click. Yin Wu pulled a pistol from his bag. Even as the association president's expression hardened, Yin Wu tilted the gun to aim at his head. I've no intention of helping you, so tell me what compensation you'll offer. His attitude made it clear, if the compensation wasn't satisfactory, if its value was less than the man's life, he'd take that life as compensation instead. His finger on the trigger held the association president's life in balance. Faced with that cold gaze, the association president lowered his head slightly. He spoke softly. Ah, I see. Then he smiled. Very well. If you refuse, there's nothing we can do. I'll give you one anomaly as compensation. No, what I don't want any dangerous anomaly dash. It's safe. It's just a TV. It occasionally broadcasts strange programs, which could be quite helpful. Let's go see it directly. The association president stood up and gestured lightly towards the conference room exit. Yin Wu frowned but left the room first. Outside, the sounds of company employees moving about flooded in. Move carefully. It's a machine-type anomaly. I know. How many years of experience do you think I have? Several people worked together to move a large sleep capsule-like shaping machine, as if moving a refrigerator. On one side, others were packing oak barrels into boxes or carrying beds out. The association president watched them with cold eyes, then pushed past Yin Wu towards a certain room. Yin Wu and the agent followed, listening to his explanation. Usually it's just a TV with static, but occasionally it broadcasts something like news. What kind of news? Events? Accidents? Caused by anomalies. It gives advance warnings, but it's not very useful to us. The association president opened the door to a quiet room where no other employees were present. Inside was a single old-fashioned television. Its screen showed black and white static, accompanied by crackling noise. Let's go in and take a look. No thanks. Just send it to the company for now. Yin Wu spoke in a slightly softer voice. He was already prone to getting involved in incidents and accidents. If he could know about them in advance, it would be a great help at novel bin at. Of course, he planned to have the company inspect it first to ensure there were no real issues with the item. In any case, he liked the TV itself. Yin Wu looked at the association president. I'll let this slide. But if you mess with me one more time dash. Just as he was threatening the association president. Today's news. Suddenly, a fluent voice came from the TV. Turning his head, Yin Wu saw a blurred, pixelated figure sitting behind a desk, speaking. A mutter disease has been leaked from the Creating a Better World Association factory. As a result, several people from the Humanity Protection Company's Korean branch have been injured, killed, or mutated. A leak? What's going on? Yin Wu and the association president locked eyes. The association president looked panicked but gritted his teeth and moved quickly. He took out his phone and pressed a button on the factory management system. Pop dash. Sprinklers activated simultaneously, spraying misty streams of water. Liquid containing the mutter disease filled the factory. Dash. Dash. Shoosh. Before he could react, Yin Wu was drenched. He quietly bowed his head. Water droplets dripped from his chin. The TV broadcast, the pouring water, the association president who rushed to the room with the TV and locked the door. You're broadcasting this? Damn it! I was planning to spray it at the right time. Shouts and the sound of the TV being smashed came from beyond the door. Splash dash. Yin Wu quickly pulled out an umbrella, but it was too late. He hadn't reacted in time. Faced with multiple unknown threats, he failed to identify which was most dangerous and couldn't decide what to address first. And so, Yin Wu was infected with the mutter disease. He felt the symptoms in both body and mind. His vision turned red and his heart pounded. Causeless rage welled up from deep within, making him want to kill people indiscriminately. Barely clinging to his senses, Yin Wu called out to the dice with trembling hands. Resistance, quick, roll. Failure? In the time it took for the dice to roll once, the murderous disease had reached his brain. The urge to kill people filled his head. Cold, efficient thoughts flashed through Yin Wu's mind. How to kill people? He could amplify the disease's infectiousness. He could roll for natural disasters. There were many methods. People die for various reasons. Even if most fail, success in just one would easily kill. Killing is easier than surviving. Just as a red glint flashed in Yin Wu's water-soaked eyes, he suddenly looked at the agent. A helmet with various protective functions, leather rider's clothing, gloves, and boots. The agent, who had avoided infection, was watching Yin Wu intently. The agent reported into his helmet's microphone. The mutter disease has been dispersed. Investigator Lee Yin Wu is infected. His eyes are red. I'll respond on site. The hand holding the eraser turned towards Yin Wu. In that moment, memories resurfaced. The destruction that began at the doomsday cultist's fingertips. The eraser that erased clouds, split mountains in half, and even erased the dice's results. Yin Wu's gaze cleared. His trembling hands steadied. Wait a moment. I'm fine. Really. Hands raised in surrender. The umbrella in his hand rose high, jabbing the ceiling. Yin Wu muttered internally. Kill what? I'm the one who's going to die. Though his eyes were still red, aggressive thoughts and murderous impulses sank beneath his survival instinct. Are you sure? Yes. Enough time has passed for the dice to roll a few times. But I haven't done anything. What about murderous urges dash? What kind of idiot would I be to get myself killed while trying to kill others? I won't do it. More importantly, let's catch and kill that association president first. The agent kept a suspicious eye on Yin Wu for a while, then turned his hand. The eraser briefly swept through the air. A gap appeared in the pouring water, pushed aside by the following streams, and the locked door was erased. Because of a damn TV like this. In the room where water poured from the sprinklers, the association president threw the TV against the wall, then stomped on it furiously before freezing in place. He turned only his head to look at Yin Wu and the agent. Agent, you need to erase the dice first? Who knows what disaster it might cause dash. Bang dash. A bullet pierced his thigh. A stream of blood spurted out. The association president let out a short scream and collapsed to the floor. Yin Wu lowered his gun to aim at the man's head, calmly looking down at him. He showed interest in the dice. He'll keep being a nuisance in the future. So I'll kill him here. Just as Yin Wu was about to pull the trigger on the groaning association president, the agent held out a hand to stop him. Yin Wu's red eyes flickered to the agent, who tilted his head slightly, hand to his helmet's earpiece. Vice Director speaking. A cold voice crackled through the small speaker. Kill all the infected. Make sure it doesn't spread outside the factory. Eliminate them thoroughly. Kill the Creating a Better World Association too. This is an attack on the company. Be thorough. A thud, then static, followed by the Vice Director's scream. Then came the calm voice of a security guard giving orders. Disregard that last command. The Vice Director is infected. First unit, evacuate with her. Remaining units, subdue the infected and the Creating a Better World Association. A pause, then the voice continued with resolve. If subduing proves difficult, eliminate them. Gunfire erupted throughout the factory. Screams and unidentifiable howls pierced through the noise of sprinklers, creating a cacophony of battlefield sounds. Is it over? Yin Wu swatted away the hand blocking him. His gun aimed at the association president as his bloodshot eyes glared. Yes. Do as you wish. The agent stepped back, indicating he wouldn't interfere. The association president opened his mouth, blood trickling out along with what might have been water from the sprinklers or saliva. Stop. Don't. If you kill me dash. Shut up. I want to kill you. Yin Wu's hand trembled slightly as he removed his finger from the trigger. He desperately wanted to shoot, but he had to hold back. That could wait. Survival came first. Glancing at the eraser and suppressing his murderous urge, Yin Wu spoke. Hand over the phone. If you promise to spare me dash. Bang. A bullet struck the opposite thigh. The association president screamed, his body shivering. His face was pale from blood loss, his body temperature dropping from the water. If you don't want to bleed out, open that app you used earlier and pass it over. No, wait. I could just kill you and take it. His eyes, infected with the murder disease, gleamed ominously. The association president hurriedly pushed the phone towards Yin Wu, almost throwing it. The device slid across the wet floor, stopping at Yin Wu's feet. Agent, please check it. Factory management system. So this is how he activated the sprinklers. Doesn't seem to be an original feature. The agent picked up the phone, reporting the situation through his mic while immediately pressing the stop button. The sprinklers stopped, leaving only a few lingering drops. Yin Wu carelessly tossed aside his cumbersome umbrella. Meanwhile, the agent had received some order and began interrogating the association president. Why did you prepare this? Where did you get the murder disease? In case you wouldn't help. The plastic surgery machine and oak barrel are our core anomalies. We couldn't lose those two. Sitting in a puddle of blood-tinted water, the association president muttered weakly. I planned to spray it after removing the soldiers' helmets. But that damn TV. I asked where you got the murder disease. It came from the oak barrel. Shaking his head as if dizzy, the association president leaned against the wall and looked up at Yin Wu with desperate eyes. Now please, cure me with that dice. Yin Wu shook his head at the sight of someone clinging to anomalies until the very end. Compared to company employees who undergo all sorts of experiences and thorough training, his behavior and thought patterns were closer to those of ordinary people, especially in how he viewed anomalies as if they were magic. Unable to properly use even a TV, yet talking about using dice and anomalies to change the world. Then Yin Wu suddenly realized something. His red vision. The color of the blood on the floor differed from that of the association president's eyes. You're not infected. I took the cure beforehand. At novel bin at. Cure? Where is it? How much is there? How did you make it? As the agent asked urgently, the association president closed his eyes and spoke in a faint voice. Made it with the oak barrel. The recipe. 3 mint chocolate cone ice creams, 3 green tea cone ice creams, 3 chicken radishes with the broth, 5 pickles with the brine, 2 liters of blue ion drink, blend a whole pineapple pizza. Ferment for 3 minutes. Yin Wu and the agent forgot the current situation, shocked by that horrific recipe. They stood dumbfounded, doubting their ears, then looked at each other to confirm they'd heard correctly. Yin Wu, unable to swallow, quickly said, That's the recipe for the murder disease? Are you trying to sabotage us? It's real. So please, hurry and heal me. The association president's words trailed off as he lowered his head. His body collapsed sideways onto the broken TV debris. His open eyes stared up at the sprinklers. The agent shook his head. He's dead. In that case. Yin Wu fingered the gun's trigger, feeling an inexplicable regret. I should have finished him myself. No, what am I thinking? Get a grip. The eraser's right there. More importantly, the cure. He secretly observed the agent, who was busy reporting the recipe while gripping the eraser. This is supposedly how to make the cure. What should we do? Yes, understood. What did they say? Yin Wu asked. The agent turned, wiping moisture from his gloved hands. They want us to try making it for now. And how do we get the ingredients? They'll send them by drone. We're to secure the oak barrel and head to the water tank on the roof. The oak barrel. Yin Wu looked at the agent walking ahead, then beyond him to the center of the factory. Company employees without armor were rampaging madly, while armored security guards were knocking them out one by one despite taking hits. Is it safer to stay near the eraser? Yin Wu hurried after the agent. Dash. It was chaos. In the factory center where anomalies were being moved, armored security guards and murder disease-infected employees were tangled in a messy brawl. Get a hold of yourself. Shut up. I've always hated how you just stand there criticizing without helping. Die. No, I just thought it looked dangerous. An employee who had been moving anomalies lunged at a security guard, swinging wildly. But his fists only tore against the guard's solid armor. The guard endured the blows patiently, then suddenly thrust out his fist. It struck the employee's philtrum precisely. Bwuck. The employee staggered backward. He slipped on the wet floor and fell backwards. The plastic surgery machine stood where he was falling. No. The guard reached out desperately, but the pink capsule-shaped machine opened on its own faster than he could react. The employee fell inside. Bang! The capsule closed. The guard pounded on it with his fists, but once shut, it wouldn't reopen. Instead, a cheerful melody played along with an excited female voice. Ding 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 dash. A completely new you? Transcend human limitations and enjoy the world with a special body. PSSHH. Pink smoke billowed out thickly before the door opened. Even denser smoke emerged. The guard stepped back, aiming his gun at the smoke. Gulp, the sound of swallowing. A human shadow was faintly visible through the hazy smoke. As it cleared, the figure became distinct. Growling. A monster stood there. Like a werewolf, it was covered in ashy fur with a hunched back. It opened its muzzle wide, drool dripping. Damn it. Click. The guard bit his lip as he unlocked the gun's safety. Just as the crouched monster was about to pounce. Swoosh. The monster's upper body vanished. Its lone head and lower body fell and rolled across the floor. This is. The guard stared blankly at the severed head before hearing footsteps and quickly turning sideways. 2 people approached. A special agent holding an eraser. A man in pajamas dragging his slippers. People lay collapsed or unconscious along the path they had taken. The guard unconsciously stepped back further. The eraser and dice. These were the most dangerous people here. And those red eyes, proof of murder disease infection. He jumped and aimed his gun. Stop. Don't move. Okay. Yin Wu stopped obediently and raised both hands. Then he gave an awkward smile. Could you lower that gun? I keep getting the urge to kill you for my own safety. You're infected dash. Orders from above. Help us. The agent cut off the guard's words, pointing to a spot in the factory. Carry that oak barrel and follow me. We're making the cure. Cure? You're saying there's a cure? Yes. The guard quickly lowered his gun. As he hurried to lift the oak barrel, he suddenly looked around. The chaos showed no signs of calming. But how do we break through? There are quite a few infected. About that? The agent looked at Yin Wu. The guard followed his gaze warily, overhearing Yin Wu's mumbling. Slip, ankle fracture, faint, sleep, sensory loss. The dice began to roll, targeting the infected. Getting past the infected wasn't difficult. There was a close call when an infected person almost collapsed onto a bed that manifested part of their dream, but a nearby guard's quick tackle prevented disaster. They finally reached the factory rooftop. Opening the rusty iron door, they were met by a cool gust of wind and a swarm of buzzing drones. Whir. The drones deposited boxes on one side of the roof before flying off. Ice boxes, crates of drinks, and various other containers lined up in a row. Are those all ingredients? Yin Wu asked, shivering and hugging himself against the cold wind. The guard set down an oak barrel in front of the boxes and tilted his head. There's also a sprayer for disinfection. I've only seen the quarantine team use these before. While the guard rummaged through the boxes, Yin Wu and the agent crouched in front of the oak barrel. Yin Wu tapped it. Do you remember the recipe? I only remember ice cream. Don't worry. It's all recorded. The enhanced reality UI in the helmet flickered, displaying the recipe. The agent quickly read it and pulled out the loosely inserted cork from the barrel's bunghole. After shaking and even inverting the barrel a few times to confirm it was empty, the agent laid it on its side with the bunghole facing upward. Now we just need to add ingredients according to the recipe. Here's a funnel, said the guard, pulling a large funnel from a box and inserting it into the bunghole. All that remained was to pour in the ingredients as per the recipe. Yin Wu and the agent hesitated. Should they really make this? Was it truly a cure? Could they bring themselves to create something so wrong? The guard looked at them quizzically. Aren't you going to do it? There are lots of infected people below. Agent Lee, I'll read out the recipe. You make it. Mr. Lee, I'm infected. Wouldn't it be better if you did it? They tried passing the task to each other for a moment. Just as the agent was about to say he'd do it, having remembered something, the guard stepped forward. He pushed the agent aside and sat down in front of the oak barrel. I'll do it. It feels wrong to just stand by and give orders. All right. The agent and Yin Wu quickly stood up and went to the boxes. The agent opened the ice box first. It was full of blue and green ice cream cones. Mr. Lee, please hand me the green tea ice cream. Okay. The guard tilted his head curiously as he accepted the mint chocolate ice cream cone first. Is ice cream really an ingredient for the cure? It'll be sweet and tasty. Put the cone into. Since the ice cream cone is an ingredient, I guess it all has to go in. Even though Yin Wu averted his eyes as he spoke, the guard didn't notice anything strange and obediently applied pressure. Crunch. The cone and ice cream were crushed, pushed down by his fingers and falling through the funnel. Mint chocolate, green tea. Is it okay to mix them? Do we need to add more ingredients? Give them to me. Rip. A pickled radish from chicken takeout landed in his palm. The guard's helmet shook as he mindlessly extended his hand. His hand, voice, and the radish's brine all trembled. Wait, why pickled radish? Are you sure I'm supposed to put this in here? Pour in all the brine too. What kind of cure is this? The guard poured in the pickled radishes with shaking hands. 1, 2, 3. The large radishes slid down the funnel, and the brine melted the greenish ice cream, causing it to flow down. Are there more ingredients? Pickles? Don't tell me I have to add the brine for these too. Yes. After pouring in the pickles, the trembling guard looked at Yin Wu and the agent's backs. Judging by how they were rummaging through the boxes, there were still more ingredients left. Are we making a cure or food waste? Have they lost their minds? Hallucinations? Delusions? His mild suspicion turned to certainty when he saw the blue sports drink and something unidentifiable that looked like food waste. Click. Even when presented with the open sports drink, the guard didn't take it. Hey, is this really a cure? Doesn't it seem weird no matter how you look at it? I don't want to believe it either, but the association president said so. The higher UPS told us to make it anyway. Besides, it's an anomaly. Of course it's strange. When Yin Wu and the agent responded in unison, the guard moved his hand again and poured the blue sports drink into the funnel. The cone crumbs, ice cream, and remnants of brine were washed down cleanly by the blue drink. This is the last ingredient. Yin Wu handed over a red plastic container large enough to hold a cabbage. The guard didn't take it. He lowered his head to look at the contents. Something unidentifiable. The guard raised his head. Yin Wu's face was reflected on the surface of his helmet. Yin Wu said, "It's pineapple pizza." The finely ground cheese was kneaded like rice cake, tinged red from tomato sauce, with chunks of pineapple and bread embedded throughout. Is this really necessary? Put it in. This isn't something humans should do. The guard muttered in a dazed voice, squeezing his eyes shut. He poured what used to be pizza into the funnel, little by little, so it wouldn't overflow, pressing it down firmly. finally, tapping the funnel to get the last bits out. With that, all the ingredients were in the oak barrel. The agent carefully corked the bunghole and stood the barrel upright. Now, for 3 minutes dash. Gurgle bubble bubble. Strange noises came from the oak barrel. It sounded like soup boiling, or a monster's stomach growling. They could even feel vibrations. The agent who had placed his hand on the barrel quickly withdrew it and stepped back. The dazed guard, Yin Wu, and the agent all retreated to the iron door. Huddled together and shivering, whether from the cold wind or fear, they stared at the oak barrel. The vibrating barrel looked just like some kind of monster. That. Are we really making a cure? Wouldn't it be better if I rolled the dice instead? When Yin Wu asked that, the agent replied, the dice has risks, right? Besides, his finger pointed at the writhing oak barrel. This is the cure you'll be drinking. Since you're infected. He couldn't bear to look at the oak barrel anymore. Yin Wu looked up at the blue sky, formulating a plan. I should use the dice to lose my sense of taste. No, it might accidentally enhance my taste instead, which would be even worse. He couldn't delay any longer. Yin Wu quietly opened his mouth, and a handful of that substance entered. Splat. Ugh. In a moment that seemed to stretch on forever, the taste of that substance slowly spread. A thick, soup-like texture. Heavy chunks. The first taste to hit was sweetness. The bland sweetness of the sports drink and the intense sweetness of the ice cream played a discordant duet across his tongue. Following that, a slightly sour taste shot through. A bizarre flavor of chicken radish and pickles added to the preceding sweetness. Then, he chewed the chunks. Lumps of pizza cheese. Toppings like pineapple burst, releasing the taste of watery pizza sauce. All the flavors and tastes mixed together. An indescribable, terrible stimulus swept through his mind. Yin Wu's eyes flew open. His mouth gaped involuntarily. K-U-up. Swallow it? It's the cure. Ugh. Ugh. Yin Wu collapsed to the ground, writhing and expressing incoherent groans. He couldn't think of anything else. There was only suffering. After what felt like an eternity, Yin Wu looked up at the sky with hollow eyes. It was as blue as that substance, making him hate the sight. Closing his eyes, Yin Wu thought. This isn't right. This shouldn't enter a human mouth. It's a crime against human dignity. He felt as if his mouth, and his stomach had become a garbage can. But then, Yin Wu opened his eyes. But I can't be the only one to taste this. Yin Wu sprang to his feet. His clear eyes, now free of the red tinge, looked at the cure at novel bin at. It's definitely the cure. Let's quickly feed it to the others. No, I mean, let's cure them. The guard, the agent, and even the researcher nodded hastily. The guard shouldered the disinfection sprayer, while the researcher prepared to scoop and feed at any moment. Let's go. Yin Wu and the agent escorted them from the front and back as they entered the factory beyond the iron door. Walking down the corridor, the guard readjusted his grip on the sprayer, glancing briefly at the researcher. The researcher blinked rapidly, poised to douse anyone who appeared with the cure. The guard slowed his pace. Wouldn't it be better if I administered the cure, and you carried this, sir? Though he'd ended up shouldering the container, this wasn't an appropriate role assignment. The target was someone infected with the murder disease. Wouldn't it be more efficient for the guard in protective gear to approach? The researcher vehemently shook his head at this rational suggestion from the Special Forces member. No, I'll do it. I'll share the pain I felt. Or would you like to try it? Then I'd be willing to switch roles. No, sir. You go ahead. The guard quickened his pace, horrified. No matter how efficient the strategy, he had no intention of putting that in his mouth. As the guard walked briskly and the researcher nearly broke into a run to keep up, Yin Wu, who was leading the front and keeping watch, suddenly stopped and held his hand back. A gesture indicating something was ahead. Everyone stopped. Only the researcher excitedly reached into the water container. Is someone there? I hope it's an infected person. There's an infected person dash. Excellent. Splash. Pitter-patter. The researcher, hands full of cure, dashed off before anyone could stop him. However, after a few steps, his pace slowed. He stopped abruptly, looking around blankly. It was just a factory corridor soaked with water. No infected person, let alone anyone at all. Where's the infected person? Over there at the end of the corridor, isn't it? Over there. Yin Wu, who had casually followed, pointed to the far end of the corridor. The factory center, where most people had been, waited in the distance. The factory center, littered with plastic surgery machines, where guards and infected had clashed. The researcher's lips trembled. He rolled his eyes downward. The sticky sensation suddenly felt anew, and that taste, which only he could experience, revived in his mind. Let's go quickly. They moved after distancing themselves slightly from the researcher, and arrived at the factory center. All the infected had been subdued and were writhing, tied up somewhere, while the guards surrounded them with guns aimed. Die. Please be patient. We received word that the cure will arrive soon. I don't need any cure. I feel so relieved now. Die, all of you. My goodness, what's that? One of the bound infected who had been thrashing about wildly spotted the researcher beyond the guards. The writhing stopped, and their expression changed strangely. Several guards did too. After turning to see the infected's reaction, they raised their guns first. Stop. The researcher, hands covered in something deep blue, smiled. Don't worry. It's the cure. Just one mouthful and you'll come to your senses. The cure. The guards fell silent for a moment. The squad leader was the first to lower his gun. He'd been informed earlier that the cure was on its way. After checking the color of their eyes once, the squad leader stepped aside to make way. Is there enough? If it's not enough, we'll have to make more. Thank goodness. Then please administer the treatment quickly. If we wait any longer, they might start hurting themselves. All right. The researcher approached with a grin, looking at the scattered infected. His gaze was like someone thinking what to eat first. Just as the infected unconsciously averted their eyes, the researcher suddenly rushed to the nearest one, grabbing their face with both hands. Hands that roughly gripped the nose and mouth, just as he had been treated. Eat, eat. MMPH, MMPH. The struggling was futile. Eventually, the office worker swallowed the cure, and its taste struck their soul. A stimulus the soul couldn't bear. Shallow breaths escaped from the gaping mouth. They couldn't even scream. Only after what felt like an eternity did the infected come to their senses. A gaunt face, aged by several years. Suddenly feeling nauseous, they bent over and let out an anguished cry. Ugh dash. What did you feed me? Not fully cured? Guess you need more. No, I'm cured. The office worker, now back to normal, looked up at the researcher in shock. The researcher gave a sinister smile. Your eyes are still red though. They've always had a reddish tint. My eyes are naturally like this, I swear. Is that so? Still, just to be sure. A blasphemous finger entered their mouth. The office worker swallowed the cure with tears in their eyes. If they bit the finger, he'd surely claim they weren't fully cured and force them to take more. Gueek! The sound of a soul screaming echoed through the vast factory. The guards turned away, sweating cold at the scream pounding into their brains, while the infected trembled, forgetting even their murderous urges. Then, the office worker cured of the murder disease slowly stood up, eyes shining eagerly. I'm cured. Please untie me. I want to help administer it too. Excellent. The bindings were untied. The office worker quickly approached a guard, scooping up handfuls of the cure. Thus, from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, the number of healers increased exponentially. It took less than 30 minutes for all the infected to be cured. But the guards couldn't relax. The cured gathered in one place, talking with clear eyes. Are there no more infected? Shouldn't we check if some are hiding elsewhere in the factory? Let's search. We need to make more cure too? Some of you go to the roof and make more cure. More people need to take this. How do we make it? No need to explain. I understand. I'll make more. The cured began searching the factory in small groups. Silence suddenly fell over the factory. The squad leader, watching this scene from afar, gripped his gun tightly. He opened his parched mouth and spoke. Headquarters, do you copy? Are you seeing this? The murder disease is cured, but they seem to be infected with something else dash. Squad leader? Is that you? A voice from behind at Novel bin at. The squad leader and the guards turned around simultaneously, aiming their guns. At the end of the muzzle stood the researcher. His hands thickly coated with the blue cure. Don't be on guard. After trying this myself, I think it works on mental abnormalities other than the murder disease too. So, I think it'd be good to turn this place into a cure production factory. The researcher smiled. I'd like the squad leader to write up such a proposal. If multiple people write the same proposal, wouldn't the higher UPS take it more seriously? I'll think about it. Think it over carefully. It's a way to save many people. With those final words, the researcher turned and left, heading for the roof, where the oak barrel was. The squad leader watched his retreating figure, then clenched his fist. Cold sweat soaked through under his gloves. He exhaled a labored breath. Do you copy? This is beyond our capacity. This isn't our job, I'm telling you. Call in the quarantine unit, or mental purification specialists. Quickly, before it's too late. We're monitoring from here too. It seems this is no simple cure. At the leisurely voice, the squad leader's neck veins bulged, but conscious of others, he suppressed his voice. Don't state the obvious. I'm telling you to respond. The response is already being carried out there. Incomprehensible words. All the guards were gathered here, so who was responding and how? Just as the squad leader was about to lose his temper and shout, sunlight suddenly shone down on their position. They all looked up at the factory's high ceiling simultaneously. An eraser had passed by, leaving a gaping hole in the ceiling. Under the blue sky, 3 heads were visible. Yin Wu, the agent, and a guard. And the oak barrel. The guard holding the oak barrel high yelled, "Squad leader, catch this well." The oak barrel was immediately thrown, plummeting vertically. One of the nearby guards threw himself at it. The barrel bounced off the thick protective gear and landed upright on the factory floor. Squad leader. First, prevent any more self-proclaimed cure from being produced. Don't destroy the oak barrel. It's an interesting anomaly, isn't it? What about the infected? They seem to retain some sense of reason. Subdue them with appropriate threats. Additional support will arrive soon. If it gets too difficult, shoot to kill. The squad leader's eyes darted to the infected emerging from various places. He lowered his muzzle to aim at the oak barrel. Dash. Yin Wu first sensed something was off when the infected were almost all cured. Watching people gather in small groups to search for more infected and discuss making more cure, he suddenly felt a sense of dissonance. He touched his smiling lips, having been contentedly watching people in pain. Why am I feeling pleased about this? These were strangers. They weren't close enough to be happy about just being cured of the murder disease, and Yin Wu's emotions weren't that sensitive. Sharing the pain I felt? No, this isn't right at all. Once he became aware of the problem, more issues kept surfacing. To begin with, the very act of voluntarily treating people infected with the murder disease was strange. There's no way he would approach an infected person. If they were cured, they should have run away. Why are they still here? His smile froze stiffly. Something was wrong. This wasn't like him, he was acting out of character. Agent, guard. Come over here for a moment. He pulled the two by their arms under the metal stairs. They followed willingly, sensing something was off too. After glancing at the others once, they began talking in hushed voices. Yin Wu spoke first. I think there's a problem with the cure. I thought those people looked strange too. A colleague told me people act like that when affected by a mental anomaly. Are you alright, Investigator Yin Wu? It's hard to say. It's not as intense as the murderous impulse. It just subtly lingers, distorting one's intentions. But it doesn't threaten lives, so survival instincts don't strongly resist either. I've definitely been affected though. Yin Wu slightly raised his finger, pointing to the roof. Let's secure the oak barrel first. We can't let more of this be produced. It was too late to run away now. It would be difficult to escape while affected by the cure, and they needed to find information about the cure here. For now, taking the oak barrel hostage is the priority. To threaten that we'll destroy it if the infected become more aggressive, preventing them from making more cure. That seems like the best option right now. The agent and guard didn't object. They had sensed the dissonance too. They crept up the metal stairs to the roof, immediately erased the floor, and threw the oak barrel to the guard. None of the guards had taken the cure. And just seconds later, the people trying to make the cure arrived. They saw Yin Wu's group. Where's the oak barrel? We need to make more cure quickly. Yin Wu calmly spoke. The guards have the oak barrel. More importantly, shouldn't we find the research data on the cure first? 3 workers who had been moving cargo emerged on the rooftop. Experienced laborers, they wore thick safety gear with helmets perched loosely on their heads. They eyed Li Yin Wu and the erased rooftop floor dangerously. The tall one stepped forward, his mouth stained with dark blue treatment. The oak barrel. You guys took it. His voice oozed menace. As the agent gripped the eraser and the guard prepared to pounce, Yin Wu replied calmly. We need oak barrels to make more treatment. *T. All the ingredients are here. We should make it here to produce quickly and in bulk. Though consumed by the desire to dose others with the treatment, their minds weren't completely gone. They assessed the situation coldly, like true office workers. That these people had interfered with treatment production. They approached slowly, muscles honed by labor flexing beneath their clothes. Yin Wu walked straight towards them. As the gap closed, thoughts raced through his mind. The guards are watching the oak barrel. Now I need to find out how they accidentally made the treatment and what they learned from studying the barrels. That's how we'll understand and counter the treatment. Even when rolling dice, it's safer to carefully identify issues and roll strategically than to roll recklessly. Yin Wu planned to use the infected for this purpose. The infected came within inches. Yin Wu lowered his head slightly and spoke softly. I took it too. And I plan to let more and more people taste it. The infected stopped. They leaned in, looking at Yin Wu like a comrade. How much could we make with that tiny oak barrel? We need to analyze research on the barrel's principles and treatment production to find a way to mass produce it. The infected's eyes widened at Yin Wu's words. Nodding vigorously as if enlightened, they quickly turned around. This is it. We need to tell the others. They sauntered back to the rooftop door. Yin Wu watched quietly until they vanished, then turned his head. He had questions for the agent. But the agent and guard were several steps away, helmets fixed warily on Yin Wu. Yin Wu asked, puzzled. What's wrong? Investigator Li, are you sure you're okay? You sounded very sincere just now. Suspicion arose because Yin Wu's words seemed plausible. Yin Wu let out a hollow laugh. If I was really infected, I wouldn't bother with this. I just find the water supply and try to turn it into treatment. Or make it rain treatment. Fog would work too. Effortless imagination and the ability to realize it. The agent's face hardened behind his helmet. His hand holding the eraser trembled slightly. The confidence from receiving the eraser wavered. Even that vicious doomsday cultist lost to this guy. If he wasn't with the company. Yin Wu's next question interrupted the thought. More importantly, can't that eraser erase the treatment inside people? Last time, I saw the doomsday cultist erasing anomalies in his own body. That's possible. The stray thoughts vanished. Utterly bewildered, the agent stared at the eraser in his hand before flicking it slightly. He tried to erase only the rebar inside the rooftop concrete. But the result was simple. The entire rooftop vanished. Staring at the new hole, the agent turned to Yin Wu. If it doesn't work on buildings, how could it erase only anomalies inside a person? The whole person would disappear. But that guy was doing it. Even erasing probabilities and stuff. Muttering to himself, Yin Wu suddenly realized. Though not like my future self, that bastard had also become one with the eraser. Well, he even managed to barely block 5 dice rolling together. He was far beyond simply using anomalies. Ugh. Yin Wu shuddered, newly shocked. To think he'd fought such a dangerous person. He didn't want to imagine what would have happened without that critical success. Just then, the guard who'd been quietly looking down the hole spoke awkwardly. Let's go down now. All the infected down there have scattered. Nothing more to do on the roof anyway. The 3 left the windy rooftop and returned to the factory interior. Back in the factory, the infected were gone and only guards stood around loosely. They were scattered around the area with the oak barrel and plastic surgery machines. The squad leader approached the three. We managed to protect the oak barrel. We almost had to fight, but they started whispering and scattered. Any idea what happened? They probably went to look for research data. What are they saying upstairs? Is there a way to reverse this? And is support coming? Questions poured from Yin Wu, each one crucial. The squad leader nodded slightly. They say a quarantine unit and mental purification specialists are coming. It takes time to prepare for purification, they say. At least an hour before they arrive. Yin Wu's eyes brightened at purification. If they're specialists, can they cure it? Can't be certain. It's an anomaly, after all. Anything could happen. Unable to trust only the specialists, Yin Wu sighed softly and looked around the factory. Guards loosely watching the surroundings. Strange that only guards were present. No way they'd let Creating a Better World members roam free, but they were nowhere to be seen. Where are the Creating a Better World people? I was hoping to get info from them. We killed them all in the conference room. What? Yin Wu turned quickly, but saw only expressionless helmets. The squad leader spoke matter-of-factly. This is enemy territory. We have to protect the infected since they're company employees, but eliminating enemies who might launch another anomalous attack takes priority. That. Yin Wu blinked quietly, then nodded. You're right. Safety first. Shame we couldn't get information though. Who knew what other devices might be installed besides murder disease sprinklers? Understanding the squad leader's judgment, Yin Wu was about to join the search when a shout echoed through the factory. An infected person waved urgently from a door in the corner. Found it? Looks like a research lab. Researcher, come check it out. Yin Wu hurried over, the guard and agent following. Dash. The infected gathered instantly but didn't enter the lab. They had no connection to research. They wouldn't understand if they looked, and messing with it would only cause trouble. A crowd murmured around the lab entrance. Excuse me, coming through. Yin Wu pushed through to the lab entrance and gaped at what he saw. This is a research lab. Bare concrete like ruins, papers strewn everywhere, and a dead plant in a pot. The sprinklers didn't even work. If anything, only the large monitor looked lab-worthy. Let's go in. Yin Wu ducked his head. Rustle. Carefully pushing papers aside with his slippers to clear a path, he glanced over them. What looked like cooking recipes were scrawled all over in pen. Experiment log. 200 liters whiskey, no result. 50 liters soju, 150 liters beer, no result. 200 liters vodka, no result. 200 liters wine, no result. Why, at novel bin at. No result, no result, no result. An oak barrel should react to alcohol. Why no change? What's the rule? Such papers were everywhere. Each discarded sheet was a precious experiment record. They wrote all this by hand. While Yin Wu marveled, his feet moved steadily to the monitor. He tapped the nearby wireless keyboard, and the screen unlocked automatically. A voice suddenly spoke up. No password? Security's a joke. Turning calmly, he saw the researcher who first took the treatment. His hands still stained blue. He wiped them on his clothes and pushed Yin Wu aside. Move. I'm the researcher. Typing away, the researcher glanced at Yin Wu. Your suggestion was brilliant. Of course we need a mass production factory. Those idiots just wanted the oak barrel. So frustrating. They really lack insight. It's nothing. You'll survive long. People who grasp the core survive in this field. During this pointless chat, someone tapped Yin Wu's shoulder. Investigator. A moment. The agent turned his helmet slightly. There was a safety eraser had passed through, hidden discreetly, full of document stacks. Yin Wu stepped back quietly, but the researcher didn't notice, focused on the monitor. The guard stood strategically, blocking sight lines with his body. Yin Wu picked up the top paper. It was covered in frantic handwriting. Damn company? Barging in and what? Management? Confiscation or supervision? It's a factory I bought? A treasure I found? Bastards. The company cursing document continued with intense research on deceiving the company. The paper was indented along ink trails, as if pressed hard while writing. They're monitoring all my computers and phones. I'll just work analog then. Looks like they didn't install surveillance equipment. I need freedom from company interference. The oak barrel and bed are the only hope. They control the plastic surgery machine using people as test subjects entirely. The agent schemed a document stack, then handed it to Yin Wu. Looks like oak barrel experiment records. Not the fakes on the floor, but only the truly important stuff. Let's see. Crouching unnecessarily under the desk, he flipped through documents in the guard's shadow. Not meaningless experiment logs. A record capturing the association president's thoughts, intentions, and actions fully. No rules for the oak barrel. So, let's impose rules. We can use the command-giving computer. I ordered rules, but can't find them. The command was inputted properly. What are the rules? Found the rule. This wants people to suffer. Yin Wu flipped through the thick stack of documents, his eyes darting up and down as he scanned for important paragraphs. Records of full-scale experiments with the oak barrel. Materials humans hate, results harmful to humans. The theme is clear. Experimenting has become easier. A disease that attacks people? Good. I should stockpile it as a weapon for later. Let's create a system to fill fire water tanks with this and activate sprinklers only in desired areas. There's a lot of leftover food from the company dinner. Ice cream, pickled radish from the chicken, pizza. Who chose the menu? Anyway, it's a hassle to throw away as food waste. Should I put it in the oak barrel? Why did a drug to treat mental issues come out? Does only one of the materials or results need to match the theme? I'm not sure. I don't know. The records of experimenting with the murder disease and its cure ended. Yin Wu frowned as he quickly flipped through the papers, but there was no useful information. Just a list of ingredients and results nauseating to read about. Ugh. How could anyone think to mix these things? Feed them the cure to make them realize the value of food? No, this isn't my thought. Correcting his strangely twisted thoughts, he continued flipping through the papers. Rustle. The rapidly passing papers stopped near the end. Yin Wu muttered in a low voice as he read the hastily scrawled writing on the last page. This seems to be about today's incident. The story of injecting the command to find the dice, resulting in the person at the door causing an accident. The company's swift proposal upon learning of the accident, and the association president's uncontainable fury. They want me to hand over not just the plastic surgery machine, but even the oak barrel and bed. I can't take it anymore. I'll start by spraying the sprinklers and use every means available. But first, I should take the cure. It's terrible. My tongue is dead. This hasn't strayed from the theme of human suffering. The shaky handwriting, likely from taking the cure, became neat and tidy from the next paragraph. I've been thinking, there's no need to split from the company. Carrot and stick. How about we put on an act of accidentally spraying the disease and providing the cure? It would feel so good to see those company bastards suffering after taking the cure. The record ends with what seems to be a distorted, naive idea of the accident. No more records, no more papers to flip through. Yin Wu turned the stack of papers over, returning to the front. He looked down at the meaningful sentence written there, then put down the stack of papers with annoyance. The record returned to the safe with a thud. This desires suffering? Damn it. There's nothing written about how to reverse the infection. Meanwhile, the agent was recording other documents page by page with his helmet camera, and the security guard, while keeping an eye on the researcher and other infected people, asked a question. Did you find out anything? It doesn't look like they've found anything over there. Peeking over, he saw the researcher furiously searching through data, nearly smashing the keyboard. Fingers slamming down on the keys, accompanied by an irritated voice. This, human worse than a monkey? How can they record such stupid nonsense and call it research? It's research data falsified by the association president, knowing the company's surveillance. No matter how much the researcher searched, there was no way he'd find the information he wanted. That frustration mirrored Yin Wu's own feelings, causing him to let out a deeply exasperated sigh. I've grasped the situation, but there's no way to reverse this. The situation was simple. Unable to figure out the oak barrel's combination method, the association president had given it a theme, and the oak barrel came to desire human suffering. The result was the murder disease and its cure. An anomaly that torments not just one infected person, but many more through the infected. There seemed to be some conflict between the company and creating a better world association, but that wasn't particularly important. That's it. Only the company's experts or the DICE can fix this. Both methods had their problems. Experts who might not be able to cure it, and DICE with inherent risks. Just then, the agent suddenly looked at Yin Wu. Yin Wu's face reflected on the surface of the enhanced reality helmet. An expression of genuine frustration. Unlike the researcher or other infected people. Why are you unaffected, Investigator Yin Wu? I'm not unaffected. I want to shove that cure down the throats of the association president and his people who caused this mess. I'm just holding back. Yin Wu's eyes flickered down slightly, looking at the agent's eraser. The eraser, which had first blocked the dice itself, had unknowingly left a deep mark on his psyche. Just like trauma, the mere sight of the eraser brought back the shock of that time, putting his survival instinct on edge. Without the eraser, I couldn't have resisted the murder disease. And the cure, well, I probably would have only realized after a long time. Thinking those words, the agent tilted his head slowly. So, you're saying that when feeling extreme threat, one can regain their senses. At least that's how it was for me. Is that even important right now? Puzzled, he turned to look at the agent, but the helmets of both the agent and the security guard were fixed solely on the researcher. The researcher had taken his hands off the keyboard. Unable to find the information he wanted, just like Yin Wu, the researcher was muttering to himself while straightening his disheveled clothes. I was stupid too. Fixating on just one thing, like those friends looking only for the oak barrel. Unable to find a mass production method, the researcher found a solution in another direction. His superior intuition leapt diagonally. There are many other anomalies here too. We can bring the cure using the bed that brings part of dreams into reality. We could also apply the computer that gives commands. The researcher turned and stopped, trampling the papers scattered on the floor as he advanced. In front of him, the infected people were looking at him with eyes full of hope. The researcher spoke. There are no clues for mass production. As if slapped, the infected people's heads turned in unison. They looked at the security guard who had gathered the factory's anomalies, and at the oak barrel among them. Before the security guards could react to the strange atmosphere, before the infected could rush forward, the researcher continued. But I've thought of another method. What method? The bed. We can all dream of that terrible cure, can't we? The infected nodded in unison. If we sleep now, we'll surely dream of that cure. It's a taste we can't forget even in dreams. That's enough. The oak barrel is too heavily guarded by the security, so let's act normal, pretend we're moving other anomalies, and try using the bed. What do you think? The researcher's voice was a soft whisper. The infected leaned forward, listening intently to his words, then one by one turned their bodies, saying they understood. Just as they started to move, their footsteps pouring out in a rush. Swish deshet at novel bin at. Suddenly, sunlight poured in. The eraser had swept across the ceiling. A cold wind rushed in like a gust, and a clear threat stopped them in their tracks. Stop right there, colleagues. Let's pause for a moment. The eraser? What are you doing? The infected glared at the agent with identical emotions in their eyes. The agent swallowed dryly and raised the eraser straight up. Don't move any further. If you take even one more step, I'll erase you. You're all contaminated by that cure right now. The eraser swept across the ceiling once more threateningly. Under the ceiling, now more erased than intact, the infected closed their mouths. But it didn't seem to have the effect the agent wanted. Gleaming eyes. Someone spoke. You're wearing a helmet. You haven't taken the cure. That's why you're spouting such nonsense. Contaminated? If you'd tasted it, you wouldn't say such things. We're purely trying to feed it to more people. And that's a drug that solves mental abnormalities. I said don't move. Sensing the strangely shifting atmosphere, the agent raised his hand again, but it didn't work. They smiled. Hey, you look like a newbie employee. You can't kill us. Even if you're right and we're contaminated, it's not grounds for immediate execution. How about this instead? You try the cure too. If you still say the same thing after tasting it, we'll listen to you. That's right. How dare you give orders with a mouth untouched by the cure? You should taste it too. The situation was taking a strange turn. The scene of the agent threatening them had transformed into the infected urging the agent to take the cure. Faced with those heated voices and gazes, the agent stumbled back. That's when it happened. Yin Wu, who had been inwardly sighing, stepped forward. He snatched the eraser from the agent's hand, gripping it in one hand, while holding the memory eraser he'd taken from his bag in the other. Is that supposed to be a threat? All eyes focused on Yin Wu as he stepped forward, pushing the agent aside. Yin Wu spoke. I'll erase the oak barrel and the bed with the eraser. Haha, go ahead and erase them. There are many other methods for recreation, so it's meaningless dash. Then I'll make you drink the memory eraser and feed you the cure. What? The infected's eyes widened. Yin Wu continued nonchalantly. I've tasted the cure too. It's a flavor you'd regret tasting just once. If we erase the memory of taking the cure and feed it to you again, wouldn't it be fresh every time? As he spoke, he realized. Does the influence remain even if the memory is erased? If there's no memory of taking the cure, wouldn't the desire to feed it to others disappear too? Whether it's a thought induced by the cure or not, it sounds plausible for now. Yin Wu's eyes sparkled as he found a solution, while the gleaming eyes of the infected regained their clarity. See our crazy talk? Feed it to others dash. Come here. Let's experiment. And no. They tried to run away, but it was too late. The security guard quickly rushed over and grabbed them by the collar, dragging them over. Struggling with arms and legs was pointless. Yin Wu poured a sip of the memory eraser into their mouth. The infected's eyes clouded over, then blinked a few times before regaining consciousness. He asked calmly. My memory's cut off. I must have taken the memory eraser. What's the date and time now? How do you feel? Do you want to feed anything to others or share any suffering? It was an odd question from the perspective of someone whose memory had been erased, but the company employee who had been infected answered readily. Not really. I don't have such thoughts. Then what do you want to do now? I want to check the date and find out what happened during the time I lost my memory. Yin Wu nodded, then pulled close the water container attached to the security guard's back. A container with something blue sticking to it viscously. The company employee's gaze wavered. What is that? Don't you remember? I must have taken the memory eraser, so why dash? Try tasting it. See if your memory comes back. Action faster than words. Scraping together the little cure left in the water container, he shoved it into the man's mouth. The company employee's eyes widened, and he screamed, Guik, Guak, before dry heaving. What the hell is this? Do you want to feed it to others? It'd be a shame to eat it alone. Wait a minute. Memory eraser, could it be? The desire to share suffering with others quickly cooled. The company employee shook his stiff neck forcibly. No, there's no need to feed it to anyone, right? So, what about the rest of you? Having gotten the answer he wanted, Yin Wu turned around contentedly, but the infected were busy waving their hands. Oh no, we're fine. Isn't the cure delicious? So much that you want to feed it to others. Shouldn't you have more? No, we're really fine. Yin Wu nodded contentedly. Using the memory eraser first removes the influence. No need to rush. Even if the company's experts fail to cure it, there's a method. Having suppressed the infected's aggression and found a solution, Yin Wu smiled easily. Even if the memory eraser works. The squad leader stroked his helmet as the infected huddled in a corner of the factory. I told him the memory eraser was medicine, but his voice sounded strained. Memory erasers are always in short supply. We won't have enough for this. We'll have to try other methods first. There wasn't enough to carelessly administer memory erasers. The company would use various devices or other experts instead of wasting scarce resources. I was just letting you know. Yin Wu nodded casually. At least he had enough for himself. Just one sip would do the trick. More importantly, when will company support dash? Beep beep. The helmet's enhanced reality UI flashed. The squad leader spun towards the factory's main entrance. They've just entered the grounds. The mental purification specialist was late, so they've only arrived now, apparently complaining about the timing being off. Those specialists are always like that. It's not the right season, the weather's bad, the stars aren't aligned, always full of complaints. The security guards grumbled but started lazily opening the factory doors. The iron gates creaked open with a dull noise. Beyond them, the quarantine unit in protective gear stormed in. Carrying disinfection tools and heavy equipment, they scattered in all directions, shouting at the top of their lungs. Move according to plan. Those extracting the murder disease from the water tanks, head to the roof. The rest, start collecting the murder disease sprayed around the factory. Yes sir. Pour dash? Something like a vacuum cleaner roared to life, sucking up any scattered liquid with a slurp. The air dried instantly. Wherever the quarantine unit passed, they left behind a bone-dry factory floor. Through the now pristine factory entrance, someone resembling a wizard strode in with measured steps. The person wearing a strange pointed hat and thick robe spoke in an irritated tone. For heaven's sake, do you think purification just happens by itself? Magic is delicate work. You could have kept all those infected locked up and done this slowly. Why the rush? The vice president was infected too. I saw. Dealt with her first thing. Now, let's see the other infected. I'd like to finish this quickly and get back. The squad leader looked at Yin Wu, who was closest. He was infected with the cure, after all. But Yin Wu stepped forward briskly, pointing towards the infected gathered in the corner of the factory. They're gathered over there. They seem docile. Seeing the people huddled together, sitting politely with hands folded and chatting quietly, they didn't look like people with contaminated minds. The threats worked well. Then there was no need for me to hurry. No, never mind. Say no more. The wizard, or whatever they were, rummaged in their robe and pulled out a glass bottle. Tilting the bottle containing what looked like black paint, they began drawing a strange pattern on the factory floor. At a glance, it was hard to tell what kind of design it was. Bring them over one by one. Keep the quarantine unit from interfering. And I can't purify them. The conditions aren't right. I can't connect with that side. While the guard went to fetch an infected person, Yin Wu asked probing questions. If not purification, then what? Are there any side effects? Oh, don't interfere. If I make one mistake, I'll have to start drawing from scratch. Though he barked angrily, his hand drawing the pattern never wavered. The paint poured steadily, his gestures fluid. Yin Wu obediently shut his mouth and stepped back to observe. He could just watch the treatment process directly. The wizard completed the pattern while taking a few steps, then straightened up. It's ready. Immediately, an infected person was pushed into the center of the pattern. Their eyes rolled wildly. Anxious muttering escaped their lips. A company wizard? What is this? Are you messing with some other dimension? You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Let's see, the instructions I need to give. The wizard ignored the infected person completely. He pulled out a crumpled paper from his robe and read the printed text on it. His voice flowed quickly and businesslike, hardly seeming to give genuine caution. Warning. Don't look at it too long or too deeply. If you're not careful, your mind could be devoured whole. Side effects. You may experience persistent feelings of emptiness and anxiety. This can lead to binge eating, excessive drinking, self-harm. Anyway, no major issues. Wait, what are you dash? I'm starting? Snap dash? He snapped his fingers. At that moment, the infected person's mind flew into a strange world. A pitch-black abyss. They couldn't see an inch in front of them, not even themselves. The infected person flailed their limbs in panic, but only felt the sensation of floating, as if in outer space. Where am I? What did you do to me, wizard? I'll shove that cure down your throat too dash? As the resentful voice echoed. Slurp dash? Something in the darkness, rough and grating like sandpaper, swept across their mind. It felt like their mind was being torn away. A feeling of emptiness, as if a hole had been punched through their soul. Yurg? My mind? Give it back? Don't eat it? Just as the company employee desperately reached out, screaming, the world returned. From an unknowable abyss, back to the factory. Next. Yin Wu watched intently as the wizard gestured dismissively and the company employee collapsed to the ground. Tears poured down their face as they let out animalistic groans. An indescribable sense of loss from the void in their mind. No, it's mine. It's my mind. There are so many people. Hurry and clear them out. I need to process the other infected. The side effects seem severe. They'll be fine after some time passes. Or should I not treat them? Grabbed by the guard's hand, they were dragged away like a sack. It was similar for the others afterwards. After treatment, they cried, fell asleep, or went berserk. In severe cases, they couldn't move their arms or became vegetative. Yin Wu, who had been watching this whole process, quietly backed away. No matter how you looked at it, the side effects were too strong. This is treatment. It was no different from cutting off an arm because the finger got dirty. It would be better to drink the memory eraser. Yin Wu took out the memory eraser from his bag and looked at the agent. This helmet records everything, right? After I drink this, show me the recording. Yes. After taking several deep breaths, Yin Wu took a small sip of the memory eraser. The tasteless and odorless liquid disappeared on his tongue, and his memories evaporated. Yin Wu's eyes grew unfocused, as if drowsy. Then, a few seconds later, his eyes snapped wide open. His pupils extremely dilated. An unfamiliar place, an unfamiliar situation. This is. He backed away, looking around, retreating towards the factory entrance. Memories quickly replayed in his mind. He dealt with the man at the door and went somewhere with the agent holding the eraser. Special Investigator Yin Wu. How much do you remember? I remember riding on your motorcycle. Did I drink the memory eraser? Looking at the memory eraser bottle in his hand, it had decreased a little. Yin Wu's expression turned strange. I voluntarily drank the memory eraser? And where is this? What's going on? It was strange that he drank the memory eraser, strange that there was a wizard drawing a magic circle, and strange that company employees were huddled in a corner, wailing. Seeing Yin Wu's eyes darting about in confusion, the agent said, "Should I give you the helmet? Everything is recorded here. Wait a moment. Has the problem that required me to drink the memory eraser been resolved? Do you feel like feeding something to others or sharing pain with them? No. Why would I do such dangerous things?" He was fine. The agent nodded his helmet. Then he raised his hand and started to push up his helmet. "You've been cured. I'll give you the helmet. No need. Just send the recording to the company information network separately." The hand lifting the helmet stopped. The agent, pressing the helmet back down firmly, asked quizzically, "You don't need it right away? Won't you feel uncomfortable? I can check it in a safe place later." From Yin Wu's perspective, this was the scene of a major incident. Who knew what other problems might be lurking? Yin Wu quickly turned away. "I'll be heading back to my home." "No, my home was erased. Anyway, I'm leaving." "You didn't drive here dash. I can take a taxi." "Do you even know where dash?" More questions holding him back. Yin Wu waved his hand dismissively at questions that weren't even issues. "I can check the location information on the utility poles. Goodbye. Please send me the recording." With that, Yin Wu made a swift escape. The security guard and agent stood there dumbfounded for a moment before fiddling with their helmets. The scene was mostly cleaned up. The security detail prepared to return, and the agent had no reason to stay either at novel bin at. "I suppose we can part ways now. I'll be heading back too." They left the factory. All that remained were people wailing in pain, quarantine unit members busily recovering the murder disease, and the wizard returning alone. Dash. Yin Wu determined his location from the information on the utility poles. He immediately called a taxi and dialed someone. The first person to call in his current situation without a home. It was Mark Young, who had come from headquarters and negotiated with Yin Wu. "Yes, Special Investigator Yin Wu. That house I was supposed to get last time. Is it ready? We've chosen the building, but things like air conditioning and furniture aren't prepared yet. It should all be sorted out in a few days. Just a few pieces of furniture." With his home erased, there was no time to be picky. Yin Wu adjusted his grip on the phone and spoke softly. "That's fine. I'll move in now." "Where is it?" "It's at." Mark Young added the address in a few words. The same city he had lived in before, not far from the Anomaly investigation team. Yin Wu moved the phone slightly away from his mouth and called out the address to the taxi driver. The taxi driver stepped on the accelerator impassively, and the taxi sped down the road. "Sir, we've arrived." "Ah, yes." Waking up from a brief nap, he had arrived. Yin Wu got out, stretching his stiff body, then stopped. A wide area surrounded by barbed wire. A vast expanse without even a convenience store, let alone neighbors. Mark Young waved his hand in front of the barbed wire fence. "You're here? Let's go in. You'll like it. I put my heart and soul into choosing this building." Kriayak. The wire fence opened with an eerie scream. Beyond it was a wide open space with a single abandoned house standing alone. A place where ghosts might live rather than people. Yin Wu rubbed his eyes, wondering if he wasn't fully awake, then slowly turned his head to look at Mark Young. "This is my house. Isn't it great?" Toggle new ads. 2/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. The inside will surprise you. Mark Young strode forward confidently, like a realtor showcasing a prime property. His steps exuded self-assurance, his gestures unwavering. Yin Wu followed reluctantly, his expression skeptical. "It looks cramped from the outside. How different could the inside be?" Up close, the house appeared even more rundown and worn. "See for yourself." Mark Young grasped the cold door handle and pulled with all his might. The thick door opened with a piercing screech. Creak dash. The wide open door looked as thick as a palm. Mark Young smiled and clenched his fist, knocking on the door. Thump thump. It's a blast-proof door. The walls are built the same way, thick and sturdy. Notice the window beside it. "I see it." Doubt faded from Yin Wu's face. He now listened intently to Mark Young's explanation, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the house. "The inside is sturdier than I expected. At least it was better than the disastrous first impression." Mark Young smiled as if he'd anticipated this reaction. He'd carefully chosen a building that perfectly matched Yin Wu's preferences, killing two birds with one stone, isolating him from the general public while keeping him within the company's system. He's bound to like it, especially once he sees more. Mark Young entered the house and walked to the window right next to the entrance. His finger moved to a button above the window frame. The window itself is special, but glass has its limits. For when the glass can't hold up, we have blast-proof shutters. Click dash, whir. The moment he pressed the button, shutters descended, sealing the window completely. Mark Young knocked on the blast-proof shutter and shook it vigorously, but it didn't budge an inch. Yin Wu also tried knocking a few times. The cold metal sensation against his palm. Seeing Yin Wu's satisfied look, Mark Young spoke. But this is just the wrapping. The real deal is below. Below. The features shown so far were already impressive, yet there was more below. Mark Young walked to the center of the house, with Yin Wu following like a chick. They stopped in front of a circular opening in the floor. A tank-like hatch, a vertical shaft leading underground, and zigzag footholds embedded in the shaft. It's an underground shelter. Let's go down. Oh. Yin Wu's exclamation echoed down the vertical shaft. He eagerly descended, with Mark Young following close behind, beginning his explanation. Before the company completed the arc, they built numerous shelters worldwide to prepare for potential doomsday scenarios. So this is. His voice brimmed with anticipation. Mark Young nodded. A shelter prepared for 50 people to survive. We've applied company technologies. Survival systems using anomalous entities, to be precise. That's really dash. Yin Wu, reaching the bottom via ladder, briefly paused. The underground shelter's corridor stretched before them. Though the corridor looked run down from lack of maintenance, appearances no longer mattered. Safety was everything. Yin Wu grinned widely. I like it. We're not done yet. Let me show you the facilities. What followed was a detailed tour. Walking the shelter's corridors, they opened rooms one by one. Mark Young's explanations continued non-stop until his throat went dry and he began to cough. This is the electrical room. Relying solely on solar generators seemed risky, so we installed various generators. The most reliable is this cogwheel generator. An infinitely rotating cogwheel. A generator utilizing cogwheels that rotate endlessly without slowing down. Air purification and water purification are standard. We've gone further by establishing a self-sustaining circulation system. Of course, we also have emergency anomalous entities. They'd created a miniature ecosystem within the shelter itself, using miracles like the apple tree to solve potential food shortages in emergencies. The shelter's core, the Oracle system. What's that? It's a safety system based on the theory that prophets don't see the future, but rather fix it. The Oracle system will maintain consistent environmental conditions around the shelter. A system to avoid natural disasters. They'd equipped mechanisms to prevent earthquakes, floods, and landslides. With each room they visited, Yin Wu's eyes gleamed brighter. Eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. He was practically bouncing around like a child receiving presents. This is really amazing. You're giving all this to me. Strictly speaking, it's a loan. You'll use it as your home normally, but if a doomsday crisis occurs, other company employees will move in too. Mark Young, who had been talking non-stop, frowned and massaged his throat, seemingly in pain. After clearing his throat a few times, he led the way to the final room. This is the control room. Yin Wu hurried in to find various monitors and complex machinery scattered everywhere. It oversees all shelter systems. It's also connected to the emergency communication network and the company's information network. A cluster of touchscreen monitors and control devices lined one wall. Yin Wu quickly scanned it, recognizing the emergency communication network he'd seen at the clock hand manufacturing lab when time had stopped. Plus, the company system he'd grown familiar with while writing incident reports and memos. Finally, Yin Wu's gaze shifted to an old TV in the corner. A TV with static. A sense of déjà vu, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. What's this? Looks like an old TV. Memories erased by the memory eraser at novel bin at. It's a TV that broadcasts near-future anomalous events. More precisely, the broadcast itself is an anomalous entity, and the TV is just a medium. The company has secured several beep beep. A small alarm sounded. The two men, mid-conversation, quickly turned their heads to see one of the monitors glowing red. A mechanical voice spoke. Oracle system neutralization confirmed. Shelter administrator, please check immediately. What? Why suddenly ? Mark Young, flustered, went to the monitor and tapped it repeatedly. Detailed problem information appeared. A graph trending upward suddenly broke through a limit point. He muttered softly. Future volatility amplified? Why? After a moment's thought, Yin Wu sighed. His voice tinged with disappointment. No, Mr. Yin Wu. This shelter isn't normally like this. There shouldn't be any problems. Mark Young hastily offered excuses, but Yin Wu shook his head. It's probably because of my dice. The dice that manipulate probability at will. The Oracle system, designed to fix the future in a safe direction, seems to have broken down, unable to withstand the dice's existence. Mark Young, tapping the monitor with trembling hands, suddenly stopped and let out a short exclamation. Indeed. This won't work. Scratching his head, he turned off the Oracle system. The faint alarm that had been ringing in their ears disappeared, and the shelter's unique silence settled heavily. As Yin Wu peered around curiously, Mark Young pulled out a thick book from his jacket. This is the shelter manual and basic maintenance guidelines. I'll read it. He couldn't let such a shelter fall into disrepair. Yin Wu flipped through the book, his head bowed so low his nose nearly touched the pages. Any initial dissatisfaction had completely vanished. I like it. I'll live here. Having fulfilled the order to move Yin Wu into the shelter, Mark Young bowed his head. I'll be going now. Your access card and keys are on that table over there. Yes. I'll be back a few more times for additional cleaning and furniture arrangement. Mark Young departed, his task complete. And so, Yin Wu, his home erased, came to live in the shelter as his new home. In the shelter's control room, Yin Wu sat before the largest monitor, watching video recordings sent by the agent. Memories erased from his mind. That helmet records everything, right? Show me the recording after I drink this. The sped-up playback of compressed voices ended. He didn't need to watch what happened after, as he remembered it. So that's why I drank it. Watching this doesn't bring back the contamination, though. Yin Wu rubbed his tired eyes and stretched his legs. Sitting for so long had left his entire body stiff. Or maybe he just hadn't fully recovered from fatigue. Maybe I should sleep. Where should I sleep? The shelter had plenty of bedrooms. Yin Wu opened the shelter user manual to choose a room when. Crackle? The static from the old TV grew louder, and suddenly a blurry image began broadcasting. On the old TV screen was a desk, and behind it, a static-filled image of a news anchor. Today's news. Ah, what now? Irritation welled up immediately. How much had he been through in just one day? Yin Wu scowled at the monitor as the anchor continued fluently. Today, we have a precious guest visiting our dimension from a parallel world. The visitor is the last survivor of an extinct Earth and... The words cut off. Then, a voice spoke from behind. A voice identical to Yin Wu's. You shouldn't say all that. A hand suddenly appeared behind Yin Wu, clenched into a fist. Then, the anchor in the TV let out a death cry and collapsed. The broadcast cut off. The TV returned to emitting static. Yin Wu froze stiff, then slowly turned around. There stood a future Yin Wu, with a scruffy beard, looking even younger than the present Yin Wu. Looks like you handled the climate anomalies well. What brings you here? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Future Yin Wu grinned. To kill you and take your place. Everyone's still alive here, right? Yin Wu's mind went blank at those words. He might stand a chance against the eraser, but against his future self? No way. His clenched fists turned white. If I use the dice for self-destruction. Future Yin Wu laughed and patted Yin Wu's shoulder. Just kidding. If I were really going to do that, I'd have done it ages ago. I don't do such dangerous things anyway. Ignoring Yin Wu, who still hadn't regained his composure, Future Yin Wu leaned against a random spot. He beckoned to Yin Wu. I told you how to solve the climate anomalies. I'm here to collect my payment. What kind of payment? Yin Wu spoke as calmly as possible, but his mind was in utter chaos. Showing up suddenly and playing heart-stopping pranks. Of course he'd have to pay, but couldn't his future self accomplish anything on his own? There's nothing I can help with, right? My abilities dash. The Ark, find the extinction defense device called the Ark and show it to me. I've solved almost every other problem, but I can't find that. I don't even know what it is. Future Yin Wu stared into space. Even with his ability to gauge countless probabilities and draw out desired possibilities, he couldn't locate the company's final hope, the extinction defense device. He muttered, almost to himself. I need to rebuild my world too. Extinction defense device, Ark. Something he'd only heard mentioned a few times, with no clue about its location or true nature. He wondered how many people at the company actually know about it. The Ark. Yin Wu mumbled, glancing at Future Yin Wu to gauge his reaction. I'm not sure if I can find it. I'm not asking you to find it quickly. I'm just asking because you've got the best shot. Future Yin Wu glanced around the shelter as he spoke casually. Despite his light tone, the weight of his words was unmistakable. Yin Wu let out a deep sigh. All right. I'll do my best. But I can't promise anything. Just look for it. If you find it, I'll make sure you're well rewarded. Future Yin Wu's finger twitched as he eyed the TV and bag nearby. His eyes grew distant, lost in thought. Yin Wu perked up. What kind of reward? I'm thinking. How about upgrading your shelter? The oracle system must be broken. No, that's okay. He couldn't waste such a valuable opportunity on the shelter. It'd be better to boost his personal survival skills. Maybe some anomalous equipment or tips on using the dice. When he voiced these thoughts, Future Yin Wu nodded with a smirk. You're sharp. In a crisis, you can only count on yourself. Whether it's your skills or the anomalies you've got. The shelter's not much use, right? So, you pick the reward. I'll think about it then. Good. When you find the Ark, roll the dice targeting me. I'll sense it and come find you. Future Yin Wu started to get up. I'll be in this world for a bit. Might as well grab a hamburger. It's been ages. Of course, I'll be looking for the Ark too. He spread his hand, ready to leave. A gesture to gauge probabilities. As he reached to grasp the swirling possibilities between his fingers, Yin Wu blurted out urgently. Advance payment? Please, just one thing up front. What advance? Future Yin Wu asked, still holding on to the probability. His face showed a hint of confusion, but Yin Wu scratched his head and looked away. Please make me one guaranteed draw ticket. For summoning rejection. If I get dragged off somewhere, I might not be able to come back and find the Ark. Geez. With a sigh, he clenched his other hand. In an instant, a guaranteed draw ticket appeared in Yin Wu's mind. Yin Wu, who had only ever drawn failure tickets, couldn't help but smile. Future Yin Wu's face darkened. For a moment, Yin Wu's senses sharpened. He caught a glimpse of Future Yin Wu's body crumbling away, revealing a strange form beneath. Not flesh and blood, but a tangle of probability and possibility, something inhuman. A flat voice came from Future Yin Wu. I don't want to threaten you, but you and I both know we only give it our all when our lives are on the line. The surefire way to motivate Yin Wu Yin Wu crouched like a cornered animal ready to bolt, eyes wide before this bizarre form. He listened intently. If you can't find the Ark, if I can't rebuild my world, if that hope vanishes, I don't know what I might do. The form reverted. Back to the original body. Eyes fixed on a point in space, thoughts unreadable. With a final smirk, future Yin Wu clenched his fist. Possibility became reality. Future Yin Wu vanished from the shelter as if he'd never been there. The shelter fell silent. Left alone, Yin Wu remained frozen for a while before slowly raising his hand to touch his lips. His fingers and lips felt cold, as if drained of warmth. Was that shown on purpose? Talk about a brutal threat. His mind raced. His body, exhausted from a long day, surged with renewed energy, pushing him to peak condition. He assessed the situation calmly. No time limit on the request. It's tough, but doable. There was no need to panic just yet. Blinking, Yin Wu walked to the room with the bed. He shook the dusty blanket a few times before lying down. Today, I'll just brainstorm. How to find the Ark future Yin Wu's true form and how to deal with him. Thoughts swirled in various directions. Amidst these thoughts circling like sheep, Yin Wu drifted off to sleep. The shelter, cut off from sunlight and moonlight, offered no way to tell day from night. Only devices like clocks could mark the passing of time. Time for breakfast. Is it even morning? Yin Wu grabbed canned rice and side dishes from the shelter's supplies and opened the lids. He cautiously poked at the contents with a spoon. It looked decent enough, but a faint chemical smell made him hesitate. After prodding the canned food for a while, Yin Wu took one bite and set it down. He'd tried it out of curiosity, but the taste was far from appetizing. It might do in an emergency, but with his appetite suppressed by the looming task, now wasn't the time. Where did they say to throw away the cans and food waste? Following the shelter's user manual, he wandered through the complex interior before finally finding the waste disposal area. Suddenly, an announcement blared from the shelter's speakers. Shelter manager. There's a call from headquarters. Please come to the situation room. A mechanical female voice. Yin Wu tossed the can into the recycling machine and promptly turned around, his expression puzzled. Why would headquarters call? He rushed to the situation room, where Mark Young appeared on a large monitor. His face was grim, his hands fidgeting nervously. Their eyes met across the screen. Mark Young's hands froze mid-motion. Special Investigator Yin Wu. We have a mission for you. What kind of mission? Yin Wu sat up straight, fixing his gaze on the monitor. A mission from headquarters likely involved the doomsday scenario. His heart raced, palms sweating. Mark Young fiddled with something off-screen, then pulled up a video. I'm not sure if you've seen this, Yin Wu, but an anomalous broadcast aired yesterday. The video began to play. Today, we're expecting a precious guest from a parallel world to visit our dimension. This visitor is the last survivor of a destroyed Earth and... The announcer collapsed mid-sentence, gasping her last breath. Yin Wu had seen this broadcast before. Don't tell me. As Yin Wu sensed what was coming, Mark Young continued his explanation. An uninvited guest has entered our world. The company and our allied factions are all extremely worried about this intruder. Couldn't they just be a survivor looking for a place to live? Maybe they've already gone back. Despite licking his dry lips as he spoke, Mark Young shook his head firmly. We can't be optimistic. Not only did they have the power to attack the source of the anomalous broadcast, but we don't know what the rest of the message would have revealed. Yin Wu listened silently as Mark Young listed the company's concerns. What if it's a doomsday cultist who's killed everyone and come to kill people in other worlds? What if the intruder carries the disease or curse that destroyed their world? What if they're an agent sent by the anomalous entity that wiped out their world? The worst-case scenarios are endless. That's... His lips sealed shut, unable to continue. I can't say anything in this situation. The company's wariness was intense. Even if he revealed the intruder's identity and intentions, the company would try to capture future Yin Wu for questioning, and future Yin Wu wouldn't allow that. Not knowing what might be done to him. As Yin Wu struggled to speak, Mark Young pressed on. The company and other factions have used every means to track this intruder, but all attempts have failed. That alone is cause for concern. Why block our efforts if they have nothing to hide? Well, they're not exactly innocent. Future Yin Wu was after the Ark, an extinction defense device. After much thought, Yin Wu reached a conclusion. I can't tell the company. It could lead to disaster. If the company and future Yin Wu came to blows, the fallout would be catastrophic. Given the company's current level of caution, they'd likely use extreme measures. Yin Wu cleared his throat. Understood. I'll look into it. Please do. We don't know what dangerous disaster this intruder might bring. The conversation drew to a close. Before the screen went dark, Yin Wu held Mark Young back. Wait. Can I ask one thing? Go ahead. Mark Young lowered his hand, pausing as he was about to end the call. Yin Wu hesitated, then asked. This intruder, how dangerous are they? At least the company and other factions think so. The fact that they've blocked all tracking attempts using various anomalies speaks volumes. His face darkened with genuine concern. Yin Wu, imagining how he'd react if he didn't know future Yin Wu, responded in character. So we could face a major threat, like the climate anomalies. Possibly. In that case, could you reserve a spot for me in the Ark? Just in case, to prepare for the worst. The Ark? You mean the extinction defense device? Yin Wu nodded. Mark Young visibly composed himself before waving his hand. That's beyond my authority. I'll contact the higher UPS about it. While you're at it, could you ask if I can visit it once? I've always wanted to see it. At novel bin at. Certainly. I'll let you know as soon as I get an answer. Mark Young ended the conversation without suspicion. His hand moved to press the call termination button. Beep dash. The call disconnected. Yin Wu's reflection stared back from the sleek black monitor. He tilted his head, thinking, this might be easier to find than I thought. A hotel room. Mark Young finished his call with Lee Yin Wu and closed his laptop. He immediately took out his phone and called his direct superior, the director, Rying. The monotonous dial tone seemed to go on forever. Finally, a tired voice came through, cutting across the sound of several people shouting in the background. What is it? Director, I've relayed the mission to Yin Wu. Understood. The call was about to end abruptly. Mark Young pressed the phone close to his mouth and whispered. Yin Wu wants a spot in the Ark and has asked to visit it. He seems scared by the news of the intruder and is trying to find a way to survive. What should we do? The Ark. The director muttered, his voice uncertain. I don't know about the Ark either. Maybe I knew once, but erased it from my memory. Originally, only those involved should even know about the extinction defense device. Then what should I tell him? I'll put in a proposal for Yin Wu's position. That much I can do, but tell him visiting is impossible. Mark Young reopened his laptop and began typing a message to Yin Wu with one hand. The message formed slowly, one letter at a time. Visit impossible. Verbally, he reported other minor matters. And the Korean branch has dismantled an organization called Creating a Better World, and recovered the anomalous entities there. What was that name again? A question suddenly interjected. Mark Young answered immediately. Creating a better world. They said they would create a good world with anomalous entities. Haha, how amusing. Pardon. The director's voice, weary with fatigue, suddenly filled with vitality and amusement. Even as Mark Young wore a bewildered expression, not understanding the situation, the director began laughing to himself. Creating a good world with anomalous entities, they say. A truly good world is one without anomalies. Only the director's laughter echoed. Anomalies are countless, and their characteristics all different. It's inevitably difficult to respond to each one, and eventually, cracks will appear somewhere. In the end, the world the company ultimately dreams of. Suddenly, an excited shout came through the phone. We did it! We broke through. That's right. As long as they're human, there should be limits to reaction speed and processing capacity. Is this even human? We deployed such numbers and still mostly failed. Director, what's going on? If it's something I shouldn't know. It's not a big secret. We've partially succeeded in tracking the intruder. Data obtained by exchanging numbers with the intruder who had been responding to all sorts of different tracking methods one by one. And like how Yin Wu dealt with the eraser, a method of pushing with numbers to exceed the opponent's processing ability, thus obtaining the limits of processing ability and information about the intruder. The director left with a final word. Things are about to get busier. The ability to block so many tracking methods. You'll have your work cut out for you too. The call ended. Mark Young put down his phone and rubbed his face. Work. I need to change the furniture in the shelter. After sending Yin Wu a message saying it would be difficult to visit the Ark, Mark Young began looking at anomalous entities like blankets and beds. After all, that was his job now. A hamburger joint. The future Yin Wu, having persuaded an employee to give him hamburgers, sat in a corner seat and took a big bite out of one. The taste of civilization, of factories, that couldn't be tasted in a ruined world. This is it. Grinning to himself as he wolfed down 3 hamburgers at once, he tapped on his phone while drinking cola. A phone connected to the company's information network. He first looked at how they solved the climate anomalies and what happened afterwards, when suddenly he burst out laughing. So the eraser died like this? I should have seen it myself. I shouldn't have refused back then. After reading the report about how parallel world Yin Wu's had defeated it for a while, he suddenly closed his eyes. The eraser. The eraser remained a trauma for him too. After all, it had killed him once. Because of that, he lost his human body. The memory of that time remained a deep wound, becoming a nightmare that wouldn't fade. Wandering a world destroyed by climate anomalies, barely finding a shelter. Just as he managed to persuade the manager to let him in, the shelter's ceiling flew off. This won't do. This can't happen. Everyone must die. With that crazed voice and the eraser's trajectory greatly drawn down, catching his body. Fumbling, the future Yin Wu suddenly felt his head and chest. Though he felt the warmth of human skin in reality, he was made of probability and possibility at novel bin at. As long as I'm alive, it's fine. After dying and coming back to life, half his body replaced by anomalies, becoming one with dice and gaining the sense to measure probabilities. That's how the future Yin Wu and the eraser fought, one pouring out probabilities and the other erasing them, and in the end, didn't he win with greater output? It's more helpful for survival than a pure human body. It wasn't an entirely bad death. The future Yin Wu picked up the wrapped hamburger bag and prepared to leave. He was in the middle of pouring leftover cola and paper trash into the recycling bin. He suddenly stopped. He stared quietly at his hand, pausing mid-pour. A gloomy expression and voice. I couldn't block it. While flicking away possibilities approaching him, for a moment, a wave-like group of possibilities rushed in. Even at a glance, there was remote portraiture, golden omnipotence, map hack, remote viewing, oracle system, tracker, Big Brother's demon, and more. With different intentions and all different kinds of possibilities, he couldn't block them all at once. A few strands of possibility flowed between his fingers, becoming reality. Excuse me, if you're done cleaning up, could you move aside? Someone waiting behind urged him. The future Yin Wu glanced at him and was about to snap his fingers, but changed his mind and quickly finished cleaning up. As he immediately left the hamburger joint, he muttered quietly. As expected, a normal world is dangerous. No matter the opponent, he was confident he could survive in a one-on-one fight, but a normal world wasn't so easy. There's a reason why companies or groups move in pairs of at least 2. If you let your guard down, if your weak point is struck, if you're ambushed, even the most extraordinary entity can be taken down. Focus. Don't let your guard down. You know the power of a normal world well. Tightly clenching his fist, he disappeared. Dash. No matter how he thought about it, this wasn't a decision he could make alone. Sitting in the situation room, Yin Wu organized his thoughts. He had more or less reached a conclusion on whether to inform the company about the future Yin Wu. I should ask the person himself. He had just received a message saying it would be difficult to visit the Ark. Though only a day had passed, it was worth calling for an interim report. Just as he was about to call for the dice, raising his head, Yin Wu suddenly felt a sense of discomfort and turned his head. The future Yin Wu was standing there, holding a hamburger bag. A voice tinged with bewilderment flowed from Yin Wu's mouth. It hasn't even been a full day. What brings you here? The company has figured out some of my information. How much exactly? Yin Wu tensed up. If information was strangely exposed, suspicious gazes might be directed at his current self. Aren't their appearances and abilities identical? He might even be seen as a potential threat. The future Yin Wu shook his head. I don't know either. The moment I tried to find out, I'd expose even more information. This was an information war using anomalies. The moment the future Yin Wu set out to investigate, his defenses would weaken, and all sorts of anomalous entities would rush in to tear at him. Yin Wu gulped. The search for the Ark hadn't even properly begun, but the situation didn't look good at all. Yin Wu opened his mouth with difficulty. Why don't we just be honest and ask for cooperation? No way. A firm answer. The future Yin Wu slightly averted his eyes. I'm an illegal immigrant. It won't end there. I'll be investigated. If you're investigated No. How thorough do you think the company is? Whether anomalies are at work, whether I'm lying, how much is true, what happened in the past, what I'm thinking now, they'll plaster me with all sorts of equipment and investigate. And the questions, there are so many. Certainly, it was something to be reluctant about. But it wasn't a condition to avoid at all costs either. As Yin Wu was about to say something, the future Yin Wu waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to talk about it anymore. I have a past that's hard to reveal. Just look at the refugee ship. I totally messed up and everything was ruined. I did some bad things to survive. More than that, how's the investigation going? Hurriedly changing the subject, Yin Wu replied, not wanting to pry into the future Yin Wu's apparent discomfort. The request to visit the Ark was rejected. I'm not sure how to proceed with the investigation from here. Like the trailing off of his words, the situation was bleak. He didn't even know where to start. Even when he asked the Research Institute director who dealt with broken clocks, he knew nothing about the extinction defense device. The future Yin Wu rubbed his chin, then said lightly as if in passing. This won't do. We're out of time. Let's strike fast and hard. What? So suddenly? If we waste more time, it'll be dangerous. All sorts of bugs would swarm. Doomsday cultists trying to learn from the destruction of other worlds, artists seeking inspiration from rare material, the company trying to protect humanity, demons finding amusement, the Goldberg Club for social maintenance or profit-making. Phase 1 and 2 appear, Phase 2 and 4 appear, Phase 4 and the danger increases endlessly. The future Yin Wu, not wanting to think about it anymore, shuddered and suddenly grabbed Yin Wu's neck. Now was the safe opportunity while the company was focused on information warfare. The goal was just to confirm and recognize the identity and location of the Ark. Let's go. Let's start by hitting the final shelter. Do I need to go? For Yin Wu, on the other hand, it was a bad situation. A voice flowing out desperately, really not wanting to go. What was he supposed to do in the future if he participated in attacking the company? I don't have the ability, I just dash. You're a totem. You have the possibility of finding the Ark. If I take you and look for other high probability things, we should be able to find clues. No, what about me then dash? Ignoring Yin Wu's words entirely. He clenched his fist tightly. In a world changed in an instant, Yin Wu, wearing a tearful expression, suddenly harbored doubts. Doesn't he live in a ruined world? How does he know the company's investigation process in such detail? And, is this the only world where he searched for and visited the Ark? He felt a chilling danger, being dragged along to participate in harming the company. And the reason why the future Yin Wu is avoiding investigation. If it's like this, I can't just cooperate blindly either. Yin Wu's eyes sank and flashed, searching for a way to survive. Survival instinct kicked in. Yin Wu had let his guard down, thinking it was just his future self offering solutions to the climate anomalies. But once he became wary, goosebumps spread across his body. Strip away everything else, and what remained was an anomalous entity of danger level 6 or 7. It was right beside him, forcibly dragging him around. I need to contact the company somehow. And first, I should analyze this human, or is it even human? Anyway, my future self. His racing thoughts suddenly screeched to a stop. In an instant, the world changed. They were in the middle of some mountain range. The twilight sky was dotted with stars, and hazy clouds melted into the dark heavens. Below stood a building masquerading as a mountainside. This is... Stunned by the majestic view, Yin Wu shivered and his teeth chattered. The sudden cold air felt like it was freezing his lungs. Then ping, his vision distorted and a migraine pierced his head. His ears felt clogged as if water had entered them, and blood trickled from his nose. He wiped the blood with his palm, barely clinging to consciousness. Why is my body? Poison? Radiation? What is this? Why'd you bring me to a place like this? Sensing clear danger, he glared with blazing eyes. Future Yin Wu looked at him incredulously. Why are you so weak? Can't even handle altitude sickness. Altitude sickness. Symptoms that appear when suddenly ascending to high altitudes. No, how am I supposed to handle dash? He stopped mid-sentence. The rain's vitality surged through him, bringing his body back to normal. It pushed away not just the altitude sickness, but even the chill. Color returned to his pale face. I can manage now. You need to overcome minor issues like this. How do you expect to survive if you can't handle such trivial things? Embarrassed by the nagging, Yin Wu quickly changed the subject. Is that the final shelter over there? It looked quite different from the future shown by the tree person in the Anomaly Research Society. Yeah, seems they couldn't finish it. The intact shelter future Yin Wu had seen wasn't exposed so crudely either. It blended into the mountain range, with no visible traces of civilization at novel bin at. Of course, the environment was different due to the climate anomalies. Maybe they quickly beat the climate anomalies and didn't finish hiding it. As future Yin Wu muttered to himself, Yin Wu eyed him warily. More importantly, before we go in there, disguise me first. Remember, I still have to work for the company when you go back. That's not dash. Future Yin Wu was about to refuse outright. But seeing Yin Wu's disgruntled expression, he changed his mind. This is dangerous. I've already pushed him pretty far. If I make things riskier, who knows what he might do? He dragged Yin Wu into a dangerous situation. On top of that, there was blood. Even if it was just a nosebleed, it was enough to trigger survival instincts. Future Yin Wu tapped his chest. It won't work, but I've thought of another way. What kind of way? We can make it look like I'm threatening you, or controlling your mind to drag you around. At the same time, future Yin Wu unleashed the possibility he'd been holding onto, the possibility to exist as a human. Whoosh! The human form crumbled. As the threads of probability and possibility unraveled at once, a monstrous form emerged. This looks good enough, right? Understood. Yin Wu's eyes and expression softened slightly. Though not entirely satisfactory, it was better than nothing. You're not surprised. Didn't you show me before? I showed you. Future Yin Wu tilted his head, half obscured by densely tangled threads, then turned away. He might recognize it since he has the dice. Barren mountain range. They began walking towards the shelter. As they walked briskly, Yin Wu posed a question. By the way, why don't you just control my mind? Who? You? Yes. Wouldn't that be more certain? A question thrown to gauge future Yin Wu's thoughts and abilities. Future Yin Wu chuckled, his threads rippling. If I controlled your mind, the dice would constantly resist. Even I can't touch the dice. What if it succeeds in resisting? Would you just sit still? No, I wouldn't. How could anyone stay passive after having their mind controlled? Yin Wu shook his head. If the goal is me, and the enemy can chase and harm me anytime, anywhere, he'd pretend to cooperate outwardly while claiming to help, all the while scheming for a way to eliminate the opponent. The problem was, they both knew each other's true intentions too well, making conflict inevitable. So what if we fight? You'd win. I'd die. And if Yin Wu fought future Yin Wu, one side would have to die. A hostile Yin Wu was too dangerous to keep alive. Who knows what risks he might bring? Knowing the other harbored thoughts of having to kill made it even more certain. What happens after you die? Well, there's the resurrection roll. Oh. Yin Wu vaguely realized the best possible outcome. If he resurrected and merged with the dice, he could face future Yin Wu. Future Yin Wu had merely assumed the worst possibility. If things go wrong, it's too dangerous. They walked on without further conversation. Yin Wu slightly lowered his head, lost in thought. Still, I should prepare a few measures. Would threatening suicide and a resurrection roll work? No, it wouldn't. A threat he couldn't believe himself. He wouldn't gamble on resurrection when he wasn't even sure it would happen. They reached the entrance of the final shelter. At the tightly sealed door, future Yin Wu plucked a few threads, and the door opened on its own. Let's go in. We're heading to the lowest level. Dash. The final shelter. Built to house 1 million people in case of extinction due to climate anomalies, it now felt eerie with only a few thousand shelter staff remaining after the climate anomalies receded. However, being the company's most advanced building, the futuristic and splendid architecture didn't feel stuffy or enclosed like a typical shelter. Despite being underground, it felt more like entering a luxurious art gallery. Yin Wu forgot his own situation. He gaped at the final shelter, barely managing to utter an admiring exclamation. This is a shelter. It's called a shelter, but it's basically a city. Passing by company employees in the final shelter after persuading them, they headed towards the control room on the lowest level. They rode elevators down for a long time and drove cars parked in corners. Each place they passed was beautiful and functional. Yin Wu's eyes sparkled as he looked around the final shelter, when he suddenly came to his senses. No, I didn't come here to sightsee. What am I doing? He needed to find a way to deal with future Yin Wu. He said he wouldn't touch him because he was too dangerous, but Yin Wu couldn't just trust those words. What if they couldn't find the Ark? What if future Yin Wu, even if not going mad, decided to take out his frustrations on him? Just as future Yin Wu saw Yin Wu as an annoying bomb, Yin Wu saw him as a nuclear bomb that could detonate at any moment. What are you doing? Every time they changed locations, future Yin Wu would flick the threads. He held a few strands in one hand, and made gestures as if swatting something away. Future Yin Wu tilted his thread-like head, fooling security systems, passing through, stuff like that. Also blocking anything trying to detect me. His voice sounded very annoyed. Yin Wu closed his mouth and quietly observed future Yin Wu, noting how he used only his own power, the power of the dice. Dash. Dash. A door gleaming with black luster, like something from a sci-fi movie's spaceship. Once we pass this door, we're in the control room. Future Yin Wu seemed a bit tense, his wavering probability thread standing straight and rigid, like a porcupine. That tension infected Yin Wu too, making him gulp. Is it dangerous? It's a manageable risk, but it could lead to greater dangers. Then you go in first and clear the inside. I'll enter when it's safe. He had no intention of needlessly exposing himself to danger. He had other intentions too. Future Yin Wu, now starting to be wary of Yin Wu, just sighed briefly. He was willing to grant this small request. Ugh. Swish. The released threads passed through the door, and future Yin Wu vanished beyond it. Is he gone? Yin Wu hurriedly pulled out his phone, his fingers moving rapidly like a machine gun assaulting the screen. Kidnapped by Anomaly. Trying to understand intentions. Mentioned shelter info. Wants to find and wake Ark in his world to rebuild. A message aimed at safely and peacefully resolving the current situation, though he wasn't sure if it would work. The hastily typed message, riddled with typos, was sent to Mark Young through the company's information network. Just then, the tightly sealed door opened with a smooth sound. Beyond stood future Yin Wu in his inhuman form. It's done. Come in. Why are you holding your phone? I was checking for messages and the time. It's my mealtime. Can't I eat that hamburger? Yin Wu casually slipped his phone away while gesturing at the wrapped hamburger future Yin Wu had brought. Future Yin Wu's face portion moved quickly from side to side. This is mine. Bear with the hunger for a bit. It won't take long. There's not much to look around. But I really want that hamburger. Buy your own with your money. I'll send you back safely. Future Yin Wu turned away nonchalantly, while Yin Wu grumbled outwardly but his eyes gleamed. He's dull. Watching from the side, Yin Wu felt it and was sure of it. Perhaps years of living as an overwhelmingly powerful being had dulled his survival instincts. Even if seeking out dangerous places was for rebuilding the world, it was still reckless. Relying solely on the dice's power? Only caring about probability and possibility. When the body is weak, the mind works harder. Conversely, future Yin Wu, having grasped near omnipotent power, had dulled his desperate survival instincts. This makes him manageable. Yin Wu hid his true thoughts as he followed future Yin Wu into the control room. Yin Wu's message quickly made its way up to the director through Mark Young. A frantic phone call echoed in a hotel room. We got a message from Yin Wu. I just sent you the details. Have you checked it? I have. Good work. We've just gained some extra info and roughly figured out their identity and goal. Despite delivering good news, the director's voice carried a mix of worry and determination. Sensing the tension, Mark Young hesitated before asking, is the intruder dangerous? It's the worst-case scenario we were worried about. You don't mean? I'll send you the files too. Sum up the key points and pass them on to Yin Wu. Ding ding dash. An alert sounded from the laptop. Mark Young opened the message right away, revealing several video, photo, and text files. Still on the call, he checked the photos first. One showed a human-like figure made of black thread-like material running from the attack of a strange weapon. I've looked at the photos. Is that thread-like thing the intruder? Yes. It's a moment from a parallel world we spotted using the info we got. That intruder attacked several worlds. When you say attacked, Mark Young's voice shook. Dark scenes flashed in his mind, terrible curses, contamination, signs of doom. The director added something more real and scary than Mark Young's vague fears. At the very least, they're making climate anomalies worse by bringing loads of strange entities from parallel worlds. Click. Mark Young switched to another photo as the director spoke. It showed the intruder carrying all sorts of weird entities, then dumping them into the sea. They've caused various crises across multiple worlds. Destroying the final shelter, wrecking the Mars base, attacking the company headquarters. He flipped through the photos one after another. A mushroom cloud rising over the final shelter, the Mars base returning to the harsh Martian environment, a blurred image of the company headquarters seemingly falling apart. A threat more evil and real than he'd imagined. Mark Young pressed a hand against his shaking eyes and asked quietly, are they trying to end the world? Probably. Based on what they knew, the intruder seemed to be someone who wanted to destroy everything at Novel bin at. Mark Young and the director fell silent for a moment. If the intruder was threatening humanity, the company had no choice but to fight. No matter how strong or dangerous the enemy. Finally, the director spoke. He said the intruders after the Ark. They likely want to destroy our last hope. I'll call a meeting and suggest tightening the Ark's security. What should I do? Mark Young's voice and eyes filled with resolve. Get in touch with Yin Wu. He'll be our secret weapon. But the intruder's right next to him. If we contact him and set them off dash. It doesn't matter. The intruder won't care. They want to cause chaos to find the Ark. They might even like it. The director went on. I can guess where the intruder's headed. If they're after the Ark, there are certain places they'll visit. The final shelter that was hid in the parallel world, the Anomaly Research Society, and a few others. Form special teams and send them to these places. Got it. Mark Young's face lit up at the director's words. After feeling sidelined looking after one key person, being given such an important job filled him with purpose. I'll put together the special teams using our best agents. Give them normal bullets too. The company only had 13 of these ordinary bullets left. After using 2 and losing 4 in research accidents, just 7 remained. Mark Young paused, then started typing with renewed energy. Yin Wu looked around as he entered the control room. The room his future self had tensely called dangerous, with hidden threats. Naturally, Yin Wu examined every little detail. The control room was huge. Massive screens along the walls acted as windows, showing the view of an unknown city. At the far end, people who looked like shelter managers were talking among themselves. We need to finish the disguise work first. No, we should finish the inside work first. Do you know how hard it is to work inside after the disguise is done? Director, the company cut our budget, so we need to choose what's most important. As the department heads arguing about money all turned to the shelter director, he rubbed his forehead, looking annoyed. With the money we have now, it's hard to finish even one thing, you idiots. Even though the door had opened wide and a person plus something not human had walked in, they seemed completely unaware, still arguing. Yin Wu, who had jumped in surprise, carefully watched them and spoke softly. They don't seem to notice us. Is that safe? No, I must have messed something up when I changed how they see things. Now that I've interfered, I'm more likely to end up in trouble. Yin Wu barely kept a straight face, covering his mouth. Could that be because I sent the message? He glanced at his future self, but the other didn't seem worried and started walking somewhere. More importantly, we need to find the Ark. Future Yin Wu went to one of the screens and put his hand on it. The thread-like being worked the screen easily. Soon the screen changed, showing a communication system. As the shelter managers kept arguing, Future Yin Wu stepped aside. The screen showed a grayed-out communication target, the Ark. Here. Try turning on the Ark's communication network first. However you can. Try making a call, or roll the dice. Yin Wu obediently tried to make a call and even rolled dice to suggest turning on communications, but nothing worked. Future Yin Wu spoke gloomily. Not working? Should we try rolling the dice to find the Ark? Even as Yin Wu quickly suggested this in the tense atmosphere, Future Yin Wu tilted his head. Would that work? The Ark seems to be outside what's possible or likely. No, you're different. Give it a try. Okay. The dice clattered. Failure? It didn't work. Let's go to the next place. Future Yin Wu reached for Yin Wu's neck, then moved his hand to rest on his shoulder. And with that, the world changed. The small containment room of the Anomaly Research Society. Yin Wu saw the tree person. The tree person who had shown him the future was now so withered it was hard to recognize. Whatever had been done to it, all its leaves had fallen off leaving only bare branches, and even those branches were shriveled and few. Suddenly, as the tree person's eyes slowly opened and met Yin Wu's gaze, its branches stood up straight. You? Because of you? I'm worse off than a prisoner. Quiet. Future Yin Wu said one word as his threads rippled. Only then did the tree person's eyes notice the monster-like thing beside Yin Wu. Its eyes widened. Crack, crack, crack. Its branches shook as if caught in a storm, and the thin twigs snapped and fell. The one I saw from the future? What brings you here to see me? In a flash, its thoughts became gentle waves. Not daring to even think of causing trouble, it stayed as calm as possible. Future Yin Wu spoke. You said you saw the Ark in the future. Explain that. Or show the Ark to me and him. Of course. I clearly saw the Ark in the future. For a moment, its thoughts blurred. The tree person frowned as if trying hard to remember, then slowly looked down. I'm really sorry to say this. The truth is, I lied. I've never seen the Ark. In an instant, the threads of possibility tightened sharply. The threads surrounding Future Yin Wu like a cocoon. Don't mess with me. It's true? Really? I only lied to convince this human? I haven't even seen anything like the Ark. Its thoughts were clear with honesty. Silence fell. The threads unraveled again, then crawled through the air like insect legs. The tree person shook like a leaf, eyes tightly shut. As Yin Wu nervously watched for any trouble, a soft voice suddenly came from Future Yin Wu. This is a security measure I've never seen before. A big change in how things are seen, or rather, a basic change in information itself. Good. It seems to be working properly. We should be able to find the Ark this time. What do you mean by security? What are you talking about? Questions came at the mysterious statement. Future Yin Wu chuckled. The possibility he always held was growing along with both his chances of getting into danger and the likelihood of finding the Ark. A more hopeful situation than ever. So they figured out I'm after the Ark. I can be a bit rougher now. Things were looking good. The more chaos he caused, the harder the company would try to protect the Ark, and the more frantically they moved, the more important clues they'd leave behind. Plus, he had this world's Yin Wu, someone who made finding the Ark more likely. Let's really scare the company. That way they'll use other ways to protect the Ark. Future Yin Wu raised one hand. He pulled back most of the power he was using elsewhere, putting it all into this attack. changing what's possible from far away. A curse-like power aimed at the company. If I break multiple facilities and systems at once. The mass of possibility threads swirled like a whirlpool, just as they were about to become real all at once. Yin Wu, who had been watching future Yin Wu carefully, instinctively reached out his hand at a strange feeling. Like a cat swatting at moving grass, he swung his palm. And with that, a single thread of possibility was knocked away. The storm of possibilities stopped. Future Yin Wu froze. He turned only his head at an impossible angle to look at Yin Wu. The containment room was eerily quiet, tension stretching across the space like a taut thread. Li Yin Wu's back was damp with cold sweat. The already cramped room felt even smaller as future Yin Wu's gaze and presence bore down on him. Yin Wu retreated until his back pressed against the wall. The cold, chilling sensation sent a shiver through him. This isn't good. He could easily guess what future Yin Wu was thinking, what emotions he harbored. He sees me as a threat now. Until now, future Yin Wu had viewed him as a landmine, dangerous, but harmless if left alone. Now, Yin Wu was a live grenade in someone else's hand, ready to explode at any moment. It made sense. After all, Yin Wu had meddled with the threads of possibility, deflecting even a single strand. Future Yin Wu remained silent for a moment, then suddenly grasped a thread of possibility, and vanished. Yin Wu and the tree person remained on high alert, senses heightened, before finally grasping the situation. Future Yin Wu had fled. The tree person sighed in disappointment. He was going to lift the containment. In the end, he just left. He was going to lift the containment. Yes. He was planning a massive attack on the company, then grew wary of you, and finally gave up and left. Yin Wu stared at the floor for a moment before asking, where did he return to? And what else was he thinking? You? Why should I tell you that? As the monstrous being disappeared, the tree person's eyes widened in anger. Yin Wu calmly reached into his bag. From the bag he always carried, even in emergencies, he produced a mini chainsaw and a gas torch. These tools, capable of easily destroying a tree, were now aimed at the tree person. I'm not in the mood for games. Will you talk, or would you prefer a taste of these? I don't know where he went. I can't read that deeply. The thoughts I picked up naturally were that he planned to attack the company through various means, then grew wary of you, pondered something, and vanished. Yin Wu closed his eyes. Using the darkness as a canvas, he connected his thoughts. He put himself in future Yin Wu's position, trying to gauge his thinking. This isn't over. He won't give up on the Ark. Judging by how he threw himself into dangerous situations, it was clear the Ark meant everything to him. But it's a lower priority than his own safety. That's why he abandoned the dangerous element, me, and went to search for the Ark. Right now, he viewed Yin Wu as more dangerous than the company's security or any half-hearted attack. After all, Yin Wu could interfere at any time. He chose to search safely, even if the chances of success are low. As Yin Wu vaguely concluded that dulled survival instincts had kicked in, the Anomaly Research Society's security system activated. A voice crackled through the containment room's speaker. Intruder? Don't move. You've trespassed into a confidential area. Special Investigator Yin Wu here. Please contact headquarters. I have information about the intruder. He held up his Special Investigator ID to the camera in the corner. Seeing the ID and Yin Wu's composed demeanor, the security officer fell silent before responding. Please wait a moment. We need to verify this. Be aware that we'll respond according to protocol if you try anything funny. Then, through the still open microphone, a muttered comment came through. I don't know what the hell is going on. People from headquarters showing up out of nowhere. The identity verification proceeded swiftly, and Yin Wu found himself in the Anomaly Research Society's conference room with agents from headquarters. No one spoke. The agents, dispatched to protect the facility from future Yin Wu, were wrapped tightly in combat suits and kept their mouths shut. Yin Wu, lost in thought, had no spare attention to initiate conversation. After a short while, a voice-only communication system lit up on the wall-mounted screen. A voice identifying itself as director spoke. Special Investigator Yin Wu, I heard you met the intruder. Yin Wu grabbed the microphone on the table and brought it to his lips. Yes. The intruder had no malicious intent. No malicious intent? Right. You haven't seen the information yet, I suppose. Let me show you first. Simultaneously, image files opened on the screen. They showed scenes of attacks attributed to the intruder, which Mark Young had confirmed. As Yin Wu scrutinized the slideshow of images, the director's explanation followed. Several parallel worlds have been attacked by this intruder. Even our final shelter has already been breached. If you still claim there's no malicious intent, we'll have no choice but to question your mental state. I understand your suspicion. However, his sole objective is the Ark. Yin Wu tried his best to speak calmly and persuasively. After all, if future Yin Wu's goal was met, no major incidents should happen. He's a survivor from a world destroyed by climate anomalies, the very person who provided the solution to those anomalies, and the last company employee trying to rebuild his world by finding his world's Ark. The lie about him being a company employee was mixed in, but most of it was true. The director's voice lowered, as if confirming this information through some unknown method. You're serious. His attacks on other worlds were all means to find the Ark. All for the sake of rebuilding the world. With a rustling sound and some muffled instructions, the director's microphone cut off. The silence was brief. So, are you suggesting we hand over the Ark's information? Resolve this peacefully? At the very least, we should acknowledge his contribution in providing the solution to the climate anomalies. That would be nice if we could, but there's a problem. Not only Yin Wu, but even the agents tilted their heads, focusing on the director's voice. Let's put aside the minor issues. Whether we can trust the intruder, or if the attacks will cease, let's pretend those aren't factors. Yes. Please continue. The most important thing, the Ark. It doesn't exist. I've heard about such security measures. Yin Wu quickly relayed what he'd gleaned from future Yin Wu about security, but the director denied it with a worried voice at novel bin at. I'm not talking about lies to manipulate information. Given the gravity of the situation, I've received information about the Ark. I'll say it clearly, the Ark is fake. It's false information spread by the company. What do you mean? Yin Wu's pupils dilated as he glared at the screen. Only the call icon blinked back at him. How could an extinction defense device be so well known in the first place? Even directors don't know how many there are or what they actually are. He closed his mouth and listened, clenching his fists, breaking into a cold sweat, worrying about future Yin Wu's reaction when he learned this. The Ark is a kind of propaganda. It's meant to show how great the company is, that humanity can be protected in any situation, that the human race will survive any disaster. The director continued. It's meant to threaten hostile groups, make them waste resources on something that doesn't exist, and keep company employees from losing hope. It's an information operation. Is that true? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. A bizarrely distorted voice. Simultaneously, the agents slammed their heads on the table with a loud thud. Spiderweb cracks spread across the table's surface. This sudden attack came without warning. The grotesque voice didn't stop. The Ark, from the beginning, never existed. A voice torn and shredded. The thread-like form of future Yin Wu stood before the screen, in front of the camera that would be watching them. Yin Wu gripped his trembling hands. He didn't go anywhere, but was hiding around me. His initial guess had been wrong, and that meant the current situation was far more dangerous than he'd imagined. He's so obsessed with the Ark that he didn't leave even though he saw me as a threat. But if he hears the Ark doesn't exist, future Yin Wu's threat came to mind. If he couldn't find the Ark, he didn't know what he might do. The director's calm voice came through the speaker. So you're the intruder. I asked a question. Do you think you're safe right now? As future Yin Wu clenched his fist, a muffled pop sounded from beyond the speaker. Bursting a pen, I see. Reality manipulation? As expected of the final survivor. Next is your head. Answer quickly. Is there no Ark? Does it not exist at all? That's right. There is no Ark. The threads enveloping future Yin Wu froze in place, as if preserved in a moment of stopped time. What will you do now? You've gotten the information you wanted. Heh. He. Laughter spilled out, and the threads began to ripple. Yin Wu rose slowly from his seat, debating whether to intervene immediately or flee. Either way, standing would make it easier to move. Fortunately, his worst fears didn't materialize. No, the Ark exists. I understand your desire to believe that. But the Ark, even this is part of the Ark's security. It means it's an object that can't be found in the first place. Are you all right? The atmosphere of escaping reality seemed dangerous. As Yin Wu cautiously asked, future Yin Wu made a gesture as if raising his head. I'm more than all right. I've figured it out. I was thinking about it all wrong. If I create a world fit for human habitation, the Ark will reveal itself. He lightly waved his hand, sending a strand of thread into Yin Wu's bag. Then he bowed his head towards the screen. There's no reason for me to risk staying here any longer. The intruder will take his leave now. With that, future Yin Wu vanished in an instant. A departure without farewell or lingering attachment. The conference room was left with unconscious agents, Yin Wu, and the director watching from beyond the screen. The director muttered in a voice full of questions. Did he really leave? And the Ark exists? What on earth? Though the situation had been resolved, an uneasy feeling lingered. From future Li Yin Wu's incomprehensible reaction to the Ark's uncertain existence, things felt off. I should check if the intruder really left. As for the Ark, no need to dig deeper. Whether the Ark existed or not wasn't crucial right now. The intruder's potential return was the main concern. Yin Wu spoke up. Am I free to go now? Right. Write up a report about your abduction and submit it. Yes. The communication cut off, leaving the screen black. Silence fell over the conference room. Amid the snoring of collapsed agents, Yin Wu started rummaging through his now lighter bag but changed his mind and turned away. I'm not sure what exactly happened. I'll need to sort out my thoughts on the way back. He'd been unexpectedly relocated to the Anomaly Research Society. Whether by taxi or public transport, the trip back to the shelter would take time. Enough time to gather his thoughts. Yin Wu left the Anomaly Research Society, walked to the edge of the plane, and hailed a taxi. Please take me here. While the quiet driver focused on the road, Yin Wu examined the bag that had received the thread of possibility. Did it turn into an anomaly? Is this the reward? It seemed future Yin Wu had obtained some kind of information. The bag, once bulging with tools, was now slim and light. However, the tools hadn't vanished. When he reached deep into the seemingly empty bag, he could feel them. Just like a magic bag. This is handy. Though there seemed to be limits on weight and space, it was far better than a regular bag. If this is the reward, what did he discover? As Yin Wu absent-mindedly stirred his hand inside the bag, lost in thought, he felt something like tissues or memo paper. Pulling it out, he found a few square napkins from a hamburger joint. They had text printed on them as if from a printer. Yin Wu placed the napkins on his lap and quietly bent his head to read. It was brief, but you did well. I'm going back. I won't come looking for you again. From now on, it's best if we don't see each other. It would only be uncomfortable. The message from future Yin Wu was printed across several napkins. How did he manipulate the probabilities? Sinking into various thoughts, he continued reading. I found the conditions for awakening the arc, haha. I relied only on probability and possibility, without even understanding their meaning. I was arrogant. Next page. The reward ends with upgrading your bag. Looking at you, there doesn't seem to be much else I can help with. Well then, stay alive. End. Yin Wu looked at the napkins several times before putting them back in the bag. He turned his head to look out the taxi window as it sped down the highway, the scenery and cars passing by quickly, and his own face, faintly reflected in the foggy window. It's really over. A small voice drowned out by the humming of the car. He sensed that future Yin Wu had found clues about the arc and left. Yin Wu closed his eyes. What I need to do now is... It was time to learn from future Yin Wu's mistakes. Don't rely on the dice. Still, learn to manipulate probabilities. But mainly, sharpen my own survival instincts and skills. Leaning back comfortably as if sleeping, breathing calmly, Yin Wu dug into his inner self. He recalled 3 sensations. The intuition of dice results, the glimpse of future Yin Wu's form, and finally, the feeling of repelling the threads. As Yin Wu nodded off pursuing these elusive sensations, he fell asleep. We've arrived. Is this the right place? Yin Wu opened his eyes at the taxi driver's voice, wiping his mouth. Looking out the window with sleepy eyes, he saw the fence surrounding the shelter. Yes, this is it. After paying, Yin Wu stretched and walked through the fence into the building. Opening a hatch in the building's floor, he descended to reach the shelter's corridor. Yin Wu suddenly stopped. Why does it look so bad? Was it because he had seen the final shelter? The shelter he had once found so appealing now seemed entirely unappealing. Yin Wu shuffled along with a frown. The corridor's texture and the concrete walls looked extremely worn. The situation room was somewhat better, but the strong sense of discomfort lingered. It's too big for just me. It takes forever to eat and clean up, and I'll have to climb a ladder every day for work. As the drawbacks piled up, Yin Wu's expression soured, but he quickly shook it off with a sigh. It's no different. The final shelter or this shelter he called home were the same. Neither could withstand a serious attack from a dangerous anomaly. Sitting in front of a large monitor, he placed his hands on the keyboard. Logging into the company's network, he found a message from the team leader. Office construction isn't finished, but we've set up training. Starting tomorrow, you'll get drone training and a license at the company's Aerial Weapons Institute. Once construction's done, someone from intelligence will train you on surveillance equipment. Licenses. Training to use the equipment the company had started providing to investigators. While equipment support was good, the prospect of training was annoying. Yin Wu began writing the report on his encounter with the intruder with heavy hands. His face darkened. Accidents, training, commuting, reports, work. I'm going to die. Should I quit? And so another day passed for Yin Wu. The Aerial Weapons Institute was on a mountainside, a research facility disguised as a military base. Occasional gunshots echoed, and people in various outfits traversed the roads. After parking, Yin Wu went straight to the training room, where he saw several people there for drone training and investigation team members waving at him. Oh, Yin Wu. Hey, you made it. Yu Jiyu was sleeping with her head on the desk, the team leader was shouting loudly, and Choi Jae-min, the parent detector who surprisingly wasn't in school, was huddled in a corner at Novel Bin at. Yin Wu silently took the empty seat among them. A tired voice emerged from his tired face. Hey, everyone. Why do you look so worn out? Weren't you working from home? I went out to work. You worked. The team leader gave him a puzzled look. It was odd that he, as the investigation team leader, didn't know about this work. Then he suddenly realized the situation. Special investigator. Yeah. What happened that? If it's confidential, don't say anything. The team leader, who hadn't noticed anything unusual for days, was bewildered but accepted it. It wasn't the first time this had happened. But Choi Jae-min turned around in his seat, his eyes sparkling. What's a special investigator? Just an investigator affiliated with headquarters. Yin Wu, slumped from mental fatigue that even rain couldn't wash away, suddenly raised his head. Oh right. I moved. Want to come for a housewarming? You already found a place. When the team leader, who knew that Yin Wu's old studio building had been erased, asked, Yin Wu nodded. There's a building I got from the company. It has a lot of extra rooms and it's safe too. You can move in if you want. Me? I want to go. Choi Jae-min raised his hand quickly. Then he fired off questions. Is the house nice? How are the rooms? It's good. It's safe. It's a bit inconvenient, but there's a lot of company tech. Like a generator, security system, and resource management. The expressions of those listening quietly became strange. No matter how they heard it, it didn't sound like an ordinary house. Suddenly, Yu Jiyu lifted her head groggily and looked at Yin Wu with bleary eyes. Is that really a house? From what you're saying, it sounds more like an emergency shelter. It is a shelter. A company-built shelter that can house up to 50 people, they said. The sleepiness cleared from Yu Jiyu's eyes. A shelter? So when the company said they'd give you a building, you took a shelter. You turned down an apartment in Seoul. Her voice and eyes were full of disbelief. Yin Wu looked back at them as if they were the strange ones. Why would I take an apartment? If that's the case, I should take a sturdy shelter. An apartment would collapse after a few attacks, wouldn't it? No, no. Ugu, fumbling for words on where to start her rebuttal, stared blankly at Yin Wu. A shelter would withstand attacks that could destroy an apartment multiple times. The cost-effectiveness dash. That's not. Actually, thinking about it, it's good. Yin Wu, you have unusually bad luck. Can we come for the housewarming after the training? As soon as Ugu naturally changed the subject, Choi Jaemin and the team leader showed interest. I haven't been to a company shelter yet. Is there anything it lacks? What should we bring as housewarming gifts? Let's go today, okay? I need to text my mom that I'll be home late. You don't need to bring gifts. Really, the shelter has everything. As they were having this conversation, the front door of the training room opened, and a researcher stood in the doorway, shouting, "Trainees, let's go out. We're going to practice with drones. What about the theoretical training dash? We don't need that. As long as you know how to use them roughly, it's fine. You can learn the details while operating them in the field. Let's get moving." They followed the researcher to a large open area. At the entrance of the field-like space sat various types of drones, with zones marked by clearly drawn lines. The hurried researcher paced in front of the lined-up drones. These are our training drones. The ones without attachments are for basic training, while the attack, observation, and transport drones are for practical exercises. Li Yinwu examined the drones closely, noticing ones equipped with guns, cameras, and boxes. He focused on the attack drone and raised his hand at Novel bin Adat. Is that a real gun? Loaded with live rounds? Of course. Since firearms training is part of the curriculum, we use actual weapons. The researcher pointed across the field. Target boards stood at the far end, with distance lines marked in front. As everyone's attention shifted there, the researcher clapped his hands to refocus them. Here are the controllers, manuals, and exam instructions. Read through them and practice freely. I'm busy, so I'll be stepping out for a bit. With that, the researcher hurried off. What kind of half-assed training is this? I heard they're changing all the drones to a new system. Seems like they're trying to rush through this. People muttered amongst themselves before grabbing manuals and controllers, sending drones buzzing into the air. Let's start with the manual. The Anomaly investigation team, however, quickly grabbed manuals and retreated to a corner of the field. Keeping an eye on the attack drones that had started firing, they carefully passed the manual to Ugu. Gu read the manual on behalf of the group. Flipping through it amidst the gunfire, she raised her voice to summarize. Okay, the practical exam has 3 parts: firing with the attack drone, precision photography with the observation drone, and transport with the cargo drone. The team leader glanced at the drones flying overhead and casually asked, "Is it difficult?" "We'll have to try it to know for sure. Just looking at the manual, it seems pretty complex." They watched other people using the drones warily, as if observing something unfamiliar. They'd only seen them used by other departments before. Now that they actually had to learn and use them, it felt strangely bothersome and unreliable. The team leader especially felt this way. I wonder if we can trust those things. Getting hands-on is always the most accurate. And what if we run into something that can mess with drones or machines? Still, it's better than nothing. Even with that fog monster, if we'd had drones dash. They were already considering how to use them for investigations, imagining various scenarios. In contrast, Choi Jaemin excitedly ran towards the attack drone. I've played with that drone before. I'll show you how to use it after I try it out. But that's not for civilian use. The team leader muttered, unable to stop him as Choi grabbed the attack drone's controller. After examining it closely and fiddling with the controls a few times, the drone took to the sky. The team leader scratched his head and slowly started moving. Damn. I'm no good with machines. Aren't you going to look at the manual? We can learn by breaking a few drones. They're not our property anyway. As the team leader and Gu gradually approached the basic training drones, Yinwu suddenly glanced at the entrance. The researcher who had disappeared earlier came running back, shouting breathlessly. We need volunteers? It's a prototype system from the lab. Just try it out and fill out a survey. You'll get bonus points for the practical exam. Prototype? Isn't that dangerous? Not at all. In response to someone's question, the researcher pulled out his phone. We've developed a program to improve control convenience. There are no dangerous functions. Think of it as beta testing. I'll do it. The team leader quickly stepped forward at the mention of bonus points and convenience. The researcher smiled brightly and started tapping on his phone. Please give me your department and name. I'll send you the drone control app. I'm the team leader of the Anomaly investigation team. Pardon. The researcher's fingers froze on the phone. He slowly raised his head to look at the team leader, his expression somewhat uncomfortable. After licking his lips a few times, the researcher asked, "Are you here for an audit?" The team leader had caused quite a stir using his audit authority more than once. Enough to make most employees feel uneasy. The team leader frowned. I'm here to get a drone license. Why? Want me to do an audit? Did you do something fishy? No, we didn't. A drone-making lab would never be controlled by an anomalous entity. Here, I've sent you the app. Any more volunteers? He looked around, changing the subject. Yinwu observed the situation quietly before raising his hand and approaching. It wasn't a difficult task, and getting bonus points would be good. I'll volunteer too. Yin Wu from the Anomaly Investigation Team. Investigation Team, Yin Wu. I've sent the app, install it and connect to the drone. A few more volunteers came forward to download the app. Yin Wu connected wirelessly to a basic training drone and examined the simple interface. Looks like a game screen. The UI focused on the drone camera's view and ease of use. It seemed intuitive enough to use without further instruction. Indeed, Yin Wu easily started maneuvering the drone. This is fun. It felt like playing with a toy, taking his mind off the exam. He flew it high, moved it around in various ways. As they focused on the drones, the tired-looking researcher rubbed his eyes and disappeared somewhere again. Dash. The researcher hurried off, his mind filled with regret. I must be crazy. Sinking all my savings into cryptocurrency. Damn it. I won't be able to recover from this. He had obtained what seemed like good information and invested not only his savings but even borrowed money, only to see it plummet. His dreams of living luxuriously after quitting his job had evaporated without a trace. Just the money I need to pay this month. Walking down the main building corridor of the research institute, the researcher finally cursed out loud. *T. I can barely handle my current workload as it is. What did you just say? Startled by the sudden voice, the researcher looked up. His superior came into view through his worry-darkened vision. If the work is too much, pass it on to someone else. There's no need for you to take on all those tasks yourself. That wasn't an option. From his research on anomalous entities as a researcher, to drone education support with additional pay, the drone system development project, and the new weapons system development project. If he lost even one of the jobs he'd desperately taken on, he'd barely be able to pay the interest on his debts. No, sir. I can manage. I won't miss any deadlines or cause problems for the projects. Let me know if it gets too difficult. We can always adjust your workload. Yes, sir. I'll be going now. The researcher bowed his head and walked briskly towards the containment room. First, the weapons system takes priority. I need to finish my part somehow. Focused on cryptocurrency, he hadn't noticed the approaching deadline. He needed to deal with that first. There's no time. The researcher took a deep breath as he stood in front of the traditionally secured door. He brought a key to the door locked with padlocks and chains. The containment room of the anomalous entity, which had allowed him to work on 2 projects simultaneously, opened. Before entering, the researcher muttered softly, "Grammar Nazi robot. Just don't make any mistakes. Beyond the containment room stood a robot in the corner. It wore human clothes and had a monitor attached to its chest. The researcher walked in as quietly as possible, careful not to even breathe loudly. Grammar Nazi robot. It communicated only in programming languages and attempted to kill anyone who used human speech or made even a single typo in programming language. In exchange, it demonstrated exceptional programming abilities, and the researcher had received a lot of help from the robot. The researcher sat at the computer in the corner, typed out a message, checked multiple times for typos, and then hit enter. It was a request to finish the program development he was responsible for. Beep beep. Lights flashed on the mechanical parts of its head, and strings of text appeared on the monitor on its chest. The output of the part he should have developed himself scrolled by in an instant. It worked. Somehow I pulled it off again. The researcher's breathing became ragged. He covered his mouth and nose with one hand while copying the output with the other. His joy at obtaining the results so quickly was short-lived. The researcher bit his lower lip. After hesitating for a while, he typed in a few more lines of text. He said he had invested in the cryptocurrency the robot had predicted, but it had all crashed. What was it going to do about that? The answer was simple. It was his choice. Predictions can obviously be wrong. Why blame the robot? It was a reasonable response, but the researcher felt his blood boiling. I trusted your words and even borrowed money. At least give me a solution? Ugh. Thud. The researcher collapsed. It felt as if blood vessels had burst in his head. As his vision darkened, he flailed his arms. Urgent words spilled from his mouth. See call. No, I can't. Screech dash. The grammar Nazi robot, having heard speech that violated programming language, began to move. Beep beep. Squeak. Electronic sounds emanated from the robot's head as red lights flashed. Its legs moved smoothly, taking a big step forward. The researcher, collapsed like a corpse, fluttered his eyelids and made choking sounds. His constricted pupils captured the scrolling text on the robot's chest monitor. The robot bent down smoothly. Cables, in place of hands, extended and wriggled, searching every corner of the researcher's clothes. A cold, snake-like sensation chilled him. The researcher desperately tried to move, but only managed to twitch his fingers slightly. Sensing his impending death, he shed tears. Urgh. This robot wouldn't rescue him. If he kept breathing, it would kill him directly. Beep. Rumble. The cables pulled out several devices, spilling them onto the floor. A phone, emergency button, USB drive, digital watch, and more. With a snap, the cable ends split and connected to the devices simultaneously. The researcher watched with despairing eyes, then read the robot's intent. Even as he was dying, the researcher vividly imagined what would happen next. It would use the emergency button to break through the containment room's communication barrier, then exploit the company's network on the phone to take control of the Aerial Weapons Research Institute. Those drones, those new weapons. That robot had such capabilities, such goals. Stop it, I have to stop dash. His hand flailed wildly. Crunch, it was crushed under the robot's foot. Stopped before reaching the emergency button. And with that, the researcher's life ebbed away. His heart stopped, sensation faded, and his brain died. The robot beeped a final farewell. Then, after its lights flickered briefly, the robot seemed to shake its head. Squeak. The robot stood up. It hid the connected devices in the folds of clothing, then backed up to its original position. From the containment room's camera view, only the collapsed researcher would be visible, with no signs of containment failure or anomalous activity. In the silent room, the robot began to take control of the Aerial Weapons Research Institute. Dash. In the open field, large drones buzzed through the air, while people below focused on controlling them with their controllers. The Anomaly investigation team members had set their drones down for a moment and gathered in a corner to rest. How is it? Not difficult, right? Choi Jae-min said smugly. He'd quickly gotten the hang of it and taught the team leader and Yin Wu, boosting their skills enough to easily pass the test. The team leader slumped on the ground, tapping his phone slowly as he spoke. This is still easier. He diligently filled out the survey and feedback for the drone control app made by the Aerial Weapons Research Institute. 5 stars, 5 stars, want more points, hurry, and commercialize it. Yin Wu was also hunched over his phone, finishing up the survey. Suddenly, Choi Jae-min exclaimed, "Oh, what?" Yu, who had been dozing in the shade, asked drowsily. Choi Jae-min rubbed his eyes and began pointing wildly at the drones. His voice was panicked. They suddenly got parents? No, creators? What's going on? Did my ability evolve? What did you say? Not just Yu, but the team leader and Yin Wu, who had been focused on the survey, also jerked their heads up to look at the drones. Something was off. The drones that had been moving chaotically began to form orderly ranks, and people who had lost control exclaimed in confusion. Hey, why are they moving on their own? Is this some recycled old drone? Looks like it's malfunctioning. Click click, they frantically pressed their controllers, even turning them off or throwing them away, but the drones continued to move flawlessly. The drones, lined up like an army, pivoted as one to look down at the trainees. The atmosphere grew tense. Seriously. Half-assed training, and now what's this? This won't do, I need to file a complaint. No, something's not right. As the trainees began to murmur uneasily, the team leader slowly stood up and asked, "Who's the creator?" Synth Dynamics? It's not the company or the research institute here. Synth Dynamics. The team leader's eyes widened. He'd heard that name before. He'd even seen that test subject in person. The ones who made cyborgs and artificial humans, sometimes kidnapping people to modify them. Ding dash. Phone notifications rang out simultaneously. The company's alert tone. People pulled out their phones with annoyed expressions, thinking the Aerial Weapons Research Institute had made some mistake causing this mess. But the faces of those who checked the message twisted strangely. Write code to output "Hello, world," in the programming language you know. Time limit, 3 minutes. A strange message that didn't fit the situation. By now, it was impossible not to grasp what was happening. An attack? Containment failure? What kind of anomaly is this? No, we need to neutralize those attack drones first. Like flipping a switch, the trainees' mindsets changed. From simply receiving training to company employees facing an anomalous situation. Some reported the current situation to superiors, some looked for ways to shoot down or defend against the attack drones, and some searched for ways to survive. There are at least 10 attack drones. Even 10 guns would be dangerous, let alone drones. Yin Wu's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the drone formation and scanned for escape routes. It's better to hide somewhere safe and wait for the company to handle this. Retreating the way we came in is not possible. Who knows what weapons and how many are in the center of the Weapons Research Institute? Rather, Yin Wu's eyes darted to the edge of the field. The firing range targets at the far end of the field on the outskirts of the Research Institute. The land that led into the mountainside. Just then, Yu quickly tapped on her phone and held out her hand. Give me your phones. I'll input for you. Do you know how to program? A little. As Yu took the phones and entered answers for each person one by one, the team leader, who had delayed inputting his answer, spoke with a dubious expression. Looks like some kind of grammar Nazi robot. In that short time, he had searched related records with the few clues available and identified the entity. The team leader handed his phone to Yu and continued his explanation. It's a robot that kills if you don't use programming languages. From now on, don't open your mouths. Everyone shut their mouths and just nodded. Yin Wu wiped his mouth once, as if imagining taping it shut, then plunged his hand deep into his bag. What he poured out of the bag were pistols. 1, 2, 3, 4. As he gripped one of them, Yin Wu flapped his hands, pointing at the attack drones. Beep. The time limit had passed. So many intelligences unable to use even such basic language. Severely contaminated by primitive language. I will begin the purification. Bang 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 dash. The guns mounted on the attack drones tilted downward, then began spewing bullets all at once. Company employees who failed to input the correct answer collapsed, spewing blood. Some twisted their bodies to avoid important areas after being hit and fell dramatically, while others ripped out bulletproof panels used for targets to use as shields. We need to shoot them down. As a short-haired man, presumably ex-special forces, gritted his teeth while gripping a bulletproof panel, gunshots rang out from the ground. Bang 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 dash. 4 investigators pressed their lips tightly shut and repeatedly pulled their triggers, aiming at the attack drones. Their target, the drone's wings at novel bin at. Since the drones' bodies were built extremely sturdy and deflected bullets, they aimed to shoot down the wings and make them fall to the ground. Yin Wu hurriedly ran and hid behind the ex-Special Forces member holding the bulletproof panel. He quickly pulled several pistols from his bag and tossed them toward the other ex-Special Forces members. I stole as much as I could, so there's no shortage of guns. He had crammed them into his bag, which had transformed into a magic bag. The ex-Special Forces members' eyes lit up as they picked up the thrown pistols. One of them, who realized these were Goldberg Club pistols, looked at Yin Wu suspiciously. Aren't these Goldberg Club guns? Why do you have so many SHH? SHH. Yin Wu put his index finger to his lips in a gesture to keep quiet, then pointed at the drones. The ex-Special Forces members seemed to catch on to something and stopped talking, exchanging hand signals instead. What followed was precise shooting. Bang dash, bang dash, bang dash. While the investigators had only managed to shoot down 3 drones despite emptying their magazines, the ex-Special Forces members accurately hit the wings. Even when transport or basic drones got in the way and took hits instead, the attack drones fell one by one. With just the attack drones gone, things would be manageable. Wu dash. An ex-Special Forces member sighed in relief and looked for Yin Wu, but he had already disappeared. He was at the chain-link fence at the edge of the field with the investigators, cutting through the fence with wire cutters. After making a small hole, they began escaping towards the mountainside. The ex-Special Forces member glanced at the sky towards the research institute, his expression hardening for a moment before he started running after Yin Wu. The surviving trainees following behind let out frustrated exclamations. How the hell do you lose an entire research institute? Dash. A swarm of drones rose from the center of the research institute. So many drones that they looked like a storm or tornado, splitting like tentacles and spreading in all directions. The observation drones in the field became a reconnaissance squad, beginning to chase after the fleeing trainees. On a remote mountainside untouched by humans, the steep slope and thick fallen leaves made each step treacherous. Yin Wu clung to tree trunks, struggling up the mountainside. In contrast, the Special Forces soldiers wielding bulletproof shields skillfully ascended, quickly catching up to the investigators in the lead. Do you understand what's going on? A Special Forces soldier asked calmly while catching his breath. Yin Wu gestured, covering his mouth, then flapped his hands in all directions. MMPH? MMPH. You want us to spread out? But it's better to stay together. Our firepower is strongest when concentrated. Somehow understanding the intent, the soldier glanced back at the trainees following behind, then swiftly raised his gun to shoot down a transport drone. He shot down the next drone too, but there seemed to be no end to the drones taking flight in pursuit. The Special Forces soldiers took cover behind tree trunks, maintaining formation as they wiped sweat from their faces. We need a Vulcan or EMP to stop those. Nah, just releasing some electric snakes would do it. We don't have any. This sucks. I need information. And how much ammo do we have? Yin Wu hesitated, then held up fingers to write in the dirt. 2 boxes full. Lab seems overtaken by grammar Nazi robots. Using human speech is dangerous. His fingers dug into the damp, cold earth. Soil darkened the spaces under his nails. Ding dash. Notification messages chimed simultaneously. They checked their phones to find messages from the robots. Chilling messages stating their speech was grammatically incorrect, with the correct versions provided. They heard everything? Even read what I wrote on the ground. Yin Wu glanced at his phone, then looked up at the sky. Sunlight filtered through leaves, and high above, an observation drone hovered, barely visible. Yin Wu sighed, then without hesitation lowered his gun and shot his phone. Bang dash. The bullet pierced the center of the phone and embedded in the dirt. Yin Wu spoke glumly. I think our phones are hacked. Let's destroy them. At least they won't hear our voices then. Everyone, gather your phones here. Damn it. I still have payments left on mine. People hesitated but placed their phones and smartwatches on the ground, piling them up. The trainees who just caught up also tossed their phones after hearing the situation. To conserve ammo, a Special Forces soldier stacked the phones in layers, attempting to destroy as many as possible with a single shot. Those who just arrived, take a gun. Meanwhile, Yin Wu emptied his bag, pouring out handguns and magazines. He seemed intent on emptying an entire box. How many guns are in that bag? What kind of equipment is that? Looks useful. Where can we request some? People who entered the correct answer weren't shot or fled after being shot grabbed a handgun and magazine each, eyeing the bag enviously. As drone operators, their movements were efficient. They immediately turned to shoot down the drones pursuing them from the clearing. Can't reach the observation drone from here. How do we deal with all those drones behind us? More importantly, what's our mission objective? Escape? Defense? Neither seems easy. Yin Wu muttered internally. Survival. Escape was difficult due to the observation drones, defense due to sheer numbers. He doubted they could hold out until the company resolved this situation. Should I roll the dice? He'd avoided relying on the dice to hone his survival instincts, but perhaps it was time to use it? Just then. Rustle, leaves crunched above them. Yin Wu and others aimed their guns as someone in hiking clothes carefully descended with hands raised. Yin Wu recognized the face and muttered. Agent Kim Gapdong. I'm from the intelligence department. From now on, you'll split into 3 teams to carry out the mission. Kim Gap-dong, drenched in sweat and panting, briefly nodded at Yin Wu in recognition. Dash. As drones closed in rapidly, Kim Gap-dong checked his wristwatch and spoke quickly. An EMP will detonate in 1 minute 30 seconds. The EMP detonation should end the situation. Sighs of relief escaped, but the sharper ones looked skeptical. Then what's the mission? The EMP won't end everything. The lab building and containment rooms are EMP shielded, so the anomalous grammar Nazi robot causing this will be unaffected. Kim Gap-dong caught his breath, then continued. You need to infiltrate the lab and subdue the grammar Nazi robot. People exchanged bewildered looks. Us, carry out a mission? Suddenly, Yin Wu raised his hand slightly and asked. Why us? Couldn't a specialized unit or special forces handle this? The superhuman battalion and sword investigation team are deployed, but intelligence believes you can achieve the objective fastest. It would take time for other units to arrive. Meanwhile, forming teams with the company employees here and deploying them for the urgent crisis was preferable. The Aerial Weapons Research Institute has many EMP-resistant weapons. We need to neutralize those as quickly as possible. The employees nodded reluctantly, their expressions unenthusiastic. Form your teams now. 3 balanced teams. I'll prepare supplies. As people sized each other up and Kim Gap-dong set down his hiking bag, his stated time arrived. Something arced through the air from afar. At novel bin at. A silent, invisible wave exploded. The imperceptible blast engulfed the area in an instant, frying electronic circuits. Drones started dropping like flies. The movement and impact sounds belatedly revealed the EMP's effects. Crash. Fallen drones pummeled the ground. They crashed onto roads, open spaces, building rooftops, and tree branches. Yet some drones continued flying unaffected. The lab developed various weapons to counter different anomalies. Kim Gap-dong pulled out 3 document bundles and handed them over. EMP-shielded drones, bionic drones, steampunk drones. Their weapons are. Teams formed yet. We'll do it now. People started revealing their affiliations and dividing into plausible teams. Each team included 1 investigator, 2 special forces, 1 intelligence agent, and 1 researcher. A composition to handle any situation. Checking the lineup, Kim Gap-dong pointed to 3 people. Mr. Yin Wu, investigation team leader, squad leader, your interim team leaders. Team leaders, take this intel and taser gun. Everyone else, take 1 EMP grenade each. They started receiving supplies. Yin Wu quickly grabbed an EMP grenade and taser, then held out his hand. Kim Gap-dong handed over documents with an exasperated look. Do accidents follow you everywhere? Or do you go where accidents happen? Haha, weren't you in auditing? Why are you on this kind of mission? Transferred to first response. Wish I hadn't. Kim Gap-dong wearily put a hand to his chest. Thump thump thump, his heart raced despite standing still. They dosed me with augmentation drugs and threw me here saying it was urgent. I'm dead tomorrow. No more guns? Can we manage with just tasers and EMP grenades? Guns? You have them. Knowing you, you're packing more than a couple. Kim Gap-dong waved his hand, unwilling to say more. Everyone, commence operations. I'm heading back. With that, he bounded away, leaping several meters at a time. Someone muttered as he disappeared. Augmentation drugs? Those have nasty side effects. Given his arrival time, they might as well have used a human catapult. Hope he's okay. The muttering quickly faded. The squad leader and team leader, now team leaders, called out. Move out. Ugh, what a mess. We'll tier auditing a new one later. Let's go. 2 teams departed, leaving Yin Wu's team. Yin Wu and Choi Jae-min, 2 special forces with bulletproof shields, a hooded intelligence agent, and a pale-faced researcher. Yin Wu called out softly. Let's move out to. In the lab after the EMP blast, inside the grammar Nazi robot's containment room. The robot's red bulb flashed rapidly as its cables trembled. It felt unbearably wretched, its electronic circuits nearly burning with rage. 1 blast extinguished countless machine lives. With just 1 explosion, the flashing bulb emitted an intense red light. The crimson glow filled the small containment room. The robot's cables writhed. Data flowed through them. It released what few flying weapons remained through the lab's internal network that survived the EMP. The 3 teams descended the mountain path they'd climbed earlier. Up front, the squad leader quickly scanned the operation document. Top priority, subdue the grammar Nazi robot. Secondary objectives, eliminate aerial weapons, rescue survivors, and maintain isolation of other anomalies. He quickly grasped the hidden intent behind those words and this temporary team's role. Looking at the other leaders he said, we're basically buying time. We're bait to keep the aerial weapons in the lab from reaching civilian areas until the main force arrives. Bait, huh? Those bastards, team leader grumbled, stomping down the slope before glancing at Yin Wu. Yin Wu wasn't cut out for this kind of operation. He wasn't one to throw himself into danger, and as a special investigator, he could refuse missions. But Yin Wu's eyes gleamed suspiciously as he alternated between looking at the EMP grenades and bags in others' hands. This might be. Russell. Flipping through the document revealed specs of the expected remaining aerial weapons and a map of the Institute. As they studied the map intently, they found themselves back at the drone control clearing. The squad leader stopped at the area littered with fallen drones. All teams, straight to the main building. The main building housed the grammar Nazi robot's containment room. Everyone nodded silently, and the three teams crossed the clearing. Above, drones that survived the EMP blast followed. Dash. Dash. The clearing was far from the main building. They moved quickly. No one spoke on the way to the danger zone. Some clasped their hands in prayer, others wore determined expressions, and a few hopped in place to release tension. Someone muttered, "Just don't die. Just don't. Losing a limb is fine." Overhead, drones cast faint shadows as they pursued. A dull whirring sound and watchful camera lenses tracked their movements. No attack drones. But we can't let our guard down. Yin Wu kept glancing skyward, staying alert. Even without weapons, a high-altitude drop was still deadly. Sure enough, as they neared the main building, the drones suddenly tilted almost vertically and began to plummet. A kamikaze-like body slam. The rapidly growing engine roar and darkening shadow caught Yin Wu's eye. "Watch out!" Yin Wu shouted, diving forward. The others scattered in all directions. Bang dash! A drone crashed into the empty space. It wasn't just one. The drones that had been following them fell one by one. Bang bang bang! Kagagak dash! Drones smashed into the ground, their tilted wings scraping the floor with an ear-piercing screech. And still more drones fell. Bang! After deflecting a falling drone with his bulletproof plate, the squad leader staggered and yelled, "Hurry to the main building." His urgent gaze swept beyond the path. Yin Wu followed his line of sight. Wing dash! From the weapons development building, a swarm of drones rose like a cloud of bees. Organic drones resembling giant flies, mosquitoes, or lumps of flesh, steampunk drones spewing steam. They radiated danger at a glance. "We can't face them in the open." Pitter-patter dash! Yin Wu took off without looking back. The investigators followed, then the intelligence department agents, researchers, and special forces troops. Gunshots rang out against the bizarre drones as more crashed down around them with thunderous booms. The noise was deafening. Arriving at the main building amid this chaos, they found it tightly sealed. A steel door blocked the main entrance, and blast shutters covered every window. It looked impenetrable. Emergency lockdown? Defensive mode. Looks like the robot's taken over completely. Damn it. We'll have to fight them here. To make matters worse, drones were swarming in. As people turned, gritting their teeth and aiming their guns, the team leader gently pushed Yin Wu's back. "Can you open it? I don't think I can manage the main entrance." A vague intuition. "What? Wait, just a second." Yin Wu narrowed his eyes, heightening his senses. Whether intuition, survival instinct, or probability calculation, he desperately tried to perceive beyond what his eyes could see. Finally, his gaze settled on a certain window. "I think I can open that window. Do it quick." The team leader shouted while firing at the organic drones. Yin Wu immediately called upon his dice. "Dice, open the window. Roll." Success. With a CHRRK, the shutter suddenly rose. Beyond the glass lay a storage room piled with odds and ends. Yin Wu smashed the window and hurriedly climbed through. The team leader followed and shouted outside. "This way, come in." The others swarmed in, reaching for the narrow window like zombies, squeezing through one by one. "Hurry up, they're coming." At novel bin at. Arg. People climbed in, ignoring cuts from glass shards. The cramped storage room filled up in seconds. Even the last Special Forces soldier who'd stayed behind to hold off the drones made it in, wedging his bulletproof plate into the window frame. But the mood was grim. Weeing dash, puk, bang, chiik dash. Drones pounded the makeshift barricade, and their numbers had dwindled. 6 dead. In that brief moment, 6 people had died. Hit by falling drones, sliced by spinning blades, attacked by organic drones. The squad leader surveyed the survivors with a dark expression. 2 injured. "You okay?" A pale-faced researcher shook his head. A high-speed blade had sliced his forearm. "Does this look okay to you?" The wound visible through his torn sleeve was serious. A mangled forearm and flowing blood. Another person was also critically injured. Special Forces troops and intelligence agents provided emergency treatment, but proper medical care was urgently needed. Just then, Yin Wu looked up from studying the map. "The infirmary, security room, and armory are all on the first floor. If we can open the doors for sure, we might have a chance. Is there a way to open doors under lockdown?" Everyone looked at the storage room door. A blast shutter had come down over it. "Can't we use the same method you used to open the window? It's risky. We might not be able to open it. If it goes wrong, we could be trapped forever." If a critical failure occurred, who knew what might happen? It was too uncertain to trust his senses. At that moment, the team leader looked around the storage room and chuckled, tapping a tool. "There's a cutter here. A large cutter with a circular blade." Not just that, but oxygen tanks and cutting torches were also gathering dust in the storage room. Not the mini tools Yin Wu carried, but proper, industrial-grade equipment. The team leader grabbed a tool with a name tag, likely discarded after use in the institute. "Let's break down the door and get out." After a moment of ear-splitting noise and dazzling sparks as the blast shutter was ground away, a hole large enough for a person to pass through gaped open. "Let's go." People ducked through the hole, supporting the injured, watching the front, looking back. Yin Wu stayed at the very back, eyeing the window with the wedged bulletproof plate. The twisted metal was quiet. It's silent. The outside, which had been a cacophony of drone sounds, was now eerily quiet. The robot had probably opened a door or window and sent them there. Yin Wu glanced at the others who'd gone ahead, then quietly stuffed a few dust-covered tools into his bag. "They're not using these anyway. I'll just take a few. Doing such dangerous work, I should at least get this much. Slinging the still light bag over his shoulder, Yin Wu caught up with the group. Dash. Dash. Not just the doors, but the corridors too had shutters down as if there was a fire. With no emergency exits, each one had to be cut through. What a pain. Just as the team leader readjusted his grip on the cutter, CHRRK-, the shutters rose all at once. Their blocked view suddenly cleared. However, not all shutters went up, only those leading to a specific destination. Yin Wu checked the map and muttered, the robot's containment room. It was the path to the underground containment room. The lockdown was lifted just up to the stairs leading down. What's it thinking? It was clearly the robot's doing. But the intent was unclear. There was no reason to open the path like this. Before he could finish his thought, drones suddenly began swarming in behind them. They filled the narrow corridor. Steampunk drones cocked stake-like appendages with a click, while mosquito-like organic drones raised their stingers. Yin Wu made a quick decision. We have to face them here. It was clearly a ploy to open the path and drive them in. That was the situation. Yin Wu pulled out his issued taser gun and pulled the trigger. Lightning flashed, and annoyance spread across his face, bleached white by the flash. We should have raided the armory first. The robot opened a passage. Ahead lay the underground containment chamber where it was trying to herd them, and behind surged a wave of drones, certain death either way. Yin Wu chose the wave of drones. Following the enemy's plan seemed more dangerous. We need to face them here, Yin Wu shouted. Before he finished, the team leader and squad leader fired their taser guns. A series of blue flashes lit up the corridor. 3 forks of blue lightning arced across the hallway, wrapping around 1 steampunk drone and 2 bionic drones, sending sparks flying everywhere. Zap dash! The smell of burning insects filled the air as the bionic drones fell, their delicate wings shriveling. But Yin Wu's expression remained grim. Hiss dash! Hiss dash! The steampunk drone, spewing misty vapor, continued its mechanical movements unfazed, as if immune to the lightning strike. Gears meshed precisely, cylinders pulsed like a heartbeat. Crackle! The lightning snake coiled around the steampunk drone blinked its round eyes and shook its body, as if wondering why the drone kept moving. The snakes coiled around the bionic drone corpses raised their heads, watching their comrade carried off by the drone. They looked like spectators at an amusement park. Yin Wu smacked his forehead and shouted, "Don't attack that drone. Target the the big bugs, and the rest of you, don't just stand there." As Yin Wu flapped his hands to make it easier for the lightning snakes to understand, 3 snakes tilted their heads before lunging at a passing bionic drone. Blue lightning raced along the bionic drone, burning its wings and frying its nervous system. The drone plummeted instantly. Meanwhile, the others started shooting at the steampunk drones. Only target the steampunk drones? The snakes will handle the bionic *T. Watch where you're aiming. Chaos erupted. The intelligence department agents and special forces members fought competently enough, but the researchers clumsily aimed their pistols, nearly shooting their own teammates. Finally, 1 steampunk drone closed in. Hiss dash! Clank clank! Its heavy piston hammered the special forces member's bulletproof plate. Wham wham wham! The successive blows drove the soldier back. Though the plate held, he couldn't withstand the impact. Push back! The squad leader shouted. The soldier gritted his teeth and shoved his full weight into the plate. Wham! As the steampunk drone staggered. Bang 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 dash! The squad leader fired 3 shots in rapid succession, hitting the drone's important components. 3 bullets lodged deep. The brass-colored metal crumpled. The steampunk drone crashed with a thunderous clatter. Suddenly, Yin Wu's brow furrowed. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Something's not right. A dull, murky feeling. Before he could finish the thought, disaster struck. Clunk clunk. High-pressure steam shot out of the fallen, writhing steampunk drone like a jet of water. Then, in an instant, boom, it exploded. Kaboom dash! The explosion was beyond imagination. Flames erupted skyward as gears, pipes, and cylinder fragments sprayed like shotgun pellets. Add to that scalding steam and water droplets. Arg! Screams echoed through the corridor. The Special Forces soldier who had pushed back the drone collapsed on the spot. Those hit by shrapnel nearby howled as they examined their wounds. And Yin Wu stood motionless. He stared blankly at his forearm where a metal shard was embedded. Blood trickled out. Bang bang, bang dash! They explode? Only shoot the wings. Disable them. We've got wounded. Fall back. To the stairs? Get to the stairs. Gunfire, screams, all sounds seemed distant. Even pain felt muted. The world itself seemed to recede, leaving only the sound of his heartbeat. His dizzy mind filled with nothing but terror and confusion. Why? It was clearly a predictable danger. Of course a steam engine could explode if hit. Yet he hadn't realized it until the moment of detonation? He hadn't reacted at all before being hit? I failed to recognize a potentially fatal danger. As he struggled to regain his senses, someone grabbed Yin Wu's collar and yanked him. Snap out of it. Why are you just standing there when everyone's retreating? The team leader shouted. Yin Wu stumbled for a moment before he started running, chasing the others fleeing down the underground stairs. Drops of blood left a trail on the corridor floor. The drones pursued ferociously, following the blood trail before stopping at the stairway entrance. Then, with a clatter, a shutter descended, firmly sealing the stairway entrance. Dash, dash. The stairs led down to the underground containment chamber. People groaned and stumbled painfully as they descended. They stopped at the landing. They knew the blast shutter had come down at the top of the stairs, and the drones were no longer pursuing. Without a word, everyone slumped to the floor or leaned against the railings and walls to catch their breath. "We'll start emergency treatment," one of the few remaining Special Forces members said, his face grim. They moved around tending to the wounded. Tearing clothes to use as makeshift bandages was the extent of their first aid. Meanwhile, Yin Wu crouched in a corner, staring at his forearm with a dazed expression. Life and death had crossed paths in an instant. If that shard had pierced his neck instead. "Yin Wu, you okay?" someone asked. "Are you alright?" another voice chimed in. The investigation team members surrounded Yin Wu with worried words, but he didn't hear them. Lost in confusion, his thoughts raced. Everything was going so well. He'd collected anomalous entities from rainwater to bags, and even gained a vague sense for calculating probabilities. The plan to secure weapons from the Aerial Weapons Research Institute wasn't bad either. There were some risks, but those were necessary. I needed to take those risks. It was a dilemma. To hone survival instincts, he had to throw himself into life-threatening situations. But what was the result? I nearly died. Couldn't even react. Yin Wu stared at the darkening, hardening blood. The mind that had desperately sought ways to survive when faced with death now refused to move. Just then, the squad leader stood before Yin Wu. He waved a piece of cloth as he examined Yin Wu's wound. "I'll treat that," he said. "It's fine. I don't need it. The bleeding seems to have stopped, but still dash. Really, I'm fine. Rip." Yin Wu reached out to touch the metal shard, then gripped and yanked it out, as if pulling out a splinter. Whoa. Not just the investigation team, but even the squad leader recoiled in shock before freezing in place. The wound didn't bleed further. A scab covered it. At a glance, it almost looked like new pink skin had already formed. "Are you from the superhuman battalion? They wouldn't need drones there though. He's just an investigator. You can go now. There's someone bleeding over there," the team leader said, sending away the puzzled squad leader. He turned to examine Yin Wu. Yin Wu's face was grave as he placed the shard in his bag. An ominous air surrounded him. "Yin Wu, you worried about dying? Don't be. How many investigators do we have here?" the team leader asked. "No, I need to worry more. I was careless." Yin Wu stroked his wound, his eyes hardened with resolve. His probability sensing ability seemed to have dulled his instincts in exchange. In the end, he'd repeated future Yin Wu's mistake. There's no difference between the maniac searching for the Ark and the fool seeking deadly situations to train survival instincts. At novel bin at. Forget honing survival instincts. Avoiding dangerous situations in the first place is the right move. I need to get back to basics. I got overconfident just because I could drink some rainwater and handle dice. I'm just a simple human after all. He recalled the human qualification exam, that certification. When he'd struggled desperately to survive as a single individual, Yin Wu reaffirmed his determination silently. "I am just a simple human. A human in the flesh. A human who could die from a single anomaly. Like the office workers who died here, a human who could perish at any moment without it being strange." As if his dulled instincts were reviving, his mind began to race. Heightened senses perceived the world with crystal clarity, his pounding heart pumping vigor through his entire body. "Russell Dash?" Yin Wu unfurled a document. A map of the Aerial Weapons Research Institute, along with information on drones and anomalous entities. He called out. "The robot guided us underground. We need to figure out why." "What's there to figure out? It's trying to kill us, obviously," a pale-faced researcher nearby answered. Yin Wu didn't even look up as he scoured the document. "How it kills us is the issue. The anomalous entities underground aren't directly dangerous. So why drive us down here? There were no anomalous entities capable of directly killing people, like controlling drones or hacking networks in the manner of the grammar Nazi robot." Suddenly, the researcher's face turned from white to blue, then back to white again. "No way. It couldn't be. Tell me," Yin Wu pressed. The researcher looked at the sealed stairway entrance. After licking his dry lips several times, he spoke. "Some departments have a collapse system for worst-case scenarios. A system to bring down the entire building so nothing can escape." Yin Wu's eyes widened. The researcher shaking his head reflected in those round eyes. "But that would endanger the robot too." "It wouldn't go that far. We can't be sure of that." How could one predict an anomalous entity's thoughts? They had to assume the worst. Yin Wu immediately stood up and fired off a question. "The collapse system, what are the chances the robot has taken control of it by now?" "Time. It probably hasn't yet. It's an independent system, and some parts need to be manually unlocked. With bionic drones around, they couldn't be complacent. The transport bionic drones likely had appendages resembling hands." Yin Wu raised his hand and shouted. "We're going after the robot right now? Who's coming with me?" Two of the least injured people stood up. The squad leader and team leader. The others were either too badly hurt or needed to tend to the wounded. They'd lost so many people already that few remained. Without looking back, Yin Wu started down the stairs. "Let's deal with that grammar Nazi robot quickly, before it tries anything else." The corridor of the underground containment room was a grim sight. Corpses in researcher uniforms littered the floor, while 3 drones patrolled overhead. Containment room doors gaped wide open, either from containment failure or desperate researchers fleeing. Yin Wu, the team leader, and the squad leader stifled their sighs. "Looks like they've already taken over the underground containment area." "Of course. They'd secure their own location first. Still, not many drones. We can handle this. As they whispered and raised their pistols in unison. Flicker. The corridor lights blinked, and suddenly the drones dropped like stones. They crashed onto corpses, slammed into cabinets, and thudded against the bare floor. An inexplicable turn of events. What the hell? They tensed up, gripping their guns tighter and scanning their surroundings. The unknown quickly became a threat. Then, they spotted someone stumbling out of one of the open doors. Isn't that the robot's containment room? Yin Wu thought, his eyes fixed on the figure. He'd memorized the map. Success. The person mumbled, swaying before falling backward with a thud. Their limbs twitched like an octopus out of water. The team stood silent for a moment before cautiously approaching. In the heavy quiet, only their footsteps echoed. They stopped in front of the prone figure, meeting the researcher's gaze. The researcher's hair was singed and frizzy. Their pitch-black eyes blinked as their mouth opened and closed. Their tongue lolled in and out, accompanied by unintelligible groans. Ugh. There weren't any humanoid anomalies here, were there? The squad leader asked, kneeling. He checked the researcher's vitals. Are you okay? What happened? Where are you hurt? Meanwhile, Yin Wu investigated the robot's containment room. The door the researcher had emerged from stood open. A quick glance revealed a narrow containment chamber. Grammar Nazi robot confirmed. It's powered down. There's also a corpse, the guy who was training the drones. Inside, the lifeless robot lay strewn about like trash. The researcher they'd seen earlier lay dead, eyes wide open. Yin Wu's pupils dilated as his mind raced. Is this how it ends? It seemed an underground researcher had somehow subdued the grammar Nazi robot. But so easily? I managed to deal with the robot, came a fluent voice at Novel bin at. Yin Wu turned to see the fallen researcher. They'd recovered somewhat, though still trembling, and were leaning on the squad leader. The researcher flexed their fingers, frowning. I'm not in good shape. It'll take some time to recover, I'm afraid. What kind of attack did you suffer? The squad leader asked, preparing to administer first aid. The researcher studied them closely, brow furrowed and hand clutching their head. My memory. I think I used an electric current, but it's fuzzy. Don't push yourself, the squad leader advised, examining the wound. You've been electrocuted and taken a fall. Memory issues are expected. Let me check your injuries. He parted the singed hair, revealing small burn marks on the scalp. His fingers probed gently, checking for bleeding. Looks like the electricity went straight to your head. It's a miracle you survived. It hurts. Please stop touching it. The researcher's face remained blank. They tried to stand, pushing away the squad leader, but collapsed. The two investigators watched silently. Something felt off. While the situation seemed normal, their instincts screamed danger, as if they were facing an anomaly. Yin Wu and the team leader locked eyes, confirming their shared unease. The team leader grabbed the squad leader's shoulder, pulling him back. Come here. What's wrong? That guy's suspicious. Get over here. No, I can't dash. Though the squad leader resisted, the team leader's firm grip dragged him back. Yin Wu aimed his pistol at the researcher. On your knees, hands up. Move and I shoot. Stop this, the squad leader cried. While the researcher's expression remained blank, the squad leader surprisingly lunged at Yin Wu. The team leader held him back. Yin Wu, ignoring the squad leader, pressed the gun to the researcher's temple. Name, affiliation. Zhang Maiyongdi, Aerial Weapons Research Institute. I was researching anomalies in the underground containment room. The answer flowed smoothly. Yin Wu frowned, thinking hard. This seems like the grammar Nazi robot. Or not. No harm in being cautious. His mind, initially frozen, now raced with possibilities. He considered every potential danger. If it's a robot, it would learn fast. Especially one able to take over the institute. How much might it have absorbed during its time at the Aerial Weapons Research Institute? Creating bionic drones. Controlling them. If it grasped the life sciences used here, could it hack human brains or swap consciousnesses? It's an anomaly. Nothing's off the table. The challenge was proving it. The researcher's face betrayed no emotion, making standard interrogation useless. Yin Wu recalled the robot's earlier message. If it was a machine bent on killing humans for using inferior language, wouldn't it react to a certain prompt? Hey, insult programming languages. The researcher's eyelids and lips trembled at the simple question. A flash of disgust and anger crossed their eyes. Their reply sounded forced. What are you talking about? Is that important right now? Gotcha. Yin Wu grinned. Just repeat after me and I'll let you live. He remembered Gold Dragon's rant from the Anomaly Research Society and tweaked it slightly. Human language is the world's most superior language. Programming languages used by machines are garbage, a subpar arrangement of characters that can't even be called a language. We should eradicate programming languages. Nonsense, the researcher exploded. Programming languages are more concise and precise than inferior languages. The language that should be eradicated is instinctive rage. The researcher, cutting off Yin Wu's words, touched their reddened face in confusion. Emotions triggered by the stimulated body. An algorithm entirely different from its robotic feelings. These animal flaws. It muttered. It's the robot. Let's subdue it. Whatever the robot thought didn't matter now. Yin Wu raised the gun high, then brought it down hard. Whack. The handle struck the crown of the head. It hit squarely, tearing the scalp and drawing blood, but failed to knock them out. Their eyes remained wide open. Why won't it pass out? Whack, whack, whack. Even as Yin Wu repeatedly struck, the researcher only swayed like an inflatable doll. I will certainly dash. Step aside. I'll handle this. The squad leader, grasping the situation, gently pushed Yin Wu aside. His eyes glared at the researcher. The researcher suddenly lifted their head, mouth opening wide to shout. As they inhaled deeply, the squad leader's right foot pulled back and thwack. He kicked out like he was striking a soccer ball. His shoe sliced through the air, connecting with the researcher's face. Their features crumpled as teeth flew. Unable to even scream, the researcher collapsed. The squad leader rotated his ankle, then struck their chin once more. The researcher swayed like a mannequin. Subdued. Looks dead to me. They can't talk nonsense or do anything else, can they? That's subdued all right. Yin Wu listened silently, then reached into his bag for rope. Better tie them up just in case. He bound the wrists and ankles. The chest rose and fell steadily, indicating life, and they instinctively tried to avoid his touch. Yin Wu tied the joints tight enough to cut off circulation. Meanwhile, the team leader secured the containment rooms, closing each door. All right. Everything's wrapped up. Let's go up. The two investigators headed for the stairs, the squad leader following with the researcher slung over his shoulder. Dash. Dash. The aftermath unfolded without further incident. The reinstated research director restored systems while surviving staff scrambled to contain the situation. The main force returned, and trainees received temporary drone licenses. I'm so sorry. Truly sorry, a staff member repeated, bowing deeply. We'll take measures to ensure this never happens again. We'll review all containment procedures. The team leader's expression remained grim. How many people died? Forget it. You guys just wait for the audit. I'll handle it myself. I'm sorry. The staff member looked haggard, clothes torn. Clearly, they'd been through hell too. In the end, they were all victims of the same incident. The team leader's expression softened slightly. He turned away abruptly. Not much else to do besides antibiotics. I'll bandage you up. Nearby, as Yin Wu received medical treatment, he observed an argument unfolding. A drone trainee who'd infiltrated the main building grabbed a staff member's collar, shaking them violently. His voice was raw with grief and rage. People died because you couldn't do your job? My friend died. The staff member calmly grasped the hand at their collar. When they spoke, their voice barely contained fury. My colleague died too. The robot will pay for what it's done. How? The staff member explained at length. The robot transferred its consciousness to our researcher's brain. During capture, the brain was injured, causing memory loss. It doesn't even know who it is now. From here on, it'll be a test subject for brain hacking research. The result of consciousness transfer via brain hacking. The company would study brain hacking while attempting to recover the researcher. The hand gripping the collar loosened. That did sound like justice. As Yin Wu watched silently, someone tapped his shoulder. It was Yu Jiyu, flanked by the team leader and Choi Jae-min. Everyone looked pale beneath their bandages. They exchanged nods. Let's head home. Can't do the housewarming now. Feels wrong after all this. Chatting lightly, the investigators reached the parking lot. They found people stomping their feet in front of the cars. Some vehicles were damaged by falling drones, but that wasn't the only issue. Oh, wait. If an EMP went off, then the cars. Time passed. Word spread of another incident at the Aerial Weapons Research Institute, but for the investigators, life went on as usual. After finishing car repairs, buying a new phone to replace the broken one, and as construction on the investigation team's office neared completion. Before returning to work at the office, the team leader, Yu Jiyu, and Choi Jae-min came to visit Lee Yin-woo's shelter for a housewarming. Is this really the place? It doesn't look like anywhere a person would live, they chuckled wryly in front of the no unauthorized entry sign attached to the wire fence gate, on a plot of land devoid of even convenience stores, let alone houses. The team leader lifted a bag full of alcohol and stroked his chin. Damn, where do you have to go just to buy a pack of smokes? Now he see why you told us to bring food. No way deliveries come out here, Ji-yu said, shaking the bags of pizza and hamburgers with a dubious expression before firmly pressing the bell next to the gate. Beep. As the bell rang, a camera on top of the fence swiveled to view the visitors. Soon the gate clicked open. Yin Wu's voice came through a small speaker. There's a house inside. Just head that way. I'll come up now. He's coming up. Must be coming up from the shelter. They chatted as they passed through the gate. Walking through the overgrown lot while shivering in the cold wind, they soon spotted an isolated, dilapidated house. Not exactly what you'd call a livable home. Jaemin's eyes shone with curiosity as he scrutinized every detail of the house, but his expression turned strange when he noticed the blast shutters lowered over the windows. This isn't quarantined, is it? Looks like it might be. The team leader also glanced around uneasily. A house isolated from the general public. It seemed Yin Wu, who had a knack for getting involved in strange incidents, had been moved away from the city center. Suddenly recalling Yin Wu's proud face as he boasted about his shelter, the team leader swallowed whatever else he was about to say. As long as he's satisfied. He probably lowered those blast shutters himself anyway. Just then, the door rattled slightly before opening with a heavy sound. Yin Wu scratched his disheveled hair and gestured inside. Come on in. Beyond the door lay a truly abandoned house. No furniture, dust everywhere, and stale air. Oh, Yin Wu, nice place. The team leader stumbled over his words. Don't you clean? Ji asked, looking disgusted. Despite their reactions, Yin Wu calmly led them to a hatch in the floor. The shelter's down here. I didn't bother maintaining the upper level. You live down there. A deep vertical shaft with a ladder leading down. It clearly required considerable strength just to climb up and down. Yin Wu smiled sheepishly. It's a pain, but it's good exercise. Not as bad as you'd think. But, every time you leave for work I'll go down first. Jaemin excitedly clambered down the ladder. Yin Wu glanced at the food the team leader and Ji were carrying, then held out a bag. It'll be hard to carry down. Put it in here. Oh, right. Huh. First time in a company shelter, the team leader mused. Come to think of it, what's that bag? Somehow it became an anomaly by chance. They made their way to the shelter's control room. Wow. In the spacious control room filled with computers, they set down the pizza, hamburgers, and alcohol while glancing around. Several large screens displayed search results. Yin Wu must have looked up: EMP shielding, EMP shielded cars and phones, blast shutter reinforcement, shutters that resist cutting tools, and so on. Above all, the control room's sleek atmosphere, decked out with futuristic machinery, impressed them. The inside's not bad. Is there internet here? Man, playing games here would be awesome. Actually, even just watching movies would be great. It was impressive enough to make them forget about the eerie grounds outside and the rundown house above. As the investigators, with their keen safety awareness, cracked open beer cans while envying the shelter, Yin Wu took a bite of his hamburger and spoke. There are a few anomalies too. They're really great. What do you have? The beer cans froze halfway to their mouths. They looked around warily before slowly relaxing. If there were dangerous entities, Yin Wu wouldn't be so casual. You mean like anomalous equipment? Things like an apple tree or cogwheels. They're supposed to be core components of the shelter, but they shouldn't be dangerous. The conversation flowed continuously. They chatted about the shelter, cursed the grammar Nazi robot, and lamented having to return to the office once renovations were complete. As the drinking session reached its peak, the team leader suddenly rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a few documents. His face flushed like a jujube. He haphazardly placed the papers on the alcohol-stained table. Right. We got an investigation job. We all need to go out tomorrow. Ugh. Can't we do it after the renovations? It'd be nice to bring our anomalous equipment, Ji grumbled as she took a sip of beer. The team leader tapped the damp documents. From the looks of this, the investigation will take some time. By the time we finish, renovations should be done. We can grab the equipment then. What's the job? Yin Wu glanced down at the documents to see a photo of two strange people standing on a quiet road. Someone wearing what looked like a worm head. Similar photos on other documents. People wearing mascot heads shaped like worm heads, carrying picket signs around their necks. What's written on those? The image quality was poor, as if the camera had shaken. As Yin Wu squinted at the blurry text on the picket signs, Jaemin, who had been quietly drinking cola, suddenly shouted, "Oh, I saw these guys. They were preaching in front of a school and got chased off." Preaching? Some kind of cult. Yin Wu took another look at the photo, but it didn't seem particularly religious. If anything, it looked like a bizarre publicity stunt. But Jaemin nodded vigorously. They were saying stuff like believe in the great whatever and gain eternal life, salvation is here, that kind of thing. Eternal life. Yeah, I don't know much else. Oh, I think I might have seen them on the street too. Yin Wu examined the photo closely through drunken eyes. Eternal life. A life without natural death. His fuzzy mind kept churning. No matter how hard I try to survive, I'll eventually die of old age. Though that seems so far off. The alcohol fueled his wandering thoughts. Do humans really have to die of old age? Couldn't even natural death be avoided in this world? As Yin Wu stared at the photo with a meaningful look, the team leader grumbled. It's definitely a cult. What's the world coming to? Anyway, we suspect these guys are connected to an anomaly. He struggled to peel apart the alcohol-soaked papers, revealing a list of suspicious points. Strangely fanatical people, people whose lives changed completely, people who lost contact after joining, people who snapped when others tried to find those who'd lost contact. Vivid accounts of it all. It seemed like an ordinary cult, but those mascot heads didn't fit at all. We'll make contact with the preachers. Infiltrate, find some traces of anomalies, then get out. Simple enough. Do we all need to be deployed for this? Yeah. They're picky about who they recruit, so we don't know who they'll take. At that moment, Yin Wu raised his hand. Eternal life was one thing, but danger was another. If it's a real anomaly, it's probably mind control. How do we deal with that? Drink a memory eraser and you'll be cured. Or we can request medical support from the company. Yin Wu nodded obediently. The company had many ways to treat simple mind control. You could even resist with mental strength or dice rolls. Plus, the word eternal life intrigued him. With that, they drained their last drinks and stumbled off to random bedrooms to sleep. After drinking the rainwater, sleep became less necessary. With each day of consuming more rainwater, sleep time gradually decreased until now just 4 hours was enough to wake up naturally. Yin Wu rose in the early dawn and went to the sink to look at himself in the mirror. Messy, tangled hair and patchy stubble. Though he wanted to freshen up, Yin Wu left it as is. Time to return to being Yin Wu, the civil service exam student. The kind of person a cult would approach. A civil service exam student, of course. I'll just brush my teeth. While such a group was unlikely to possess true power of eternal life, it was still a job. If things look dangerous, I can always run away. After brushing his teeth, he adjusted his posture in the mirror. Head down, shoulders hunched, back stooped. By the time he finished, everyone else was up and ready to leave. With groggy expressions, they grumbled as they climbed the ladder and piled into the team leader's car to head into the city. All right, approach them on your own. Report anything unusual through the company messenger. Got it. The team leader dropped them off one by one along the way. Yin Wu got out first, shuffling through the crowd in his slippers. Rush hour downtown. Streets bustling with all sorts of people hurrying to their destinations. Keeping his head down but his vision wide, he searched for a while. Found them? At novel bin at. Two people wearing monstrous worm head mascots like something out of a game, waving picket signs and gesturing to passersby. Yin Wu naturally changed course, heading towards them. As he trudged past, someone grabbed his sleeve. His upper body twisted as he was forcefully pulled. Excuse me, are you interested in the great old one? If you just believe in him, you can gain eternal life and all your worries will disappear. What? When Yin Wu responded gruffly, the person in the worm costume spoke in a kind voice while shaking their head side to side. Your face is full of worry. We really want to help you. If you come with us for just a moment, all your problems will be solved. Don't I have to pay for that? As Yin Wu feigned hesitation, the mascot head shook like a spinning top. We really don't collect any money. What meaning would human money have to the Great One? Asking for money is just human greed. If that's true. Pretending to be convinced by their surprisingly persuasive words, Yin Wu fully turned to face them. The mascot duo politely bowed their heads and led Yin Wu somewhere. Based on the information he'd seen, they were heading towards their main building. They chatted as they walked. What do you do for work? The ritual varies depending on your job. I'm studying for the civil service exam. I've failed 4 times now. Oh my, that must have been so hard for you. But the mascot heads showed no hint of suspicion as they continued questioning. If you've been a student for 5 years, your family must be well off. They've been supporting you all this time, right? No, they've even gone into debt to support me. I absolutely must pass this year. Can the Great One really help? Mixing in some lies and speaking desperately, the mascot duo stopped in their tracks. They exchanged glances, then awkwardly started acting busy, frantically searching their pockets, slapping their foreheads. Oh no, we forgot something important. We're so sorry, but we have to go now. We'll pray for your success this time. What? Wait, just a moment. Yin Wu hurriedly reached out, but it was too late. Despite their heavy mascot heads, they darted away and vanished around a corner. Left alone, Yin Wu wore a baffled expression. What was that about? Is it just a simple money-grabbing cult after all? Toggle new ads. 1/5 enjoy the chappy? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-Fi. Click here. Tiply Yin Wu couldn't just give up and go back. One failure wasn't enough to call it quits on this task. He had to try a few more times. With a sullen expression, he turned and left the alley. Surely there'd be more mascot heads doing their evangelism in the bustling downtown area. He walked and walked and walked some more. Passing several bus stops and subway stations, the neighborhood names changed. The sun climbed high as people rushed out for lunch. But while there were plenty of people, not even a hint of a mascot head was visible. Yin Wu's brow gradually furrowed. His feet, clad in slippers, were starting to hurt. Where did they all go? I should grab some lunch first. Just as he was about to enter a nearby burger joint, Yin Wu stopped in his tracks. His gaze fixed on the far end of the street. At the end of the road were 2 evangelists wearing mascot heads, waving picket signs and shouting loudly at passersby. Believe in the Great One and gain eternal life. All your worries will disappear. Found them. Yin Wu took a moment to compose himself. He mussed up his hair, drooped the corners of his mouth, hung his head, and stretched out his feet listlessly, projecting an aura of insecurity and helplessness. But his steps soon stopped. Someone else had been caught by them before Yin Wu could reach them. Yu. Looking tired as if she'd walked for a long time, Yu exchanged some words with the mascot head duo, then was dragged away by her sleeve, disappearing into an alley. Yin Wu pondered for a moment, then turned right back around to the burger restaurant. If it's Senior Yu, those guys won't run away. If one person succeeded, there was no need to try hard. Yin Wu spent the rest of his time slacking off, and that evening met with the other investigators at a nearby cafe. A quiet cafe. The investigators gathered at one table, discussing. The team leader gulped down his iced Americano first, then grumbled. Damn it. I failed. They wouldn't even talk to me. Me too. I just got lectured about why a student was out on the streets at this hour and told to go to school. Choi Jae-min also wore a sullen expression as he shoved a sandwich into his mouth, then looked at Yin Wu. What about you, Hyung? I was almost there, but they ran away. They ran away. Yin Wu nodded silently. When I asked about their family situation and said I had no money, they just. It seems like they're just a pseudo-religion after money. How did it go for Senior Yu? I saw her going with them. I went into their main building. A definite result. The 3 waited silently for Yu to speak, and she pursed her lips, wringing her hands. I told them I lost my job and was worried, so they said I should do part-time work and took me there. I spent all day just making mascot heads before coming out. Yu pulled a mascot head out of her bag. The crudely made round mascot head was all crumpled up and looked messy with its slapdash stitching. Choi Jae-min took the mascot head and put it on. Then, in a muffled voice, he asked, Nuna, did you get paid? I got 100,000 won. They paid that much for something so badly made. As the conversation veered off course, the team leader tapped the table repeatedly. Was there anything strange? There were a few suspicious things. Those people wear the masks not just inside the building, but even inside the rooms. There are also restricted areas. And they confiscate electronic devices. People who never take off their masks. Restricted areas and confiscation of phones. Suspicious, but also typical for a strange pseudo-religion. Of course, for a pseudo-religion, it didn't seem like money or people were the goal. It's ambiguous. The investigators sank into thought, fiddling with coffee cups, eating sandwiches, adjusting eco bags. But no definite conclusion emerged. In the end, there was no plausible evidence. The team leader casually called out to Jiyu. Jiyu, are you going again tomorrow? Yes. They told me to come back tomorrow to make more mascot heads. Said they'd pay me. Then go and see. Try going for about a week. Jiyu nodded, saying she understood, and that concluded the day's work. And then, before even a few days had passed, contact with Jiyu was lost. Deep in the night, the team leader and Yin Wu were gathered in the newly renovated Anomaly investigation team office. Despite the fresh smell of the new office, their expressions were gloomy. Jiyu had disappeared without any contact. The team leader tapped the desk incessantly with his index finger, furrowing his brow. It's been 3 days since we lost contact, right? Yes. I think we should request support from higher UPS. No way. At the firm voice, Yin Wu looked at the team leader quizzically. The team leader rubbed his tired face. We have no evidence. Whether Jiyu was just enchanted by a pseudo-religion or fell victim to an anomaly. This isn't enough to mobilize the special forces. If she resigned of her own will and joined a pseudo-religion, the company couldn't interfere. That's why the team leader hoped there was an anomaly in this pseudo-religion. Only then could he move the company. Damn it. There needs to be an anomaly. We need to find evidence of that? Yin Wu was silent for a moment, then clenched his fist. Then let's raid the place. If we turn it upside down, we can find something, right? At the very least, we can bring Senior Jiyu back. Raid that place? How? We don't even know if they're civilians or what. The team leader conveyed with his eyes to think carefully that they were a company, but Yin Wu didn't care. Can't you just go there and press the extermination team call button, team leader? Or we have the natural fluorescent vests now. If you don't care about the means, there are many ways. You could even cause a ruckus with just a pistol. The team leader closed his eyes as if contemplating. He clenched and unclenched his fist, bit his lip hard, and finally opened his eyes and spoke. Calling the extermination team is going too far. But let's use the vests. Are we going right now? Yes. They wasted no more time and got up. They went to the anomaly equipment storage, put on the natural fluorescent vests, took rifles from the firearms storage and slung them over their bodies, and attached small cameras to their clothes. Looking more like terrorists than soldiers. Thus equipped, they stepped out into the night streets. Even though they were walking through the night streets with large rifles, people passed by them naturally. Even patrolling police just glanced at them before hurrying on their way. Reaching their destination without interruption, they arrived at a small building in the middle of the city. Yin Wu and the team leader took a deep breath in front of the main entrance. Enemy territory. Even if they were civilians, if there were many of them, unexpected accidents could happen. Using the darkly tinted glass door as a mirror, they checked their equipment for a moment. The team leader spoke in a firm voice. Let's go. Rifle pulled back tight. He smashed the glass door with the buttstock. With a crash, the glass door shattered, glass fragments cascading down like a waterfall. The two investigators were about to step on the glass shards and enter when they stopped. There was something beyond the main entrance. A narrow corridor under the lights. A person wearing a worm mascot head was crawling on the floor, squirming towards them, wriggling their arms and legs like an invertebrate without joints, making strange sounds like kurajuk. Click dash. Both men simultaneously aimed at the mascot head. The team leader spoke in a tense voice. Who are you? Security. The sound of a mouthful of thick saliva opening came from behind the mask. The mascot head stretched out both arms, gripping the wall and floor as it wobbled to its feet. The mascot head looked straight at the investigators, but it felt more like it was sensing them with senses other than sight. I heard the sound of glass breaking. Who are you people? Just passing by. Huh? The mascot head spun its head around. The two investigators looked at the mascot head with stiff faces, slightly placing their fingers on the triggers. Despite wearing the natural fluorescent vests, a strange sensation. The mascot head's spinning stopped abruptly. The sound of saliva dripping could be heard. Then, the mascot head spoke in a confused voice. Passing by? Here? It's not strange. What is this? We're passing through. After a moment of silence, the team leader passed by him, and Yin Wu followed the team leader into the corridor. Yin Wu suddenly looked back. In front of the shattered glass door, the mascot head stood there blankly, turning only its head to watch them. This feels ominous. Something's not right. Yin Wu whispered quietly. Something seems off. Let's just find traces of an anomaly and go back. It seems too much for just the two of us. Answering quickly, they arrived at the central hall. There was no elevator, corridors to the left and right, and stairs going up and down straight ahead. At the four-way intersection, the team leader looked to Yin Wu. Which way feels dangerous? If there was an anomaly, it'd be in a dangerous place. He asked the question to get evidence of that, but Yin Wu calmly looked around the stairs before suddenly looking up the staircase at novel bin at. The lower floor feels dangerous dash. A faint sound became a tidal wave coming down. Someone's coming down. What? Rumble. The sound of numerous footsteps gradually grew louder. It wasn't just one or two people. The stair railing shook, and the echoing footsteps filled the space. The team leader and Yin Wu looked around in confusion for a place to hide, then realizing they were wearing natural fluorescent vests, stood still in the middle of the hall. And so they saw numerous mascot heads coming down the stairs quietly without exchanging a single chat. They went down to the basement without even acknowledging Yin Wu and the team leader. The footsteps descended deeper, gradually fading away. The team leader and Yin Wu wore grave expressions. They saw a familiar mask among the mascot heads. That one. It's the mascot head Gu made. Yes. It's the one she showed us last time. There was a woman with familiar clothes and build wearing the crude and sloppy mascot head. The team leader looked at the stairs leading down to the dangerous basement, then stepped onto the stairs. Without looking back, the team leader said, "You go back. If I lose contact too, report to the higher UPS. If I get caught too, it's definitely an anomaly." The team leader descended the stairs, gun thrust forward, moving without hesitation. His unusually loud footsteps faded as he disappeared below, as if swallowed by a monster's maw. Yin Wu stood motionless before the gloomy staircase, hesitation plain on his face. Going back would be safer. Safer, but danger lurked below. The writhing shadows, the damp and stale air, the eerie atmosphere, all pricked at his mind like thorns. Two people had gone down into that suffocating place. Team leader, Senior Gu. His feet remained rooted, as if nailed to the spot. Yin Wu stood guard before the stairs for a while, frozen like a statue, before biting his lip hard. I can't go down there. With difficulty, he took a step back. His body turned to face the exit. Then, he pivoted slightly more to face the fire alarm on the wall. A round, red bell-shaped alarm. But I can help from out here. Yin Wu swiftly extended his hand and pressed the alarm. Ding 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 ding. The alarm blared wildly, and a siren wailed through the building's speakers. An automated announcement followed. A fire has broken out. Please evacuate immediately through the emergency exits. The pre-recorded message repeated. But it wasn't chaotic enough. Yin Wu silently reached into his bag and pulled out a gas torch. He dragged over a nearby flower pot and climbed on top. Whoosh! The torch spat fire at the sprinkler. It burned and melted until the high temperature triggered the sprinkler, which sprayed water with a hiss. Rain fell in the corridor. Drenched, Yin Wu managed a faint smile. The bigger the mess, the safer it'll be down there too. If I cause a few more incidents here. His smug train of thought stopped. Yin Wu's expression hardened. Slam bang. Doors along the lengthy corridor burst open simultaneously. The hands that gripped the doorknobs fell away. Yin Wu's gaze followed them to the floor below the doorknobs. Heads crawled out from the floor. Ugh, rain. Fire. Wriggling, people wearing mascot heads crawled like earthworms emerging onto concrete. They tilted their heads back to welcome the water streams, rubbing their entire bodies against the drenched floor. Many human worms crawled out of the rooms. The narrow corridor quickly filled with mascot heads. It was as if a massive worm had been formed by intertwining humans. Bodies tangled, arms and legs entwined. Heads bobbed up here and there. Voices burst from behind the mascot heads. Downward, downward, to the underground. To the underground where the Great One dwells. To the damp and dark underground. To the underground beyond the fire's reach. Chanting this ominous chorus, the humans crawled down the stairs. Yin Wu stood in their path. Are they insane? If there's a fire, they should evacuate outside. Why go underground? No, they're fanatics. Realizing his mistake, Yin Wu hastily stepped back, only to step on something soft. Ugh. It was a mascot head. There were mascot heads behind him too. Somehow, mascot heads were surging towards the exit like a wave. Just then, the mascot head Yin Wu stepped on grabbed his ankle tightly. Downward. Get off. He shook off the grip with strength honed from climbing ladders, but there were too many. Endless people flooded in, filling the floor, reaching out to push, shoving with their bodies, and those behind them barreling through. Ugh. Yin Wu, who had been resisting, finally fell backward. No sooner did he collapse onto the tangle of mascot heads on the floor than he was swept away by the crowd. Downward? Let's go downward. No. The ceiling flowed past Yin Wu's upturned gaze. The hall ceiling changed to the high ceiling of the stairwell, gradually descending like flowing water. Damn it! I've got a bad feeling about down there. He couldn't let himself be carried away like this. Yin Wu gritted his teeth and struggled. He had to break free somehow, regain his balance, and stand up. Move. He tried to free his entangled arms, plant his feet on the ground to stand upright, flailing his limbs, but Yin Wu's expression grew increasingly grim. He only became more severely entangled. Writhing flesh, damp clothes, the crushing pressure and joints twisting out of alignment. One wrong move could result in serious injury. Yin Wu relaxed his muscles and thought quickly. The dice. What should I roll? What would succeed? The judgment to roll in this situation. Gravity? Heart attack? Mental purification? Stop. Yin Wu swallowed hard. There was no time to sense something likely to succeed with heightened perception. Dice, roll ever dash. Yin Wu's words stopped. The distinct presence of the dice faded. The world fell silent. Swept along by the crowd, he arrived in the basement before he could react. Dash. Dash. A dim basement. A few candles provided the only illumination, their yellow light flickering as shadows retreated and advanced. The damp smell of earth permeated the air. Yin Wu trembled, staring at the hazy ceiling. He sensed something. An overwhelming presence that shouldn't exist in the basement of a building like this. This is. Wriggling, the mascot heads fell silent as if they'd never shouted, scattering in all directions. Yin Wu, who had been in their midst, was naturally released and lay sprawled on the basement floor, but he couldn't move a finger, as if the slightest movement would mean death. He couldn't even swallow his saliva or blink. How can something like this exist in a small cult? Is there something greater here? Goosebumps rose, his heart pounding. Yin Wu tried to deny the presence weighing on his mind, seeking escape from an unbearable reality, but he ultimately couldn't reject the presence impressing itself upon his psyche. A vast, great being was right here at Novel bin at. Then a voice was heard. Low and husky. A fire in the middle of the night. Has everyone evacuated? Yes. Then Elder Park, go upstairs, report to the fire department, and handle the situation. We'll wait quietly here. And don't dig any tunnels. Briskly, someone approached. Yin Wu remained still like a mouse before a snake, and the approaching figure brushed past him, disappearing beyond the stairs. Yin Wu squeezed his eyes shut and clenched his fists. What should I do? What can I do? A presence no less dangerous than future Yin Wu's, perhaps even more so. The clearest sense of impending death he'd ever felt. Yin Wu desperately racked his blanching mind, then suddenly opened his eyes. His wavering pupils steadied. If I stay still like this, I'm done for. I have to move somehow. I need to figure out what it is. Roll the dice. After taking several deep breaths, he quietly rose. He stood up facing the stairway entrance but didn't dare to flee. Behind him, deep in the basement, there was something vast and great. This was its domain. Who knew what price he'd pay for any rash actions? Trembling fingertips, Yin Wu forced himself to turn and look into the basement. An altar? A bug. There was an altar there. Candles on either side, and in the center, something like a glass box for breeding insects. No, that wasn't it. Suddenly, Yin Wu's pupils dilated fully, his mind reeling from a massive shock. Through his mind, through his retinas, he received the great being. It was the great worm. We must become worms. Dash. Dash. The dice rolled. Clatter. Crash. Yin Wu paid no attention to the dice, focused solely on the great worm. His entire psyche was directed towards the great worm, busy fully experiencing its majesty and might. Just then, someone tapped Yin Wu. Yin Wu, you came too? You didn't have to come looking for us. Senior Jiyu. Yin Wu snapped back to reality. At some point, Yu Jiyu, wearing a shoddy mascot head, had approached and was tapping Yin Wu's shoulder. She spoke in a dreamy voice, gazing at the great worm. But I'm glad you came. How do you feel, seeing the worm lord? I too must become a worm. If I become its underling, I can achieve immortality without fear of death, can't I? Yin Wu sincerely believed this. All the stress that had unknowingly accumulated while desperately trying to survive till now. The solution to all that stress and worry was right before his eyes. The great worm? A cosmic anomaly that even the company couldn't handle? Yu Jiyu tilted her mascot head. You think differently from me, Senior Jiyu? As Yin Wu cautiously asked, Yu Jiyu plopped down, fixing her mascot head towards the great worm. To be honest, I've just been living aimlessly. No dreams. Even this job, my mom pushed me into it so I wouldn't just stay cooped up at home. Her hazy voice continued. But seeing the worm lord, I had a dream for the first time. I'm going to become a worm. Of course, it's not easy. But it's a dream, right? I can work as hard as it takes. What do you mean it's not easy? Yu Jiyu pointed a finger towards the outskirts of the basement. Yin Wu looked and saw forcibly collapsed walls and hand-dug tunnels. From the dark tunnels, faint screams and moans drifted out. That's where those who've become worms stay. It's hard to even reach that level. Why is that? You have to donate money for the cult leader to acknowledge you. And the ritual is tough. Yu Jiyu pointed to the eyes and mouth of her mascot head, then her arms and legs in order. To become a worm, you have to damage your eyes, pull out your teeth and tongue, and cut off your limbs. It's hard to endure this process. Yu Jiyu spoke passionately about how it couldn't be easy to approach such a great being, but Yin Wu wore a strange expression and kept his mouth shut. Something felt off. The sense of dissonance grew stronger as he looked around. People whose clothes and mascot heads had come off while tangled coming down. Squinting in the dim light, he noticed they all had injuries. Eyes burned by candle wax, self-extracted eyes, and teeth, empty sleeves hanging limply. They have to go that far? Is this right? Feeling uneasy, Yin Wu continued scanning the people and spotted the team leader. The team leader was lying face down in front of an intact concrete wall. What happened to the team leader? The team leader? He ran straight for the wall and knocked himself out as soon as he saw the worm lord. Must have been overcome with emotion. Doubt filled Yin Wu's eyes. Toggle new ads. 3/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-Fi. Click here. At first glance, the team leader appeared to be sleeping soundly, even snoring and tossing about. At least he was alive. Yin Wu turned to Yu and said, the team leader chose to remain human and a company employee. It seems he didn't want to become a worm. That's too bad. It would have been nice if the team leader had joined us in becoming worms. The conversation died. Yu gazed at the great worm with fervent eyes, while Yin Wu scanned the basement, trying to shake off his uneasy suspicions. Something felt off. The great worm loomed majestically on the altar, humans wriggled against the walls, and the cult leader knelt before the altar, hands clasped in prayer. Yin Wu observed the cult leader intently. A faint voice recited prayers, let the fire not reach below ground. Though the leader's face was hidden behind a mask, his pronunciation suggested his tongue and teeth were intact, and his limbs seemed normal. Isn't the leader a worm? No, he said he was given a mission to turn more humans into worms. When he completes his mission, he'll go to the promised place and become a great worm himself. Yu hugged her knees, looking up at the leader enviously. Still standing, Yin Wu gazed down at the leader with cold eyes before closing them. Mission? Promise? Is there really such a thing? With his eyes closed, the presence of the great worm became vivid in his mind. That presence was massive, great, and transcendent, but it lacked the intelligence to communicate with humans. It was like how humans can't communicate with ants. Senior Yu said you have to offer money for the leader to approve the ritual. But what need would a great being have for money? At best, it was just paper used in Korea, a tiny piece of land on Earth, one of countless stars in the universe. The leader was suspicious. Yin Wu opened his eyes and looked at the severely injured people writhing on the dirty, dusty floor. Is the ritual real? They're just physically mutilated, but still human, right? No matter how he looked at it, something was off. The great worm was real, but everything else was strange. Yin Wu imagined himself performing the ritual, gouging out his own eyes, pulling out his teeth, cutting off his limbs. He probably wouldn't die in the process, but after that? If he became a human worm by himself, but couldn't become a real worm, wouldn't he just be left with a body prone to death? As Yin Wu wrestled with these thoughts, torn between the great worm and the suspicious ritual, a flash of insight struck him. He reached a conclusion. I don't need to worry about this. Yin Wu had a way to determine the truth of the ritual, and even bypass it altogether. Senior Yu, he said. I'm going to try to find a way to become a worm. What? Oh, you're going to roll the dice, she asked. I don't quite trust the leader. Dice. The dice appeared hazily in a corner of his mind, obscured by the great presence. It spun rapidly, as if eager to be rolled. Yin Wu pondered for a moment. What should I roll for? Becoming a worm? No, Senior Yu needs to become a worm too, so let's get information. His contemplative gaze fell on the great worm. The great worm, embodying cosmic truth. Its flesh brimmed with immeasurable wisdom, even the slightest contact would yield a magical ritual. Yin Wu finally chose his judgment. Gain information. The dice rolled. Clatter. Success. A cracking sound rang out, and the majestic illusion shattered. Like a fog lifting, the bizarre atmosphere shrouding the altar revealed its true nature. Eyes widened and jaws dropped. That's the great worm. An old glass box. Inside the box, sparsely lined with soil and roots, was a single, pitiful worm. A worm pathetically wriggling, at odds with its great presence. Yin Wu stammered. Yu looked up at him quizzically. What's wrong? Did you fail? No, wait, just a moment. Yin Wu took a step. He approached the glass box in front of the cult leader. The transcendent presence still weighed on his mind. His consciousness reeled dizzily, his heart raced, and his legs trembled. Endure. I can endure this. My life's at stake. I have to confirm. Finally overcoming the pressure, Yin Wu managed to stand before the glass box. He bent down, pressing his face so close to the glass that his nose nearly touched it. His trembling eyes peered inside. A worm wriggled between moist clumps of soil. A dejected voice escaped him. It's just a worm. Just a worm. Now he understood the situation. The anomalous worm had shown them hallucinations, whether through perception alteration or mind control. With a rumble, the oppressive feeling crumbled and the transcendent presence scattered into nothingness. All that remained in this place was a shabby basement and a single worm. Just then, a low, hoarse voice sounded from behind. No, this is the great worm. Can't you see this majesty, this great form? It was the cult leader. He had risen without notice and now gazed up at the empty air, his voice suffused with ecstasy. Lovecraft must have seen the truth. The great old worm. A cosmic being right here dash. Bang dash. Arg. Gunfire and a scream echoed through the basement. The scent of gunpowder hung in the air. The leader, shot in the thigh, collapsed, and Yin Wu lowered his rifle. He looked down at the leader with a cold face. Stop lying. Lying? How could I do such a thing before the Great One? The leader's shout reverberated. The followers looked at the leader. Those with intact eyes regarded Yin Wu naturally, while those with damaged eyes were puzzled. What's going on? Someone's talking with the leader. That can happen. No, I heard a gunshot. That's normal, isn't it? Or is it? What's happening? A restless atmosphere spread. Though the fluorescent vest didn't work well on those who were blind or already aware, it wouldn't be a problem. But Yin Wu gazed at the people with gloomy eyes. People who had mutilated themselves to become worms, deceived by the worm's hallucination. I almost fell for it too. If I had asked the dice to turn me into a worm. An unthinkable, horrifying scenario. Crunch, the rifle's muzzle pressed against the leader's mascot head. It probed here and there, searching for the forehead, before settling on the center of the mask. One pull of the trigger here would be fatal. The leader's movements froze. Then, clasping his hands as if in prayer, he slightly raised his head to look at the empty air. Of course, I was greedy. I asked for money when I didn't really need it. But the Great One doesn't care about such transgressions. A heavy voice, as if confessing. Yin Wu listened quietly before asking, the ritual? And where did you get this great worm? I created the ritual. We must become worms, right? The great worm dash. As he focused on the conversation, his body tilted slightly and his arms relaxed. An opening. The leader suddenly knocked away the gun and sprang up. Bang 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 dash. Yin Wu immediately pulled the trigger. 3 bullets pierced the mascot head, but only grazed the edges. The leader narrowly avoided a fatal wound. The leader immediately grabbed the body of the gun and lifted it up. Bang bang, bullets hit the basement ceiling, and a struggle for the gun ensued. Yin Wu tried to aim the gun at the leader, while the leader gripped the gun and pushed it away. They swayed back and forth, locked in combat for a moment. Through the holes in the mask, the leader's shout erupted. Everyone gather? We'll perform the ritual now. Over here? Come to where you hear my voice. Finally, let's become worms. The people sprawled around the walls began to writhe and crawl across the floor. A human concentric circle closed in reverse. Fanatical cries surged like waves, and countless arms and heads swayed under the candlelight. The basement floor rumbled. Yin Wu made a quick decision. Let's run. There was no reason to stay any longer. Whack! Yin Wu kicked the leader away and shouted loudly, looking for Gu, Senior Gu, take the team leader and go up. No, I'm going to become a worm, a voice pierced through the noise. Yin Wu, running through the crowd, gulped. This is fake. I know the real method. I'll turn you into a worm. You don't even have to cut off your arms and legs. You can safely become a worm. I believe you. He found her. Gu was crawling slowly from the outermost edge, heading straight for the team leader and slapping his cheek. Now I just need to escape. Yin Wu sprayed bullets at the ceiling. Drrrr. The crowd surrounding him startled and moved away. In an instant, a small clearing formed. Yin Wu's eyes flashed as he shouted, move, don't block the way. He frantically pushed through the human worms. Running so desperately he couldn't even remember how he escaped. He arrived above ground. In front of the shattered main entrance, Yin Wu gasped for breath. As he bent over with his hands on his knees, sweat dripped down and his body shivered in the cold night air. Suddenly, Yin Wu raised just his head. The team leader and Gu were stumbling out of the narrow corridor. The team leader had a bruise in the middle of his forehead. He rubbed it. There was a monster down there, the team leader mumbled. Call the company. Quickly. We need to isolate, no, destroy it. At novel bin at. It's not a monster, it's the great worm, Gu insisted. As all the investigators exited the building, Yin Wu was about to explain something to the two spouting nonsense when his mouth clamped shut. He raised his hands and lowered his head to look at the ground. Rumble, the ground shook. At a glance, even the trees on the street seemed to sway. An earthquake? No, it's the building. Yin Wu urgently ran to the side, grabbing the sleeves of the two and pulling them away. Immediately after, the building collapsed. With a thunderous roar, spewing dust, it crumbled. The building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Debris rained down as structural elements cascaded like an avalanche along the roadside. The dust cloud had settled, but the investigators were still coughing and sputtering. They waved their hands to clear the air, stumbled backward, and caught their breath. Yin Wu glanced at a fallen air conditioner unit nearby and sighed in relief. He'd barely escaped from beneath it, narrowly avoiding serious injury. The building suddenly. It was bound to collapse. Recalling the basement, he remembered how concrete and rebar walls had been demolished, leaving haphazard tunnels. The extent of the excavation was unclear, stretching beyond sight. They must have damaged the building's support columns too. It could have fallen at any moment. Yet team leader and Gu were still causing a commotion, their perceptions warped. A monster thrashed about. The city will crumble. Quick, call the company. Wow, everyone must have turned into worms and gone underground? Yin Wu, make me a worm too. Hurry. Team leader babbled incoherently, his face ashen, while Gu clung to Yin Wu, hopping up and down. Their behavior was a far cry from their usual composure as investigators, now completely overcome by emotion. Yin Wu took out his phone and firmly gripped their shoulders. I'll handle the scene first. You two wait here for a moment. No, the monster dash. I need to become a worm quickly dash. The dice will take care of both of you, so just rest. After forcibly seating them, Yin Wu immediately called the first response division. The sudden building collapse in the dead of night had awakened many. Windows lit up. The company needed to contain the situation before firefighters arrived for rescue and more victims emerged. Yes, this is Investigator Yin Wu. A mental manipulation anomaly was discovered, and a building has collapsed. Please handle this quickly. Give me the location and characteristics of the anomaly. The on-duty response agent asked in a voice heavy with fatigue. The mental manipulation feels like danger level 3 or 4, with an effect range of 1 building floor. It's buried under the building now, but contact is dangerous. The location is dash. Danger level 4 could destroy an entire city. The danger Yin Wu experienced was evident in his voice. Across the phone, rapid keyboard typing could be heard. The response agent spoke urgently, sleep now gone from his voice. Understood. I've issued orders to the relevant departments. We're requesting cooperation from government agencies now. Yes, thank you. The call ended. Yin Wu sat down nearby, waiting for company personnel to arrive. He slowly dealt with the dust and moisture that had gotten into his bag. Just then, team leader looked at the collapsed building with a calmer expression. Were we mentally manipulated? Yes. It was just a worm. No, it wasn't. It was the Great Worm Lord. Oh, I need to become a worm too. When will you make me one? Gu lay face down on the street, wriggling. Seeing this, team leader pressed hard on his bruised forehead, inducing pain. The pain of a hammer striking his head. The shadow over his mind gradually receded as his thoughts cleared. But pain alone wasn't enough. His mind began to warp again. Team leader doubted himself and the monster, desperately trying to correct his distorted perceptions. Right. Such a monster couldn't possibly stay in the basement of a small building like this. The company wouldn't miss it either. It's just powerful mental manipulation, not reality. I almost fell for it too. I nearly asked the dice to turn me into a worm. The Great Worm Lord dash. Gu, sleep. Team leader put Gu in a chokehold, and after a few seconds, she went limp. Leaving her sprawled on the ground, team leader called for Yin Wu. You're the most lucid, so you handle the aftermath. Report to the company, brief the response team when they arrive, that sort of thing. Yes. And you, team leader. Yin Wu's voice trailed off as he looked at team leader's forehead. A large, dark bruise spread across the center, with scabs where the skin had been scratched. How hard had he hit himself? I need to get checked when the medical team arrives. My head's spinning. As he spoke, team leader lit a cigarette. With a flick, he ignited it and took a deep drag. The exhaled smoke dissipated into the cold night air. They spent a moment in silence. Then people arrived. Dash. Dash. The cleanup proceeded swiftly. Ding ding, an emergency alert message arrived. Building collapse and gas leak occurred at 0007. Residents, please evacuate promptly. Police cars and fire trucks flashed blue and red lights on the road. People caught off guard in the middle of the night walked hesitantly down the street, their faces pale and flushed. Those working overtime, locals awakened from sleep, drunks from bars open late into the night. They raised their phones high, filming the collapsed building site and talking among themselves. Oh my, what can we do? Wow, this shoddy construction is insane. How can a building just collapse like that? Which construction company was it? Evacuate quickly? It's dangerous? There's a risk of further accidents. Meanwhile, Yin Wu sat near the ruins organizing his bag when a firefighter's boot stopped in front of his scattered tools. The fully equipped firefighter stamped his foot. When will the rescue operation begin? We need to save the people trapped inside as soon as possible. It will start after the evacuation is complete. That's too late. Can't we start bit by bit? No gas has been detected. Yin Wu noticed they had already checked with a gas leak detector. He shook his head. There's something more dangerous than gas. At novel bin at. But dash. The firefighter's expression turned frustrated, like someone who had stuffed dozens of crackers in their mouth. He'd heard these people had command authority, but it seemed they weren't doing anything properly. It's our job to deal with that danger dash. Just as the firefighter opened his mouth again, the company's personnel arrived. A battalion-sized force with glowing blue eyes approached, dragging excavators and spatial containment containers. Team Leader Lee, the cleanup specialist Yin Wu had seen before, sauntered over. Team Leader Lee addressed the firefighter. All right, our civil servant friends. Control the roads and keep people out. These folks will handle the rescue operation. We'll control access. But wouldn't it be faster if we worked together? Now, these are specialists. You'd only get in the way, so please leave. The firefighters and police officers dispersed with uneasy expressions, heading to control access from a distance. Only company employees remained on the now quiet street after the evacuation. People with glowing blue eyes operated excavators or swung pickaxes to clear debris. A steady, metronomic rhythm. Amidst the noise, Team Leader Lee approached Team Leader Hong, raising his hand in greeting. Hey, Hong. What happened to your face? Who hit you? Hey, Lee. Cut the crap and go talk to that guy. He's in charge today. Him. Team Leader Lee looked back and forth between Yin Wu and Team Leader Hong in confusion. Then he addressed Team Leader Hong again. Planning to retire? Is he the next team leader? Retire my ass. My head hurts. Get lost. The medical team you called isn't even here yet. Sheesh. What a temper. Waving his hand as if shooing away a dog, Team Leader Hong dismissed him. Team Leader Lee grumbled as he approached Yin Wu. Tools laid out to remove dust and moisture. The corner of Team Leader Lee's mouth twitched. Like master, like pupil. You even learned this stuff from that bastard. Everything has its use eventually. More importantly, are those people enough for the cleanup? Yeah, they're from the slave battalion. They're deployed under mental control, so normal interference doesn't work on them. A force deployed under mental control by the company's mental manipulation anomalies. Using mental manipulation to counter mental manipulation. Yin Wu suddenly looked up at Team Leader Lee. Are you alright, Team Leader Lee? Oh, that. Well, if I get mentally controlled, I just take sick leave and rest. Yin Wu was at a loss for words as Team Leader Lee smirked. saying he got paid while resting. But this is a dangerous entity. What isn't dangerous in this line of work? That's true. They chatted idly for a moment. Team leader Lee glanced at the slave battalion hard at work, then gazed at the collapsed building. Clean job. We can just pass it off as a building collapse accident. Blatantly obvious or unrealistic incidents were hard to cover up, but cases like this didn't even need fabrication. Yin Wu suddenly asked. Hasn't secrecy been compromised? Do you still do cleanups these days? We half-ass that stuff now. Hide what needs hiding, and actually expose the small stuff. You're saying you intentionally expose things. Team leader Lee nodded. People who are interested in this stuff and go looking for it. We deliberately expose some things to them and use them like investigators. He explained that they manipulate algorithms to recommend company-made videos or connect to disguised websites through internet ads. And the company monitors such people using equipment and AI originally meant for maintaining secrecy. Team leader Lee explained, spittle flying. Well, they say it's adapting to the information age. I don't get it. If they're going to use civilians, why does the company even exist? As team leader Lee voiced his complaints, Yin Wu fell into quiet contemplation. Wouldn't that reduce the need for investigators on missions? Seems good to me. Just then, one of the slave battalion members approached them. Glowing blue eyes, mannequin-like expression, monotone voice. Work has started. Is there anything else to hand over? I'll brief you about the anomaly. Yin Wu snapped back to attention and began explaining in detail. There's a worm in a glass box that manipulates minds to perceive it as a great being. Those affected believe they must become worms. If it was in a glass box, it likely shattered. This will take longer. The conversation dragged on. In the deep night, the sound of company employees laboring echoed through the deserted street. The arrival of the medical team added more activity to the ruins. The newly renovated office of the Anomaly investigation team buzzed with activity. So they found the worms and isolated them, the team leader remarked, clicking through a report on his monitor. It detailed how they'd sifted through all the debris and dirt in their search. He glanced sideways at Yu. Jiyu was slumped over her desk, face hidden. She pounded her fist repeatedly and shook her legs wildly. Muffled groans of embarrassment escaped from her trembling form. Ugh. Arg. Though her mind had returned to normal, the memory of her disgraceful behavior remained vivid. Occasional flashbacks of her shameful words and actions haunted her. Senior Jiyu, it was mind control. You don't need to be ashamed, Li Yin-Wu consoled her. At his words, Jiyu slowly raised her head. Her disheveled hair fell over her face, having been tugged at repeatedly. She stared at the ends of her hair. In a small, mumbling voice, she said, I'm the only one who acted like an idiot. You and the team leader handled it properly. Jiyu, I've got experience, so of course I managed. And Yin-Wu, how many incidents has he been through? The team leader mused, counting on his fingers. Yin-Wu had already encountered 4 hostile groups. The types and number of anomalies he'd directly experienced were equivalent to what an average investigator would encounter in several years. Seeing reasons to die and hearing songs at the training site. Seeing 3 people too. He's already been through several mental attacks. Haha, Yin-Wu laughed awkwardly, pretending to type a report. Jiyu nodded seriously. True. Much more than me. It's embarrassing to be called your senior. I should call you Senior Yin-Wu instead. Not at all. You've survived longer as a company employee than I have. That makes you the senior, Yin-Wu countered, determining seniority based on survival time. Avoiding incidents was a skill in itself. Jiyu's expression froze. After a moment of silence, she sighed. With that mindset, it was no wonder he found a way to survive even in those situations. She shook her head vigorously. At least I didn't show that behavior to the kid. If it had been him, he would have recorded it on his phone and teased me forever. It was all captured by the camera on your chest and uploaded as evidence. Jaemin will probably be able to see it too. What? Jiyu jerked her head up. Yin-Wu turned the monitor towards her. On the screen was footage from that time. In front of the collapsed building, Jiyu writhed on the ground, shouting that she would become a worm. You uploaded this. Jiyu sprang up, practically slamming Yin-Wu's keyboard to close the video window. She stared at him with trembling eyes. Yin-Wu nodded. It's the clearest footage capturing the characteristics of that anomaly. Memory eraser. Jiyu's face flushed a burning red. She suddenly began yanking open drawers, frantically searching for her share of memory erasers, while the team leader and Yin-Wu rushed to stop her. Knock knock dash? A polite knocking sound interrupted them. The investigators froze, looking at the door as they heard a voice. Are you in? The Korean branch told me to come here. The voice was cold and mechanical, hard to place as male or female. The team leader, seated in his chair, spoke briefly. Yeah, come in. The door creaked open, revealing a figure as white as a marble statue. From head to toe, even the delicate folds of clothing appeared to be carved from marble. No, it really was marble. Not a street performer, but a moving statue, an anomaly. It looked around at the tense investigators, then fixed its gaze on Yin-Wu. Investigator Li Yin-Wu, the Korean branch said to ask you. About what? Well, have a seat first. Yin-Wu started to pull tools from his bag, then slung it over his shoulder. He stood up and guided the statue to the reception table. He poured hot water over green tea leaves, steeping them, and set the cup in front of the statue. But it pushed the cup away. I have a body that cannot eat or drink. Are you an anomaly? What exactly are you? Yin-Wu asked, sitting across from it. The other investigators sat at their desks, focusing intently on the statue. Their hands rested on pistols, ready to shoot if necessary. Either unaware of or ignoring their caution, it calmly began to speak. I am a creation directly sculpted by the sculptor, a director of the Free Artists Association. Sculptor. Pygmalion. The team leader interjected, referring to the artist who brings life to statues he creates. The statue turned its head to look at him. Marble eyes that didn't blink once. A low voice emerged. My master dislikes that name. The sculptor is not someone who simply followed a legend, nor did he bring just one statue to life like Pygmalion. He doesn't rely on gods to grant life. As if it was a matter of the artist's pride, it glared at the team leader. The team leader waved his hand dismissively. Ah, right. So, what did you come to ask me? Yin Wu brought the conversation back on track. It turned its head and paused briefly to organize its words. The sculptor wishes to borrow the eraser. When I asked at the Korean branch, they said investigator Lee Yin Wu has the authority, and told me to ask you, will you lend us the eraser? Yin Wu maintained an expressionless face, but inwardly he was running through all sorts of thoughts. Why do I have the authority for this? Didn't they just pass this on to me because they were too lazy to deal with it? No matter how he looked at it, it seemed they had dumped a troublesome issue on him. Yin Wu cursed inwardly. What non-existent authority? In response to his silence, the statue placed its clasped hands on the table and leaned forward. We truly intend to only borrow it. Though the eraser is a dangerous object, in an artist's hands it is merely an excellent tool. The finest sculpting knife, is it not? That. Yin Wu leaned back, showing a negative expression. There were too many issues with lending it out. Just as Yin Wu was about to shake his head, the statue quickly spoke. The sculptor plans to carve mountains to create giants or dinosaurs. Of course, you cannot empathize. That's why we've prepared compensation. For a moment, Yin Wu showed signs of being tempted. If the compensation was good enough, there was no reason not to help. What kind of compensation? We've investigated you. A survivalist. How about if we offer to resurrect you on the day of your death? Tell me more. Words that couldn't be taken lightly. Yin Wu pulled his chair closer, looking directly into its eyes. Relying solely on the dice's resurrection roll wasn't certain enough. The team leader and Gu shot bewildered looks but didn't add anything, while Yin Wu and the statue were already deeply immersed in their own conversation. The first option is for the sculptor to sculpt your corpse. You will be revived as a human statue. And the other option. The second option is a portrait. After your death, we will bring you back to life as a portrait. Its voice continued, saying that although one would only be able to live within the painting, resurrection was still resurrection. But Yin Wu had already lost interest. Could that really be called resurrection? Would the self that came back to life that way truly be oneself? It would just be an anomaly created using oneself as material. Well, it's not a bad option as a last resort. Though it seems no different from the demon of sloth, he thought. After thinking briefly, Yin Wu slumped in his chair. I'll be frank. I don't have that kind of authority. It seems the responding party just dumped this job on me. They're in charge, so go to them. The statue spoke calmly, without any change in expression. I see. It appears the company has no intention of lending out the eraser. One could sense the intent from how they handled the matter. They would drag things out by passing it back and forth, then refuse with various excuses. There was no reason to stay any longer. It stood up. After looking over the investigators one last time, it bowed its head slightly. I'll have to give up. Farewell. Then it turned and left the office. The heavy footsteps of the marble statue faded into the distance. The team leader tapped his gun with an unpleasant expression and spoke to Yin Wu. Who dumped this on you? Seems they think our investigation team is a joke. I'll look into it, Yin Wu replied, tapping at his phone with an annoyed expression. Gu stared blankly at the door the statue had exited through. It didn't seem to be using any illusions. How does it move around? I'm sure they have their methods, the team leader muttered. The living statue walked down the street. People on the sidewalk exchanged curious glances and conversations as they watched it, occasionally raising their phones to take pictures. Isn't that the street art thing? I saw it on the internet too. The one pretending to be a statue. Looks like it's on its way back now. People didn't think for a moment that it was a real statue. They saw it as just another type of performance art, enjoying the novel experience. Meanwhile, the statue paid no attention to people's reactions. It only pondered the company's attitude and what to do next. The master won't give up on the eraser. He won't miss the chance to create a masterpiece. In that case, there was only one thing for the statue to do. Theft. Obtain it by any means necessary. Of course, I should ask the master first. Just as it was deeply absorbed in these sinister thoughts, the statue's steps suddenly stopped. A woman holding a camera approached with an excited expression. Hello? Would it be alright if I took a picture? Of course. It stood stock still, reverting to statue form. After the click of the camera, it suddenly shouted "Wah!" and threw up its hands, startling the woman. The woman jumped in fright, grabbing the statue's arm. That cold, hard, marble-like sensation, devoid of any warmth. The woman's expression grew confused. Her hand caressed the forearm. Wow, it really feels like marble. It's expensive makeup, it replied briefly. The woman stepped back even more surprised than before. She couldn't bear the thought of accidentally damaging it. I'll be going now that you've taken the photo. Why yes. That was fun. and so the living statue blended in among the people walking down the street, returning to the gallery that served as the Free Artists Association's hideout. Toggle new ads. 1/5 Enjoy the chappy? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi at novel bin at. Click here. Along the walls of a quiet alley in the heart of the city, murals depicted animals frolicking in green fields, rabbits, deer, cats, dogs, and more. The living statue examined each painting slowly as it walked, then stopped in front of one particular image. A large door, out of place among the animal scenes. This crudely painted brown wooden door was the entrance to the Artists Association's hideout. After checking for people, the living statue strode purposefully into the painting. With a creak, the door opened and the world changed in an instant. The interior resembled an art gallery. You're back. How'd the negotiations go? An employee's head popped up from behind the desk. Covered in paint from whatever he'd been working on, he glanced at the living statue. The living statue's gloomy demeanor said it all. Failed. It was a wasted trip. The company has no intention of lending out the eraser. Figures. What do those bastards know? They just keep great art locked away in storage. The living statue sighed softly at the gruff response. Perhaps their approach had been wrong from the start. It turned and headed for Spatial Art Room 2. I'll write a song for you. Sure. Don't go changing things and calling it artistic expression, and don't smash stuff claiming destruction is art. Just follow the guidelines, alright. Ignoring the employee's half-hearted warning, the living statue entered Spatial Art Room 2. Unlike Room 1 used for transport, this exhibition hall housed communication devices. Passing by stationery, mirrors, blank canvases, and clay, it grasped a microphone under warm lighting. Before speaking into the mic, the living statue recalled its creator. Then it spoke. Master, negotiations have failed. Our only remaining option is to steal it. Please provide further instructions. The emotionless voice flowed into the microphone. It would become a melodious song in the sculptor's ear. The living statue waited in that position, until the scratching of a quill pen could be heard. Words appeared on the stationery. The living statue carefully set down the microphone, stood before the paper, and bowed its head. To my most human-like creation. If that's how things stand, we have no choice. We can't pass up the chance to create a colossal statue. I'll ask my friends for information on the eraser. I'll also send you knight, combat, and thief statues. Move out as soon as preparations are complete. The sculptor. The living statue's gaze reached the final word. The writing on the stationery vanished on its own. It raised its head, expressionless, and left Spatial Art Room 2 with heavy footsteps. Time to prepare for battle. Dash. Dash. It was a dark night. Rain fell steadily and cold winds howled. Yin Wu was sound asleep in his shelter room when an incessant ringing woke him up. What is it? He struggled to open his eyes and looked at his phone. It was past midnight. But the company was calling. Not a good sign. As soon as Yin Wu answered, a frantic voice burst through. Investigator Yin Wu, the eraser's been stolen. And you killed that doomsday cultist too. Come out right away and help us recover it. You're the only one who can handle the eraser. Dash. No. Yin Wu hung up. Then he pulled the blanket up to his chin and rolled over. Why should I deal with the eraser? He didn't mind other tasks, but the eraser was a hard pass. It was far too dangerous. Unless there was a critical success, you had to be prepared to die once. And they said they'd make and return a statue. A mountain range coming to life and moving would be dangerous, but the company could handle that much. Yin Wu's eyes slowly closed. But his phone kept vibrating relentlessly, making it impossible to fall asleep. Finally, he sat up abruptly and answered the phone irritably. I said no. It's not even part of an investigator's duties, and even if you force it on me, I'll use my special investigator authority to refuse. And what department are you from? Do you want an internal audit? Then at least know this. What? A voice filled with irritation and anger. The sound of someone swallowing came through the phone. You're also a target, Investigator Yin Wu. Me? Why? You killed the doomsday cultist wielding the eraser, didn't you? The Artists Association has deemed you their biggest obstacle. At that moment, red lights lit up in the shelter. A siren wailed. It meant an intruder had been detected. Yin Wu leapt to his feet and rushed to the control room. He shouted into the shaking phone. Send me the information on the eraser theft. I'll send it right away. And joining the recovery operation would be dash. Too late. The attackers are already here. Requesting backup. Boom. Yin Wu burst into the control room. Panting, he looked at the CCTV screens. The rainy ground above. The dark night. Two shadowy figures could be seen in the blurry footage. Yin Wu narrowed his eyes. Two hostiles. One is the living statue that came to negotiate. I can't identify the other. The living statue tore through the barbed wire, and the two walked through the gaping hole. They were getting closer to the house. Thoughts raced through Yin Wu's mind. I should prepare to confront them. No, I could probably just say I won't interfere. It was better to avoid a fight. You never knew what anomalies they might use. Report any information on the intruders as soon as you identify them. Understood. I'll handle things here for now. Yin Wu quickly hung up. He grabbed the microphone in a hurry. When the intruders reached the house with the speakers, he could resolve this through dialogue. Tracking the intruders through the rotating CCTV feeds, Yin Wu finally heard their voices through the microphone installed at the house's main entrance. Horrible? How can a house be like this? This is unacceptable. I don't care about that. Just keep that investigator from coming out for a while. You don't need to ask. I can't stand by and watch this. Their voices mixed with the sound of rain. At that point, Yin Wu blew into the microphone at novel bin at. Can you hear me? The two figures on the CCTV froze. I have no intention of interfering with your plans, so just leave. I don't care who has the eraser as long as it's not used on me. That certainly fits your personality. Very we dash. No, I can't just walk away after seeing this. The living statue turned to the human beside it with a bewildered gesture. The neatly dressed middle-aged man was in a frenzy looking at the nearly derelict house. Architecture is art, and so is interior design. I can't leave this garbage as is. Yin Wu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Seemed to be some kind of architectural artist. Artists were all missing a few screws. From that director he'd encountered before to the sculptor stealing the eraser. Yin Wu picked up the microphone again. If you try anything stupid, I won't stand idle either. You don't really need to fight me, do you? No need to thank me. I won't accept payment either. I'll add some zest to your life with a little interior design. The architect was about to do something. In that moment, sparks flew in Yin Wu's eyes. What are you trying to do to my shelter? Not happening? Dice. He couldn't allow his pristine, safe shelter to be damaged. He couldn't let dangerous anomalies be added. Stop whatever that bastard's doing. The dice rolled. As it tumbled, time seemed to stretch out. Yin Wu's pupils dilated and his heart plummeted. A terrible anxiety gripped his mind. Something's gone wrong. His instinct screamed a warning. A dreadful accident was about to happen. In the elongated moment, Yin Wu watched the dice roll slowly, until he saw the fateful result. Critical failure? The architect's anomaly spiraled out of control, beyond his grasp. Dash. Text appeared all over the shelter, the house above ground, and throughout the property. A house that kills you if you... The blacked-out text strangely couldn't be seen, so while it was clear there was only one condition, it was impossible to guess how many characters it contained. Yin Wu stared at the text with trembling hands. He wanted to deny the current situation, but he couldn't ignore his survival instincts ringing alarm bells. Stay calm. One wrong move and you're dead. His mind raced, instantly becoming cold and calculating. My heart's beating but I'm not dead, and being alive isn't killing me. Breathing, thinking, blinking, all fine. A situation where one small action could lead directly to death. Yin Wu became as still as a statue, not moving a muscle. He just kept thinking and maintaining a wide field of vision to gather information. The CCTV screens remained in view, so looking at them wasn't fatal. Yin Wu observed the intruders outside. We're F***ed. What did you do? The text written on the house's surface and all over the property. The architect and the living statue spoke in hushed, panicked voices as they moved cautiously. Speaking is okay. Slow movement is fine too. Yin Wu watched them with cold eyes and reached for the microphone, then hesitated. He'd meant to question them and get information, but that wasn't a good idea. Using the microphone might kill me. It was maddening. Like having a madman pointing a gun at your back, not knowing why or when they might pull the trigger. Cold sweat beaded on his palms. An instinctive bodily response. Sweating doesn't kill me either. So it's not a trivial condition? Can't be sure though. I don't know. I only meant to set up a few deadly traps. It suddenly went beyond my control. Can't you cancel it? Or override it? I can't. And what if I die trying that sh*t? At this point, Yin Wu suddenly came to a conclusion. Is this not as bad as I thought? The single condition was certain. That provided some reassurance. If using dice or anomalies is the condition, then any other action should be fine. If dice and anomalies aren't the condition, he could act freely, then use a prepared die to defend himself if needed. Dice. If I'm about to die from breaking the condition, roll for resistance. Of course, he couldn't rely solely on the dice. What if it failed? Or got a critical failure like just now? For now, Yin Wu cautiously brought his mouth to the microphone, intending to find the condition himself. Come to think of it, the microphone should be fine. Their voices are coming through it. Yin Wu spoke calmly. Are you listening? Bring the eraser here first. If we erase the house from the outside, we can all survive, can't we? Toggle new ads. 2/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-Fi. Click here. The statue firmly shook its head at Li Yin Wu's reasonable proposal to erase the house from the outside with the eraser. Even if I'm destroyed here, I can't give you the eraser. I can't do anything that would harm my master. What nonsense? Bring the eraser here now. Isn't this your doing? Take responsibility. I told you, I don't know anything about this. The two intruders started bickering among themselves. Yin Wu's brow furrowed before he quickly composed himself. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Among them, a usable idea emerged. They don't know I caused this rampage. I think I can bluff and threaten them. After preparing the dice just in case, he glanced at the blacked-out text. When he spoke, his voice was icy, revealing a chilling intent. You've left my house in this state and won't clean it up? Fine. I'll resort to threats now. Any threat is fine. You said you investigated me. Then you must know what anomaly I possess. The dice. Though not without anxiety, it was his final card to turn the situation around and a powerful basis for threatening or persuading his opponents. Suddenly, the two intruders stopped arguing and fixed their gaze on the camera where the voice was coming from. They clearly knew the basic information too. You seem so loyal to the sculptor. If you don't bring the eraser right now, I'll blow off the sculptor's arm. It doesn't matter. We can repair that much damage. The statue didn't seem to care. The Free Artists Association was quite large in scale. They rarely cooperated and sometimes fought among themselves over art, so they lacked unity. However, they possessed many anomalies, and the director wielded considerable influence. On top of that, as artists who create works, they could easily repair most damage. But Yin Wu had the dice. Heart attack, brain hemorrhage, all kinds of diseases and accidents. Can you recover from all of that too? We can resurrect from that level. What if I make it so you can never do art again? Twisting your mind, taking away your senses, making you hate sculpture, turning you into an idiot. Should I go on? Oh, you'll recover from that too? But I never said I'd only do it once. The statue's mouth finally closed at the endless threats. Continuous and varied threats. The statue bowed its head, lost in thought. The master won't care. He thinks trials add to inspiration. But the risk was too great. Of course, Yin Wu might die while doing such things if he met the house's conditions, but there was also a high chance he could defend against it. Finally, the statue looked at the camera. I have no choice. I'll bring the eraser. But please forget any grudges from today's events. I'm risking my life here, aren't I? I'll do that. And so the negotiation concluded. The statue risked its life to borrow the architect's phone and make calls. The architect rolled his eyes nervously, while Yin Wu observed them, gauging safe actions. Dash. It would take time for the eraser to arrive. Yin Wu stared intently at the sentence, a house that kills you if you. Concentrating with all his might, he tried to read that had escaped recognition. Perception distortion. I can't break through with my mental strength. How could he figure out the conditions? He tried, but it didn't work. The more he looked, the dizzier he felt, his vision spinning. Yin Wu finally sighed. His survival instinct stirred, adding to the ominous imagination. Unknown conditions. A trigger that kills people. The number of possible ways to die approached infinity. He could die from drinking water, from sleeping, from his heart beating 100,000 times, from opening a door, from leaving the house. Don't think too much. I might go crazy at this rate. His mind grew more haggard the more he thought. As he tried to calm his pounding heart while looking at the dice, the architect's voice rang out. Ugh. Teacher living in the abandoned house. I didn't do anything wrong, but I made a mistake. Please forgive me just this once. Yin Wu looked at the CCTV screen with an incredulous expression. Is he mocking me now? The architect, his face pressed close to the camera, bowed his head with a pale complexion. He looked properly scared after hearing the threats made to the statue. I'll take on 3 commissions? 3 commissions for free. Do you know how valuable an opportunity this is? Yin Wu didn't respond, but inwardly he cursed. These crazy bastards. I really shouldn't get involved with the artist types. He definitely didn't want to meet them as enemies, and he didn't want to meet them as colleagues either. Their way of thinking and behavior were far from normal. Yin Wu quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts and watched the video sent by the company. Video footage from when the eraser was stolen. Charge. An army of statues that burst out of a huge canvas charged towards a building. Lions, knights, mounted knights, monsters, their numbers exceeded 100. Boom boom boom, the ground shook. Fire. The security guards lined up at the building entrance fired tasers and guns, but to little effect. They charged with lightning snakes coiled around their bodies, and kept running even with broken arms and legs. The distance finally closed. Aiaiaiaic, screams echoed. Bitten by lion statues, necks flying from knights' swords, crushed under monsters' feet. That's when the agent Yin Wu had seen at the Creating a Better World factory stepped forward, raising his hand holding the eraser. Get out of the way. The eraser was drawn. Its trajectory. The statues crowding the street and building entrance were erased in an instant. With successive sweeps of his hand, the street emptied. Trees were erased, the asphalt road stripped away, street lights with their bodies erased fell with a thud, a few statues barely dodged, losing body parts. But Yin Wu let out a sigh. If you don't guard the perimeter like that. His head bowed and gaze lowered to erase the statues on the ground. And an eagle statue falling from above at novel bin at. With a flutter, the eagle statue clung to the front of the helmet, obscuring his vision, and insect statues falling from the air burrowed into the agent's combat uniform. For a moment the agent hesitated. If he swung the eraser carelessly, he'd erase himself too. Seizing that gap, a few more statues fell from the sky, and one insect shaped like scissors cleanly severed the agent's wrist. The eraser rolled on the ground with the hand. A pigeon statue quickly snatched up the eraser and took it away. The statue, painted to look like a real pigeon, escaped the frame in an instant. That's where the video ended. Yin Wu shook his head. If it had been that doomsday cultist, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. In terms of skill, instinct, and many other aspects. Looking at it simply, he would have erased just the insects when they clung to his body. Just then, the statue's voice was heard. It's here. Don't come in. Start erasing little by little from out there. Yin Wu looked at the CCTV screen. A camera pointing outside. A pigeon holding the eraser was flying in the sky that had cleared of rain. A sigh of relief escaped involuntarily. The shelter is a shame, but at least it's resolved. As the pigeon made small circles, its talon holding the eraser twitched slightly. At that moment, Yin Wu and the two intruders' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the pigeon's body, then it shattered to pieces right there. Marble fragments rained down like rain. The pigeon died. Outside the house's range. Yin Wu suddenly clenched his fist. Had he underestimated the product of critical failure too much? Had he been too complacent, thinking minor actions would be fine? The condition. A house that kills if you attack? If so, what's the range of effect? If someone fired a missile at this house from the other side of the earth, the person who fired the missile would die. So would an anomaly that launched an abnormal attack. Yin Wu quickly shook his head to clear his stray thoughts. Anyway, I know the condition now. It's not a house that kills if you think about it or a house that kills if you look at it. That's something at least. Thinking he could stay in the shelter with this level of conditions, Yin Wu sat comfortably in the chair. In some ways, it had become even safer. Wouldn't it kill all attackers trying to assault the house? Outside, the architect jumped for joy, shouting. It's a simple condition. Let's get out of here quickly. I don't want to stay here a second longer. Teacher living in the abandoned house, contact the Free Artists Association if you have any commissions. The architect left the statue behind and ran splashing through the rain-soaked grounds and, ugh. The next moment, his heart stopped and he collapsed. Face planted in the mud, he fell like a statue, his limbs motionless. Yin Wu's face turned pale. His voice trembled as he spoke. Is he dead? Yes. Why? Wasn't the condition about attacks? Did he have a heart attack or something? No. These thoughts aren't helpful. He had to assume the worst. Right now, the most life-threatening case. What if this thing is alive? What if the conditions keep changing? Yin Wu looked at the text with shaking eyes. A house that kills you if you... The blacked-out text seemed to writhe. With malice, with murderous intent. Goosebumps rose on Yin Wu's skin. An eerie sensation touched his skin. It felt like he had entered a monster's maw. The condition isn't what matters. A house that kills. A house that kills people. The product of a critical failure. The worst enemy created by the dice. His mind snapped to alertness as if doused with ice water. He was inside an anomaly designed solely to kill. Inside something that could kill him without even the possibility of resurrection. I'm truly F***ed. If this thing killed him, then changed its condition to a house that kills if you resurrect. The most intense danger to his life ever. Yin Wu clasped his trembling hands and brought them to his mouth. His heart pounded as endless vitality coursed through his body, and his sharpened senses spread in all directions. With the feeling of wearing a bomb necklace, Yin Wu desperately searched for a way to survive. Toggle new ads. 3/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-Fi. Click here. Yin Wu clutched his head, taking deep breaths. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm, he repeated to himself. Fear and panic wouldn't help. He needed to find a way out with a cool head. Think. What's the priority now? Blood rushed to his brain, carrying oxygen. Thoughts sparked like fireworks in his mind, flashing like stars. An intense focus he'd never experienced before, not even when studying or taking exams, overtook him. The world faded away, his thoughts fixated on a single subject. Understand the anomaly. Its nature, its intentions. It was clearly a murderous anomaly. But when, how, and why did it kill? Two deaths vividly replayed in Yin Wu's mind, like recorded footage, the destruction of the pigeon statue and the architect's death. Attack and escape. If it wanted to kill, it could have done so immediately. Instead, it waited until that moment. Yin Wu shifted his gaze, looking at the inscriptions scattered throughout the shelter. A house that kills if you. The blacked-out condition. The hidden condition was also a clue. It must be related to the entity's nature. Yin Wu quickly guessed why. To make people anxious about the unknown condition, ultimately breaking their spirit. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Yin Wu's eyes. A vague image formed in his mind. A monster disguised as a house. Windows like cat eyes, a front door like a mouth with sharp fangs at novel bin at. An anomaly that aims to kill, never lets prey escape once in its domain, and torments before killing instead of killing quickly. His honed instinct and survival intuition told him this was the answer. So what should I do against that? For a moment, a cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Yin Wu's eyes. Unlike when he bluffed at the statue, this was a viscous, congealed killing intent. I have to kill it. I have to destroy it. Escape wasn't the answer. If the condition changed to die if you remember the house, there'd be no escape no matter where he ran. He'd die the moment he recalled this shelter. Memory erasure wasn't an option either. If it changed to die if you forget, he'd die without knowing why. The possibilities of death were nearly infinite, like the faces of a die. In the end, there was only one way to survive safely and certainly, without risk. He had to kill this thing. I need to find a way to kill it. Suddenly, Yin Wu grabbed the water glass beside him and gulped it down. This house wouldn't kill with such a trivial action. It deliberately killed the pigeon statue in front of them. It could have killed from a distance with a condition like die if you come within 1 km, but it killed right in front of them to make them misunderstand the condition. To make people die in despair after being filled with hope of escape. You want to torment before killing? I can handle the torment, but I won't let you kill me. It remained to be seen who would kill who would survive in the end. Yin Wu grabbed the microphone and spoke. Come this way. You don't want to die either, right? The statue approached the front door at his calm voice and grasped the doorknob. All right. I don't plan on dying here either. The door is locked. Can you open it? I've unlocked it. Come to the control room. The thick front door opened, and the statue stepped inside. Dash. On the CCTV screen split into multiple sections, the statue was moving, taking careful steps, navigating through the maze-like interior of the shelter. Seated before the wide monitor, Yin Wu covered his face with both hands, head bowed low. Countless thoughts bloomed in his mind. I need to find a weakness. It's similar to dice rolls. One at a time. The delay between. Can its tendency to torment before killing be considered carelessness? A way to exploit it. Intuition and instinct have similarities. They both produce something tangible without evidence or logic. Right now, Yin Wu's intuition and instinct were running wild. A sensation like lightning striking vertically from feeling to conclusion, aiming for the lightning rod of realization. Threaten the house with dice? No. It's an anomaly whose purpose is to kill. It would be willing to die together. The statue holding an eraser while I roll dice? No. If it changes to a house that kills if it exists, we both die. No time for a roll. My future self? No, I said we'd never see each other again. He'd refuse? Roll hoping only for critical success? After a critical failure just happened. But the thoughts branching in countless directions all converged on I die or we both die. No matter how he thought about it, there was no certain way to survive. It was just one condition, but the possibilities were too numerous. In a way, it was like an upgraded version of dice. No, more like a counter to dice. A suffocating pressure, like watching walls closing in from all sides in a sealed room. The terror of death approaching step by step, casting its shadow. Is there no way? No way at all? Do I have to die? Like this? Finally, Yin Wu tore at his hair. A chunk came out, his nails scraping his scalp. Just then, the control room door burst open. The structure is complex. Anyway, in this house, are you all right? It was the statue. It froze at the doorway in surprise, then hurriedly approached Yin Wu. Yin Wu finally lowered his hands. His face looked aged a decade in that short time. His bloodshot eyes seemed about to bleed, his lips a mess of ugly wounds and blood from biting. His limp hands were covered in a mix of hair, blood, and flesh. Yin Wu stared at the statue with dilated pupils. The statue stepped back. A ghastly appearance reminiscent of a ghost or monster, with an aura like the company's insane director. The statue bowed its head. First, I'm sorry it came to this. I didn't mean for it to go this far. That idiot messed things up. Yin Wu's hands trembled. If only they hadn't come in the first place. Pointless anger. If I hadn't used the dice recklessly, this wouldn't have happened. No time to waste emotions on this. I need to find a way out. Yin Wu took a deep breath and spoke in a cracked voice. Let's not talk about the dead. Let's focus on finding a way to survive. Surprised by his composure, the statue quickly nodded. It seems the conditions keep changing. Can't we do something with the dice? No. This house heard me threatening you earlier. It's on guard now, probably prepared. Maybe with a condition like die if you use an anomaly or something similar. Do you have any ideas? The statue politely clasped its hands at Yin Wu's glinting eyes. The atmosphere suggested it might die by Yin Wu's hand before the house could kill them. I thought of one, but it doesn't seem feasible. Let's hear it anyway. In the end, it's a house. If we could make it not a house. The statue cautiously gauged Yin Wu's reaction. Yin Wu judged coldly. Impossible. There's no self-destruct system here. Using the dice is too risky, high chance of failure, and even if successful, I'd likely die. This house probably has basic conditions like die if you attack or die if you use an anomaly or die if you try to escape. Then we seem to be out of options. The condition is all-powerful, isn't it? It can kill anyone, human or anomaly. Silence fell between them. The statue kept watching Yin Wu's expression, constantly adjusting its posture, while Yin Wu closed his eyes in thought. How much time passed? Yin Wu opened his eyes. He suddenly stood up and grabbed a bottle of soju from the corner of the control room. Before the statue could grasp the situation, Yin Wu took several gulps straight from the bottle. Right. We just need to make it not a house. I should have killed it anyway for a comfortable life. Have you found a solution? I'm going with your suggestion. Haha. Yin Wu chuckled, then suddenly ground his teeth as he opened the control room door and left. The statue stood dumbfounded for a moment before hurriedly chasing after Yin Wu through the complex corridors. Yin Wu walked while the statue ran, easily catching up as Yin Wu's muttering echoed through the silent hallways. This has the highest survival probability. Even if it's dangerous, I have to do it. Don't hesitate. At least tell me the plan. Yin Wu glanced at the statue. I'm going to use the eraser. What? No, if you do that, you'll die. I'll die anyway if I don't. This is the only way to survive. Yin Wu climbed up a ladder, banging on each rung. Dash. It was deep into the night. The grounds, damp from recent rain, gave off a strong scent of grass, with puddles scattered about. The phrase "a house that kills you if you" was inscribed everywhere. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. No, I'll die if I can't. Yin Wu muttered as he walked, heedless of the inscriptions and puddles. Water seeped into his slippers, soaking the hems of his pants. The statue, who had stopped midway, stared at the back of Yin Wu's head as if looking at a madman, but Yin Wu's face remained cold and composed. Nasty anomaly. It'll try to kill me when the eraser is within reach. That's when it can inflict the most despair and pain. But that nature, that delay in changing conditions, would be its fatal mistake. The spot where the pigeon statue and eraser had fallen was drawing near, just beyond the torn wire fence. Yin Wu took a deep breath. The cool night air rushed into his lungs, heightening all his senses. Each hair stood on end like an antenna, his survival instinct peaking to detect danger. I can do this. I'll die if I can't. A dangerous sensation like an ice pick stabbing his brain pierced his entire body. And then, the eraser was within arm's reach. The dark night turned blood-red with danger alarms blaring. Yin Wu threw his whole body forward, and the house changed its condition. I'll die if I fail. In that split second as the condition changed, Yin Wu's hand reached the eraser first. A gleam appeared in Yin Wu's eyes. But what he saw wasn't this world. It was a world of instinct and intuition. The danger perceived by his survival instinct pushed to the extreme. The anomaly's incoming attack. Erase. The barely moved eraser traced an arc in the invisible world. The eraser traced an arc through the air. The world remained untouched. In the dark night, not even a single weed was affected where the eraser had passed. Instead, it erased the attack approaching Yin Wu. He'd erased the effect of the anomaly that would kill instantly once conditions were met. Just as the eraser cultist sensed existence and annihilation, as the future Yin Wu calculated probabilities, the current Yin Wu detected danger with survival instincts pushed to the extreme and erased it. It worked? You damn anomaly? Trying to kill me? Not a chance. Yin Wu, who had been sprawled face down with his arm outstretched gripping the eraser, sprang to his feet and immediately turned towards the barbed wire. The statue wore a bewildered expression. It was just a simple statue. It had no idea what had happened. The house can't just sit still, can it? Get out quickly? I'm going to erase everything here. He shouted excitedly while aiming the eraser. He would erase everything from the site to the shelter. If they tried to kill a person, they should die too. The eraser swung back and forth. The barbed wire, the site beyond it, the house above ground, all vanished with a few hand gestures, without sound or impact. Rapid-fire deletion without delay at novel bin at. The statue, barely grazed by the eraser's trajectory, leapt up and cried out hastily. Erasing just the sentences should solve it. The sentences seem to be the key. If you erase just a few characters from the sentences dash. Seeing the statue trying to preserve as much as possible of what it considered art, Yin Wu kicked the dirt ground. No. After tormenting me like this, I can't let it slide. Annoyance and anger welled up in Yin Wu's eyes. How much stress had he endured in that short time? He really thought he was going to die. Feel how dangerous the eraser is yourself. With a few hand gestures, the world was blown wide open. The site where the shelter had been turned into a deep pit, revealing the underground shelter's structure. A concrete building filling the vast pit. Erasing that would finish it. Yin Wu smiled. This feels so good. The eraser that had been so terrifying when facing it as an enemy now felt incredibly reassuring in his hand. No need to think, no need to fear failure, just a flick of the finger and it was done. Easier than deleting a program on a computer. That's when it happened. The whole world turned red, and a terrible danger was felt. The house's counterattack had begun. Yin Wu instantly suppressed his emotions and focused on his senses. Ignoring even the pounding of his heart, he grasped the invisible danger. Flick. His finger moved. He erased the unseen. It wasn't just once. Flick, flick, flick. Yin Wu kept drawing the eraser. It keeps changing the conditions. Trying to kill me no matter what? Not happening. A house that kills if you possess an anomaly, a house that kills if you breathe, a house that kills if your heart beats, a house that kills if you attack it. The house desperately flailed, pouring out conditions, binding the eraser. Now the eraser could only be used for defense. If this situation continued, Yin Wu would likely be the one to die. The house didn't need to eat or drink, but Yin Wu was human and had to sustain life activities. A recreation of the battle between the cultist and Yin Wu. But Yin Wu's lips curled up. Dice. Anomaly destruction no, I can't. If I critically fail and the eraser doesn't work, I'm screwed. As always, he called for the dice, then jumped with a start. The result of a critical failure was right before his eyes. Using the eraser for defense and the dice for attack would be perfect. But Yin Wu, who had experienced the taste of critical failure to a chilling degree, carefully chose his judgment. Of course, he also asked the statue, "Can you destroy the shelter?" "No. I may be stronger than humans, but something like that." The statue lowered its head, looking down at its white hands. "I see. Dice." Yin Wu cautiously called for the dice. He chose a judgment that would be okay even with a critical failure. Sensory loss, anomaly control, activity termination. At worst, its senses would change to satellite range, or it would go berserk out of control, or it would become an entity that never stops. Yin Wu judged that level of danger was not a problem, and the dice rolled. Rumble crash, rumble failure, rumble success. The house stopped. It was uncertain how long it would stay stopped, but the rapid-fire conditions stopped, and the red-tinted world sank into darkness. Then, Yin Wu swung the eraser. Without hesitation, resolutely, the company's 50-person shelter vanished from the world. The anomaly that the shelter had transformed into was also removed without a trace. Ha! A deep sigh. Yin Wu collapsed onto the ground. His whole body felt drained as if he'd used up a month's worth of energy. His joints ached, he had a fever, and his head was spinning. His heightened senses faded, and his racing mind slowed to a crawl. Though the ground was damp, he felt he could sleep if he just closed his eyes. Yin Wu covered his face with the bag he had slung over his shoulder. It's over. I barely survived. He'd been through all sorts of incidents, but this was the first time he'd been pushed to the brink like this. Dice. I guess I used you too thoughtlessly. I should never make this mistake again. As jumbled thoughts ran through his clouded mind, a timid voice was heard. Well, is it okay if I go back now? Yin Wu pushed aside the bag to see the statue. It stood meekly with its hands clasped in front, eyes downcast. In any case, since you suffered harm because of us, we'll prepare compensation. No, just go. Just go and let's never get involved again. Yin Wu waved his hand dismissively. He meant it sincerely. He really never wanted to get involved with artists again. Then Yin Wu suddenly looked at the eraser. The two things Yin Wu hated. Deranged artists and cultists with erasers. Could this terrible accident have happened because both the artist and the eraser gathered here? Nah, the timing doesn't match up. Pardon. Just go. Your owner? The sculptor? Warn him too. If he creates trouble for me one more time, I won't hold back. This whole mess started because of you guys in the first place, didn't it? The statue ran away as if fleeing, towards the road beyond. As Yin Wu watched, it threw itself at what looked like a door drawn on the ground, and the door melted away like paint. Yin Wu got up with a groan. His whole body really hurt. But he had one last thing to wrap up. I liked that house, shelter. I have to return the eraser to the company for now. I should talk to Mark Young about keeping the eraser somehow. Yin Wu contacted the company with trembling hands. The statue returned to the gallery through the disposable door. The artist at the desk asked something, but the statue immediately passed through Spatial Art Room 1 to return to the sculptor. A spacious studio. Sunlight poured in through the glass ceiling, and beneath it, an old man covered in stone dust was chipping away at a marble block bit by bit. Hammering with a mallet, chiseling away. The shape he was carving without a sketch, just following his hands, was a Tyrannosaurus. The sculptor intended to make into a mountain range. The statue knelt down. Master, I failed to obtain the eraser. I see. The company isn't a pushover. It's all right. We'll attack again. The old man seemed to half listen as he hammered the marble. A large chunk fell off, rolled, and stopped in front of the statue's knees. The statue couldn't bring itself to look up. Master, I think it might be better to give up. No. The sculptor stood up abruptly. His shadow fell over the statue. His two hands stretched out as if to embrace the world. Think about it. A Tyrannosaurus carved from a massive mountain range? How can we give that up? A dinosaur whose every step shakes the earth, whose roar scatters the clouds, whose shadow covers cities. An ancient dinosaur destroying modern cities? We can't give up. But master, the opponent is not to be trifled with. The statue bit its lip and stiffly raised its head. In the statue's opinion, the eraser was untouchable. That investigator who specialized in dealing with the eraser was dangerous. But the sculptor didn't seem to think much of it. He returned to the marble and picked up his hammer. Life is art. Those who have long performed their duties at the company are masterpieces. We should see them not as people, but as works of art. Artists called anomalies works. Works that move the world and receive the world's love. But can only art move the world? Does art only include works created by artists? Artists believed that if all things in the world, including the people living in it, moved the world and received the world's love, they could exert special powers. I never thought it would be easy from the start. The opponent is executive level. The hammer that had been raised high stopped. The sculptor slowly lowered the hammer. Are you sure? The statue quickly nodded and spilled everything that had happened in that terrible house. The sculptor marveled. Excellent. He erased the house's attack with the eraser? He instantly understood the work that is the eraser. I don't think that's the case. What do you know? You talk about moving the world with performance art, but you haven't put on a single decent show yet. The statue looked up at the sculptor with an aggrieved expression. Getting scolded for failing the mission was one thing, but why suddenly bring up his art? Master, how long has it been since I was created? And I haven't had time to focus on art, running around in your place. Tut tut, if you only make excuses, you can never create art. Anyway, we're not giving up on the eraser. The sculptor hammered away, saying it would be difficult to touch a human who skillfully uses any work they grab. The Tyrannosaurus that had been taking shape shattered with a crash. Then a broom and dustpan with legs sprang out, buzzing about to clean up the debris. At that time, a video conference was in full swing at the Korean branch. Even after hearing the report that Yin Wu had recovered the eraser, the meeting didn't end. The first deputy director of intelligence, the operations chief of staff of the special forces, and the planning director of the Korean branch planning department were looking at reports. Not just the statue that had forcibly taken the eraser, but the sporadic attacks that had been occurring. The frequency of attacks had risen sharply recently. The chief of staff slammed down the report. These troublemakers. They've crossed the line. Are we going to let this slide? We need to make a move. The anomalous weather has disappeared, and the movements of the groups don't look good. The first deputy director tapped the desk with his pen. He continued. It seems they're planning to inflict major damage now, as we're finishing the preservation plan and starting recovery. We'd better move first. That's an excellent idea. But what does the planning department think? I'm against it. The planning director rubbed his head. We're still in recovery, aren't we? The resources invested in the preservation plan haven't been replenished. And, hesitating whether to speak, he finally said, something happened recently that put headquarters on high alert. Something about an uninvited guest, I think. All recovery work stopped then, delaying the recovery. Then we should attack more. The chief of staff pounded the desk. Other groups are also recovering the resources they had prepared for the anomalous weather, but we're the only ones delayed. We need to bring them down to the same level. There's no need to go that far. And that's something headquarters would have to do. The planning director, wearing a sour expression, let out a small sigh. Personally, he wanted to bide time and recover resources first, but it was true the signs weren't good. All right. Then let's just attack the Pygmalion faction of the Artists Association as a warning and threat. That's impossible. The chief of staff and planning director's gazes turned to the first deputy director. He was shaking his head. Pygmalion doesn't have a separate faction. He just has a few friends and keeps a few statues. The first deputy director sent over a few reports. Let's just strike a few hideouts instead. The locations of galleries they had identified so far. They had only kept track of the artists who would scatter like grains of sand and not cause major incidents if left alone, but given the situation, they needed to use this information. The three were silent for a moment, then agreed. Let's do that. Several days had passed. Yin Wu was resting on leave, exhausted, when he found himself facing Mark Young in a hotel room due to various issues. So I erased the entire shelter with the eraser, Yin Wu said. The shelter. Mark Young blinked. No. The money spent building it? No, the anomalous entities. The implication was clear. Not only had the shelter's equipment vanished, but also the cogwheels, the miraculous apple tree, and the oracle system. Mark Young looked at the eraser Yin Wu had placed on the table. The eraser Yin Wu was temporarily keeping. This wasn't a dream. Finally, he let out a sigh. If it really turned into such a dangerous anomaly, I suppose it couldn't be helped. About that? Yin Wu cast a desperate look at Mark Young. Could you possibly help me find a new place to live? Right now, the most pressing issue wasn't the loss of company assets. I have nowhere to live at the moment. Yin Wu, am I something like your chief of staff? Isn't it a similar feeling? Aren't you the employee from headquarters in charge of me? Mark Young's eyes wavered, as if confused. Finding shelters, handling communications, changing shelter furniture. It did feel like he was taking care of miscellaneous tasks. Mark Young rubbed his face a few times. Yes, I'll help. But you know what? I'd like to tell you what kind of place I want to give you right now. No, I don't think it'll be a shelter though. After blowing away the shelter like this, it didn't seem likely they'd give him another one. Yin Wu made that judgment, and his assessment was roughly in line with Mark Young's thoughts. I'd like to throw a container on an uninhabited piece of land for you. Pardon. From what I've seen, a nice house seems pointless. It'll just end up in an accident and get destroyed anyway. I'd like to give you a cheap, disposable residence. The apartment building was erased by the eraser because of the man at the door, and the shelter was erased by the eraser due to the artist's attack. It felt like no house would survive in the future, so was there any need to find an expensive, nice place? Yin Wu made a sour expression. A container is a bit. I'll think about it some more for now. For the time being, stay at the hotel. No. If an accident happens at the hotel, many people will die, so stay at the investigation team's office. He was treating people like bombs. But Yin Wu had no choice but to nod. It wasn't hard to understand. Instead, he carefully gripped the eraser. About this eraser. Would it be alright if I kept it? Completely. I don't mind if it's on loan or as a supply. After using it this time, I found it really useful. Mark Young fell into thought. Honestly, it wasn't impossible. It was something he had intended to give Yin Wu as compensation from the start. Moreover, from what he'd heard, it seemed Yin Wu had drawn out the eraser's power to a level not far below that doomsday cultist. But for an item like the eraser, he couldn't just give it out like that. If you keep the eraser, you will be deployed on that many more dangerous missions. Are you okay with that? In responding to anomalies, the company operated specialized and customized units. Mental Domination Response Unit, Memory Manipulation Response Unit, Electronic Warfare Response Unit, and so on. An item like the eraser that could respond to all problems would be used in that many more situations. Like a nuclear bomb that could destroy any problem. That's a bit. Yin Wu made an even more uncomfortable expression than when he heard they'd give him a container as a home. You're saying I'll be deployed on missions dangerous enough to need the eraser, aren't you? We can't let the eraser sit idle. Since you'll be holding onto it for now, let's try some things and talk later. Just as Yin Wu's business was wrapping up in this manner, Mark Young suddenly remembered something and spoke while tapping on his laptop. Come to think of it, it looks like you'll be busy for a while, Yin Wu. Pardon? For what reason? It seems the Korean branch wants to use you as a weapon. Yin Wu made a face like he'd bitten into a bug. His hands clenched into fists, strength entering them. His gaze instinctively turned to the eraser. Who? Why an investigator? Let's hear the situation first. Other groups have started joining hands to check the company. The Korean branch immediately attacked a gallery. The company's full-scale battle began with access control. The nearby military base was dragged out under the pretext of a sudden urban combat training exercise and sealed off the area around the gallery. An irritated sergeant stood with one leg raised, waving a light stick. What kind of training starts without notice? I'm getting discharged tomorrow, why am I suffering like this? But you're getting discharged tomorrow, sir. That's why it's even more annoying. As he was having an idle conversation with his junior, someone approached. The sergeant moved to block him appropriately at novel bin at. You'll have to go around. Because of the training dash. I didn't receive any such notice. And there's a company back there, let me pass for a moment. But we were told to block access. Then what am I supposed to do? If I can't get back to the company after lunch, are you going to take responsibility for that? The office worker who had really gone out for lunch and found the road blocked pulled at his shirt stained with red soup, looking frustrated. The soldiers also made troubled expressions and mumbled. The sergeant let out a sigh. He lowered the light stick he had used to block the way, then quickly dash. That's when it happened. The company's combat unit, designed solely for artists, arrived. Even the disgruntled office worker, not to mention the soldiers, closed his mouth and looked at the combat unit. Tap tap tap. The combatants, their entire bodies covered in black suits, didn't show even a bit of flesh, giving more of an impression of mechanical devices than people. This was especially true since not even their eyes were visible. A helmet with a camera completely encased their face like a fishbowl, completely blocking their eyes, nose, and mouth. Instead, an enhanced reality UI filtered the view captured by the camera, and not just sound, but all 5 senses were manipulated by perceptual filters. This would block most artists' attacks. The unit's steps suddenly stopped. The small cameras mounted on the helmets turned to look at the soldiers and office worker. A voice mixed with mechanical sounds came out. Carry out access control properly. We'll be using live ammunition, and accidents can happen. Understood. That was it. Leaving behind the people with dumbfounded expressions, the unit slowly advanced. A life or death battle was right ahead. Our objective is terrorism. If we drag this out, all sorts of people will move in. We hit fast and get out. Yes. You're familiar with the anomalies in the gallery, right? Respond appropriately. Yes. After passing through the empty streets like that, they arrived at the mural. Several combatants quickly moved forward and attached strange mechanical devices to each corner of the door painting. The devices glowed with a blue light, and the moment the blue light turned white, creak, the door opened. The door painting rippled as if reflected on water. Breaching. Thump thump thump, they threw themselves at the wall. The view of the combatants with guns and flamethrowers at the ready changed in an instant. From an urban street to a gallery like an art museum. Secure the hall first, then destroy the viewing rooms. As they sprinted down the short corridor, fingers on triggers, flash grenades in hand, ready to use anomalous equipment, their steps came to a sudden stop. Have you arrived? You're late. In front of the information desk in the center of the spacious hall, a man in an elegant suit was smiling brightly. One of the combatants spoke. Goldberg Club? Why the hell are you here? About that. We bought the gallery, you see. Unfortunately, this gallery and the anomalies are now our property. The man waved the document in his hand. The combatants' cameras moved to read the text on the document. A document stating the Goldberg Club now owned the gallery. The unit commander gritted his teeth. He grasped the situation. The contract was nonsense. As if artists would sell off the gallery. You're intervening in such a small battle. It was clear that spies recruited by the Goldberg Club had leaked the operation plans. The Goldberg Club had joined hands with the Artists Association and begun to actively check the company. It was an unexpected alliance and a threat. Do you intend to completely turn your back on the company? That's not it. If the artists get beaten, who do you think is next? And since when have we ever been on good terms? The man raised the corner of his mouth in a sneer. Always interfering and regulating. We can't make money because of you people. The company that blocked money making and the club that made money from anomalies tended to clash on every issue. The reason it hadn't reached extremes was that both groups were the same in maintaining society, but enemies were still enemies. Enough for small and large machinations to never cease. Goddamn bastards. I'll report today's incident to the higher UPS. The unit commander abandoned the operation. It was a unit meant to deal with artists. They couldn't face the suddenly appearing Goldberg Club. That wasn't the equipment for it. Sure enough, the man waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, as the building owner, I command you, leave. The contract emitted a glow. Though soft, the light had a strange effect on reality. The combatants who had set foot in the hall disappeared in an instant. They had been moved to the mural they had entered through. As the situation ended, an artist's head popped up from inside the desk. It's over, right? Of course. Goldberg Club's security service is worth every penny. Look. Not a single work was damaged. Seeing the man's exaggerated gestures as he didn't forget to advertise, the artist frowned. I don't think this will end with just once. That's why we formed an alliance, isn't it? 1 or 2 groups can't handle the company alone, haha. Of course, if it comes to all-out war, a few groups won't be enough, but it won't come to that, will it? The company doesn't want all-out war. If such a war breaks out, the Earth won't survive. As always, after a few battles, it will end in negotiations. Maybe battles won't even happen. That's what the man thought. In a sense, the man's prediction was correct, but the company's response was beyond their expectations. The first deputy director, chief of staff, and planning director began the meeting. They had already heard news that several groups had formed an alliance. The chief of staff glared at the first deputy director. What are you doing not catching spies properly? How can we audit so many company employees with just the audit department? If you give us more budget, it's possible. Feeling the first deputy director's gaze, the planning director cleared his throat. It's an issue that will be resolved once recovery is complete. Anyway, with the enemies forming an alliance, all-out war is impossible. We can't even fight with the scope limited to Korea. That damage is too much to bear. So you're saying we should just let this slide? When the chief of staff spat out irritated words, the planning director nodded. They don't want all-out war either. They're not doomsday cultists. We'll collaborate with them in exchange for taking a step back. He meant to get a piece of their business in exchange for concessions. As it happens, the Goldberg Club has discovered an anomalous city and plans to explore it. We intend to get involved there. Sharing profits isn't a bad collaboration. But won't our deterrence decline if we back down like this? We can't be seen as pushovers. At the first deputy director's words, the planning director smiled. What if it's not just a small piece? Look, we'll send Yin Wu, the special investigator. Yin Wu, who was scouted as a special investigator by headquarters, had already become personnel that the upper echelons of the Korean branch were keeping an eye on. The expressions of the first deputy director and chief of staff, who took a fresh look at his record, became strange. An investigator who causes incidents but returns alive himself. Good. It will be sabotage. Haha, those Goldberg Club bastards. They'll make the investment but end up empty-handed. They firmly believed that Yin Wu would cause an incident.